Introduction. Ao Tian unexpectedly traverses to the primordial world, becoming the third prince of the Dragon King. Determined to alter his grim fate of being skinned alive, he instills in himself the mantra, I am the protagonist, I shall strive for greatness, I shall compel Nezha to kneel and call me father. Under the influence of this self-hypnosis, he embarks on a path of counterattack. Chapter 1. I am the third prince of the Dragon King. Son, son, son. Amidst a haze of confusion, Ao Tian felt a sense of offense. Although he was born to be someone's son, it was unacceptable for others to take undue advantage of him. Soon, that irritating voice echoed in his ears once more. Son, how are you feeling? Are you better? I am your father. Encouraged by this familial affection, Ao Tian felt a surge of warmth rising from his dantian, rushing towards his mind and endowing him with an inexplicable strength. Despite the pain and discomfort coursing through his body, he emitted a peculiar cry of gay, 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 gay. The bothersome voice chimed in again. Son, what do you want to say? As it leaned closer to Ao Tian's mouth. I say, you rascal, I am your father. With all his might, Ao Tian roared back, suddenly feeling significantly better, as if enveloped in a warm stream of water, reminiscent of being cradled in his mother's embrace, and his strength gradually returned. Quietly, he clenched his fist, preparing to retaliate against the one who had taken advantage of him. However, the moment he opened his eyes, he could not help but exclaim, Father. Before him loomed an unsightly head, leering at him with a lewd grin. On one hand, his body had yet to recover, and on the other, he was too weak to escape, leaving him with no choice but to concede. Father, please don't eat me. The other party disregarded Ao Tian's nonsensical utterance and inquired with concern, My son, how do you feel? Is it still painful? Without turning his head, he commanded, Minister Turtle, bring forth the soul-nourishing elixir I have preserved. A figure in the background responded and slowly withdrew, leaving Ao Tian in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that I have truly become a part of the great army of transmigrators? The other's visage was too grotesque to believe, prompting him to cautiously ask, May I inquire who you are? Behind the hideous figure stood another equally unsightly presence. Third prince, he is your father, the Dragon King of the East Sea. Ao Tian then scrutinized the figure before him. Adorned with a celestial crown, clad in a dragon robe, belted with jade, and stepping upon cloud-like shoes, complemented by two gleaming black dragon horns atop his head, he indeed presented a majestic figure. At that moment, the turtle-like creature returned, cradling a jade box. Your Majesty, you requested the soul-nourishing elixir. The Dragon King extended his hand to receive it and passed it to Ao Tian. My son, after consuming this, hold your breath and concentrate. Channel your energy, allowing the spiritual essence to cleanse your body. Rest well afterward, and you shall be fine. With that, he departed with his entourage. As the Dragon King stepped beyond the palace gates, his benevolent expression darkened instantly. Although the Dragon clan had fallen into decline, they were not to be trifled with. The dignified third prince had been grievously injured on an island not far from the EC. Had it not been for the life-preserving artifact he carried, he would have long since perished. Minister Gay, you shall personally lead a contingent of 300 bloodthirsty sharks to thoroughly investigate the island where my son encountered misfortune. The Prince of the Eastern Sea has met with calamity, and the Dragon Clan must make a statement. The bloodthirsty shark clan excels in tracking, and 300 of these formidable creatures are more than capable of uncovering significant clues. With a dark expression, he took his leave. In truth, Ao Guang was acutely aware that avenging his beloved son was a daunting task. Ever since the great calamity of Long Han, the Dragon Clan had suffered grievous losses. The elite members of the clan had been decimated, and due to the weight of their sins, they were ensnared by profound karmic repercussions, rendering any advancement exceedingly difficult. The pinnacle for the Dragon Clan was the Tai Golden Immortal, with the 4 Dragon Kings all occupying that rank. Beyond that, no one in the clan could hope for further breakthroughs. The glory of the Dragon Clan now existed solely in the recesses of memory, nostalgically recalled from days long past. Alas, it was only then that Ao Tian regained his composure, reflecting on his recent experiences to confirm that he was not dreaming. He considered his previous life as a quality youth of the 21st century, whose summer vacation jaunt to Laojun Mountain had led him to a forbidden area, where, out of curiosity, he had unwittingly relieved himself at a most inopportune moment. A timely bolt of lightning had struck him down. Upon further contemplation, it all seemed quite logical this journey through realms made sense. Clutching a precious elixir bequeathed by his father, Ao Tian sensed an underlying dissonance but could not decipher its nature. No matter, I shall consume it. He promptly ingested the soul-nourishing pill, which dissolved upon contact, releasing a torrent of warmth that surged from his heart to his extremities. Yet, he found himself at a loss on how to channel his spiritual energy. Thus, he settled into a meditative posture, focusing his mind and relying on his subconscious to guide his power. The warming energy gradually seeped into his consciousness, nurturing his spirit. Within the vast ocean of his mind, a four-clawed golden dragon thrashed about, its immense golden form shedding a wisp of dark aura. Ao Tian's dragon eyes narrowed, but soon it seemed as though nothing had transpired. Once his spirit stabilized, Ao Tian lay on his bed, meticulously recalling his current predicament. Thankfully, in his previous life, he had spent idle days perusing numerous mythological novels, allowing him to grasp the general trajectory of the primordial world. This knowledge would serve as a valuable asset in his future cultivation. Through the fusion with his spirit, Ao Tian discerned his identity. The third son of the Dragon King of the Dragon Sea, a figure of notable renown in later eras. After all, when one speaks of Nezha's tumultuous escapades in the sea, who could forget the innocent little dragon that was mercilessly flayed? Speaking of the current state of the Dragon Clan, it appeared somewhat diminished, perhaps akin to a dish served at a gathering of the great Luo Golden Immortals. Dragon liver and phoenix gall. In the primordial dawn of creation, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans were once the triumvirate rulers of the world. Their overwhelming power incited the wariness of the Tao ancestor, leading to their eventual downfall. The three ancestral clans perished together, their elite members obliterated. Burdened by the weight of their past transgressions, they faced insurmountable challenges in achieving breakthroughs, falling into a state of stagnation, retreating to the four seas in pursuit of development. Yet, despite their diminished power, they retained substantial wealth left by their ancestors, attracting numerous covetous eyes. Under the deliberate suppression of the heavenly Tao, they gradually devolved into a mere trendy destination, drawing all manner of beings to visit. The four sea dragon kings, while sounding imposing, were akin to the pampered hounds of the celestial court, responding to whims of rain and wind. Thus, they found themselves ensnared in a cycle of unrecognized toil, devoid of true merit. The third prince of the East Sea Dragon King was unexpectedly overpowered and humiliated by a mere child, while the third prince of the West Sea Dragon King not only wore a green hat bestowed by a small snake, but was also subjected to being ridden like a horse. To add insult to injury, the treasured deep-sea needle of the Dragon Palace was snatched away by a monkey, leaving no recourse for justice. If one were to select the most beleaguered race in the primordial world, the Dragon Clan would undoubtedly take the crown. Having watched Nezha wreak havoc in the seas in my previous life, I found it exhilarating, however. Now that I have become the plaintiff, I shall not allow such indignities to transpire. Ao Tian's face bore a resolute expression, though the means to achieve greatness remained uncertain, for he lacked any extraordinary advantages. It suddenly dawned on him that he had overlooked something crucial. There was no system, a necessary aid for traversing realms. How could the protagonist be without one? System? Oh system, are you there? Open sesame? Magic mirror? Magic mirror? Alibaba. Chapter 2. I now have a system. Ao Tian lay on his bed, utterly devoid of hope, his heart wounded 1,000-fold. As a fine young man of the 21st century, a participant in the currents of time, he pondered why others were bestowed with omnipotent systems and unbeatable advantages, while he was left empty-handed. I firmly believe a golden finger will manifest, and a system will surely appear. I've merely forgotten the activation password. Surely, I did not traverse the primordial world for mere amusement. Ao Tian proclaimed with determination. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed in Ao Tian's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the primordial playful system. Would you like to bind it? Ao Tian was ecstatic. This system was essential for any journey through realms. With it, would he need to fear that little rascal Nezha causing trouble in the East Sea? He envisioned making him kneel and call him Papa. Even a trip to the primordial world would be worth it. He aspired to win the heart of a beautiful heiress and reach the pinnacle of dragonkind. I want, and I also want. Host, will you bind or not? If not, I shall seek another host. As Ao Tian indulged in his lewd fantasies, an exceedingly impatient and proud voice interrupted his thoughts. Bind. Please lock it in place, Ao Tian exclaimed, his expression resembling that of a beggar. Host has missed the binding time. Please unlock it after an hour. Surely not. The system would not toy with me like this. I am the chosen one. Ao Tian was utterly speechless. Congratulations, host. The primordial version of the playful system has been successfully bound. System, weren't you supposed to malfunction for an hour? I simply enjoy being playful otherwise. How could it be called the playful system? The system replied nonchalantly. Ao Tian felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, questioning the reliability of the system and whether he could truly ascend to the zenith of dragonkind. Ah, young one, are you doubting the system? Your novice gift package shall be halved. Is there even a novice gift package? Ao Tian chose to disregard the system's mention of a reduction. It was already his, so why fear it being halved? Once he grew accustomed to it, he would demand it to yield both the principal and the interest, along with the dowry. System, I wish to open the novice gift package. Congratulations, host, you have received a drop of the ancestor dragon's blood. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the 9 heavens transformation technique. Congratulations, host, you have received a mid-tier postnatal spiritual treasure, the dragon's gallant silver spear. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a vial of breakthrough elixir. As the system chimed melodiously, Ao Tian beheld his rewards on the panel within his mind. With a mere thought, the breakthrough elixir materialized in his hand. Upon uncorking the vial, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, stirring his spirit and eliciting a primal sense of greed. Ao Tian, however, did not suppress this instinct after all. It was rightfully his treasure. Moreover, as a member of the dragon lineage, which inherently cherishes the act of collecting, the allure of such a treasure was irresistible. The host is currently recovering from injury, and the essence of the ancestral dragon's blood is too overwhelming for the host to absorb. The system recommends consuming the breakthrough elixir to transcend into the celestial immortal realm. In the realm of Earth immortals, there are 7 distinct tiers of immortals: human immortal, Earth immortal, celestial immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, Deluo golden immortal, and quasi-saint. Beyond these lies the legendary, indestructible, and eternal Hunyuan saint, of which there are only 6 true saints in the vast wilderness. As for the Tao ancestor, even the combined might of the 6 saints would struggle to withstand a single strike. Regarding the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of humanity, although they bear the title of saints and possess the merit of the human race, their true power ranks merely slightly above that of quasi-saints. Without further contemplation, Ao Tian swiftly consumed the breakthrough elixir. Once again, he experienced the sensation of the elixir dissolving upon entry. He could not fathom why all elixirs exhibited this property, yet he immediately felt a torrent of domineering and potent energy surge within him, akin to a relentless river flooding through his limbs and bones, circulating throughout his entire being. At that moment, several faint crimson shackles appeared above his head. Ao Tian understood that these represented the karmic power of the dragon lineage, which had long hindered their breakthroughs. Under the overwhelming spiritual force of the breakthrough elixir, Ao Tian faintly perceived the blood-red karmic shackles entwining his head suddenly crack with a soft sound, severing one link. The surge of spiritual energy could no longer be contained, and with a thunderous roar, Ao Tian let out a triumphant shout, his cultivation evidently ascending from the earth immortal realm to the celestial immortal realm. With the power of the breakthrough elixir washing over him, his physical prowess experienced a tremendous enhancement. Standing still, he was no longer vulnerable to attacks from those of the earth immortal realm. Overcoming such adversaries was not a feat to be accomplished by mere words. System, I have broken through to the celestial immortal realm. Can I now assimilate the ancestral dragon's blood? Ao Tian's urgency to elevate his realm stemmed from a vague vision he had while merging with the true remnants of the third prince's soul, where a figure clad in black robes had seemingly cast a casual strike toward him. To the assailant, it might have appeared as though swatting away an insignificant insect. Yet from Ao Tian's perspective, it was an impeccable attack, one that he could not hope to deflect. He needed to grow stronger. He could no longer allow himself to be bullied. Having entered the vast wilderness in this lifetime, he aspired to establish his dominance and ensure that no one dared to trample upon the dragon lineage, restoring its former glory in the realm. The host has transcended to the celestial immortal realm, and the physical body has been fortified. The ancestral dragon's blood can now be consumed at any time. Upon receiving an affirmative response from the system, Ao Tian promptly summoned the blood of the ancestral dragon with his divine consciousness. This blood, no larger than an infant's fist, radiated an intense heat akin to molten lava. It contained energy unimaginable. System, are you certain that this substance will not overwhelm me? Ao Tian was skeptical that a mere body at the celestial realm could endure the essence of the most formidable quasi-saint from ancient times. Rest assured, host the system has no intentions of changing hosts. Please consume it with confidence, for the system shall automatically protect you. With the system's precise assurance, his hesitation evaporated, and he immediately proceeded to use it. The blood seamlessly merged into his chest at the behest of his divine consciousness, unleashing a brilliant radiance from within. Under the influence of the ancestral dragon's blood, Ao Tian revealed his true form, a magnificent golden dragon stretching 100 feet, its body undulating with divine light. Fortuitously, his palace was sufficiently vast, preventing any structural collapse. His 4 claws gradually transformed into 5, while his golden body began to shift towards black. However, the slight darkness was scarcely noticeable amidst the resplendent gold. His strength surged from the early celestial stage to the mid-celestial stage. Ao Tian reverted to his human form, sitting cross-legged to savor the euphoria of his elevation and rank, and to stabilize his newfound power, he began to channel his internal spiritual energy to calm himself. Slowly opening his eyes, he perceived the shadows of dragons dancing within his dark irises. Recalling the dragon's gallant silver spear stored within the system, he summoned it with a mere thought. The spear materialized in his hand, and with a sudden thrust forward, the space before him visibly rippled and expanded, producing a series of explosive sounds. Indeed, this is truly a mid-grade, postnatal spiritual treasure. Ao Tian nodded in satisfaction. In the primordial realm, spiritual treasures are classified by tiers. Chaotic treasures, innate treasures, superior innate spiritual treasures, and then innate spiritual treasures. These were all manifestations of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the dawn of creation, now long since claimed by powerful beings. As for postnatal spiritual treasures, they are primarily crafted from personally gathered materials. Varying greatly in potency, every practitioner in the primordial realm possesses a few, though their quality remains uncertain. The mid-grade dragon's gallant silver spear in Ao Tian's possession undoubtedly ranks among the finest of its kind, a testament to the system's quality. Chapter 3. Heart-to-heart between father and son. Ao Tian was overjoyed by the series of rewards bestowed by the system, brimming with confidence for his future endeavors. Having traversed from a later era, he possessed a general understanding of the evolution of the primordial world. With the system's assistance, he was certain he could navigate the realm with great success. However, he found himself isolated, facing the intricate schemes of Dao ancestor Hongjun, feeling somewhat helpless. At present, he needed to persuade his father, the East Sea Dragon King, to garner his support, consolidate the forces of the East Sea, and rally the surrounding factions that resisted the aquatic clans. With the system's aid, he was confident in uniting the dragon race and reclaiming their place in the primordial continent. Although, on the surface, only the 4 sea dragon kings were Tai golden immortals, Ao Tian believed that even a broken ship still had 3 nails. The dragon race, despite suffering devastating blows during the initial calamity, remained one of the oldest races in the primordial world. While they may not boast many perfected saints, several great Luo golden immortals still lingered, albeit in a precarious state. The primordial world was no benevolent place. Had the dragon race lacked any means of survival, they would have long been eradicated. As for the subsequent disturbances caused by the monkey, they stemmed from the machinations of the saints. The dragon race, recognizing their inability to contend with such formidable beings, could not risk allowing a mere wild monkey to wreak havoc unchecked. Those who managed to survive and maintain a reputation in the primordial world were inherently cunning. Who would fear a wild monkey? Their true concern lay with the saints looming behind, particularly the 2 who would readily declare, "Fellow Taoist, we are destined to meet in the West," referring to the saints of the Western Paradise, Puti, and Jiejing. Their immense power and shamelessness made them formidable, should they choose to recruit individuals to fill vacancies. Who could withstand such pressure? Having come to this realization, Ao Tian hastily made his way to the Dragon King's palace. At that moment, the East Sea Dragon King was in distress. His advisor, the Tortoise Prime Minister, had returned with no useful information, even the traces of battle having been erased by powerful sorcery, leaving them empty-handed. Alas, how pitiful it was to be a Dragon King, powerless to protect his son from bullying, unable to even identify the enemy. were it not for the initial calamity that had shattered their clan's foundation. Who would dare act with such impunity? Ao Tian was truly pained, his magical energy swirling chaotically, causing nearby decorations to disintegrate into dust, a sign of impending madness. Overwhelmed by sorrow and contemplating the current plight of the dragon race, he could not help but feel despondent. Father, upon arriving at the Dragon King's palace, Ao Tian beheld the chaos around him, and noticing his father's unstable aura, he called out instinctively. Ao Tian turned to see Ao Tian, astonished, before quickly regaining his composure. Binger, how is your recovery? Does it still hurt? Ao Tian's flurry of concern caught Ao Tian off guard, yet upon reflection, he felt a wave of emotion. Though Ao Tian bore a rugged appearance, a closer look revealed an undeniable aura of authority. His concern for Ao Tian was genuine. The esteemed Dragon King would not feign affection for his own offspring. Father, I have fully recovered, and as fate would have it, I have even broken through to the heavenly, immortal realm. Ao Tian said, tears glistening in his eyes as he addressed the Dragon King. Witnessing his son's maturity filled Ao Tian's heart with warmth. Well done, my son. Truly, you are the pride of the dragon race. Surviving such tribulations surely heralds great fortune. Dedicate yourself to your cultivation. I shall ensure you have ample resources. With a grand sweep of his hand, Ao Tian promised the cultivation resources to Ao Tian. The Dragon Clan is an ancient lineage, renowned for its profound heritage in the primordial realm. Otherwise, the monkey would not have been incited to seek treasures in the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Clan is not lacking in resources, but rather in dragons capable of utilizing those resources. Binger, can you see who has harmed you? Father, I cannot discern. That formidable figure was cloaked in black robes, shrouded in spiritual power, making it exceedingly difficult for me to see clearly. In the remnants of the third prince's soul, Ao Tian only glimpsed a black robe. However, upon seeing him again, Ao Tian would undoubtedly recognize him. He had witnessed those shadowy eyes, filled with murderous intent and an air of disdain, as if regarding mere ants. Yes, it was disdain, an indifference of the strong towards the weak. One day, I shall capture you and make you experience the contempt and condescension of the powerful. Ao Tian thought fiercely. With your strength, you are not yet capable of antagonizing such a formidable opponent. To treat us this way is to bully my dragon clan when we are weak. Ao Tian gritted his teeth in frustration. Father, our clan's weakness inevitably invites covetous eyes. What does it matter to be enraged? It only serves to make us a laughingstock. As long as my dragon clan rises again, who would dare to insult us lightly? The pressing concern is how to strengthen the dragon clan. Ao Tian, reflecting on the deep-rooted heritage of the dragon clan, continued, Father, why not leverage our profound heritage to develop further? Binger, you are thinking too simplistically. You must have felt it when you broke through to the celestial, immortal level. Although our clan possesses abundant resources, the constraints of karmic shackles make breakthroughs exceedingly challenging. Our clan is weak, and recruiting powerful water beings may lead to subordinates devouring their masters. Moreover, the powerful in the primordial realm do not wish to see our clan rise again. For now, we can only employ trusted water beings. Every time Ao Tian considered this, he was overcome with a sense of helplessness. Father, is there truly not a single strong being within our dragon clan? Ao Tian inquired with curiosity. Ao Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Binger, where did you hear that our dragon clan still has strong beings? Father, these are merely my speculations. Although the calamity of the dragon and phoenix resulted in heavy losses, our clan could not possibly lack even a single delusional golden immortal. Ao Tian stared intently at Ao Tian, seemingly attempting to see through him. Yet, after examining him closely, he confirmed that this was indeed his child, and he sighed deeply. Since the calamity of the dragon and phoenix, the ancestral dragon bears a heavy burden of sin, and the dragon clan cannot escape disaster. Thus, it transformed into the primordial dragon veins, granting our clan a glimmer of hope. The Yuan Feng perished, leading to the imprisonment of the Phoenix clan within the southern bright volcano, never to take a step outside. The Qilin clan fared even worse, exiled in the primordial realm, unable to congregate, appearing only as auspicious omens. To slay them would incur great karmic repercussions, thus sparing them from the threat of death. Father, does our dragon clan still have delusional strong beings? Ao Tian pressed further. Indeed, there are still some. Ao Tian replied. However, due to the excessive killings of our clan, the remaining strong beings have been ordered by the Tao ancestor to remain eternally sealed in the ancestral dragon abyss. Non-dragons may not leave unless they face life and death situations. Although I have not been able to visit the ancestral dragon abyss to ascertain the specific circumstances, It is believed that those who cultivate to the level of Deluo Golden Immortal are ageless and indestructible. Hence, it is likely that there are still strong beings of our clan existing. Upon hearing the response from the venerable old father, Ao Tian felt a sense of solitude wash over him. Was the Dragon King himself uncertain about whether the essence of the Dragon clan still thrived? The Dragon King, noticing the perplexed expression on Ao Tian's face, could not help but burst into laughter. My dear son, while I may be unaware of the current state of our ancestors from the ancestral dragon abyss, rest assured that our dragon clan still possesses profound heritage. The dragon begets 9 sons, each distinct from one another. Although the 9 princes vanished after the demise of the ancestral dragon, news of their existence still echoes through the vast wilderness. I am certain that they have not perished, which is one of the reasons why the formidable beings of the primordial realm dare not strike against our clan. Ao Tian was reminded of the great Emperor Yu, who, after successfully taming the waters, received the assistance of the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon, establishing the 9 tripods and securing the stability of the 9 provinces. Consequently, you attained the status of a sage and gained entry to the Fire Cloud Cave for cultivation. The Dragon Clan indeed holds great merit. Had it not been for the machinations of others, we would have long since shed our shackles. Chapter 4. The successful name change. With this thought, Ao Tian felt a sense of reassurance. The Dragon Clan was not as feeble as it seemed. Indeed, much of its heritage remained intact. A lean camel is still larger than a horse, and a battered ship still retains its nails. Ancient wisdom does not deceive me. Once I grow stronger, I shall find a way to unite these powerful beings. Such strength is rare in the primordial realm. Even the celestial court of the Heavenly Emperor does not boast many great Luo golden immortals. Even if they exist, they may not heed the commands of this lord of the primordial realm. Father, I have a personal matter to discuss with you. I wish to change my name. Ao Tian felt a bit embarrassed. Having usurped another's identity was one thing, but altering the child's name was another matter entirely. He truly despised the name Ao Bing, constantly fearing that one day, a mischievous child might strip it away. To guard against future troubles, he resolved to change his name, ensuring the heavenly Tao could not locate him. Let that little rascal play in the mud. Binger, why do you wish to change your name? Ao Guang inquired, his face a mix of confusion and concern. He sensed a mysterious aura emanating from Ao Tian since his return, yet he remained convinced that this was indeed his son, attributing the child's unease to the recent setbacks he had faced. What name do you wish to adopt? If your father disapproves, you cannot choose arbitrarily. Ao Guang worried that Ao Tian might select an inappropriate name, which would bring shame upon the East Sea Dragon clan. Father, the character Bing signifies adherence to the will of heaven. Yet as a practitioner, I walk against the heavens. How can I comply with the will of heaven? Therefore, I must defy it. Ao Tian expressed, uncertain of the deeper implications of his choice. He had grown accustomed to his name, and any other felt like a misnomer. Then I shall be called Ao Tian, he declared, embodying the essence of supremacy among all things under heaven. Upon saying this, a wondrous rumble resonated through the cosmos, as if the very heavens acknowledged his claim. From that moment forth, Ao Bing would no longer exist. Only Ao Tian would stand proudly amidst the realms. Ao Tian, the Dragon King Ao Tian, murmured his name twice, quietly contemplating within, seemingly without any significant taboo or consequence arising from it. After calling his name several times, he found it increasingly agreeable. Binger, the Dragon Clan is currently in a weak state, and your father cannot grant you too many indulgences. Since you have returned, it is akin to being reborn. Your father consents to this name, but do not forget the original intention behind your name change. In the future, changing names may seem trivial, but in the primordial era, once a name is established, one must bear the corresponding consequences. Moreover, you have chosen an audacious character, Tian. Thus, Ao Tian must shoulder the weight of the Dragon Clan's fate and uphold its dignity. Father, after this ordeal, I have come to understand the struggles of the Dragon Clan's survival. My decision to change my name was made after careful consideration. I will support the Dragon Clan and elevate its standing in the primordial world, ensuring that our kin do not hunch in despair, but can freely soar through the skies, so that no other races dare to insult the Dragon Clan. Ao Tian possesses a system and is aware of the future developments within the primordial realm, and thus he is confident in leading the Dragon Clan back to its zenith. Congratulations, host, on a successful name change. Congratulations, host, for receiving 2 drops of ancestral dragon blood. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a vial of dragon transformation elixir. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a vial of Yuan returning pill. As Ao Tian contemplated these rewards in his mind, He could not help but inquire of the system. These rewards were not already mine, were they? Indeed, they were your previous rewards. The system replied bluntly. Then why are you giving them to me again? Ao Tian was perplexed by the system's methods. Because I felt like it. Does it concern you? At that moment, Ao Tian was engaged in a battle of wills with the celestial beings, and he suddenly froze, his brow furrowed, his expression fluctuating, which caused the Dragon King to become anxious. Fearing Ao Tian might be unwell, he hastily inquired, "Is there anything amiss, my son?" As he spoke, he took Ao Tian's hand and used his powers to check him thoroughly, only releasing him after confirming that all was well. "Father, rest assured, I am fine. I merely lost focus while thinking," Ao Tian hastily explained, feeling both surprised and touched by the elder dragon's meticulous concern. "That is good to hear. If you experience any discomfort, do inform your father. I shall always be your steadfast support." Faced with the Dragon King's fatherly nagging, Ao Tian couldn't help but recall the despair of the old Dragon King when his beloved son Nezha was tormented. Taking a deep breath, Ao Tian resolved that such a tragedy would never occur again. "Father, I now possess a modicum of self-defense. After enduring trials in the primordial realm, I implore you to grant me this opportunity." Ao Tian naturally wished to venture forth and hone his skills, utilizing the system to enhance his strength. However, he was immediately met with rejection from the Dragon King. Ao Tian nearly succumbed to despair at that moment, although he had fortuitously broken through to the celestial, immortal realm. In the primordial era, such a level was far from sufficient. The Dragon King would certainly not allow his child to embark on perilous adventures. The skies are clear, and the Dragon Clan is not devoid of rare treasures for cultivation. You may rest assured in your training. Once you have acquired the strength for self-preservation, your father will certainly not obstruct you. The Dragon King, Ao Tian, has suffered a grievous blow and is eager to elevate his power for vengeance. Yet he dares not allow you to roam the vast wilderness. However, unwilling to disappoint his child, he proposed, if you seek to hone your skills, why not join the ranks of the Water Clan army? This will afford you both the opportunity for growth and the comfort of knowing your safety is secured. What say you? Ao Tian pondered this. Indeed, his celestial realm was insufficient for the perils of the outside world, where he might be regarded as mere fodder. Gaining experience in the military would not only deepen his understanding of the true might of the Dragon Clan, but also ensure his safety, a prudent course of action. He promptly replied to his father, "I am willing to train within the army." Seeing Ao Tian's resolution, the old Dragon King beamed with joy. "My son, you have 4 divisions under your command, the brave, the fierce, the distant, and the unyielding. Which division do you wish to join?" The 4 divisions of the Eastern Sea. The Dragon King's entire fortune were meticulously crafted. Ao Guang was confident that it would be challenging to find a comparable army in the vast wilderness. Presently, the heavenly soldiers predominantly consisted of those of human celestial realms, with Earth celestials as commanders, and those at the celestial level or above as leaders. In contrast, the 4 divisions of the Eastern Sea primarily featured Earth celestials, with celestial and golden celestials as commanders, far surpassing the heavenly court. Regrettably, the true power in battle lay with the higher echelons, which was precisely the Dragon Clan's Achilles heel, an irremediable flaw. Ao Tian reflected deeply. The unyielding army was employed by the Eastern Sea to quell rebellions and eliminate dissenters. Training within this division would undoubtedly provide him with invaluable experience and knowledge, better enabling him to integrate into the wilderness. Without further hesitation, he declared, "Father, I choose to train with the unyielding army, and I implore you to grant me your blessing." The Dragon King, calculating with a flick of his fingers, discerned Ao Tian's intentions. "Very well, my son. Since you wish to train with the unyielding army, I shall acquiesce to your desire." "Thank you, Father." Ao Tian bowed respectfully. The Dragon King replied, "This is the path you have chosen. There is no need for gratitude. However, once you are in the army, you must adhere to military discipline and never misuse your status to belittle your subordinates." The Dragon King waved his hand, emphasizing his point. "Whenever you feel your training is sufficient, return home. Do not push yourself too hard." He cautioned Ao Tian, anxious for his safety. "Rest assured, Father. I have matured and understand how to conduct myself." The Dragon King sighed. "Go now to the armory and collect your armor and identification token, then proceed with your training." He also bestowed upon Ao Tian several life-preserving artifacts and spiritual herbs. Overjoyed, Ao Tian swiftly accepted these gifts. After taking his leave, he made his way to the Dragon Clan's armory. Chapter 5. Serving in the army equipped with his armor and the Dragon King's command token, Ao Tian, under the guidance of the Dragon Palace's skilled warriors, hastened towards the garrison of the unyielding army. He was now an appointed vice commander among one of the 4 divisions. Yet, The Dragon King remained apprehensive, unwilling to let Ao Tian command a division independently. Instead, he designated him as a vice commander, allowing him to learn from seasoned veterans, ensuring he would not wield undue power and cause unrest among the troops. However, aside from knowing that the Jinyuan army is the most formidable force under the Dragon King's command, Ao Tian is unaware of the specific circumstances surrounding it. If he were to venture there, he would undoubtedly find himself bewildered. Ignorance of military affairs is a significant taboo. The Dragon King merely perceived his desire for a fleeting experience within the army, expecting him to return to the Dragon Palace shortly, thus providing little elaboration. Moreover, his status as the third prince is sufficient to command respect among the army's generals, yet he was not instructed on how to navigate relationships with his peers. Nevertheless, given his standing, he need not ingratiate himself with the military leaders, as no one within the dragon lineage could rival his backing. Nonetheless, Ao Tian harbored a different perspective. He was acutely aware of the fate that befell the dragon clan, reduced to the subject of mockery in the primordial realm, becoming a target for any cultivator to bully. Although his kin had not perished, he detested such a way of life. A man of virtue in this world should wield a 3-foot green blade to vanquish all adversaries. How could one live in meekness and submission throughout their life? This lifetime, he vowed to embrace a different path. Perhaps the Dragon King and the denizens of the Dragon Palace believed he was merely seeking to embellish his status within the military, returning after a brief sojourn. Yet he did not share this sentiment. If he did not achieve something noteworthy, what face would he have upon returning to the Dragon Palace? The resurgence of the primordial realm would commence from this very point. General Jiuyo, what is the state of the Jinyuan army? Ao Tian inquired of the captain of his escort. Jiuyo, a deputy general of the Dragon King's guard, was deeply trusted by the Dragon King. Otherwise, he would not have been assigned to escort Ao Tian to the Jinyuan military camp. Your Highness, General Ao Tai possesses mastery at the peak of the Golden Immortal stage, with his true form being a transcendent flood dragon. It is said that under the enhancement of the military formations, General Ao Tai can exhibit strength equivalent to that of a mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal. The 4 commanders within the army are all at the initial stage of the Golden Immortal realm, and there are no factions present. They are unwaveringly loyal to the Dragon King. Jiuyo hesitated slightly, casting a glance at Ao Tian. General Jiuyo, speak freely. There is no penalty for honesty in my presence. Ao Tian encouraged. Jiuyo swallowed hard before continuing. General Ao Tai is known for his unwavering integrity and particularly despises the manipulation of relationships to form factions within the army. Thus, Your Highness must avoid exerting your status to intimidate. Otherwise, General Ao Tai will show no mercy. He glanced at Ao Tian once more, apprehensive that his words might provoke ire. Jiuyo's cautious demeanor amused Ao Tian, who found it amusing that Jiuyo seemed to regard him as a pampered heir merely gilding his status within the military. Rest assured, I am well aware of the boundaries. Now, let us hasten our journey, Ao Tian replied, casting Jiuyo a reassuring look before a streak of light shot towards the heavens. At the Jinyuan army's encampment, a gathering of armored generals convened within the command tent, deliberating matters of concern. General, must we truly proceed with this? After all, we are dealing with the most cherished prince of our king. Our actions may irreparably offend the third prince. Will the Dragon King forgive us? A general resembling a shrimp expressed with concern, as the others shared his worried expressions. Esteemed guests, the prince holds a prestigious position. Should any misfortune befall us at our encampment, how could we ever repay the Dragon King's benevolence? Previously, the prince faced peril outside, inciting the Dragon King's wrath. Yet to this day, the perpetrator remains undiscovered. It is prudent for the prince to withdraw, for the Dragon King would never lay blame upon us. Rather, he would bestow rewards upon us. The chief officer, with a resolute countenance, articulated, in this weakened state of the Dragon clan. Though I am but a mere flood dragon and not a true dragonborn, I undeniably possess the blood of the dragon. Should Ao Tian suffer further harm, the dignity of the Dragon clan would be irreparably tarnished. I would gladly bear the scorn of the third prince. Thus, arrangements were made. Proceed with the preparations. Ao Tian waved his hand, and the generals bowed respectfully before departing. A beam of light descended upon the entrance of the Jinyuan military camp. The camp was safeguarded by formations. Should anyone dare breach the threshold, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of the wards. Ao Tian observed his surroundings with keen interest. Although he had not mastered military tactics nor the art of deployment, he could still discern the exceptional prowess of the commanders. The guards at the entrance stood alert and vigorous, embodying the essence of seasoned warriors. Given Ao Tian's current capabilities, a reckless entry would spell disaster. Noticing Ao Tian's wandering gaze, Jiuyu assumed the lack of a welcoming party had caused his discontent and hastened to approach. The third prince has arrived. Is there no one to receive him? He exclaimed. Must I inform your general? General, the affairs of the military are pressing, and the officers are unable to extend a formal welcome. The guard replied with neither arrogance nor subservience. Jiuyu promptly conveyed this to Ao Tian, Your Highness. The military duties are demanding, hence the generals do not harbor any ill intent. Please do not take offense. Ao Tian regarded Jiuyu, surprised by his willingness to speak on behalf of Ao Zhan. It appeared that Ao Tai possessed substantial capability, as evidenced by the support he received. He reassured Jiuyu. Rest assured, General, I shall not hold anyone accountable. With that, they proceeded towards the military camp. Your Highness, a decree is required for entry. Without one, you cannot pass. The guard promptly halted them. Ao Tian smiled gently, astonished to encounter such vigilance in the wilderness. He presented the command token bestowed by the Dragon King, which permitted his entrance into the camp. Upon entering, he beheld rows of neatly arranged military tents, with soldiers diligently attending to their duties, seemingly indifferent to his presence. It appeared that Ao Tai did not wish for him to linger here, Ao Tian mused. As a subordinate, it was his duty to pay respects to his superior. Let us proceed. He gestured to Jiuyu to lead the way. Upon reaching the command tent, however, the guards informed him that Ao Tai was inspecting the camp and instructed Ao Tian to proceed directly to the soldiers' training grounds. At that moment, the training ground reverberated with the sounds of battle cries. There was no need for guidance. Ao Tian followed the cacophony of clashing steel until he arrived at the training field. A wave of formidable killing intent washed over him, nearly causing him to falter. Having traversed from a distant realm, he had never before experienced such overwhelming ferocity at close range. If he could not even withstand this simple trial, how could he hope to establish himself within the military? Thus, he entered the field with composure. As he stepped onto the grounds, the clamor of battle abruptly ceased. A perfectly aligned formation of soldiers clad in black armor stood before him, each armed with a long blade and spear, their expressions resolute and serious. They emanated an aura akin to that of a furnace. Their bloodlust radiated palpably. This was undoubtedly a battalion forged in the crucible of combat, seasoned in the taste of blood. As Ao Tian cast his divine perception across the assembly, he noted that the number of attendees barely exceeded 2,000. However, the majority of the Jinyuan army possessed the cultivation of the human immortal realm, with several at the earth immortal level, and even a notable number at the celestial immortal tier. It could be said that these individuals represented the elite forces of the Jinyuan army. Quite impressive. Ao Tian sincerely praised, feeling a sense of satisfaction towards these soldiers. Who approaches? Inquired a commanding officer from the inspection platform, exuding an air of authority. Reporting to the general, I am Ao Tian, appointed by the Dragon King to take up my position. Ao Tian responded with respectful poise. I have not heard of you. The officer remarked, what skills do you possess? Look around. Our camp is filled with exceptional talents. Will you not demonstrate your prowess for the brothers to witness? The chief commander wore a mischievous grin as he regarded Ao Tian. Instantly, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. Yes, Deputy Commander, show us what you can do. If you don't demonstrate, it would be a slight against the brothers. A chorus of shouts ensued, and Ao Tian cast a glance at Commander Jiao, who maintained a solemn expression, seemingly detached from the unfolding events, merely observing Ao Tian's impending response. Deputy Commander, do not act like a coward. As the final taunt echoed, the soldiers fell into a sudden, chilling silence, their words having crossed a line. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Commander Jiao's brow as he furtively glanced at Ao Tian, realizing that their intention was to challenge him, not to humiliate him. General, is this truly acceptable? A concerned officer beside Ao Tai asked, worry etched on his face. Ao Tai himself appeared equally distressed. While he had intended for Ao Tian to display his abilities, he had no desire to demean him. There was a stark difference between retreating in the face of difficulty and being publicly humiliated. Observing the tense atmosphere, Ao Tian felt a hint of amusement. He understood the officer's good intentions and realized they did not genuinely wish to put him in a difficult position. Thus, he sought to ease the tension, declaring, since the soldiers wish to see, I shall oblige with a demonstration. Commander Jiao's gaze shifted, filled with newfound respect. Ao Tian turned his attention to the most vociferous challengers. You four, step forward. One was at the early celestial immortal stage, while the other three were late-stage earth immortals. Commander, are you certain you want us four to face him? One of them hesitantly inquired, having just realized the gravity of their earlier taunts, inadvertently promoting Ao Tian to the rank of commander. Having been cleansed by the blood of the ancestral dragon and trained in the Nine Heavens creation technique, Ao Tian was eager to assess his current combat capabilities. The 4 soldiers of the Jinyuan army exchanged determined glances before encircling him. Ao Tian quickly discerned their strategy. The 3 Earth Immortals would provide support, while the Celestial Immortal would take the lead in the attack. Drawing forth the dragon's silver spear, Ao Tian awaited their readiness before charging forward. He swiftly struck down the Celestial Immortal, then aggressively targeted one of the Earth Immortals, sending him reeling. With a sweeping motion, he utilized the spear like a staff to knock away the remaining 2, and in a fluid motion, he executed a reverse thrust. The spear's tip resting firmly against the throat of the Celestial Immortal, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. "Thank you for your mercy," Ao Tian said, retracting his weapon, and with the assistance of others, he gracefully exited the arena. "Your spear technique is remarkable," Commander Jiao applauded as he approached Ao Tian. "Not at all," Ao Tian replied humbly. As the words fell, the opponent charged forward with sudden ferocity. Ao Tian immediately activated his incantation, meeting the adversary with both palms. A resounding crash echoed as a figure was sent flying backward, while Ao Tian staggered a few steps before calming the spiritual energy within him. His subordinates, quick to respond, rushed to assist Commander Jiao. However, the commander dismissed their help, rising independently from the ground, astonished as he gazed at His Highness Ao Tian. Acknowledging his prowess with a humble admission, the soldiers under his command mirrored this sentiment, their expressions reflecting admiration. In the military hierarchy, regardless of one's noble status, earning the respect of subordinates necessitates a strong fist. Ao Tian demonstrated through his might that his presence in the army was not merely for prestige, but a testament to his genuine skill and strength. Chapter 6. New rewards. The commander, exhibiting courtesy, remarked that had he not held back, Ao Tian would not have emerged victorious. Ao Tian humbly responded, recognizing that Commander Jiao, a being of the golden immortal realm, had initially struck first but refrained from exerting his full strength due to his esteemed position. Yet, since absorbing the blood of the ancestral dragon, Ao Tian's power had surged dramatically, further amplified by the Nine Heavens creation technique, enabling him to repel Commander Jiao. In a life-or-death struggle, Ao Tian was certain he would not prevail. Thus, driving back an opponent who bore no ill intent towards him did not evoke a sense of triumph within him. Observing from a distance, several commanders turned to Ao Tai. "General, His Highness performed admirably. What are our next steps? Should we allow him to remain?" Ao Tai scanned the room, noting the approving expressions of several commanders. "Then let him stay, but you must ensure to keep a close watch. We cannot afford any more mishaps." Ao Tai was genuinely pleased with Ao Tian's performance. The earlier antics of some overly exuberant soldiers had alarmed him, but Ao Tian handled the situation with ease, showing no inclination to pursue punishment. He faced the task of repelling a commander of the golden immortal realm without a trace of arrogance, which greatly impressed Ao Tai. Subsequently, he led several commanders toward the training grounds. Ao Tian recognized a formidable figure approaching, accompanied by several commanders. It was Ao Tai, the commander of the Jinyuan army. Thus, he took the initiative to step forward and respectfully addressed him. "I am Ao Tian, here to pay my respects, General and esteemed commanders." "Ha, Your Highness is too courteous. Quickly, rise, Ao Tian," Ao Tai responded, appreciating Ao Tian's thoughtfulness. He took the opportunity to introduce him to the 4 divisions of the army. "The commander you just witnessed, General Jiao, leads the Phoenix Division. The one with a rather lewd expression is the commander of the Lin Division, transformed from an eel. To his right, the bearded commander of the Hua Division is a shark of the Wolf clan from the sea. On the left, the robust figure is the commander of the Shan Division, belonging to the same lineage as Minister Turtle." After acquainting himself with the commanders, Ao Tian finally managed to extricate himself from the overly warm welcomes of General Jiao and the others, returning to his military tent. He instructed his loyal guards, the Jiuyo, to secure the tent before entering seclusion, as he needed to assimilate the rewards previously granted by the system. "Congratulations, host. You have gained the respect of the army, earning a playful score of 100 points. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 celestial source pills. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 drops of ancestral dragon blood. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a high-quality postnatal spiritual treasure, the Dragon Spring Sword. Congratulations, host. You have received a set of the unparalleled combined assault formation technique. Feeling drowsy? Just come to the pillow." With a series of crisp sounds from the system, Ao Tian received a new reward. With a mere thought, the control panel displayed the previously acquired rewards. This time, there appeared a unique playful score, suggesting that as long as he indulged in playful activities, rewards would follow. Host. The playful score is a distinctive feature of this system. By completing tasks, one can not only receive system rewards, but also earn a certain score that can be exchanged for various techniques and rare treasures, including spiritual artifacts. The system explained plainly. For Ao Tian, this was an unexpected delight, and he was naturally elated. Without an exchange system, he would have been at a loss regarding how to summon the system and obtain rewards. Now, everything was finally in place. However, it was imperative to transform the previously acquired rewards into real strength. Aside from using the Breaking Ruin pill and a drop of ancestral dragon blood, Ao Tian did not make any other moves. Having just recovered from serious injuries, he was reluctant to hastily advance. Now that his realm was solidified, it was time to act. System, merge all the ancestral dragon blood. One drop of ancestral dragon blood had already granted him immense power, so with 13 drops, one could only imagine the transformation. As the blood continuously merged, a colossal phantom of the ancestral dragon emerged behind Ao Tian, gradually overlapping with his own form. Every inch of his skin was tempered by the domineering force within the ancestral dragon blood, becoming as solid as rock. His physique grew significantly stronger, and his previously round face became angular and inexplicably handsome. The impure blood within him was expelled, replaced with fresh blood that lacked the typical metallic scent of ordinary blood, instead exuding a faint yet refreshing fragrance. Each drop of blood resembled red silk, translucent and imbued with a divine essence, brimming with limitless vitality that bestowed Ao Tian with an unending source of formidable strength. His realm rose from mid-stage, celestial immortal to late stage. He wondered if an additional supply of ancestral dragon blood could propel him into the golden immortal realm, but quickly dismissed the thought. While the ancestral dragon blood could indeed enhance his constitution, there must be limits to everything. It was improbable to achieve infinite upgrades. Perhaps the next time he acquired ancestral dragon blood, it would not yield such miraculous effects. He pondered whether using it on military leaders or sea tribe soldiers might produce extraordinary results. It would be worth testing at an opportune moment. As a pure-blood dragon, a direct descendant of the ancestral dragon, he knew that the blood would not drastically alter his being. However, the sea tribes were different, after all. There was the saying about fish leaping over the dragon gate. The ancestral dragon blood should hold unexpected benefits for them. Ao Tian rose, cleansing himself of all impurities with divine power. He felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him, with explosive sounds erupting with each movement. A single punch could easily defeat several soldiers from the Jinyuan army. Having integrated so much ancestral dragon blood, his constitution had improved remarkably, and he now sensed that the very essence of this realm responded to him differently. The ancestral dragon was the first living being of the primordial world, possessing unique insights into the spiritual energy of the cosmos, an inherent instinct woven into his bloodline. If Ao Tian's prior absorption of the celestial energy resembled a gentle stream, it has now transformed into a roaring river, with the energy surging forth like a relentless tide. With a mere thought, an overwhelming torrent of spiritual power surged into his body, the speed incomparably greater than before. In battles of equal standing, it is the one brimming with spiritual energy who can endure until the end, and indeed, the strength of the ancestral dragon bloodline proves invaluable. Ao Tian felt an unparalleled sense of comfort coursing through him, fueling his fervor for the battles that lay ahead. Seizing the moment, he promptly decided to practice the Nine Heavens Creation Sutra. Although he had briefly reviewed the technique after breaking through to the celestial immortal realm, he had not yet engaged in training. Now, having just achieved this breakthrough, with his comprehension of the celestial energy still fresh, studying the technique would yield tremendous results. The method of cultivation for the Nine Heavens Creation Sutra had been seamlessly integrated into his mind through system rewards. Following the guidance within his consciousness, Ao Tian summoned the celestial energy to refine his body. The energy he channeled contained the very laws of the universe. Each particle was weighted like 1,000 pounds, instantly inflicting excruciating pain upon him, akin to dull steel blades piercing his flesh and incessantly twisting, reaching deep into his soul, where he felt the agony of being torn apart. His physical form began to seep blood from the torment of his soul, but fortunately, the pain plateaued at a certain threshold and did not deepen further. Otherwise, Ao Tian would have found it exceedingly difficult to endure. He had never experienced such torment before, as if his body might explode and his soul scatter at any moment. Thankfully, he persevered. The strands of energy imbued with the laws of the universe flowed cautiously under Ao Tian's control, traversing his body. With each passage over his skin, the previously wounded areas began to heal gradually. Once all his wounds had mended, Ao Tian had essentially mastered the Nine Heavens Creation Sutra. His torso had transformed to a state akin to warm jade, translucent and radiant. He could not resist the temptation to taste it, and indeed, its defensive properties were astonishing, concealing an ineffable divine power within. Chapter 7. The expedition now in the late stages of the celestial immortal realm. Ao Tian realized that completing a couple more missions to hone his skills would allow him to reach the consummate celestial immortal stage, or even break through to the golden immortal realm with the aid of the system. Though there might be some constraints from his bloodline, making the breakthrough somewhat challenging, it was not as severe before reaching the great Luo golden immortal level. It was time to emerge from seclusion. Having just arrived at the military camp, remaining hidden and avoiding contact would inevitably cast a negative impression. Though the soldiers remained silent, they surely felt discomfort. If he were to appear only during battle, without having familiarized himself with even a single face among the ranks, how could he expect to lead effectively? Although the primordial chaos served as the arena for the mighty, with the celestial dynamics swayed by their will, the vast multitude of beings within it meant that the powerful dared not engage in indiscriminate slaughter for fear of incurring karmic retribution. Thus, Qin Huai and his three companions had become pawns in this grand game, capable of shifting the balance of minor celestial forces. Ao Tian pushed open the door to his quarters and emerged, radiating vitality. The guards of the Nine Nether were engaged in animated discussions with several personal soldiers sent from the army. As the deputy commander of the Wind Department, Ao Tian knew he must report for duty. Upon learning more detailed information about the Jinyuan army while on the road, it became clear that the army is divided into 4 divisions: Feng, Lin, Hua, and Shan, each comprising 50,000 troops, led by a commander and several deputy commanders, with the number of commanders varying between a few thousand to 20,000. The total strength of the Jinyuan army exceeds 200,000. In this era, characterized by the absence of saints, the subtle cultivation of the Deluo, and the rampant presence of Tai Yi, a formidable army holds immense significance. After reporting to Commander Jiao, I was directly led to my training ground. The barracks were teeming with personnel, making it impractical for everyone to train together. Thus, each division had its own training area, subdivided into several zones for the generals to conduct drills. Ao Tian directly commanded 10,000 soldiers, a gesture of respect from Ao Tai, as well as a test of his capabilities. While logistics were not his concern, the allocation of troops posed a considerable challenge. The soldiers stood in orderly formation, having been informed in advance of their new commander's arrival, and they had already arranged themselves to await Ao Tian. The soldiers of the Sea tribe, naturally robust in stature, appeared even more formidable in their gleaming armor, accentuated by their spears and halberds. The atmosphere was eerily silent, imbued with a palpable sense of impending conflict that commanded respect. Most importantly, the cultivation levels of these Jinyuan soldiers were predominantly at the late stage of the human immortal realm, with many at the earth immortal level, and several even at the celestial immortal level. Among them was the celestial immortal who had previously sparred with Ao Tian, presumably a favored associate of Commander Jiao. As his presence in a match designed to challenge Ao Tian would not be coincidental, it is evident that Ao Tai had indeed invested significant effort, not merely to mislead him. These were the elite forces within the Jinyuan army. Indeed, the soldiers exhibited remarkable spirit. Ao Tian nodded in satisfaction, and the acknowledgement from him provided a sigh of relief among the Jinyuan soldiers, who understood that Ao Tian was the favored son of the Dragon King, a figure whom even Ao Zhan would not dare offend. Furthermore, their allegiance to Ao Tian now solidified their status, promising them access to greater training resources in the future. Gaining his approval was of utmost importance, and thus the soldiers were eager to demonstrate their capabilities. Having been a mere individual in a past life, Ao Tian was acutely aware of the thoughts that occupied the minds of the soldiers. You are the elite of the Jinyuan army, the very foundation of the Dragon Clan's existence. I stand here as a representative of the Dragon King to salute you and express my gratitude for your contributions. Now that I am here, I shall lead you towards new heights, ensuring that the name of the Dragon Clan resonates throughout every corner of the primordial world. Ao Tian spoke in a manner that none had experienced before, employing his unique charm to stir the restless hearts of the assembly. You can achieve this. He enveloped his words in spiritual energy, reaching the ears of every soldier, igniting their fervor and battle spirit. We can. We can. We can. The chorus of voices erupted. echoing through the heavens. It appeared that the dragon clan still possessed fervent vitality. Ao Tian did not perceive his eloquence as exceptional. The weakened state of the dragon clan was evident. Their constant battles were undertaken to uphold the remaining dignity of the dragon lineage. Their fortunes were intertwined, should they rise. All would share in the triumph, an aspiration that all sought. During the era when the dragon clan ruled the vast wilderness, the Sea clan, as their subordinates, held a significantly elevated status. Apart from the dragon clan themselves, none dared to provoke them, allowing them to enjoy a life of abundance. However, once the dragon clan was schemed against and fell from grace, the circumstances for their little brothers inevitably worsened, with their elder brother frequently bullied. The fate of the Sea clan was bound to be grim. The anticipation of the dragon clan's resurgence was not solely felt by them. The Sea clan, intertwined with their fate, shared in this hope. At this juncture, I obtained the unparalleled combined battle formation, which I could impart to others for their cultivation. It is a well-known truth that 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. The ability of a single fighter differs vastly from that of a cohesive group. The principle of the Great Tao, which encompasses myriad manifestations, finds expression in the emergence of battle formations, providing a lifeline to cultivators of lesser strength. In my possession lies the dragon clan's treasured cultivation techniques that can enhance your combat prowess. With a mere gesture, I summoned 4,000 of strands of spiritual light, which then merged into the consciousness of the warriors. The essence of the unparalleled battle formation relies on the coordination among soldiers, allowing them to deliver the most powerful strikes with minimal exertion. The troops of the Jinyuan army were initially taken aback, but upon grasping the intricacies involved, their spirits soared with delight. The formation not only augments one's cultivation but, once mastered, allows them to harmonize and function effectively without a commanding officer, even unleashing extraordinary combat capabilities. Seizing the moment, I elaborated on the formidable aspects of the combined battle formation, believing that everyone now comprehended its potential. However, to truly manifest its power would not be an easy feat. It would require diligent practice and commitment from all. Could you all rise to this challenge? We shall not disappoint the leader's expectations. The Jinyuan army responded in unison, their confidence evident. Those who had cultivated to their current level were certainly not foolish. Excellent. Let us commence our training, I declared, gesturing for the soldiers to disperse and engage in the practice of the formation. I too immersed myself in the cultivation of the battle formation, gaining insights that elevated my own strength. For the ensuing 6 months, I shared meals and quarters with the soldiers, taking time to address their queries. Our proficiency in the battle formation grew increasingly adept. I reaped significant benefits from this experience, solidifying my late-stage celestial power and even making strides in my cultivation. I was quite satisfied with the current performance of the Jinyuan army. When Ao Tian learned that I had shared the dragon clan's treasured battle formation with the soldiers, he regarded me with newfound respect. Yet, he had no authority to promise me anything, as all he possessed was a legacy from his father, leaving him without rewards to offer. Thus, during the 6 months of our integration, I had not assigned any tasks, which could be seen as my own reward. Nevertheless, practical experience is the only true measure of truth. Only through trials can one ascertain the authenticity of their abilities. To truly test the strength of the battle formation, we must venture into the battlefield. Only the trials of life and death can validate the cultivation results of the Jinyuan army, allowing the soldiers to identify and rectify their shortcomings. Fortuitously, a celestial realm wild bull had gathered a horde of minor demons, wreaking havoc in the mortal realm along the shores of the East Sea. Given the proximity and relatively weaker strength of this threat, I decided to send Ao Tian to eliminate it. Presently, the human emperor is shunned, and across the vast wilderness, floods have erupted, plunging the world into chaos, captivating everyone's attention on how to manage the waters. Such minor demons are of little concern, incapable of causing significant calamity. Once the water management issues are resolved, they can be easily eradicated. However, Ao Tian is acutely aware that Shun is currently employing the methods of gun to control the floods. Initially, there were some results, but the situation has since worsened, causing immense suffering to the common people. The number of these neglected minor demons is unfathomable, and they will continue to torment the populace for many years, thus they must be eliminated. Consequently, Ao Tian set forth with his followers to the shores of the East Sea, leading them into a new wave of slaughter to forge a new glory. Chapter 8. Bloodshed. Ao Tian's arrival was far from unprepared. According to reports from scouts, although this group of demons was numerous, most were still inconspicuous minor entities. Furthermore, The main concentration of demons was in the northern Julu continent, with few formidable demons hidden in other regions, granting Ao Tian a sense of confidence. Among this multitude of over 100,000 demons, only a tenth could be considered formed minor demons. Though they lacked strength, their capacity for devastation was immense. The powerful often dismissed these minor demons as inconsequential, forgetting the sheer magnitude of their numbers and the severe consequences they posed to ordinary folk. Since the demon emperor Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai revealed that the demon race feasted upon the human race to enhance their power and divine essence, the demons initially hesitated to prey upon humans, fearing the wrath of Nuwa. However, upon discovering the effectiveness of such actions after a few discreet attempts, and with Nuwa's apparent indifference and lack of punishment, the consumption of humans by demons became overt. These demons routinely feasted upon the human race, annihilating the surrounding populace within 1,000 miles. Each day, thousands of humans were mercilessly slaughtered, reduced to mere sustenance for the demons. With the local human population nearly exterminated and only demons remaining, Ao Tian perceived this as a prime battlefield, unburdened by the concern of innocent casualties. It presented an opportunity for his soldiers to unleash their full potential, perfectly suited to test the might of the unparalleled combined battle formation. Under his command, the Jinyuan army formed battle formations and advanced, with 10, 100, or 1,000 warriors coalescing into smaller units, which then amalgamated into a complete, unparalleled combined formation. The large-scale mobilization of the Jinyuan army, coupled with Ao Tian's lack of concealment, meant that the assembled demons were already poised and prepared for their arrival. On one side stood the demon horde, drenched in the blood of countless humans, while on the other stood the disciplined and battle-hardened Jinyuan soldiers. The outcome of this clash was uncertain. Led by Ao Tian, the Jinyuan army surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, fiercely engaging the demon throng. In a mere instant, the demons suffered tremendous losses. The ragtag forces ultimately proved no match for the organized military. The battlefield became a scene of chaos, splattered with blood and strewn with severed limbs and broken bodies. The demons, enraged by the slaughter of their kin, found their fury ignited rather than quelled by the merciless carnage. Who among them was not a fierce warrior, unafraid of death? Who was truly afraid? Witnessing the Jinyuan army decimate their comrades only fueled their bloodlust. Armed with an array of bizarre weaponry, the chaotic horde surged towards the formation of the Jinyuan army. Ao Tian, positioned at the rear, oversaw the battle, observing the fierce clash ahead. The Jinyuan army, known for its strict discipline and fortified formation, stood resolute, despite the overwhelming numbers of the demon clan, who charged fearlessly into battle. Their reckless bravery bore little consequence unless they possessed strength far superior to the defenses of the Jinyuan army. Otherwise, they faced certain slaughter. The Jinyuan army acted like a blade of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of the demons. Commander, although the demons exhibit fierce momentum, it appears there are no formidable experts among them, reminded Jiuyu, keenly noting this significant detail. Ao Tian was acutely aware of the issue. The demon clan reproduces with remarkable rapidity, rendering concerns over manpower moot. However, the absence of several celestial beings from the demon clan in the fray remained a potential threat. Ao Tian dared not gamble on whether Ao Zhan had sent someone to covertly protect against this. Moreover, this was the inaugural battle for the Jinyuan army's Feng division, and victory was imperative. Failure was not an option. Orders were dispatched to alter the formation. Ao Tian harbored doubts about the demons' tenacity. Their willingness to charge forward despite substantial losses was suspect, and he found it hard to believe that everything was as it seemed. Ascending to the clouds, he surveyed the battlefield from above, observing that the demons were not exerting themselves. These reckless fighters were nothing more than fodder. He then joined the fray, wielding the dragon's might silver spear, advancing toward the clustered demons. Channeling his spiritual energy, he thrust forward, resulting in significant casualties. Witnessing the splatter of blood and the ground strewn with severed limbs only ignited the primal ferocity within him. These demons, who slaughtered the human race, deserved their fate. And Ao Tian felt no psychological burden in this regard. The remaining demons surged towards him, aligning perfectly with Ao Tian's intentions, sparing him the need to chase them down. Before long, the demons present were exterminated. Several commanders led their troops to collect the spoils carried by the demons or to gather their remains, pondering the practicality of consuming their flesh or utilizing certain parts for crafting spiritual treasures. Yet, the demon king remained elusive, causing Ao Tian to harbor concerns. Was he fleeing, or was there a more sinister plot afoot? Commander, shall we search the mountains? These demons have decimated everything within 1,000 miles, so naturally, treasures of heaven and earth would be amassed here. Jiu and several commanders looked expectantly at Ao Tian. This was a risk-free venture. Without robbing the human race, they could still share in the spoils, yet the gains from the battlefield hardly satisfied the appetites of the soldiers. Jiu, lead a team to scout ahead. My heavenly, I cannot penetrate the mountains, as if something obstructs my spiritual perception, which heightens my vigilance, Ao Tian instructed. Should you uncover any developments, return promptly to report. Do not engage in battle unnecessarily to avoid jeopardizing our strategic advantage. Having never experienced such circumstances before, Ao Tian prioritized his own survival, especially with thousands under his command for whom he bore responsibility. Jiu, having served as a personal guard to the Dragon King, possessed formidable strength and discernment, making him the perfect candidate for the reconnaissance mission. Orders were issued to reorganize the troops and rest in place. To avert unforeseen circumstances, it is prudent to make thorough preparations. The concealed figures of Ao Tian and his companions nodded in agreement. The general and the prince indeed demonstrated great sagacity in their endeavors to annihilate the present demon clan without overreaching, a testament to their prowess as scions of the dragon lineage. The leader of the Jiaolong lavished compliments, yet Ao Tian interjected, "Cease your flattery. Do you not perceive the hidden schemes of the demon clan?" Naturally, Ao Tian harbored reservations about Ao Tian leading troops into battle alone. Yet he hesitated to assign formidable experts to accompany him for fear of offending Ao Tian. Thus, he personally arrived with several commanders. "Rest assured, my lord, we are confident that the prince will undoubtedly eradicate the remnants of the demon clan. Moreover, with our presence here, a few minor demon kings pose little threat," they remarked, evidently well aware of Ao Tian's exploits in tempering his soldiers through combat. Consequently, they harbored no concerns for his safety. Before long, Jiu returned, clutching several spiritual fruits and medicinal herbs procured from the demon clan's lair, confirming his visit to the demon king's cave. "Commander, we conducted a meticulous examination and found no ambush. Could it be that the demon king departed for some pressing matter?" Jiu queried, perplexed. Upon entering the demon king's cave, they encountered no obstruction and directly located the treasure hoard, brimming with wealth. However, out of respect for their station, they refrained from taking more than a few items to substantiate their findings. "Perhaps I am overthinking this," Ao Tian pondered, uncertain. It was conceivable that the demon king had temporarily vacated for urgent business, leaving his riches behind, but he was likely to return. Clear the battlefield and restore it to its former state. We shall await the demon king's return within. The massacre of countless humans by the demon clan had saturated the air with blood, thus Ao Tian was untroubled by the prospect of the recent carnage being detected. Chapter 9. Ambushed, Ao Tian led his contingent toward the demon king's cave, proceeding with caution along the way, and indeed, no unexpected events transpired. Jiu took the lead, and soon they arrived at the demon king's lair. Before them lay a path paved with human bones, remnants of those consumed, heaped chaotically along the sides, creating a veritable mountain of despair. A chilling breeze swept through, carrying the mournful wails of vengeful spirits. In the distance, countless corpses remained uneaten, their blood pooling and gradually forming streams that converged into a river. The soldiers of the Wind Department were unfazed, having witnessed such slaughter far too often. Especially when their victims were of the human race, they bore an expression of indifference, as if it were a matter of course. However, Ao Tian found it difficult to accept. Upon witnessing the remains of his former kin for the first time in the primordial wilderness, he was confronted with a scene of unimaginable horror. Jun and Tai deserve their fate, yet the true villain is the demon master Kunping, who proposed that consuming human flesh would enhance the physical prowess of demonkind. Now he thrives while others suffer. When I grow strong, I shall ensure he pays for his crimes, Ao Tian vowed fiercely. Jiu, arrange for the soldiers to bury these bones. Find a way to guide their souls to the underworld for reincarnation, Ao Tian declared, unable to bear the thought of his kin's blood and bones left to rot in the wilderness. Time immemorial has taught humanity that to act as an accomplice to a tiger leads to a tragic end. Those who perish unjustly find it nearly impossible to reincarnate, instead serving the demon clan to perpetrate further harm or languishing as wandering spirits. Guided by the enigmatic Jiu, they ventured into the lair of the demon king. Outside, the scene was one of utter squalor, yet within the cave thrived an exuberance of life, with ethereal flowers and extraordinary herbs flourishing everywhere. Precious materials and jewels were heaped in abundance, casting a luminous glow that illuminated the cavern as brightly as day. Every item was to be taken. Not a single piece was to be left behind. Although the Dragon Palace boasted even greater treasures, Ao Tian had no time to admire them. Now, confronted with such a plethora of riches, his eyes widened and drool flowed unabated. It was an inescapable truth that dragons have an innate affinity for glittering objects. Not only do they adore them, but they also possess a penchant for collecting. Ao Tian's salivation stemmed from the sheer novelty of it all. If asked about his origins in the primordial chaos, he could only reply, destitute beyond measure. Before long, the corpses outside were cleared away, and the lingering resentment dissipated with the wind. A gentle breeze seemed to carry whispers of gratitude, instantly clarifying the surroundings and restoring a semblance of spiritual energy. With a resounding boom, as the heavens regained their clarity, a divine aura of merit descended, splitting into three as it reached Ao Tian's head. One portion entered Ao Tian's being, another infused the bodies of the Wind Department soldiers, and the final part dispersed into a spiritual rain that purified the lingering vengeful spirits, cleansing their unresolved grievances before merging into the primordial earth to nourish all life. The soldiers below were filled with astonishment. Although the merit bestowed upon each was modest, they could genuinely perceive the enhancement to their physical constitution, equivalent to years of arduous cultivation. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude to their leader Ao Tian. The sudden influx of merit left Ao Tian somewhat dazed, loosening the shackles of his golden immortal realm, indicating that a breakthrough to that level was imminent. Witnessing the soldiers' gratitude filled him with a sense of comfort. Affirming their recognition of him, he resolved to demonstrate that he was indeed a leader worthy of their allegiance. Brave soldiers, this is what you rightfully deserve. In this time of rampant floods across the primordial realm, while the demon race neglects the suffering of its denizens and instead perpetrates havoc, I shall lead you in accordance with the heavenly mandate to rescue the beings of this land from their dire plight. Will you follow me into battle? Ao Tian proclaimed loudly to the soldiers of the Wind Department. We vow to follow the general unto death. We vow to follow the general unto death. Their resounding cries echoed through the skies, dispersing the clouds above. Having plundered the Demon King's lair, Jiuyo, acting on Ao Tian's orders, obliterated the demon stronghold to prevent future incursions by other demon factions. Your Highness, are we not supposed to ambush the Demon King? Why are we retreating? Jiuyo inquired, puzzled. I cannot articulate it precisely, but since our ascent, I have felt a stirring within my heart. The demons must have a scheme in place. We must withdraw to the seashore to establish contact with General Ao Tian, he replied. Ao Tian sensed that the battle had been too effortless. Yet the whereabouts of the Demon King remained elusive. He would rather expend all his subordinates than reveal himself, indicating a deeper conspiracy at play. A chilling, familiar laughter echoed, and Ao Tian recognized that the true mastermind had arrived. Hee, little insect, is it too late to flee now? A figure resembling a half-human, half-beast demon stood atop a nearby mountain, with a leopard-headed demon king speaking forth. In an instant, the soldiers of Jinyuan reacted, forming a defensive formation that encircled Ao Tian, placing him at the very center. Before the battle commenced, Ao Tian spoke up, inquiring if he could pose a question. Speak, young one. I shall ensure your demise is without regret. The Demon King retorted. With a curious expression, Ao Tian asked, is it customary for villains to cackle ominously upon their entrance? You truly seek a tumultuous end, do you? Very well, the furious Demon King exclaimed, charging forward with his weapon. Jiuyu, guard the formation. Ao Tian darted like a streak of light, brandishing his silver spear to confront the Demon King. In a swift motion, the spear pierced through the back of the Demon King's head. Is this all there is? Ao Tian expressed his astonishment, questioning how such a fierce proclamation could lead to such fragility of life. The remaining Demon Kings were equally bewildered. How could a mere youth exhibit such prowess? Youth today lack the chivalry of combat. Is it honorable to deceive and strike from the shadows? We, who have lived for millennia, find this most disconcerting. I advise you, young one, to tread carefully. With that, they turned to flee, departing as cleanly as they had arrived. After slaughtering so many human innocents, their retreat was far too late. Ao Tian hastened after them, calling out, your escape is futile, you cannot flee from your sins. Jiuyu, fearing for Ao Tian's safety, quickly led the soldiers in pursuit of his direction. Armed with his silver spear, Ao Tian relentlessly pursued the escaping Demon Kings. The few Demon Kings of the celestial realm were no match for him. It was merely a matter of time before he caught up to them, and thus he remained unperturbed. Ao Tian chased the Demon Kings into a valley, where they paused not far from him. Enjoying the chase, are you, young one? Now it is our turn, they taunted. Upon glancing towards the valley's entrance, Ao Tian noted that it had been blocked by one of the Demon Kings. Do you truly believe that just the few of you can vanquish me? He replied, untroubled. With the accumulation of his own power and the blessings of the Xian Huang merit, the shackles of the golden immortal realm had begun to loosen. Ascending to that level was merely a thought away. What if I join the fray? A coarse, boisterous voice echoed from behind. A golden immortal demon king appeared silently and commanded, "You lot, deal with the troublesome pests outside. I shall handle this." Clearly, he did not regard Ao Tian, a peak celestial immortal, as a threat. "Are you the bull demon?" Ao Tian finally understood why the demon king had initially refrained from appearing. He had been hiding to break through to the golden immortal realm. Now that he had succeeded, he felt emboldened to emerge. "I will make you wish for life, yet find no escape, using your very soul to honor my fallen brethren." The demon king bellowed menacingly. Such arrogance. Do you really believe that upon achieving the golden immortal realm, you can slay me? What a jest. Ao Tian scoffed disdainfully, newly ascended to the golden immortal realm. He regarded the demon king with contempt, for he himself was on the verge of a similar ascension, with his numerous techniques. He was confident he could either defeat or outmaneuver this foe. "Demon, you senselessly harm the innocent, and, rather than retreating into seclusion after breaking through your limits, you dare to boast before me. Do you truly believe I cannot subdue you?" Upon finishing his words, Ao Tian unleashed a stream of spiritual light directed at the demon king. "Are you seeking death?" The demon king, feeling belittled, erupted with a terrifying aura, summoning a colossal bull that charged forth. The rampant demonic energy enveloped the heavens and earth in darkness, within which two crimson lights, akin to lanterns, fixated intently on Ao Tian. The bull demon, with its hooves pounding, rushed at Ao Tian with an overwhelming force that shook the mountains, compelling Ao Tian to evade its onslaught, soaring into the sky to launch a remote spiritual attack against the bull. The bull demon's horns gleamed with a chilling light, resembling two sharp spears, their power exceeding that of several mid-grade spiritual treasures, embodying the essence of the bull demon itself. Given the bull's immense strength and the formidable might of its horns, a direct confrontation was out of the question. A collision would assuredly spell disaster for Ao Tian. Suddenly, a piercing sound of air being torn apart rang out as a long spear descended from the heavens, crashing forcefully onto the bull's back. Boom! A mighty shockwave erupted, creating a massive crater in the ground. Ao Tian regarded the pit warily, unconvinced that a single strike could vanquish the bull demon. Abruptly, amidst the swirling dust, the bull demon emerged, and Ao Tian hastily dodged, only to find an attack materializing beside him. With no time to evade, he endured a blow. Young one. My size does not equate to a lack of intellect. I can still employ ambush tactics." The bull demon laughed triumphantly, clutching his wound. Ao Tian pondered how to turn the tide. Suddenly, he called out, "Jiu, let us flank him." The bull demon sensed the impending threat and swiftly turned to confront it, only to discover nothing behind him. Seizing the opportunity, Ao Tian launched a powerful strike with his silver spear, delivering a chilling blow to the bull demon. Boy, I shall make you wish for death." The bull demon, enduring excruciating pain, lunged wildly at Ao Tian. "How are you still alive?" Ao Tian evaded while remarking, "You possess a brain, but it's clearly insufficient." The bull demon's enormous eyes, resembling bronze gongs, fixed intently on Ao Tian, bloodshot with rage. With labored breaths, the bull demon bellowed, smoke billowing from its head as it gathered all its strength to charge at Ao Tian. With a sharp gaze, Ao Tian, wielding his dragon's daring silver spear, felt his aura shift, the murderous intent within him palpable. This time, rather than retreating, he transformed into a streak of light, gripping the spear with both hands, and struck down fiercely. The spear, slicing through the air, tore the surrounding space apart, carrying immense force as it collided with the onrushing bull's head. Bang! The impact unleashed a force that obliterated everything within a 1,000-foot radius. Ao Tian was thrown back, while the bull demon collapsed to the ground, struggling to regain his footing. Ao Tian realized the bull demon was not dead, and in fact, appeared to be in better condition than himself, merely dazed from the blow. Seizing the moment, he drew his dragon spring sword and swiftly severed the bull demon's head. Once again, the essence of the bull demon was extracted, a pearl of considerable size radiating a divine light, imbued with immense spiritual energy. It was carefully stowed away for future alchemical endeavors. Such a treasure. The bull's horn could be refined into spiritual artifacts, the hide into protective armor, the bile into medicinal concoctions, and the flesh could be consumed. Ao Tian chuckled like a child weighing 200 pounds. System, defeating the bull demon king should yield some rewards, right? He inquired with a hint of servility. Rest assured, host, The system will allocate rewards based on the completion of your tasks. The system replied with some degree of seriousness, avoiding any deceit. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and received a genuine military flag. A military flag? Does my genuine army lack a few flags? What we truly lack are resources and spiritual artifacts. Ao Tian exclaimed. What purpose does this military flag serve? He was somewhat perplexed. For with the omnipotent system at his disposal, ignorance seemed an affront, lest he lament in vain before a mountain of gold. The genuine military flag enhances the strength of soldiers within the formation and offers protection from a certain degree of harm within its radius. As the strength of the genuine army grows, so too does the flag's efficacy. It can even withstand the soul attacks of formidable delusional experts. The ability to repel the mental assaults of powerful foes was what Ao Tian valued most. In a squad, internal discord is the gravest concern. If one were to incite turmoil, it could lead to mutual slaughter, especially with the Western Two Saints, whose formidable spells can bewitch the mind. Should one cry out during battle to lay down arms and attain enlightenment, would the conflict continue? With this protective military flag, the soldiers' minds would remain unyielding to temptation. Dare to shout, and the brothers would slay you. Ao Tian was quite pleased with this outcome. Congratulations, host. You have slain a golden immortal level demon king. Reward, 1,000 playful points. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 peaches of immortality aged 3,000 years. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 exquisite third-tier golden pills. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 drops of ancestral dragon blood. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 vials of spirit transformation liquid. Ao Tian now comprehended that as long as he completed tasks, he would receive rewards, and for more challenging tasks, the bounty would be even more abundant. While he understood the other rewards, he was uncertain about the purpose of the spirit transformation liquid. Could it allow him to harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for his own use? The system seemed to anticipate his thoughts and promptly elucidated, host. The spirit transformation liquid is for external application and not for consumption. It can be used to wash your physical body, improving your constitution and making you more attuned to the world. Feeling a bit embarrassed for mistaking an external remedy for an internal one, Ao Tian remarked, System, you are quite the mature entity. You should elaborate more without waiting for my inquiries, lest I appear foolish. Oh, is it not your own naivety that accentuates the system's omnipotence? The system retorted without any sign of weakness. So you're an attacking comic. Then, Ao Tian teased. Due to the host's offense against this system, you are required to break through to the golden immortal realm within 1 hour, or face dire consequences, came the cold, mechanical reminder from the system. The system, how can it be like this? I am injured and must return to break through. Let us discuss this. Ao Tian does not wish to break through at this moment. What he needs is a natural progression, not a forced advance. As the system timed him, Ao Tian hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy, instantly entering a state of enlightenment. In his mind, a myriad of blood-red shackles appeared, overwhelming him. Even in his true form, Ao Tian appeared insignificant beneath these shackles. The shackles of resentment transformed into long whips that lashed out at Ao Tian with ferocity. His true form was rendered utterly helpless against these lashes, suffering grievous injuries in no time. Now, he felt somewhat fortunate not to have broken through during the battle with the Demon King. Otherwise, under the influence of the shackles of resentment, he would surely have met his end. Under the immense pressure, Ao Tian was not subdued. Instead, he became enraged. Tao Ancestor, how can you scheme against the Dragon Clan? The Ancestor Dragon has transformed into the primal dragon vein and still refuses to relent. The remnants of these shackles indeed brought despair to the Dragon Clan. Ao Tian's eyes burned with intensity. If he were to consume the blood of the Ancestor Dragon, breaking through would be trivial. However, he would not yield. Ao Tian manifested his true form, crashing through the valley, his colossal dragon body oozing fresh blood. Deep within his soul, his transformed body was tightly ensnared by the long whips, shrinking further, teetering on the brink of collapse. He quickly activated the 9 Heavens creation technique, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to fortify himself. Lightning flickered across his torso, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Ao Tian's form shifted from 4 claws to 5, the 5 claws appearing even more majestic and imposing. The golden hue of his vast dragon body gradually transformed, enveloped in a layer of darkness. As his transformed torso expanded, it grew from 1,000 zhong to 2,000, then 3,000. Ao Tian struggled against the shackles, soaring up and down, and finally, with a resounding crash, he broke free from one of the shackles. As he continued to thrash, more shackles shattered, until he reached a breaking point, resulting in a sudden rupture. After the shackles were broken, Ao Tian's body seemed to morph into a great vortex, voraciously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy, gradually sweeping in energies from afar. At last, when the spiritual energy reached saturation, his cultivation soared like a rocket, advancing through the early stages of the golden immortal realm, then the mid-stages, and even further. Ao Tian hastily restrained his growth. Hastening the process would not be wise. True strength requires gradual accumulation. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth with a mere gesture. Of course, this was merely his own wishful thinking. The primordial world had been significantly fortified through a series of enhancements by the heavenly Tao, coupled with the ancestor dragon suppressing the primordial realm itself. The strength of the primordial world was greatly amplified. Even a mere golden immortal could not shatter it. Nevertheless, he was indeed stronger than others of the same realm. Chapter 11. The formation unveils its wonders. The Dragon Clan's true form is exceptionally robust. Otherwise, they would not have become the formidable figures of the primordial underworld. Though that may not hold true now, the innate strength of their true forms flows in their blood. It is not that the Dragon Clan has grown weak. Their physical constitution remains formidable. Although the shackles of resentment may hinder the growth of the Dragon Clan, once broken, the long-suppressed cultivation will undoubtedly surge. If Ao Tian were to acquire some elixirs that could dissolve the Dragon King's restraints, the 4 Dragon Kings would instantly ascend to the status of quasi-saints. Alas, the road ahead is arduous and fraught with challenges. At present, Ao Tian can only entertain such thoughts, should he truly elevate several Dragon Kings to quasi-saints. Countless individuals in the wilderness would undoubtedly turn against the Dragon Clan, making further development exceedingly difficult. Congratulations, host, for completing the task punctually and satisfactorily. Given that you did not utilize the elixirs provided by the system during your breakthrough, we have specially rewarded you with a fragment of the God-slaying spear. Collecting 36 fragments will grant you access to a lottery. Additionally, congratulations on receiving 2 peaches of the 9,000-year Pan Tao. By the way, what about my score? Ao Tian inquired, not ready to give up. The system is keeping track for you. There is no need for concern. Ao Tian felt a wave of exasperation but refrained from voicing it further, fearing he might lose his rewards. He promptly extracted a 3,000-year Pan Tao, and its fragrant aroma enveloped him, bringing a sense of tranquility to his spirit. For mortals, consuming even one could lead to transcendence. For those below the great Luo golden immortal level, it can not only delay the 5 declines of celestial beings, but also enhance one's own strength. Ao Tian took a bite, delicious, far superior to the fragrant pears from Korla and Xinjiang. With one bite, the juice burst forth, revitalizing him completely and healing the injuries he had just sustained. A commendation for the Queen Mother. Meanwhile, the Queen Mother, enjoying her time in the peach garden, noticed something amiss with the peach trees. Upon closer inspection, she was filled with fury. How dare these thieves arise from my nurturing? When did they ever have the audacity to pilfer the Pan Tao? Instantly, a wave of kneeling subjects filled the ground below. Under the Queen Mother's stringent investigation, some individuals in the heavenly court were bound to face repercussions. Yet, what does this have to do with Ao Tian? He is merely an innocent child, blissfully unaware. Earlier, the bull demon dispatched several of his underlings to confront the Wind Department's troops. Now that he had broken through, he naturally needed to assess the situation. Although there were protective formations in place, unforeseen circumstances could still arise. Upon seeing Ao Tian pursuing the fleeing demon kings, Jiuyu hurriedly led his team forward. However, the disparity in strength among his subordinates necessitated a collective approach to avoid ambushes, causing them to inadvertently lose track of Ao Tian. Just as they struggled to locate him, several of the fleeing demon kings emerged to block their path, displaying an audacious demeanor. The Wind Department's soldiers quickly formed a formation, glaring fiercely at the opposing demon kings. Startled by the pressure emanating from the formation, one fox-headed demon king whispered to his companions, "This seems somewhat formidable. Perhaps we should delay our engagement and let our lord deal with that boy first before we handle these ants?" "Humph, Fox King. If you wish to be turned into a pot of meat by our lord, I shan't stop you," a scarred wolf king retorted. The thought of the bull demon's voracious appetite made the other demon kings tremble involuntarily. We, the 8 great demon kings, need not fear a mere formation composed of a few celestial beings. The wolf king declared, 2 of us shall attack from one side, breaking them down one by one. With their plan of attack arranged, the wolf king charged headlong into the Wind Department's formation. Well met. I truly believe that we could be easily bullied. With 5 celestial beings present in the wind department, including those from the netherworld, and fortified by battle formations, we indeed have no fear of a few demon kings. Although the assaults from the demon kings were fierce, the soldiers of the wind department merged seamlessly with the battle formations, creating a protective barrier that mitigated all harm. Each warrior infused their strength into the formation, transforming it into a spear of spiritual energy that lunged toward the fiercest of the attackers, the Wolf King. Despite the Wolf King's utmost effort to defend, he was nonetheless pierced through by the spear, falling from the sky with unblinking eyes. The remaining demon kings were struck with dread. Having not yet engaged, they were already facing death. What further purpose was there in fighting? Do not let them escape. Not a single one, commanded Jiu upon noticing the demon king's inclination to flee. The battle formation split into 4, swiftly encircling the demon kings. The fox demon, witnessing this, urgently exclaimed, "General, we are at least late-stage celestial demon kings. If you encircle us, there will undoubtedly be significant casualties on your side as well. Allow us to depart." A mutually beneficial resolution would be far more desirable. Jiu found himself in a quandary. Ao Tian had pursued the fleeing foes, now lost to sight. Yet the returning demon kings presented a dilemma. Capturing them would require considerable time, but protecting Ao Tian was paramount. Otherwise, sacrificing Ao Tian for the mere slaughter of a few lesser demon kings would be an unwise bargain. Just as he was about to order the release of the demon kings, a voice rang out from the sky. "Jiu, unleash your full might." It was Ao Tian, arriving just in time to witness Jiu's predicaments. Realizing that Jiu was concerned for his safety, he felt compelled to expedite the situation. The demon kings, upon seeing Ao Tian's presence, turned pale with fear. Their own king was of the golden immortal realm, yet Ao Tian stood there unscathed. A clear indication that their leader had met his end. They immediately knelt, pleading, "General, we are willing to submit. We hope for your mercy. You have ravaged the land for 1,000 miles, committing crimes that are beyond measure, and now, faced with defeat, you seek to surrender? The countless souls lost here will not forgive." Ao Tian coldly regarded the demon kings. Exchanging glances, the demon kings realized that none would be spared, and they erupted in fury. Jiu, concerned that Ao Tian might accept their surrender, remained watchful. As the demon kings prepared to strike, he signaled his subordinates to ready an assault, which swiftly ensnared the demon kings within the formation. Under the soldiers' diligent efforts, the formation gradually constricted. Despite the demon kings' desperate attacks and curses, they stood resolute and unmoving. In less than a quarter of an hour, the malevolent demon kings were trapped and suffocated within. Seeing the performance of the soldiers from the wind department, Ao Tian nodded in approval. "Jiu, clean up and withdraw." The majority of the demon tribe had been annihilated, yet remnants remained. However, under the army's scrutiny, they found no refuge. In less than an hour, Jiu led his forces to regroup on the beach. In the distance, Ao Tai and others exhaled in relief upon seeing Ao Tian emerge, then quietly retreated. Ao Tian sensed the distant fluctuations of spiritual energy and immediately understood that Ao Tai and the others had dispatched protection for him. Oh, the feeling of having guardians is indeed delightful. Ao Tian was quite satisfied with Ao Zhan's arrangements. As the illustrious third prince, he certainly could not afford to encounter any mishaps again. Having been away for so long, it was time to return. Ao Tian was eager to ascertain the impact his spiritual elixir would have on the soldiers of the Jinyuan army. Chapter 12. Collective Breakthrough. Ao Tian led the troops back to their encampment and first presented a symbolic report to Ao Tai and the others, detailing the outcomes and spoils of this campaign, as well as the casualties and commendations for the valorous soldiers. "Commander Ao, you have worked diligently. It is indeed commendable to achieve such significant results on your first military expedition," Ao Tai remarked with a smile. Although the Dragon King was his father, he was not the only son. It was essential to keep the Dragon King informed, for rewards must not be given indiscriminately. After all, leading a troop comes with its own set of responsibilities, and one cannot ignore the sentiments of the soldiers beneath him. With military achievements now in hand, providing the Dragon King with a legitimate reason for commendation would benefit all parties involved. Ao Tian mused silently that Ao Tai was far more perceptive than the legend suggested. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to express gratitude, as he had benefited from being a free bodyguard. "Thank you for your kind words, General. All credit belongs to the soldiers, and I dare not claim undue merit. After all, I am merely a modest demon prince, far from the toil of the generals." It was prudent to offer praise, especially since his father would bear the financial burden. Building goodwill was advantageous, considering they had risked their lives for him. General, I have fortuitously broken through to the golden immortal realm while combating the demon prince, and I wish to report this to the commander. Ao Tian, having restrained his aura, believed Ao Tai would not discern his breakthrough, yet there was no harm in sharing the news. Excellent, excellent. Our dragon clan has gained another formidable force. Ao Tai exclaimed with evident delight, repeatedly expressing his enthusiasm. Has His Highness reported this joyous news to the Dragon King? It is indeed a significant matter for our clan. General, it is but a trivial matter, hardly worthy of troubling father. I shall wait until I achieve further accomplishments to present them all at once, ensuring he has ample reason to rejoice. To Ao Tian, a breakthrough to the golden immortal realm was not of monumental significance. Without attaining sainthood, one remained insignificant. The road ahead was still long, and the golden immortal realm was insufficient to halt his progress. General, during my campaign against the demon prince, I fortuitously discovered a cave containing a pool of spiritual liquid. I tested it externally, and it has the potential to enhance our physical constitution and cultivation. I have brought some back and wish to share it with you all. Ao Tian intended to distribute the transformative liquid. First, the soldiers were undeniably loyal to the Dragon Clan, and rewarding them was a matter of course. Secondly, the Dragon Clan was indeed weak, and aside from their illustrious name, they faced the risk of being bullied. Strengthening the leaders within the army was tantamount to fortifying the Dragon Clan itself. With that, he distributed the spiritual liquid among the generals, ensuring each received a vial, including Ao Tai himself. In an instant, half of them had departed, leaving Ao Tian with a profound sense of heartache. Your Highness, will that cave ever yield such spiritual treasures again? Inquired the boisterous Commander Jiao. Ao Tian could not reveal the source of the spiritual liquid to them, for doing so would expose the truth. After extracting the liquid, no more had been produced. And later, in a battle with the Demon King, he had inadvertently destroyed the cave. Celestial treasures are naturally concealed within the cosmos, only to be encountered by those fated to do so. The fact that Your Highness was able to see and retrieve it is a testament to possessing great fortune. Could you, mere mortals, have witnessed it? Everyone harbors secrets, and Ao Tai, discerning Ao Tian's predicament, proactively intervened to alleviate the tension. You ought to express your gratitude to His Highness. Ao Tai admonished Commander Jiao and the others, who promptly bowed in thanks. Once the commanders were dismissed, Ao Tai saluted Ao Tian. Your Highness, the commanders have grown accustomed to their lax manner. Please do not hold it against them. There is no need for such formality. General, in the camp, you are merely my subordinate, Vice Commander Ao Tian. Moreover, I have not perceived any disrespect from the commanders. Do not take it to heart. Ao Tian replied, intrigued by Ao Tai's humility and caution, pondering how such traits could morph into the image of the stern and unyielding black general in public perception. After informing Ao Tai, as he intended to depart, a sudden thought struck him. General, I have heard that you are a dragon transformed from a sea serpent. Ao Tai appeared perplexed, unsure of Ao Tian's intentions, yet he answered truthfully, indeed, I am a dragon transformed from a sea serpent, but I have been too dull-witted to make any progress over the years. Reflecting on Ao Tai's accomplishments as a dragon, Ao Tian contemplated the potential of bestowing a drop of ancestral dragon's blood upon him to facilitate his complete transformation into a true dragon. Might this enable him to ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm? Perhaps it was worth a try. Ao Tian was not concerned about any treachery from Ao Zhan. The Dragon King had entrusted him with this task, indicating that Ao Zhan was trustworthy. General, my father is aware that you have stagnated at the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm for many years. He specifically instructed me to present you with a drop of the ancestral dragon's blood preserved in the palace, hoping it will assist you in breaking through. Ao Tian produced a jade vial from his robe and handed it to Ao Tai. Immediately, Ao Tai knelt, tears streaming down his face as he expressed his unwavering loyalty, gratefully accepting the vial with both hands. Your Highness, I am willing to lay down my life for the Dragon King. In these times of weakness for the Dragon Clan, the support of esteemed generals like him was invaluable. Thus, such a modest reward was inconsequential. Ao Tian lacked the stature to command the allegiance of the generals, and recklessly distributing such a treasure might lead to reluctance and acceptance. Bestowing it in the name of the Dragon King rendered it legitimate. Upon returning to the camp, Ao Tian retrieved 4 vials of transformative liquid and instructed that they be distributed to the soldiers for bathing. He subsequently announced his retreat into seclusion for cultivation, as 1 vial of transformative liquid was more than sufficient for his needs, leaving none behind. After utilizing the transformative liquid, Ao Tian experienced no significant change in his physique. However, having undergone the purification of the ancestral dragon's blood, his constitution had reached a critical threshold, and his strength advanced from the early to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. Within a few days, radiant lights flickered throughout the military camp, as Ao Tian had underestimated the transformative effects of the liquid on the soldiers. Several commanders have sent word that they have successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm, with Commander Jiao even reaching the late stage. Once they consolidate their realms, they will personally come to express their gratitude. However, Ao Tai remains in seclusion, and his specific circumstances are still unclear. Suddenly, a golden light emanated from the main tent of the army, followed by a terrifying aura. In an instant, several figures burst forth from the army, as the commanders, sensing the overwhelming energy, dared not remain in seclusion and rushed out to defend. Upon realizing that the commotion was caused by Ao Tai, and seeing Ao Tian at the training ground, they flew to Ao Tian's side to express their thanks. Your Highness, with such a commotion, is it possible that he is breaking through? Ao Tian cast them a glance, fully aware that they knew the character of their general. It was evident they were attempting to curry favor. Ao Tai, with his profound foundation and the aid of the transformation liquid and the blood of the ancestor dragon provided by Ao Tian, was bound to achieve a breakthrough. Ao Tai had lingered at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm for many years, and now, a cerulean dragon soared into the sky to confront the heavenly tribulation. Under the relentless assault of the tribulation, Ao Tai's form gradually transformed into a golden hue, ultimately manifesting fully as a dragon, successfully advancing to the Tai golden immortal realm. As his aura stabilized, everyone stepped forward to offer their congratulations. Ao Tai, however, bowed deeply to Ao Tian, expressing his gratitude for the Dragon King's nurturing, pledging his loyalty to the Dragon Clan. Chapter 13. Subduing demons. After the overall breakthrough of the Jinyuan army, there were no further campaigns. Instead, they awaited the soldiers to solidify their cultivation before discussing future actions. After all, there were plenty of rebellious demon clans surrounding the Dragon Clan, ensuring that they would not lack for targets. Due to the weakened state of the Dragon Clan, many sea clans had begun to defy their orders, even showing signs of claiming kingship, making them suitable subjects for Ao Tian's training. Following his breakthrough to the golden immortal realm, Ao Tian brought good fortune to many soldiers. Seizing an opportunity, Ao Tai reassigned Commander Jiao, and Ao Tian became the rightful commander of the Wind Division, now leading an elite force of 40,000. He first appointed Jiu Yu as the vice commander, utilizing the previous 10,000 soldiers as the backbone, quickly training them in the supreme combined battle formation. Ao Tai and the others were already aware of the formidable power of the battle formation, but due to Ao Tian's unique status, they hesitated to demand compliance. Yet, Ao Tian, perceptive to the desires of the commanders, shared the training methods for the battle formation with other divisions of the Jinyuan army. Ao Tian had already produced the Jinyuan army flag, allowing the soldiers to acclimate. He discovered that the flag not only protected the soldiers from soul attacks, but also strengthened their fighting spirit and could gather their lost souls, exhibiting a soul-gathering effect. Through reconnaissance, the Jinyuan army determined that a demon clan in the northern part of the East Sea was causing chaos under the guise of the Dragon Clan, which could not be tolerated. Thus, Ao Tian set out joyfully with his troops. Task triggered. The sea demons in the northern part of the East Sea are causing trouble. The host must lead the troops to eradicate them. Rewards: 12 sea calming pearls, 10 9,000-year peaches, the 72 earthly techniques, 2 fragments of the supreme innate spirit treasure, the god-slaying spear, along with 2,000 playful points. I harbor no fondness for war. The rise of the Dragon Clan is not born out of desire for reward, but is merely one of the many motivations that drive me, Ao Tian mused. As the rewards from the system grew increasingly generous, such bounties could diminish one's incentive to act. The peaches of immortality had long been consumed, including one by Jiu. Of course, the 3,000-year-old variety, while Ao Tian had gifted a 9,000-year-old peach to his dear father. Commander, we are approaching the gathering place of the rebellious sea demons. Please issue your orders, came the call. The surrounding sentinels had already been cleared by the scouts of the Jinyuan army, and after utilizing the spirit transformation elixir, numerous soldiers had ascended to the celestial realm. Ao Tian had meticulously chosen 100 warriors to serve as scouts for the Wind Division, making their operations particularly efficient. There was no formidable protective formation guarding the adversaries. Such contraptions were rare and not easily afforded. Only 2 golden immortals accompanied a throng of celestials. And buoyed by a few flattering remarks from their subordinates, The Golden Immortals became overconfident, shedding their pretenses and openly defying the Dragon Clan. Although many sea beings begrudged the Dragon Clan's dominion, they kept their sentiments concealed, whereas these two brazenly flaunted their ambitions under the Dragon Clan's banner, engaging in nefarious acts. A thorough investigation would reveal their misdeeds, leaving one to ponder what emboldened them. Juyo, command the entire army to advance. Those who dare to obstruct shall face merciless slaughter. Ao Tian, though kind-hearted, would not allow his benevolence to result in unnecessary losses for his soldiers. Under Juyo's command, the Wind Division charged fearlessly toward the gathering of sea demons, who proved no match for the well-trained warriors. In terms of sheer bravery, countless sea beings could surpass the Wind Division soldiers. Yet the purpose of the combined battle formation was to counter such scenarios. If the opponents were weaker than the soldiers, what need was there for a combined assault? They could simply claim victories individually. The soldiers of the Wind Division surged through the battlefield, unyielding in the face of the overwhelming mass of sea demons, who, in their reckless bravery, attempted to overwhelm the Jinyuan army through sheer numbers. Yet, the battle formation resembled a colossal meat grinder, mercilessly crushing every sea demon that ventured too close. With the formation's enhancement, each soldier's prowess saw a remarkable increase, and their coordinated efforts amplified their lethality. The military formation wreaked havoc amidst the demon horde, carving bloody paths through the throng, instilling fear in the nearby sea demons, who hesitated to advance. Urged onward by the dire threats from behind, they were left with no choice but to move forward, only to meet their demise at the hands of the formation. Ao Tian was exceedingly pleased with the performance of the Jinyuan army. Their prior efforts were not in vain. Observing the current results, he contemplated allocating even more resources to his soldiers in the future, potentially expanding the scope of their operations. Under the relentless slaughter wrought by the military formation, the supervising squad behind could no longer maintain control, and the sea demons scattered in panic. The Grand Army formation then split into several smaller formations, each pursuing a distinct direction. Meanwhile, the Golden Immortal Serpent Demon King seethed with rage, having belittled the Jinyuan army's strength among his subordinates, only to discover their true capabilities in the face of such overwhelming adversity. Suddenly, he charged towards the scattered warriors of the Wind Clan, who, under the relentless assault of the Golden Immortal Realm, barely managed to hold their ground. Blood trickled from the corners of some soldiers' mouths, yet they persevered, with none daring to retreat. Ao Tian watched with immense satisfaction. This was precisely the scene he yearned for. He could tolerate the warriors' lack of strength, but not their cowardice. "Monsters, your adversary is here," Ao Tian bellowed as he surged toward the Serpent Demon King. His formidable aura left the Demon King hesitant to confront him alone. While fending off Ao Tian's assault, the Demon King called out to the distant Golden Immortal Mouse Demon King. Since Ao Tian's breakthrough, he had yet to ascertain his limits, and now he sought to challenge his vulnerabilities. Undeterred by the onslaught of the two Demon Kings, Ao Tian employed the Nine Heavens transformation technique and advanced boldly. Thunderous sounds erupted as an attack struck Ao Tian, but fortunately, his physique was robust, and the Demon King had not exerted his full strength, resulting in minimal damage. However, facing both Demon Kings simultaneously proved somewhat taxing. He needed to eliminate one swiftly, lest he be worn down. Resolutely, Ao Tian abandoned the Serpent Demon King and lunged toward the Mouse Demon King, who, inherently timid, retreated under Ao Tian's formidable onslaught. The Serpent Demon King grew anxious, fearing that if Ao Tian were to slay the Mouse Demon, his own demise would soon follow. Seeing the hurried approach of the Serpent Demon, Ao Tian's expression brightened. The Serpent Demon was indeed powerful, and in a life-or-death struggle, Ao Tian would find himself in a predicament. Yet, both Demon Kings harbored a fear of death and sought to exhaust Ao Tian instead. Against the retreating Mouse Demon, Ao Tian unleashed the 100 birds facing the Phoenix technique, leaving the Mouse Demon overwhelmed and unable to withstand the barrage. Meanwhile, the Serpent Demon, attempting a sneaky ambush, fell victim to a counterattack, suffering a piercing blow that left it mortally wounded. Observing this, the Mouse Demon hastily fled, but escape was futile. Ao Tian hurled his spear, and the Mouse Demon fell lifelessly. The remaining sea demons, witnessing the slaying of their king, began to flee in panic. Ao Tian shouted, "Surrender, and you shall be spared. Those who dare to resist shall be met with ruthless retribution." The warriors of the Wind Clan swiftly relayed his proclamation, leading to a multitude of surrenders. Though a few sea demons stubbornly resisted, they were utterly overwhelmed and slain in the ensuing onslaught, with no chance of escape. Chapter 14. Encounter with a strong foe. After vanquishing the two golden immortal demon kings, the warriors methodically began to clear the battlefield. Ao Tian proceeded to inspect the demon king's lair, only to discover a meager collection of gold, silver, and jewels, along with a few inferior spiritual treasures and several spiritual fruits, nothing of significant value. How could these two demon kings be so weak? Is this all for naught? Ao Tian lamented, feeling somewhat disheartened. The treasures hidden in the lair of these two golden immortal demon kings paled in comparison to those of the earlier ox demon he had encountered. In the past, he had witnessed protagonists slaying demons and claiming treasures, often uncovering mysterious beast skins or astonishing riches. It seemed he was merely grinding for experience. Though Ao Tian felt a pang of disappointment, it was not for himself but for his warriors. With the support of the system, his resources were ample. Yet sharing them with his soldiers rendered the rewards insufficient. It became imperative to scour the land, waging battles to sustain their strength and utilizing the resources of the demon race to cultivate his warriors. Otherwise, the arduous path to promotion would be exceedingly difficult. Geo commanded the soldiers to clean up thoroughly, declaring that they would not return next time and that everything they could carry away should be taken, leaving not a single item behind. They could not allow their brethren to come in vain. After all, one must take what one can, and anything with even a hint of spiritual energy should be collected. Observing the adept soldiers of the Wind tribe, Ao Tian felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow, realizing that such actions were not uncommon for them. In the future, when they are affluent, such practices could continue as a fine tradition. Suddenly, a series of deafening explosions echoed from outside the cave. The Wind tribe soldiers suffered numerous casualties in the chaos. Ao Tian hurriedly dashed out, only to witness a bird-headed demon assaulting his soldiers. In the pursuit of scattered sea demons, the troops had not been able to form a battle formation, resulting in many needless losses. Under the onslaught of the bird demon, the soldiers swiftly arranged themselves into formation, striving to withstand the attacks of the opposing demon king. However, the disparity in strength was overwhelming, and the soldiers appeared feeble beneath such immense pressure. "Demon, your adversary stands before you," Ao Tian called out, rushing to confront the foe, only to discover that the bird demon was at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, and equal to his previous battle with Ao, thus imposing considerable strain upon him. "You there, are you the one who led your men to destroy my camp?" The bird demon asked with an air of arrogance. As members of the Sea tribe, they had defied orders and brazenly targeted the dragon clan. Did they not deserve to be punished? Though Ao Tian's rank was inferior to that of his adversary, he could not allow his spirit to falter. Given his current prowess, the bird demon could not slay him. "Did they not inform you that they are under my command? The Kunping clan? How dare you harm my subordinates?" The bird demon retorted with a menacing glare. "I am Ao Tian, the 9th descendant of the ancient Kunping. If you are wise, you will compensate this prince with 10 treasures of postnatal spiritual quality, 100 spirit fruits aged 3,000 years, and 100 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs," followed by bowing and apologizing to this prince, "and perhaps I shall not pursue this matter further." Upon hearing that the adversary hailed from the Kunping clan, the soldiers of the Jinyuan army stirred with unrest, but the audacity to insult the dragon clan ignited their fury. The Kunping demon masters were notorious, and the current dragon clan struggled to suppress such notoriety. Yet, would the Kunping dare venture into the East Sea? The heavenly Tao would not permit such quasi-saint-level powers to roam freely and disrupt the primordial order. Should a few lesser minions emerge, the dragon clan could still manage them. Why does the Kunping clan leave the North Julu continent to stir trouble in my East Sea? Do they truly believe the dragon clan is easy to bully? Ao Tian faced the Birdman's threats without fear. He intended to vanquish the demon master Kunping in the future. If a nameless lackey could intimidate him now, how could he establish himself in the primordial realm later? Fight or flee? Ao Tian was unafraid of a mere golden, immortal demon king. Enraged, Kunling Tian charged at him wielding a formidable halberd, and Ao Tian instantly felt a terrifying, murderous intent surging towards him, threatening to engulf him entirely. In this dire moment, Ao Tian unleashed all of his strength, wielding his spear with dexterity to counter Kunling Tian's onslaught. Kunling Tian, the illustrious descendant of the demon master, undoubtedly received guidance from his illustrious predecessor. His techniques, steeped in a fierce intent to kill, bear witness to the countless lives he has extinguished. Ao Tian's arms, cloaked in battle armor, bulged with an even more pronounced musculature than before. In his grasp, the dragon's daring silver spear danced with a ferocity that seemed to defy the very elements, channeling an overwhelming force as it lunged towards Kunling Tian. With a resounding crash, Kuan Ling Tian deftly parried Ao Tian's attack with his Fong Tian Huaji, effortlessly deflecting the strike. In terms of both cultivation and combat experience, Kuan Ling Tian far surpassed Ao Tian, making victory a daunting challenge for the latter. Another strike sent Ao Tian reeling back 1,000 zhong, and he felt a coppery taste rise in his throat, which he managed to swallow down. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Tian realized he possessed no formidable technique left to secure his triumph. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, the prospect of defeat was unbearable. He had pride to maintain. Thus, he resolved to unleash his true form. Ascending into the sky, his towering physique soared. And in the presence of the diminutive Kuan Ling Tian, he felt a surge of dominance despite being struck. Observing this, Kuan Ling Tian also transformed into his true form, stretching a magnificent 12,000 zhong in length, dwarfing Ao Tian and inciting a pang of inferiority within him. His robust dragon body was adorned with glistening scales that refracted a chilling light, while his claws had turned a deep, obsidian hue, razor-sharp and menacing. With a fierce charge, Ao Tian lunged forward, his foreclaws gripping tightly onto Kuan Ling Tian, as two ancient behemoths of noble blood clashed violently. Each powerful impact shattered mountains into dust. So, you wish to compete in strength? Ao Tian thought, knowing the dragon race faced immense challenges under the weight of their ancestral shackles, thus constantly honing their physiques. After undergoing transformation through the blood of the ancestral dragon, Ao Tian's body had become exceptionally resilient, and he was unafraid of engaging Kuan Ling Tian in close combat. With a thunderous roar, Ao Tian raised his right claw and struck fiercely at Kuan Ling Tian, disregarding the aesthetics of their battle, for combat had never been a spectacle. It was simply about survival. In his true form, Ao Tian wielded 4 claws against Kuan Ling Tian's 2, granting him a distinct advantage. However, Kuan Ling Tian's wings, honed through rigorous training, were sharper than most innate spiritual treasures, swiftly inflicting countless wounds upon Ao Tian, tearing flesh and revealing bone, while droplets of blood erupted forth. In agony, Ao Tian faltered, only to be sent flying by Kuan Ling Tian's counterattack. He crashed through 4 or 5 towering mountains before coming to a halt. Kuan Ling Tian reverted to his human form, looking down upon Ao Tian and declaring, "You think you are strong? To me, you are but a feather, easily crushed." "Ha! Kuan Ling Tian, am I so easily vanquished? Look at your own state. How does it compare?" Ao Tian retorted defiantly, refusing to accept defeat. Kuan Ling Tian stood arrogantly in the air, his garments tattered, stripped of their former regal elegance. The gentle breeze tousled his attire, rendering him a pitiful sight. "You shall perish," he proclaimed. Chapter 15. Victory. Faced with the formidable techniques of Kuan Ling Tian, Ao Tian found himself at a considerable disadvantage. However, combat experience is forged through strife. After a series of clashes, Ao Tian began to decipher his opponent's moves, growing increasingly adept and resolute in battle. The primary factor was that Kuan Ling Tian could not kill him. At worst, he would only sustain severe injuries. For Ao Tian, there was little to lose, especially since his mission had already been accomplished. A cold voice echoed in Ao Tian's mind. "Report to the host. Eliminating Kuan Ling Tian is the objective of this journey. Failure to complete the task will result in the forfeiture of all rewards, and the host will suffer the torment of 1,000 arrows piercing the heart." Ao Tian momentarily froze, allowing Kuan Ling Tian to seize the opportunity and strike him away. "Is the system jesting with me?" Ao Tian lamented, feeling genuinely wounded, realizing he might truly be outmatched. "Report to the host. The task issued by the system is to eradicate the rebellious Sea tribe. However, you have not completed the eradication. Have you? You allowed them to inflict significant damage. Am I to blame?" Faced with the system's rational response, Ao Tian fell silent. Indeed, there was no fault in its logic. To earn rewards, he must eliminate his adversary, yet it seemed he was unable to do so. Thus, he resolved to devise a final strategy. His father had entrusted him with a family secret, the Annihilation Fist, which converts one's spiritual energy into a singular, devastating blow, either to obliterate the opponent or to meet his own end. Contemplating the relatively equal strength between himself and Kuan Ling Tian, Ao Tian felt emboldened to take a risk. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, his hair disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, creating an unsettling visage. Kuan Ling Tian gazed at Ao Tian's bizarre smile in confusion. "Prepare to face my spear," Ao Tian declared ominously. "Do not blame me, for your demise is the only path to my reward." Unfazed by Kuan Ling Tian's onslaught, Ao Tian clenched his fists tightly, accumulating power. Gradually, dragon scales began to envelop his hands, veins bulging and shattering his wrist guards, as his hands darkened ominously. Tremors coursed through his hands, revealing the strain of sustaining such potent energy. Can you withstand this punch? Kuan Lingtian's assault was imminent. The Fang Tianhua halberd mere inches from Ao Tian's brow. With a swift motion, Ao Tian thrust both fists forward, locking them around Kuan Lingtian's halberd, resisting every advance with unwavering strength. Crack! Kuan Lingtian's eyes widened in horror as fissures appeared on his halberd. Within his astonished gaze, the cracks expanded further until the weapon shattered completely, unleashing an unstoppable force that collided violently with Kuan Lingtian's chest. With a cry, he was sent flying, blood spewing forth, evidently injuring his very essence. Relishing the opportunity to strike down a cornered foe, Ao Tian was determined not to squander such a chance. Though he had expended considerable spiritual energy, it did not dampen his fervor. In a moment of desperation, Kuan Lingtian realized the dire situation and resorted to burning his vital blood to flee. Ao Tian stood in disbelief. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. Kuan Lingtian was meant to retaliate fiercely. What of my reward if you run away? Ao Tian quickly regained his senses and pursued him. Akun, halt. Allow me to elucidate how I managed to triumph over you just now. Ao Tian pursued from behind, employing verbal jabs to unsettle his opponent. However, Kuan Lingtian paid him no heed, even finding it somewhat amusing, and soared even faster. Among the Kuan Peng lineage, none in the primordial realm could rival their speed. Ascending to great heights, they ride the winds with unparalleled swiftness. Kuan Lingtian, witnessing Ao Tian's inability to catch up, halted midair and glared fiercely. You are quite impressive. Once I recover, I shall come for you. Suddenly, a sharp cry erupted from Kuan Lingtian as he plummeted from the sky. Ao Tian observed the proud expressions of Jiyo and his soldiers from a distance, nodding in satisfaction. While Ao Tian engaged in battle with Kuan Lingtian, Jiyo was busy regrouping the forces to form a new battle array. Should Ao Tian falter, the array would be employed to obstruct Kuan Lingtian and ensure Ao Tian's escape. To their surprise, Kuan Lingtian fled first, and upon realizing that Ao Tian could not catch up, he audaciously halted to make threats. Jiyo decisively commanded his soldiers to unleash their mightiest strike, which struck true. Ao Tian hurried over to find a massive crater in the ground. With Kuan Lingtian lying there in disarray, bleeding profusely, his garments torn asunder, and one arm severed, transformed into his true form not far away. Upon seeing Ao Tian approach, fear washed over Kuan Lingtian's face as he endured the searing pain. You cannot kill me. I am the 9th descendant of the ancestral Kuan Peng. If you slay me, your people will suffer the consequences. Even at this juncture, he dared to threaten me. Ao Tian, visibly displeased, severed the remaining arm of Kuan Lingtian with a single strike. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to remove both legs for added assurance, disregarding Kuan Lingtian's curses. However, Ao Tian contemplated the ramifications of such actions. Killing Kuan Lingtian would undoubtedly alert the Kuan Peng clan, yet a feigned camaraderie, brushing off the dust and proposing a drink, would be utterly disingenuous. The enmity had been established. Reconciliation was impossible, especially with his limbs strewn upon the ground. After further reflection, Ao Tian slowly raised his weapon, poised to strike Kuan Lingtian's dantian. Stop! Jiyo's timely intervention halted him. Ao Tian lowered his weapon and turned to Jiyo, sensing he had something to convey. What is it, Jiyo? Your Highness, I understand your thoughts. You wish to shatter Kuan Lingtian's dantian, fearing that the Kuan Peng Demon Master may pose a threat to the Dragon Clan. Am I correct? Jiyo gazed at Ao Tian. Ao Tian nodded, encouraging Jiyo to continue. With his affirmation, Jiyo's expression brightened as he elaborated, Your Highness, you may not be aware that shattering Kuan Lingtian's dantian will also alert the Demon Master Kuan Peng. Upon hearing this, Ao Tian's face reflected confusion as he looked at Jiyo. Your Highness, some powerful clans create a life tablet for their descendants upon birth, should they suffer harm outside. The elders of the clan will be informed immediately, Jiyo explained. Ao Tian was certainly aware that his previous incarnation had met with misfortune, leaving behind only a fragment of his soul. The Dragon King had arrived promptly, safeguarding his remnants of spirit and corporeal form. Following a period of recuperation, Ao Tian serendipitously traversed into this realm. However, he remained oblivious to the destruction of his dantian. Jiyo regarded Ao Tian with a triumphant expression, evidently having found an opportunity to boast. Ao Tian cast him a sidelong glance and casually tossed a Millennium Spirit Fruit, which Jiu quickly caught and bit into. "Your Highness, I assure you, I have no greed for your spirit fruit," Jiu mumbled, his words slightly garbled. "What you may not know is that these powerful races not only leave behind life tokens, but also plant spiritual consciousness within their dantian, specifically to prevent such situations." "Then what do you suggest we do?" Since Jiu was aware, he surely knew the course of action, thus he inquired directly. "Leave it to me, I have experience." Jiu grinned at Kunling Tian. Ao Tian instantly understood. Jiu was his father's confidant and naturally privy to many secrets. However, his claim of experience subtly hinted that his father was not as simple as he appeared. As the foremost of the Four Seas, and having reigned as Dragon King for over 1,000,000 years, it was evident that he possessed some inscrutable methods. Jiu approached Kunling Tian with a rather lecherous grin. "Don't come near. I am the 9th-generation direct descendant of the Kunping Demon Master. If you kill me, my ancestor will not spare you." Kunling Tian rolled about in the pit, his prior arrogance dissipating. It seemed he had learned the virtue of humility. Ao Tian felt a sense of satisfaction at the sight. Observing Jiu skillfully seal Kunling Tian's dantian through a unique technique, confining his spiritual power, and meticulously searching his belongings, Ao Tian experienced an odd sensation, akin to that of a villainous figure allowing his subordinates to oppress the innocent. However, Ao Tian felt no sympathy for Kunling Tian. Should he fail, his fate would be far grimmer, and it was uncertain whether his father could exact revenge. Given his father's difficulties maintaining power in the East Sea, the thought of stirring trouble in the North Sea was nothing short of fanciful. Chapter 16. Secrets of the Dragon Clan. Jiu collected Kunling Tian's wings and claws after slaying him, even gathering the spilled essence of blood, before employing magic to erase the traces of the battle and restore the area to its original state. He then retrieved some powder from his cosmos bag and scattered it about. "Jiu, your methods are disturbingly proficient." Ao Tian couldn't help but express his curiosity. "Hee. Your Highness, we are on the same side. I occasionally engage in a bit of unprofitable business." Jiu scratched his head, grinning foolishly. "Do you assist father in such endeavors? Do you have specific targets for your plundering? The Dragon Palace does not lack for mere spirit treasures. What exactly are you up to?" Jiu's willingness to share this information indicated that the Dragon King permitted him to disclose such matters to Ao Tian, intending to inform him fully. Since Ao Tian's breakthrough, Jiu had been subtly revealing certain secrets, suggesting that his own departure was imminent. It appeared that the Dragon Clan was far more complex than he had initially imagined. The depths of the primordial waters ran deep indeed. By the way, what is the purpose of this powder? Ao Tian pondered, eager to learn more in order to prolong his existence. "Your Highness, this is no ordinary powder. It is the divine powder capable of concealing heavenly secrets, lest formidable beings attempt to decipher them," Jiu remarked with a smile. "Divine powder?" Ao Tian was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended that the Dragon King had refrained from disclosing its name for fear that powerful entities, upon learning it, might unravel its origins and bring trouble upon the Dragon Clan. If the name remains unknown, no one could decipher its essence. "My father possesses remarkable stratagems." Ao Tian could not help but praise. The more secrets the Dragon Clan harbored, the more advantageous it was for him. "What are you all doing?" "Your Highness, that is a question for the Dragon King. We are merely following protocol," Jiu replied with a nonchalant demeanor, refusing to divulge any information. The visible strength of the Dragon Clan is merely that of the Tai Golden Immortals. As a seasoned Golden Immortal, Jiu undoubtedly possessed knowledge beyond Ao Tian's imagination, having previously chosen to conceal his prowess. "Very well, let us return to the camp." Ao Tian settled cross-legged within the tent, while Jiu departed with Kunling Tian. System. Claim the rewards. When benefits are at hand, they must be utilized to enhance one's strength. Otherwise, one risks being robbed and left with nothing. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward. 12 stabilizing sea pearls. Reward. 10 9,000-year peaches of immortality. Reward. 2 fragments of the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the god-slaying spear. Reward. 2,000 playful points. And then? Ao Tian wore an expression of confusion, as the previous rewards were more substantial, leading him to suspect the system was withholding benefits. "There is no need for concern, dear host. Our system is fair and honest, never engaging in deceit. The Earthly Fiend's 72 arts are still loading. Once they are available, they will be dispatched to you first. We kindly ask for your favorable review." Upon hearing the system's somewhat cheeky response, Ao Tian felt inclined to lodge a complaint, yet he hesitated, fearing the rewards might be rescinded. "So, In the event of delayed delivery, are there any additional compensations? Knowing it would be delivered eventually, Ao Tian felt reassured, realizing it was prudent to negotiate for further benefits. What would you desire? Perhaps a delectable treat? The system is merely informing you, not soliciting your suggestions. Our service motto is to ensure the host does not gain any undue advantages. The system replied with an exaggerated warmth, leaving Ao Tian feeling immensely satisfied. As though basking in the springtime sun, Ao Tian calmed his thoughts, and with a flicker of his consciousness, 12 stabilizing sea pearls emerged from the system, orbiting around him. These sea pearls of the Eastern Sea were derived from the chaotic pearl, brimming with vast amounts of chaotic energy. This energy is as weighty as 1,000 June, wielding immense lethality against the beings of the primordial world. Should Ao Tian successfully refine this energy, he would possess a formidable weapon in the future. In the investiture of the gods, the 24 stabilizing sea pearls originally in the possession of Zhao Gongming were seized by Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao through the use of the falling treasure money, subsequently claimed by the lantern-extinguishing Taoist. In the ensuing Wanxian formation, they even struck down the golden spirit Holy Mother, and in the extermination of Immortals formation, they vanquished the master of the heavenly teaching. From this, one can glean the true might of the stabilizing sea pearls. If Ao Tian were to acquire all 24 pearls from Zhao Gongming and merge them, the level and power of the stabilizing sea pearls would be incomparably elevated. Ao Tian enveloped the stabilizing sea pearls with his consciousness, delving deeper within to explore and hasten their refinement. Days swiftly passed, and with the assistance of the system, Ao Tian had essentially refined the sea calming pearl. Bolstered by this artifact, he ascended to the late-stage golden immortal realm. However, given his current level, he found it challenging to wield the sea calming pearl for combat. If confronted by adversaries, it would merely serve as a heavy stone, ideal for smashing. He contemplated extracting a fragment of the god-slaying spear for inspection, yet the malevolent aura emanating from even a single shard was enough to cause him to cough up blood, prompting him to hastily return the fragment to the system. Truly, the god-slaying spear was formidable, if such a shard exuded such potent energy. How immense would the power of a complete spear be? Ao Tian wiped the blood from his lips and took a considerable time to regain his composure. He then retrieved a 9,000-year-old peach to soothe his nerves. After taking a bite, the juice flowed abundantly, its fragrance intoxicating. It wasn't long before Ao Tian devoured the entire fruit, his injuries swiftly mending. System, what purpose do my points serve? Can I exchange them for spiritual treasures now? Ao Tian inquired with notable politeness. Host, the minimum exchange for a spiritual treasure is 100,000 points. You currently possess only 3,100. So you still have a long way to go. That is quite the paltry sum you offer. What can I exchange for? Ao Tian persisted, unwilling to give up hope. Congratulations, host. You may exchange your points for 3 packages of way-long spicy strips, with a service fee of 100 points. Your points have now been reset to 0. Please rate our service with 5 stars. The system promptly transformed Ao Tian's points into snacks. Ao Tian, holding the spicy strips, was taken aback. Just like that, his hard-earned points had vanished. 3 packages of spicy strips, weighing less than 500 grams, had cost him thousands of points obtained through arduous battles. System, what benefits do these provide? Ao Tian contemplated earnestly, pondering if they might surpass the 9,000-year-old peach in value. Indeed, they have benefits. The system replied with remarkable clarity. What benefits? Ao Tian pressed eagerly. They can assist you in recalling past memories. Is there a possibility of returning them? Ao Tian asked in a hushed tone. Returns are not accepted once you leave the counter. Thank you for your cooperation. Please leave a positive review. A positive review, particularly commendable, exceptionally polite, considerate of the host's nostalgia, truly delightful. Tears glistening. Ao Tian tore open a package of spicy strips and submitted his review. With a flushed face and teary eyes, Ao Tian exited the military tent. His mouth burned from the spice, while his heart ached. The flesh of Kuan Ling Tian, once severed, had long been consumed by the soldiers. With no part wasted, barbecued chicken wings and braised drumsticks, all derived from the potent essence contained within Kuan Ling Tian's blood, had significantly bolstered the soldiers' prowess. The vacancies left by Kuan Ling Tian's earlier defeat had been filled by Ao Zhan, resulting in a full complement of 40,000 troops. Through a cycle of renewal, the soldiers had developed remarkable camaraderie through repeated training and battles, further enhancing the might of their formations. Ao Tian cast his gaze towards the main tent of the army. Jiu should be returning soon. He then looked upon his soldiers, confident they would continue to advance fearlessly in his absence. Chapter 17. A new campaign after much anticipation. Jiu finally arrived. Your Highness, General Jiu brings the Dragon King's edict. General Ao Tian requests your presence in the military tent, announced Ao Tian's personal guard. As I approached the military tent, I could hear the boisterous laughter of Commander Jiao and his companions from a distance. Jiu mingled effortlessly among the crowd, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone, creating an atmosphere akin to that of close brothers. General, I, Ao Tian, seek an audience, Ao Tian stated solemnly, bowing respectfully outside the tent. As a soldier under Ao Tian's, he was bound to adhere to the military protocols, and it was precisely this understanding of propriety that endeared him to Ao Tian. Ha ha! Your Highness, you are too courteous, Ao Tian exclaimed, promptly ushering the generals to welcome Ao Tian, who was then enveloped by the gathering akin to stars surrounding the moon. Since everyone is present, let General Jiu announce the Dragon King's edict. Ao Tian gestured grandly. The Dragon King's sacred decree. Commander Ao Tian of the Jinyuan army has safeguarded the borders for many years, rendering distinguished service. Thus, he is bestowed with the low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the pure June sword, he proclaimed. This recognition was no mere token. Ao Tian's ascension to the Tai Golden Immortal level augmented the Dragon Clan's military might, and his commendable achievements in warfare over the years warranted this special reward. Furthermore, other generals were also granted rewards, with even the 200,000 soldiers receiving some form of recognition. Father's generosity knows no bounds. The Dragon Clan truly is magnificent. Ao Tian silently commended the old Dragon King, eagerly awaiting his own orders. However, after a prolonged wait, none came. Jiu, did the Dragon King not have any directives for me? Ao Tian inquired, his eyes wide with anticipation. Commander Ao Tian, your repeated contributions to the Dragon Clan's prosperity and stability have not gone unnoticed. The Dragon Palace expresses its special commendation. Jiu replied with a peculiar smile directed at Ao Tian. Your Highness, I intended to convey this privately, but since you seek it, I shall grant it to you. Ao Tian was taken aback, realizing that Jiu's humorous demeanor was indeed a tradition of the Dragon Clan. After the initial commendation, there seemed to be no further rewards. Could it be that the old king had welcomed more young princes and no longer cared for him? Your Highness, the Dragon King surely has his own plans. Please do not harbor any grievances. The surrounding generals quickly consoled him. Ha 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 ha. Rest assured, my lords, father has his own arrangements, and I would never hold any grievances. Although Ao Tian was perplexed by the lack of reward from the old Dragon King, he harbored no ill thoughts towards him. Ao Tian then proceeded to organize a banquet for the troops, arranging for the quartermaster to distribute the rewards to all soldiers. The military feast was not one of refinement. It was a simple affair focused on revelry. Even Ao Tian was coaxed into consuming several jars of spirit wine before the festivities concluded. He returned to his tent only after the stars and moon had risen. Jiu, why hasn't father recalled me? Ao Tian pondered, bewildered. He believed himself to be a pillar of the Dragon Clan and thought that the Dragon King, by allowing Jiu to reveal certain secrets, indicated that he could now aid the Dragon Clan. Your Highness, the Dragon King certainly has his own arrangements. He wishes for you to focus on your cultivation, to experience the world outside, to listen to the generals, and to bond with the soldiers. In the future, the Jinyuan army shall be led by you. Jiu respectfully replied, setting aside his previous levity. Given this, why still share with me certain secrets? Ao Tian inquired, puzzled. Your Highness, when you chose to experience military training and ventured forth to lead troops into battle independently, it signifies your maturation. As a direct descendant of the Dragon Clan, it is your duty to shoulder the responsibilities that come with it. The Dragon King has instructed me to inform you that with the assistance of the first and second princes, there are ample hands available, so you need not worry. Raising an eyebrow, Ao Tian immediately grasped the situation. His two elder brothers had departed for distant lands during his early years, rarely returning, and it appeared they had long been alleviating the Dragon King's burdens. After recovering from his own attacks, Ao Tian's request to engage in military training aligned perfectly with the Dragon King's intentions. One cannot place all eggs in a single basket. Even if the future schemes of the Dragon Clan were to be exposed, it would be the shortcomings of the first and second princes that tarnished the clan's reputation, leaving Ao Tian untouched by any blame. However, it was clear that only limited knowledge was to be bestowed upon him, ensuring he did not delve too deeply. Safeguarding the essence of the dragon lineage, with a wave of his hand, he dismissed Jiu, immersing himself in thought within the military tent. It seemed the Dragon Clan had never abandoned its aspiration to reclaim the primordial lands, yet why had they not risen again? Ao Tian pondered where the failure lay. The Dragon Clan still lacked formidable experts, Regardless of the Dragon King's numerous strategies and ambitions, they remained mere ants in the eyes of the sages, easily extinguishable. It must have been that the sages detected some signs of their plans, leading to their downfall during subsequent calamities, particularly after being outmaneuvered during the journey to the west, resulting in the Dragon Clan's complete decline. The task ahead was indeed daunting. Ao Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating future strategies. The Dragon Clan could not afford another defeat, for there was no retreat. In the following year, Ao Tian led the Genuine army on various campaigns, obliterating the rebellious demon clans surrounding them and those causing turmoil in the human territories. The reputation of the Genuine army surged, with nearby demon clans either slaughtered or fleeing to distant lands. The Dragon Clan firmly established its unparalleled authority over the East Sea, with no one daring to voice dissent from top to bottom. Under the Dragon King's deliberate cultivation, Ao Tai gradually stepped into the background, while Ao Tian ascended to the position of deputy commander of the Genuine army, effectively becoming the true commander of the forces. Ao Tai relinquished control of major military affairs, willingly attending to the logistics and provisions under Ao Tian's guidance. Once Ao Tian became thoroughly acquainted with camp matters, Ao Tai planned to return to the Dragon Clan, safeguarding the ancestral Dragon Abyss as many of his predecessors had, becoming part of the clan's heritage. Meanwhile, Jiu Yu, due to his military merits, was promoted to chief of the Wind Division. In a stronghold of the demon clans, the soldiers of the Genuine army were ruthlessly exterminating the resisting beasts. Bolstered by the battle formations, the disorganized demons were slaughtered without mercy. As the soldiers gained experience through ongoing skirmishes, they developed smaller formations suitable for various terrains and situations, ranging from 3 to 10,000 men, greatly enhancing their combat efficacy. Ao Tian observed from a distance as his troops unleashed their fury upon the demon clans. Having no intention of intervening, the demon kings at the Golden Immortal Realm had already fallen to the battle formations, rendering Ao Tian unnecessary in the fray. As the soldiers instinctively coalesced their formations to achieve victory. Your Highness, the human plight remains unresolved, yet the demon threat continues to escalate. Jiu Yu, drenched in blood, approached while holding the severed head of the demon king, prompting Ao Tian to cast a disdainful glance. Understanding the unspoken cue, Jiu Yu flung the head away, attending to his sanguine attire to avoid appearing soiled each time. Ao Tian expressed his distaste, recalling how Jiu Yu, during their earlier campaigns, had returned covered in blood and tattered armor, startling him. Over the course of their long companionship, their bond transcended that of master and servant, resembling that of brothers bound by life and death. Yet, he was soon deceived by this brother, losing a precious 9,000-year-old peach. Ao Tian remained troubled by this betrayal, while Jiu Yu casually wiped the blood on his garments. The current methods employed by the human emperor to manage the waters were misguided. How could they restore the flow? Ao Tian gazed upon the carnage below, which was nearing its conclusion, with flames engulfing the landscape and blood staining the ground, a sight too horrific to bear. This had once been a fertile land. Amidst the chaos, the outlines of human city walls could still be discerned. Chapter 18. The Ambush. After enduring numerous battles, Ao Tian's heart had hardened like stone, for the sufferings of humanity were manifold. He felt powerless to alleviate their plight, capable only of small acts to ensure the survival of humanity within his jurisdiction, providing them with the utmost protection. The human race was destined to be the foremost clan in the primordial world. Despite their adversities, there was no need to fear annihilation. In contrast, the Dragon Clan, once the tyrants of the primordial realm, had deep-rooted heritage, and many sought to take a bite out of their legacy. Ao Tian's most pressing concern was to elevate the Dragon Clan. Your Highness, the rebellious demon race has been thoroughly eradicated. Soon, a soldier reported on the outcomes of the battle. As Ao Tian had anticipated, the Genuine army had suffered minimal casualties, as their current formation rivaled the might of Tai Golden Immortals. However, those of such caliber were seasoned warriors who would not stir trouble for trifling gains, nor would they bully the frail human race, as it would tarnish their reputation. Generally, they had established their own territories, who would stoop to engage in petty disputes for mere scraps. All remnants of the demon race should be dispatched to the seabed mines to toil for my lord. The Dragon Clan occupied the East Sea, rich in countless underwater resources, but the human race, being physically weak, was ill-suited for mining endeavors. Thus, these demons became the optimal labor force, simple, efficient, and without cost. Every ounce of labor was profit, a venture devoid of risk. At this moment, the Dragon Palace in the East Sea was in turmoil. Dragon King, I come with utmost sincerity, so I hope you do not rebuff my overtures." A brash man with an unsightly visage and dragon horns boldly occupied the Dragon King's throne, while the Dragon King stood in the center of the hall, trembling with rage, yet feeling utterly powerless. "What? After a few years of learning techniques outside, you cannot wait to return and flaunt them before me? The clan leader of the dragons?" The Dragon King quickly managed to quell his anger, adopting a calm demeanor. Currently, the Dragon Clan was in a weakened state, with several Dragon Kings unable to manage their vast number of clansmen. Following the Great Calamity, the dragon population had drastically dwindled, with pure-blooded dragons numbering less than 1,000,000, and their overall strength being inadequate for significant endeavors. Rather than an issue of management, it was more a matter of control. In a 1,000,000-strong lineage, there are bound to be a few troublemakers, particularly audacious ones, whom one is helpless to confront. This is due to their formidable strength. To subdue them would require a considerable sacrifice. The individual speaking arrogantly opposite is one such troublemaker. His father is a cousin of Ao Guang, sharing a bloodline even slightly more potent than his. This troublemaker is the offspring of a serpent, the Red Python King, who has attained a certain level of sentience. His father perished tens of thousands of years ago under mysterious circumstances, and he was raised by his mother, who was generously supported by the Dragon Clan with abundant cultivation resources. Little did they expect that trouble would come knocking at their door now. "Uncle, I too am a member of the Dragon Clan, having reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal stage. You have cultivated for 1,000,000 years and stand at the same peak. Thus, I consider myself a significant force for our clan and wish to contribute," he said with feigned respect, though his face betrayed an unmistakable hint of menace. "However, we are impoverished orphans," he continued. "Having heard of the Dragon Clan's vast resources and treasures, I seek to request some spiritual treasures from you, dear uncle." The young man's countenance was dark, radiating a powerful aura of malevolence, unabashedly revealing his greed as he fixed his gaze on the Dragon King. "Pray, what do you think, dear uncle?" The Dragon King regarded him with cold indifference, seated imperiously upon his throne while the young man casually found a stool to sit on. "Dear nephew, this is hardly the posture of a supplicant. It appears that your mother has neglected to teach you even the most fundamental etiquette since my brother's passing," he retorted. Who is Ao Guang? The patriarch of the Dragon Clan, reigning as the Dragon King for 1,000,000 years. If he lacked the skill to reprimand, how could he maintain authority? With just a few words, he chastised the young man, asserting his unwillingness to yield. The young man's expression instantly soured, realizing his uncle had no intention of acknowledging his so-called sincerity. How the Dragon Clan yearned for my assistance. "Would you consider passing your title of Dragon King to your nephew?" he implored. "Ha ha ha, a mere Tai Golden Immortal dares to be so presumptuous. What achievements do you possess that merit such a title as Lord of the Four Seas?" The Dragon King rose, casting a cold gaze upon him. An overwhelming aura was unleashed, descending upon the young dragon like an invisible mountain. He felt as though a colossal weight bore down upon him, shattering his bones and rupturing his organs, prompting a violent cough that expelled a stream of blood. "Good nephew, since your mother has failed to impart this lesson, allow your uncle to enlighten you. One must humble oneself in dealings. Not all Tai Golden Immortals possess the same strength." With a fierce glare, his imposing aura surged, causing the young man to collapse into a feeble heap upon the throne, sliding down like a slippery eel. The young man gazed at the Dragon King in terror. Ao Guang then restrained his aura. He had never intended to slay this unworthy nephew. After all, the Dragon Clan required such high-caliber combatants. Though he held little hope for the young man, his mere existence served as a deterrent to external threats, compelling others to weigh their actions against the Dragon Clan with caution. "Ao Jiao, if you genuinely wish to contribute to the survival of the Dragon Clan, my uncle would not hesitate to bestow upon you treasures of spirit. Yet, over the years, the consumption of these treasures has left us with but a meager supply, reserved for those who sincerely serve the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, you possess a multitude of spiritual artifacts bequeathed to you by your father. Do you truly lack for such items?" The Dragon King's regal aura surged forth, his imposing presence fixed upon Ao Jiao. It is a known flaw of the Dragon Clan to covet treasures. Even a single member may lack spiritual artifacts, yet possess valuables sufficient to rival the wealth of a small human nation. Ao Jiao's father, a formidable Tai Golden Immortal, left behind a substantial inheritance ample for Ao Jiao's cultivation, rendering it unnecessary to come to the Dragon Palace in lamentation of poverty. Observing Ao Jiao's feeble demeanor, Ao Guang softened, retracting his overwhelming aura. "Uncle, your presence hardly reflects the might of a Tai Golden Immortal," Ao Jiao remarked with a playful smile directed at the Dragon King. "Is there an issue at hand?" The Dragon King regarded him warily, contemplating the possibility of taking drastic measures if Ao Jiao remained obstinate. Yet, you are not a delusional golden immortal, are you? Ao Jiao quipped, a glint of mischief in his eyes. The Dragon King, sensing a shift, prepared to consolidate his power. But before he could react, a blade of light pierced his chest. Ignoring his injury, the Dragon King summoned his strength to retaliate, sending a figure hurtling backward. Upon turning, he was met with the furious gaze of the Dragon King. Do you seek death, you mother and son? Uncle, why must you be so fierce towards me? It makes me quite unhappy, Ao Jiao retorted, joining forces with Qilian, who daintily dabbed at the blood at the corner of her mouth, feigning innocence. The Qilian clan, part of the serpent lineage, excelled in subterfuge and assassination, which explained Ao Jiao's audacious confidence, with him drawing attention. Qilian lay in wait to strike the Dragon King from the shadows. Indeed, a clever stratagem. Do you truly believe that by slaying me, you can secure this throne? The Dragon King expelled the sword energy from his body while focusing on healing, remaining vigilant of the duo. Uncle, you underestimate us, a mother and her son. As a lone pair, we must ensure our weapons are poisoned. What if we encounter a villain? Wouldn't you agree? They proceeded to engage in their underhanded dealings without regard for the surroundings. As the Dragon King channeled his spiritual energy, he realized his powers were obstructed, the potent poison difficult to expel. Qilian and Ao Jiao surged forward, their palms striking the Dragon King's chest, sending him reeling. You wretched scoundrels. It is said that our Dragon clan is indulgent, yet who has truly disrupted moral order? Qilian, you are indeed a commendable mother. Another spurt of blood escaped him. Why must you threaten my brother? Ao Jiao replied, Uncle, please do not frighten me. I am rather timid. Perhaps you should descend and explain things to that deceased soul. Qilian's family spoke sweetly, yet their actions were merciless. In the next moment, a blade of light descended upon the Dragon King, who lay weakened on the ground. Chapter 19. Suppression of Rebellion. Treacherous lovers, seeking death. A surge of spiritual light rushed back, striking Qilian and her son fiercely, causing them to stumble and fall. They exchanged glances and fled. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled, and the pursuers did not follow. He hurried to the Dragon King's side, retrieving an antidote from the universe bag and hastily consuming it. Father, how are you? Do not worry, father is fine. The Dragon King took a breath and looked at the newcomer. Send word to your second and third brothers. They must be cautious of these two individuals, for their hearts are exceedingly malicious. Do not fall for their schemes. It was the Dragon King's eldest son, Ao Jiao, who, upon arriving at the Dragon Palace, displayed a rebellious demeanor and acted arrogantly. The Prime Minister Turtle, fearing for the Dragon King's safety, discreetly relayed a message to the eldest prince, AOD. Upon receiving the news, AOD rushed to the Dragon Palace, fortunately arriving in time. Proclaim across the seas that Qilian and Ao Jiao engage in incestual acts, plotting treason against their superiors. A warrant is issued for their capture throughout the seas. Upon discovery, they are to be executed without mercy. The dignity of the Dragon clan must not be tarnished. Qilian and her accomplice are cunning. Should we engage in lengthy discourse with them, they may escape once more. Report to the Dragon King. Qilian and Ao Jiao have rallied the Qilian clan, some from the Jiao clan, and a portion of the Sea clan in rebellion. Came the news from outside. It seemed they had been well prepared. The Dragon clan was already weakened. Why must they inflict harm upon one another? What purpose does this position of disgrace serve? The Dragon King sighed deeply. Father, shall I lead our forces to eliminate them? AOD inquired tentatively, head bowed. With a sharp slap, the Dragon King struck the eldest prince's head, shooting him a glare before speaking. Dispatch the Jinyuan and Yangwei divisions to swiftly quell the insurrection. Those who dare to rebel among the Sea clan shall be left without a trace. The Imperial Guard is to await orders at the Dragon Palace, while the brave army remains stationed to intimidate the Sea clan. Inform your 3 royal uncles that there is no need to deploy troops. They should maintain vigilance and defend our homeland. The Dragon King was concerned that other Dragon Kings from different sea territories would not miss this opportunity to incite chaos. In a span of millions of years, the Dragon King had faced countless tribulations. A mere rebellion would not shake the foundation of the Dragon clan. It was but a minor challenge. AOD bowed and exited. Shortly thereafter, radiant lights flew in various directions. Little one, is it truly such a grave matter? Why the agitation? The Dragon King chuckled lightly as he made his way toward the sleeping quarters. Already aware of the nature of the poison affecting him, the Qilian clan was notoriously toxic, renowned throughout the primordial realm. And with Qilian having reached the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, her poison was exceedingly difficult to counteract. Such a trivial poison, can I not remedy it? The Dragon King scoffed, retrieving a precious item from beneath the bed. Upon opening the box, he took the antidote and consumed it. The Dragon Clan had governed the Sea Clan for countless millennia. The number of races within the Dragon Clan was unknown. Yet all that soared through the skies fell under the jurisdiction of the Phoenix Clan. All that roamed the earth belonged to the Qilin Clan, while the remainder was managed by the Dragon Clan. Countless sea clans had perished, yet innumerable others had emerged. However, the Dragon Clan remained unchanging, a constant in the tides of time. With such a venomous poison as that of the Qilin Clan, how could the Dragon Clan not be prepared with an antidote? After consuming the antidote, the Dragon King sat cross-legged on the bed, regulating his breath. Your Highness, news from the Dragon Palace indicates that the Qilin Clan has gathered a faction of the Jiao Clan and some lawless elements in rebellion. The Dragon King has issued orders to Jinyuan and Yangwei to quell the insurrection. Please, Your Highness, make your decision, reported Jiuyu, respectfully behind Ao Tian. Ao Tian cast a glance at Jiuyu, questioning what there was to decide. The Dragon King had already given instructions. Why was there a need for further deliberation? Jiuyu chuckled, remarking on the prince's humor, a term he had learned from Ao Tian and now employed with greater frequency after grasping its meaning. Did General Ao Tian comprehend this? Although Ao Tian presently held the position of de facto commander of the Jinyuan army, he was still nominally the deputy commander, while Ao Tian had long been the established leader. Ultimately, Ao Tian was destined to command the Jinyuan army, yet the transition must be unblemished, ensuring that Ao Tian received ample respect. Your Highness, Commander Ao Tian has instructed me to inform you. Huh, you are quite humorous. Ao Tian found himself at a loss when confronted by this lively character. Gather the entire army to vanquish the traitors. Understood. Jiuyu saluted and promptly conveyed the order to each battalion. On the training grounds, 200,000 soldiers of the Jinyuan army assembled, their expressions grave as they gazed upon the generals on the reviewing stand. Warriors, Ao Tian proclaimed, the current Dragon Clan is weakened, beset by myriad scheming adversaries eager to devour our domain. Yet, we, the Dragon Clan, still stand proud amidst the primordial wilderness, capable of sheltering countless beings of the sea. The four seas remain our realm, belonging to the myriad sea folk. Ao Tian's voice resonated, clearly reaching the ears of every soldier. The continued strength of the Dragon Clan and the sea folk's ability to traverse the oceans depend upon your valiant sacrifices. Thus, on behalf of the millions of dragon kin and the billions of sea folk, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Ao Tian bowed deeply to the 200,000 warriors, declaring, we are willing to serve you unto death. The soldiers knelt in reverence, affirming their loyalty to their general. Warriors, there are those with ill intentions who seek to obliterate your achievements and trample upon your dignity. Will you permit this? Ao Tian raised his arm and bellowed, fight, fight, fight. The soldiers rhythmically struck their long spears against the ground, summoning a dense cloud of battle spirit that coalesced into the magnificent form of a white tiger. Observing the surging morale and the ethereal white tiger taking shape in the sky, Ao Tian felt a surge of confidence. The white tiger, a creature of the ancient West, was a symbol of conquest. As they prepared for battle, the soldiers' collective spirit manifested as clouds, transforming into the white tiger, the embodiment of the Jinyuan army's martial soul. This bolstered Ao Tian's belief that they would undoubtedly achieve victory in the impending conflict. March 4th, with a single command, the 200,000 soldiers boarded their warships in an orderly manner, setting sail for the battlefield. Commander Ao Tian, do you possess any detailed knowledge of the enemy's capabilities? Ao Tian inquired within the operations room of the flagship. He understood that to engage effectively, one must know both oneself and one's adversary. However, the Dragon King's message had provided little pertinent information, mostly consisting of admonitions directed at Ao Tian. He found himself curious why, in the East Sea, no one knew more about the various sea clans than the Dragon Palace, yet the Dragon King had withheld this information from him. Every race possesses its unique strengths and vulnerabilities, knowledge that the Dragon Palace should be acutely aware of. One must not underestimate any race that has endured and thrived since the dawn of time. However, the old Dragon King has not imparted any valuable intelligence to me. Ha ha ha, Your Highness, the traitors are certainly not to be feared. Rather, it is the Dragon King's desire to assess your capacity for response. A single utterance can awaken the dreamer. Over the course of countless eons, the dragon race has weathered numerous tempests. A mere rebellion cannot shake its foundation. Nevertheless, the presence of a capable heir is of paramount importance. The significance of Ao Tian in the Dragon King's heart is evidently profound. Withholding useful information serves as a test of his leadership and personnel management skills. If he can uncover all pertinent information regarding Ao Jiao and adeptly assign his subordinates to suitable positions, the Dragon King will no longer worry about Ao Tian's lack of intelligence. Victory is assured. This battle is pivotal for Ao Tian's standing in the Dragon King's eyes, determining whether he can bear the weight of the dragon race. Perhaps for the dragons, this is merely a minor insurrection, yet under the scrutiny of Ao Zhan. It represents Ao Tian's foundational battle. He must emerge victorious, and with style. The ability to fight and the ability to lead others to victory are two distinct concepts. Ao Tian has spent years in the military, rising to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, demonstrating his combat prowess. Now, he must showcase his ability to lead others to triumph in a war that commands the attention of the primordial world. Chapter 20. Unappreciative, Your Highness. I possess some knowledge regarding the situation of the treacherous Ao Jiao. He is, in fact, your cousin, the son of the Dragon King's brother, Ao Jia. He disappeared during a campaign and left behind a broken life tablet in the Dragon Palace, indicating his likely demise. Thus, Ao Jiao was raised by his mother. Initially, the dragon race vehemently opposed this union. Ao Jia was already a mid-stage golden immortal, possessing extraordinary talent, and it was only a matter of time before he advanced further. Given his noble lineage, what sort of woman could he not attract? The principal objection stemmed from the disreputable reputation of the Chilean clan, known for their expertise in poison and their lascivious tendencies, which made it untenable for the dragon race to allow a woman of such dubious repute and unclear intentions into their fold. However, after Ao Jiao's birth, being of dragon blood, the elders acquiesced to her existence. Following Ao Jia's disappearance in battle, presumed fallen, the clan felt a deep sense of guilt, making it all the more difficult to mistreat this mother and son duo. Eventually, Chilean took Ao Jiao away from the dragon race for her upbringing. Yet all resources were provided by the dragon clan, never lacking in any respect. However, as her reputation continued to suffer, the dragon race severed ties with her until the current rebellion arose. Ao Tian rhythmically tapped on the table, analyzing the current situation. There are at least 2 mid to late-stage golden immortals opposing them. Though they have been injured by the Dragon King, they are indeed 2 formidable golden immortals. The audacity of Ao Jiao to rebel indicates she still possesses hidden cards. Otherwise, she would not dare to attempt the assassination of the Dragon King. This rebellion is clearly premeditated. Randomly extracting a peach from the system, Ao Tian casually divided one with Ao Tai. Observing the eager gaze of Jiao Yu, Ao Tian took out another peach, recalling how Jiao Yu had often led him into trouble. Thus, he reluctantly offered half of it, keeping 1.5 for himself. In truth, Ao Tian had already consumed all his peaches long ago, yet the system had yet to deliver the recognized earthly fiend's 72 arts. Not only had the goods failed to arrive, but during subsequent battles, no rewards had been dispensed either. The system, feeling somewhat embarrassed, after all, even its audacity had its limits, compensated Ao Tian with 100 peaches of inferior quality. Speaking of the system, how could it dare to open a shop with such a shortage of goods? Ao Tian took a bite of the peach and silently questioned within his mind. The host required these resources for leveling up and battling. If the goods do not arrive on time, how can the host break through? What if there are consequences? Ao Tian jested, as it was rare to tease the system, and he thought it prudent to take advantage of its guilt. So, do you consider yourself the chosen one? The system's cold voice retorted. Otherwise, how do you think the system came to you? Ao Tian suddenly found the peach in his hand less appealing, realizing that previous hosts had presumably met their demise. Ha ha ha, the system truly has a sense of humor. Could it possibly teach me the technique sooner? Ao Tian mused, aware that time was of the essence, and even if he was unfamiliar with the techniques upon arrival, having an additional method to safeguard his life would be invaluable. Congratulations, host. Ao Tian's heart soared at the long-awaited voice. You have received 10 packages of way-long spicy strips, highly rated by the host. 5 stars, 5 stars. Ao Tian noted the system becoming increasingly relatable. Its previously stingy nature seemed to have learned the art of negotiation. He wondered if it would eventually offer spicy strips in exchange for techniques. The host's suggestion is exceedingly reasonable. The system can fulfill it. The system appeared at just the right moment. My lord, my father says I am destined for longevity. I believe I can wait a little longer. I am not in a great hurry. Take your time with the loading. Ao Tian had known from the outset that the system could perceive his innermost thoughts. But he did not anticipate this sense of helplessness. Your Highness, the scouts sent to investigate have returned. A voice reported from outside the door. Come in, Your Highness. The rebellious Ao Jiao has gathered 5 Tai golden immortal level demon kings under his command. along with dozens of golden immortal level demon kings and a multitude of lesser demons numbering in the millions. They are currently assembled at the lair of the Qi Lian tribe, 1,000 miles away. Please decide, Your Highness. Learning from Jiu, do not hastily make decisions. If you have something to say, say it. What level are these demon kings? Ao Tian countered directly. The scout glanced at Jiu, who was preoccupied with the peach pit he had just finished, not daring to speak. This group of scouts, all at the celestial immortal level, was indeed trained by Jiu himself. Your Highness, many of the demon kings under Ao Jiao are sea marauders who have long resisted the dragon clan's control, making a living by raiding in the waters near the East Sea. With Ao Jiao's rebellion, they have found common cause. Focus on the important details. Ao Tian interrupted, as the highest ranked among the 4 great demon kings was about to be mentioned. Stop. The supporting characters do not require names. Let us speak of cultivation. Ao Tian cuts to the chase. The 4 demon kings possess the pinnacle of cultivation at the mid-stage of the Tai golden immortal realm, lacking in precious treasures. Yet their methods are exceedingly brutal and their experience vast. They have taken refuge in the lair of the chaotic rebel Ao Jiao. The scout glanced at Ao Tian, swallowing hard, and said, well, that's the end of it. Jiu, observe this level. Ao Tian gestured towards Jiu. Jiu shot him a glance, remaining silent. Yet silently thought, isn't this all just to fill the words for you? With 6 Tai golden immortals, Ao Tian's current combat capability could barely contend with 1. The Jinyuan army could hold 2. Ao Zhan could deal with 1, leaving 3 unaccounted for within the army. Suddenly, Ao Tian cast his gaze upon Jiu, who was licking a peach pit. Jiu felt a chill run down her spine at Ao Tian's stare, causing her to drop the pit. Your Highness, I have only tricked you out of a few fruits. Is this truly necessary? Jiu gulped nervously, eyeing Ao Tian cautiously. You are utterly useless, wasting everything you consume. Can't you at least strive a little harder? Learn something from this prince? Ao Tian looked at him with disappointment. Jiu licked the peach pit again, saying, Your Highness, if I had a good father and a few handy treasures, I would dare to confront them. Having spent so much time with Ao Tian, Jiu was well aware of what could and could not be said. It was merely a light-hearted jest, one that Ao Tian would not take to heart. Ao Tian licked his lips and flashed a devilish smile at Jiu. Jiu, those were your own words. Jiu's expression darkened as if she sensed something. Ao Jiao, after your father's demise, did the dragon clan raise you and your mother in vain? Your father was such a hero. How could you emerge as such an ungrateful and treacherous wretch? If you are wise, disband your troops, and I shall plead with my father to spare your lives. Ao Tian challenged in front of the Qi Lian clan stronghold, for he truly dared not lead an army into battle. The Qi Lian had lived there for generations, their defenses impenetrable. Entering would merely be delivering provisions to them, wouldn't it? Ha ha ha, is that not the 3rd prince? Come in and sit a while. Let your aunt dote on you. Ao Jiao did not emerge, but instead, Qi Lian came out to speak. Ao Tian, gazing upon such an alluring figure, felt his eyes burn and kindly offered a reminder. Qi Lian, you are of the Serpent clan, not the Fox clan. Instead of spending time on your appearance, why not think of a proper name? One of the reasons the elders of the Dragon clan had opposed Qi Lian's entry was that she lacked even a respectable name. How could she possibly belong to the Dragon clan? Ao Tian's words struck like stepping on a snake's tail, inciting immediate fury. I shall eliminate you, this insignificant creature. Unappreciative. Daring to cause chaos. None shall be spared. Chapter 21. Battle. Qi Lian lunged at Ao Tian. Suddenly, a beam of spiritual light struck from the side, prompting Qi Lian to evade. Yet it bore no effect. Upon closer inspection, a heavily wrapped ball hurled towards Qi Lian. You despicable snake, ball serpent, come here. Do you dare to battle me for 100 rounds? If you surrender, I may spare your life. I permitted you to thrust in with a white blade and emerge with a green one, piercing your gallbladder. I allowed you to enter with a white blade and exit with another white blade, targeting your brain. I let you enter with a white blade and exit with a yellow one, aiming to pierce your very essence. Qi Lian trembled with rage, her visage shimmering with a kaleidoscope of emotions, as she maximized the potency of her venom. Do you believe you can pierce me? Wisps of azure smoke billowed from the crown of Qi Lian's head as she fixed her gaze intently upon the orb. Hiding within, Jiu swallowed hard, his limbs betraying a slight tremor. This was a tactic taught by Ao Tian to incite Qi Lian's wrath and lead her away. If you dare, you may attempt it. Ha ha ha, what harm is there in my trying? With that, he lunged towards Jiu. Mother, do not pursue. The commotion outside is considerable. Ao Jiao has long been lurking in the shadows, and upon witnessing Qi Lian's advance, he urgently called out. Qi Lian glanced back at the orb, which still flaunted its presence, and with resolute determination, she charged forth. Ao Jiao hastened to follow, while Ao Tian positioned himself in her path. Ao Jiao, your adversary is me. I have heard that on that fateful day in the Dragon Palace, you were so intimidated by my father that you fell to the ground without engaging. Let us see if you possess your father's prowess. Ao Jiao brandished a colossal hammer. Soon, you shall discover. The intimidation Ao Jiao exuded was far less potent than that of Kunling Tian back in the day. And considering Ao Jiao's injuries from the Dragon Palace, Ao Tian had no doubt about his ability to prevail. Roar! Ao Jiao opened his mouth wide. A gaping chasm that seemed to stretch for several yards. A tremendous force of devouring energy, akin to a black hole, generated a formidable suction, drawing nearby objects toward him. Ao Tian staggered forward a few steps, unable to resist the pull. He swiftly produced 12 sea calming pearls, discreetly placing them upon himself. Resolute in his stance despite Ao Jiao's ever-widening maw, Ao Tian smirked upon witnessing this. With that hammer in hand, I expected you to charge. Yet here you are merely wielding a weight. Are you afraid of being consumed? Ao Jiao, upon seeing Ao Tian remain unfazed and mock him so brazenly, was instantly provoked and charged with the hammer. Ao Tian deftly dodged, thrusting his spear forth, resulting in a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the cavern. Ao Jiao did not flinch, absorbing the impact, and lunged toward Ao Tian. Ao Tian was well aware of his intentions, to seize him and coerce the Dragon Clan. Did you truly believe this hall was an easy target? Channeling the Nine Heavens transformation technique, he wielded his spear like a club, striking fiercely at an empty space. Bang! A figure plummeted from the void, the immense force crashing upon it, resulting in a violent explosion. The shadow lunging toward Ao Tian suddenly dissipated, revealing merely an illusion. Ao Jiao, do you truly believe that I have not studied your techniques? The Qi Lian clan excels in assassination. And though Ao Jiao grew up among them with considerable talent, he regrettably learned only the most trivial of skills. Cough, cough. Third Prince, you are quite impressive. But do you think this is all I am capable of? Ao Jiao stood amidst the ruins, tattered and disheveled. The 4 great demon kings within the cavern sensed the impending chaos and prepared to charge forth. Yet Ao Zhan took a step forward, and the Jinyuan army behind him followed suit, their formidable presence instilling fear in their hearts. Fools, are you truly intimidated by the mere formation of a battle array? You are marauders who slay without a flicker of an eye in the realm of Tai. Ao Jiao must be lamenting in frustration. Upon hearing this, the 4 great demon kings stepped forward. Ha, your highness, brother Tai, have I arrived too late? Ao Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. A thunderous laugh resonated from behind the battle array as a towering giant, clad in armor and standing 10 zhang tall, strode through the air. The army that followed him assembled into formation with remarkable order. After Ao Tai broke through with just a drop of ancestral dragoness blood, Ao Tian scrambled together 3 drops to bestow upon the other 3 leaders. As expected, they all ascended to the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. The Dragon King even sent a confidant to inquire. Ao Tian fabricated a tale of discovering 10 drops of blood during a bandit purge, claiming that 5 drops, including his own, were utilized. Subsequently, the Dragon King's envoy took the rest, under the pretext of, "You are still young. We shall keep it for you." Faced with 2 mid-level Tai Golden Immortal experts and the imposing presence of the 2 armies, one of the mid-level demon kings turned to Ao Tian and the others with a facade of flattery. 3 princes, we believe this is a matter of the Dragon Clan, and it would be inappropriate for us to intervene. Would it be acceptable for us to take our leave? Preposterous. You did not voice such sentiments upon your arrival. Oh, we were engaged in robbery then. Now we are merely committing fraud. The objective remains the same, and besides, the benefits have already been secured. This is a family affair of the Dragon Clan. We shall not partake. You may continue, Third Prince. Ao Jiao's eyes widened in fury. Ao Jiao, your judgment of character is lacking. With a powerful roar, Ao Jiao transformed into a torrent of sword light, surging forward. Ao Tian was enveloped in an infinite radiance of spear light, preventing Ao Jiao from closing in. The dragon's daring silver spear bobbed and weaved amidst the spear light, thrusting from all directions toward Ao Jiao. Boom! A colossal golden claw breached the defenses. Ao Jiao, with astonishing speed, closed the distance to Ao Tian's corporeal form in an instant, striking toward his chest with a claw. Ao Tian hurriedly raised his spear to block, but alas, he was a moment too late. Standing firm with his spear, Ao Tian fixated on his adversary, yet several claw marks marred his body. penetrating from his left collarbone to his right waist, the wound deep enough to expose bone. Dragon blood flowed freely, pooling on the ground in glistening droplets, a testament to his formidable bloodline's inability to be absorbed. Indeed, Ao Jiao had underestimated Ao Tian. Engaging in cross-realm combat without sustaining injury was an extraordinary feat, regrettably. Ao Tian's extraordinary abilities still owed a debt to him. Seizing the opportunity, Ao Jiao launched another assault, his mighty hammer radiating with searing brilliance as it collided with the gleaming silver spear, producing a cacophony of thunderous echoes. This hammer, forged from the dragon's horn during Ao Jiao's ascension to Tai, was intrinsically linked to him, wielded with effortless mastery, rivaling Ao Tian's dragon's daring silver spear. "Break for me," Ao Jiao declared, his arms heaving as the hammer surged toward Ao Tian. Bang! The hammer struck the ground, creating a deep pit, its divine light dimmed, evidently having lost its sentience. "Ha ha! Ao Jiao, are you frightened?" A sequence of spiritual lights flashed, ensnaring Ao Jiao within. The resultant overwhelming pressure instilling a profound sense of trepidation within him. 12 sea-settling pearls danced gracefully in the air, forming a circle that ensnared Ao Jiao within. This was Ao Tian's confidence. The sea-settling pearls could even fell a sage, even with half the number diminished. Their might was beyond the capacity of a mere Tai golden immortal to withstand, especially since they had been brought forth after Ao Zhan was cautiously tested. A sage of the celestial realm suppressed half of his power, which was not something a Tai golden immortal could easily overcome. Thus, using them to confine Ao Jiao was a minor endeavor. "What is this?" Ao Jiao exclaimed in astonishment, eyes wide. "This is a surprise," Ao Tian thought, reluctant to reveal the sea-settling pearls, as if he had no desire for longevity. A sect with a sage, numerous quasi-sages, and countless Deluo golden immortals would only dare to expose themselves if they felt exceptionally capable. Chapter 22. You are not worthy yet, third prince, spare me. I am at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, and I can serve you. Upon realizing that escape was futile, Ao Jiao began to plead for mercy. Faced with a late-stage expert of Tai, Ao Tian was somewhat tempted. If controlled through secret methods, Ao Jiao could become a formidable ally. "Your Highness, the Dragon Clan does not lack for Ao Tai." Ao Tai bowed respectfully to Ao Tian. Ao Tian raised an eyebrow, glancing at Ao Tai with a slight smile. "Ao Tai, we played together as children. We are childhood friends. You must plead with His Highness." Ao Jiao, trapped within the array formed by the sea-settling pearls, could hardly withstand the pressure, blood seeping from his body. The sea-settling pearls, forming their own formation, would absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, compelling the trapped individual to endure a weight akin to billions of tons, while also siphoning their own spiritual power. "Damn it. You used to bully me when we were kids," Ao Tai retorted, directing his gaze at the formation. His eyes met Ao Tian's, a moment of mutual recognition. "Kill." Ao Jiao was crushed to death under the relentless pressure of the sea-settling pearls. "Is that it?" Ao Tai expressed skepticism. "Why don't you step in and try?" No. Recalling the terrifying experience, Ao Tai was now filled with trepidation. "Congratulations to the third prince for slaying the traitor. We, the 4 heroes of the East Sea, extend our congratulations." The 4 great demon kings, witnessing Ao Jiao's demise, hurriedly approached Ao Tian to express their sincerity. Hee. Ao Tian glanced at Ao Tai, who was also looking back at him. Suddenly, he understood what to do. The 4 great demon kings had not hesitated to attack the Dragon Clan's subordinates, and many dragons had been ambushed. Now, taking advantage of Ao Jiao's rebellion, they dared to meddle in the affairs of the Dragon Clan and even sought to reap benefits. In confronting such duplicitous traitors, one must be ruthless. It was essential to instill fear in those with ulterior motives, dissuading them from taking reckless actions. Seeing Ao Tian's menacing expression, the Demon King realized the gravity of the situation. His eyes darted, and he promptly knelt before Ao Tian, exclaiming, "This humble servant, Tian-san, vows to serve the Dragon Clan for generations, and I beseech your highness to take me in. Is it you alone who swears loyalty to our family for generations? Are you destined to live long, or are you cursing us to a short life?" Ao Tian regarded Tian-san with a playful glint in his eyes. Tian-san swallowed hard, reflecting that he should have fought alongside Ao Jiao earlier. Perhaps he could have seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Now, with the exit blocked, he found himself trapped with no avenue for flight. The Dragon King's edict resounded. The Chilean clan, daring to assassinate the Dragon King and incite rebellion, shall be executed without mercy. Ao Tian publicly proclaimed the Dragon King's decree and cast a furtive glance towards Tian-san. Noticing this, Tian-san quickly lowered his head and discreetly conveyed a message to his sworn brothers. Brothers, escaping has become difficult. That little brat announced the Dragon King's edict to test our loyalty. What do you think? The eldest brother remarked, we took a wrong turn earlier. Do you think killing this brat will set us free? A serpent-headed demon spoke up. The third brother retorted, we are slaying the Chilean snakes, not your kin. Why do you concern yourself? Besides, didn't your father order you to kill? An unappealing squid waved its tentacles dismissively at the serpent demon. That's not my point. I'm worried that brat won't let us off the hook. The serpent demon countered. Brothers, Ao Tian is the third prince of the Dragon Clan, ruler of the East Sea. He won't be as shameless as we are. If we manage to escape, will he let us go? Indeed, the fourth brother interjected wisely. The other demon kings nodded in silence, exchanging glances. The Chilean clan, defying the king's authority, must be eradicated. With that, they charged into the serpent ranks, weapons drawn. The Chilean clan, lacking the protection of a Tai golden immortal, could only retaliate with poisonous mist, resulting in significant casualties among the demon king's forces. Third brother, you are a serpent, you need not fear the serpent's venom. Go forth, Tian-san urged, pushing him into the fray. The serpent demon turned pale, who claimed that serpents were immune to their own venom. Venom could indeed fell a serpent, and he felt a bitter helplessness. With a hiss, the serpent demon expelled a torrent of venom, causing the Chilean snakes to collapse and dissolve into toxic mist, wafting through the cave. Yet, numerous Chilean snakes surged forth. And in a moment of distraction, the serpent demon lost a segment of his tail and shattered a fawn. Within the span of an hour, all four demon kings bore injuries, and their ranks had suffered substantial losses. Your Highness, I have fulfilled my duty and slain the rebellious demons. Tian-san reported to Ao Tian, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Glancing at the sea of lifeless bodies in the Chilean cave, Ao Tian inquired with curiosity. Did you engage in infighting? You dare to doubt my commitment? I shall cleave you in two. The squid demon exclaimed, rising to charge forward. Tian-san quickly restrained him, saying, Your Highness, we have slain the Chilean clan as you commanded. If you do not spare us now, the reputation of the Dragon Clan will suffer. Are you threatening me? Ao Tian glared. Furthermore, did I issue any commands to you? The four demon kings exchanged anxious glances, and three turned their attention to the fourth. Feeling cornered, the fourth brother stammered, I don't know. My mind isn't exactly sharp, you all know that. Why are you pinning this on me? Enough of this internal strife. We must focus on how to escape. Tian-san urgently interrupted the bickering among the demon kings. Release us at once, or face the dire consequences. Do you dare to threaten me? Ao Tian is beyond concern now. The two has been vanquished, and the remaining minions are of little consequence. The four great demon kings are notorious for their malevolence. He could never accept such calamities. Let them perish. Ao Tian turned to Ao Tai. Indeed, Ao Tai stepped forward. Slay them, leave not a single one alive. The soldiers of both armies advanced, revealing their fangs to the four great demon kings. Did you truly believe that a handful of worthless scoundrels could impede us? The four great demon kings swiftly charged into the ranks. Ao Tai and the commander of the Yangwei army immediately confronted two of the demon kings in battle. The remaining two demon kings surged into the army, but were soon engulfed in the chaos of combat. In a short while, three of the demon kings lay slain. Ao Tian, you even kill those who have surrendered. What a disgrace to the wilderness. Tian-san, bloodied and battered, retreated under Ao Zhan's relentless assault. Seeing his imminent demise, he spat curses at Ao Tian. Ao Tian stood solemnly, directing his gaze towards the commander of the Yangwei army. Do they consider themselves honorable? When they are unable to win, they speak of honor, yet most often, it is others who are subjected to their so-called principles. Otherwise, why would they be bemoaning our lack of decorum at this late hour? The Yangwei commander replied succinctly, to lack decorum is the highest form of decorum. Ao Tian turned towards the bloodied and disheveled figure of Tian-san. Tian-san, you are the most pretentious person I have ever encountered. With your malevolence, you still dare to accuse us of lacking decorum. You are the epitome of pretentiousness, and thus, you must be eradicated. Otherwise, you will spread the word that we are undignified. Upon hearing this, Tian-san spewed blood profusely. Seizing the moment, Ao Zhan thrust his spear into Tian-san's throat. You lack decorum. Tian-san managed to rasp, his eyes fixed defiantly upon Ao Tian. Chapter 23. Then perish very well, the battle is concluded. In the face of such unrepentant malevolence, death is but a mere consequence, one that does not hinder Ao Tian's resolve to partake in his meal. Zhang Gu, splendid performance. Ao Tian jovially patted Ao Zhan on the shoulder. Your Highness fought admirably. The troops were well coordinated. Speaking of which, that last strike of yours was particularly remarkable. Like the moment when you were flung by that wretched Ao Jiao. It was so realistic that it had us quite worried. Ao Tai seemed to have opened the floodgates of conversation. I was genuinely thrown. Ao Tian shot him an exasperated glance. The commander of the Yongwei army observed with a sense of wonder. Commander Tai Yu, Ao Tian turned to him. Brother, I am a good person. With that, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving the commander in a state of shock. Ao Tai patted his shoulder. His Highness is like that. He is quite amiable. You'll get used to it. Jiu Yu, relay orders to the entire army. Return to the palace. Silence enveloped the surroundings, with no response. Jiu Yu, where have you vanished to? Ao Tian turned back towards Ao Tai, and both widened their eyes in realization. It seems we have forgotten someone, haven't we? Ao Tian swallowed hard. It appears we have indeed overlooked someone, haven't we? Ao Jiao gazed uncertainly at Ao Yin, who suddenly struck his forehead in realization. How could I have forgotten him? Surely he isn't dead? It can't be. After all, the prince has said that good people don't live long. Yet calamity endures for 1,000 years. He should still be alive. He is only 3,630. Ao Ye's voice dwindled to silence. Your Highness, shouldn't we go check on him? A timid voice inquired from the side. Oh, indeed. How did we overlook this? What is your esteemed name, General? Ao Yin had calmed his urgency. If the man were alive, it mattered little whether they went or not, and if he were dead, it was of no consequence either. I am Ao Shuang, at your service, Your Highness. The commanding officer immediately knelt before Ao Yin in deference. General, you are too courteous. Please, rise at once. A general like you is akin to Xuanda having his sleeping dragon. Ao Yin clapped Ao Shuang on the shoulders, scrutinizing him closely. Xuanda? Who is that? Both men curiously inquired. It matters not. I am simply delighted, ha ha ha. Ao Yin laughed heartily. Your Highness, will the general of the Nine Nether truly not go to the rescue? Ao Shuang asked cautiously, worried that Nine Nether had offended the prince and that Ao Yin might deliberately wish harm upon him. I just checked Nine Nether's life plate. He is alive and well, full of vigor. When Ao Yin emerged from the Dragon Clan, the old Dragon King had discreetly given him Nine Nether's life plate for emergencies. At the time, Ao Yin had been reluctant to accept it, but the Dragon King insisted, claiming that as a father, he trusted his son. Haha, Your Highness, you are all still here? A voice suddenly chimed from beside them. Nine Nether, are you unharmed? Are you injured anywhere? Ao Yin rushed forward, examining him from head to toe. Ha ha ha, Your Highness, you truly possess a sense of humor. I witnessed everything that transpired. Nine Nether grinned at Ao Yin. A good subordinate must know how to speak well. You ought to learn from him. Ao Yin awkwardly explained. By the way, weren't you at the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal stage? It is remarkable that you survived. How did you manage to subdue the late-stage Tai Golden Immortal, Chilian? I am quite curious. Ao Yin glanced at Chilian, who was thoroughly ensnared by Nine Nether. To prevent Chilian from taking her own life, Nine Nether had extracted all her venomous fangs and gagged her with a rag. Chilian cast her gaze upon the cavern strewn with lifeless bodies. Tears of regret welling in her eyes, before her head turned, surveying the surroundings. Do not look, they are all dead, Ao Yin spoke. MMM. With her mouth stuffed with rags, Chilian could only express her fury through her eyes. End her life. Do not insult her further, Ao Yin. Remaining unchanged by the values of the future, declared. Killing was permissible if the victim deserved it, and if he did not act, others would. However, he struggled to assume the demeanor of a victor thereafter. Understood. Ao Shuang promptly dragged Chilian to a pool of blood. This is where Ao Jiao fell. Your Highness, your heart remains kind. Allow her to depart here. Chilian looked towards Ao Yin upon hearing this. Ao Shuang clapped his hands and approached, saying nothing. Ao Yin gazed at his empty hands. What of Chilian's remains? Huh. Ao Shuang was momentarily perplexed. I have gathered even the remains of Ao Jiao. Is it not said that a family should be united? Ao Tai promptly elucidated to Ao Shuang. It is not that Ao Tian lacks resolve. Rather, his subordinates require these remains to forge spiritual treasures. The realm of Tai Golden Immortal is sufficient to craft equipment for 100 warriors, ensuring both quality and reliability. From sinew to bone and skin. All are excellent materials for refining spiritual treasures, and Ao Tian would not dare squander them. Speaking of Jiu Yu, how did you manage to return alive? Ao Tian was exceedingly curious about Jiu Yu, as he could unearth a wealth of information. Jiu Yu glanced at Ao Shuang, who, sensing the unspoken cue, began to withdraw. General Ao Shuang, There is no need for such formality. We are all comrades here. Ao Tian interjected hastily. Thank you, Your Highness. Ao Tian never doubted his father's discernment. It would indeed be disheartening if a million years of being a Dragon King could not cultivate a few trusted generals. Haha, Your Highness. It is nothing of great import, merely some inconspicuous stratagems. I simply incited the Qi Lian to pursue me into the distant coral forest. Ao Tian presented a peach of immortality, offering another to Ao Tai and Ao Shuang with a significant glance. Your Highness, we have been engaged in such endeavors since childhood. Although the Qi Lian clan excels in assassination, we are not to be underestimated. A series of meticulously devised traps and a frenzied female demon are quite manageable, especially with the net provided by the Dragon King. As he spoke, he handed Ao Tian an object resembling a fishing net, which Ao Tian found utterly unmanageable. This is our standard equipment, an entire set of tools. He then produced a multitude of items, which piled up into a small hill before Ao Tian. Having long heard of the wealth of the Dragon King's guards, Ao Shuang now witnessed it firsthand, confirming the reputation. Was it truly this simple? Ao Tian inquired, somewhat perplexed. Your Highness, do not challenge our expertise with your hobbies. Should you venture into the forest, I will still be watching, Ao Shuang retorted, his expression unyielding. They are still your loyal subordinates, Jiuyu remarked with keen awareness. Are you suggesting that these alone could capture a late-stage Tai? Your Highness, while they may not be exceptional spiritual treasures, they possess a significant restraining effect on a practitioner, preventing them from exerting their full strength, Ao Zhan explained from the side. Can they truly restrain one of higher realms? Ao Tian asked with a smile, eager to discern his father's hidden cards. Well, it would require considerable effort. And surrounding a Deluo golden immortal is highly impractical. A moment's carelessness could lead to escape, and news leaking would be disastrous, Jiuyu stated with seriousness. He was cautioning Ao Tian not to provoke enemies recklessly due to the Dragon Clan's methods, while also reminding him that the Dragon Clan possesses its own strategies. Thus, the spiritual treasures are owed to me, Ao Tian remarked. Your Highness, I am in dire straits. Chapter 24, A Change of Life. Your Highness. Though the Qi Lian clan has been eradicated, Ao Jiao still retains some followers, Ao Shuang reminded from the side. Upon hearing this, Ao Tian recognized that Ao Jiao had gathered a significant number of Jiao clan followers, posing a substantial threat to the Dragon Clan. Mercy in dealing with them was simply not an option. General Ao Shuang, you shall lead the Yangwei army to execute all those from the demon and sea tribes who have partaken in the rebellion, leaving no one alive. All their lairs must be obliterated to serve as a warning. Ao Tian may smile freely when it is fitting, yet he shall show no mercy towards these traitors. The primordial world is akin to a gaping beast. If one does not adopt a ruthless stance, it will devour you without hesitation, leaving no remnants behind. The tale of the benevolent Han Yun serves as a cautionary example. Having played the role of the Good Samaritan for so long, he was ultimately outmaneuvered by Kunping, meeting a gruesome fate without even a chance for reincarnation. Hence, in this realm, the notion of good deeds being rewarded is utterly irrelevant. Ao Tian may refrain from harming others, yet he must ensure his own safety, allowing even a few remnants to survive. Failing to eradicate the roots will only invite further troubles. Understood, Ao Shuang responded, departing with the Yangwei army. Ao Tian cast a lingering glance at the devastated territory of the Chilean tribe, where traces of blood still marred the ground. For a fleeting moment, he was lost in thought, as the remnants of the still-burning battle seemed to unveil the fate of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon King fought valiantly against the onslaught, yet his efforts appeared as feeble as that of a child to his adversaries. Ao Tian's dragon horn was shattered, and a single strike pinned him to the grand entrance of the Dragon Palace. Regardless of the Dragon King's anguished cries and desperate counterattacks, he could not escape his grim fate. Countless dragon kin were enslaved, the dragon maidens became mere playthings, while others were reduced to mounts, mere delicacies for others to feast upon. I must choose a different path. The array of schemes hidden by the Dragon Clan held no weight against formidable foes. They were merely clever ants, easily crushed. The Dragon Clan's machinations appeared feeble under the might of the powerful. True possession comes only from one's own efforts. No matter how eloquently others may speak, it is not truly one's own. Opportunities must be seized through personal endeavor. Being behind does not necessarily invite defeat. It merely signifies that today I choose not to strike you, a sentiment applicable in any context. Jiyo, identify any remaining factions in the East Sea that refuse to heed orders, and prepare a report for me. In an instant, Jiyo sensed a transformation in Ao Tian. His aura became more restrained, his gaze deeper, emanating a regal authority that demanded respect without the need for anger. He had felt this intensity when the Dragon King was enraged. Commander Jiao, lead the genuine army back to the base. We shall proceed to the Dragon Palace to meet the Dragon King. With the rebellion quelled, the return journey should pose no danger, especially with the battle formations in place to deter any threats. Having been away for so long, it was time to return and attend to many pressing matters, yet the Dragon King remained an unavoidable aspect. He needed to convey his intentions to the Dragon King. Father, third brother has sent word that the traitors have been eradicated, and the genuine army is en route back to base. He is accompanying Commander Ao Tian to the Dragon Palace. Upon receiving this news, AOD promptly reported to the old Dragon King. Understood. The Dragon King waved his hand nonchalantly, signaling his acknowledgement. AOD then prepared to take his leave. Dear, among the three brothers, you have always shown the most aptitude for cultivation. However, in leading troops, you cannot match your third brother, and in terms of steadiness, you fall short of your second brother. You must take time to reflect on this. Upon hearing the Dragon King's teachings, AOD immediately bowed his head, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Father, for your guidance. I understand. Observing his eldest son depart, the Dragon King felt a sense of comfort. He had 3 sons. The firstborn, AOD, possessed extraordinary talent in cultivation but was overly impetuous. Previously, a minor rebellion nearly exposed the Dragon Clan's foundation. Fortunately, he still had many years ahead to learn, to be guided, and to strategize for the clan. The second son, Ao Li, was composed but regrettably too somber, unable to change his demeanor. Thus, the king decided to leave him be. The youngest, Ao Bing, after sustaining injuries and undergoing a profound setback, altered his name to Ao Tian. The Dragon King was exceedingly pleased with his 2 elder sons. However, his affection for Ao Tian bordered on indulgence. His prior favoritism towards Ao Bing had led to deficiencies in character and cultivation, rendering him unfit for great responsibilities. The king harbored resentment towards the one who harmed Ao Tian, yet he also felt immense gratitude towards the mysterious figure. Without that series of trials, Ao Tian might not have experienced enlightenment. Upon joining the military, Ao Tian, through the communications of Ao Zhan, Jiao Yu, and trusted allies, as well as the series of achievements he garnered leading the soldiers, felt a profound satisfaction. He was even able to present some exquisite treasures, indicative of his fortuitous destiny. Among the 3 princes, after such a long period of observation, only Ao Tian exhibited both superior temperament and strategic acumen, making him a potential candidate for the Sea Dragon King. The Dragon Clan required a formidable leader, one who was lenient internally, yet resolute externally. Your Highness, the third prince has returned, awaiting outside the Grand Hall. A report interrupted the Dragon King's reverie. Ah, has he arrived so soon? The king exclaimed with joy, hastening outside. Your humble son pays his respects to father, wishing you longevity. I bow before the Dragon King. The king quickly assisted Ao Tian to his feet. Gesturing to Ao Zhan and Jiao Yu, you may rise as well. Tian'er, Ao Zhan, you have performed admirably, and Jiao Yu, your support of Tian'er has been invaluable. This king shall reward you handsomely. It is all due to the efforts of the soldiers. We dare not take credit. Ao Tian humbly replied, glancing at the Dragon King and noticing that the once fearsome visage seemed less intimidating, even somewhat endearing. The Dragon King, perceiving Ao Tian's gaze, recalled the moment when Ao Tian, upon regaining consciousness, had remarked on his ugliness, a fleeting awkwardness crossing his face. He quickly clarified, Ahem, Tian'er, your father was once renowned across the seas as a dashing young dragon. Countless dragon maidens and sea maidens pursued me, yet I turned them all down. Indeed, indeed. Father is wise and formidable, truly a magnificent dragon of the sea. Ao Tian sincerely reflected on the wonders of nature, having encountered numerous sea folk, and gained profound insight into the ocean's boundless embrace. The sea, vast and infinite, encompassed all tributaries, including those unruly sea folk. In terms of appearance, the Dragon King could indeed be regarded as an attractive figure among the sea, for he was not without merit in looks. After all, his genes were what they were. As he gazed upon the Dragon King's affectionate countenance, Ao Tian silently vowed that in the future, when he possessed the means, he would ensure that the Dragon Clan and the sea folk, upon taking their forms, adhered to his standards of beauty. Those who fell short would be made to toil in the mines. Regarding the quelling of the rebellion, do you have anything to say? The Dragon King resumed his imposing demeanor and inquired of Ao Tian and the others. Ao Zhan naturally turned to Ao Tian, while Jiao Yu displayed the demeanor of a mischievous student who was utterly clueless, solely focused on combat rather than intellect. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Tian spoke, "Father, it appears that the Dragon Clan's authority over the Sea Clan is no longer absolute. We must re-establish our dominance." The Dragon King seemed dissatisfied with Ao Tian's response. He asserted that mere bloodshed would not restore the lost authority of the Dragon Clan. The Sea Clan would only fear us without respecting us, which would yield no benefit for our rule. Only by strengthening ourselves can we earn the genuine submission of the Sea Clan. The Dragon King raised an eyebrow. He was aware of this, yet lacked a viable solution. The fact that Ao Tian had an idea indicated his independent thinking. "My son, due to the machinations of the heavenly laws, it is exceedingly difficult for us to break through to the Deluo realm. Without such a breakthrough, how can we speak of becoming powerful?" The Dragon Palace was a relic from the era of the Ancestor Dragon, an exceptional innate spiritual treasure capable of shielding us from the scrutiny of formidable beings, thus allowing for a conversation free of excessive caution. Father. The Human Race, Chapter 25, The Father and Son Confrontation. The Dragon King quickly rose, staring at Ao Tian in shock. "Tianer, this is beyond your comprehension. The gaze of all the great sages and powerful beings of the primordial world is fixed upon this place. If you attempt to gain advantage here, the Dragon Clan will face annihilation. Speak no more of this." Ao Zhan and Jiuyu understood the gravity of the situation and hastily warned him. The Dragon King then turned his attention back to Ao Tian, who remained remarkably composed. The Dragon King sighed, glancing at the equally astounded Ao Zhan and Jiuyu. "You may leave for now. The rewards and penalties will be verified by the two departments, and rewards will naturally follow." Once the two departed, the Dragon King hastened towards Ao Tian, urgently advising him. "Little ancestor, if you wish to train in the military, your father will support you. You possess such extraordinary talent. One day, the throne will be yours. Why entertain thoughts of the human race? They are not a foe we can manipulate at present. Do not attempt to extract benefits from them. Too many powerful beings are watching." The Dragon King was genuinely anxious. He believed his usual intimidating demeanor was sufficient. But Ao Tian's ambitions were so grand that he found it difficult to indulge his son. How mighty was the Dragon Clan in the past! Yet under the schemes of those powerful beings, they were shattered into fragments, with hardly any strong surviving. Since the initial calamity of the Dragon and Phoenix, the elite of the Dragon Clan had suffered catastrophic losses. For countless eons, through numerous epochs, they had yet to recover. The members of the Dragon Clan tread cautiously in the primordial world, speaking in hushed tones for fear of offending others and inviting unnecessary calamities upon themselves. "Father, are you content with this?" Ao Tian asked calmly, gazing at the Dragon King. "What is there to be content or discontent about?" The Dragon King replied, his expression faltering as he sat beside Ao Tian in a dejected manner. "Ha ha, father, you are far from content. The millions of dragons are discontented as well. There is still a fire in your hearts, a remembrance of the ancestor dragon's glory, and you have yet to grow accustomed to being so subjugated." Ao Tian paused for a moment and remarked, "If you are unwilling to accept this, why not seek a way out? The human race is beyond your reach. Let us not discuss this matter further." The Dragon King admonished Ao Tian with a serious demeanor. He too yearned for the rise of the Dragon Clan. Yet as the Lord of the East Sea and the patriarch of all dragonkind, it was his duty to ensure the survival and continuity of the dragon lineage. He could neither dare nor afford to gamble the existence of the dragons. "Father, I am no longer a child. I am aware of my thoughts and intentions. How could I lead the Dragon Clan into despair?" Ao Tian smiled. "Father, is it not you who engages in perilous endeavors?" Ao Tian suddenly fixed his gaze on the Dragon King. The Dragon King felt a chill run down his spine under his son's intense scrutiny. "What do you mean by perilous endeavors? What could I possibly do that is so treacherous?" The Dragon King could no longer underestimate his son. Jiuyu, whom he had raised, was older than Ao Tian in years. Although Jiuyu now served Ao Tian, he would say only what the Dragon King permitted, never divulging information that should remain undisclosed. What Ao Tian learned from Jiuyu was precisely what the Dragon King wished him to know, devoid of any additional useful insights. "Father, regarding the esteemed ancestors of our Dragon Clan," Ao Tian spoke up suddenly. The Dragon King's eyes widened, and he scanned the surroundings, cautiously using his spiritual energy to ensure the palace was secure before turning his attention back to Ao Tian. "What do you know?" Faced with the Dragon King's inquiry, Ao Tian realized his suspicions had been correct. The esteemed ancestors are likely nearing the end of their lifespans, are they not? "How do you know this? Who has informed you?" The Dragon King asked urgently, for this was a closely guarded secret of the Dragon Clan, known only to the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. Not even Jiuyu, who was engaged in external affairs, was privy to the true nature of their tasks. Father, the only matters that could compel you to take such risks must pertain to the survival of our clan. Yet, what could possibly provoke one so devoted to the preservation of the dragon lineage to gamble? Ao Tian continued. It must be the very foundation of our clan, the ethereal existence of the ancestors, whose demise remains a mystery even to the powerful beings of the primordial age. Although reaching the realm of the great Luo golden immortal grants one immortality, countless millennia have passed. Those ancestors, already gravely injured, may no longer endure. Ao Tian candidly shared his conjectures with the Dragon King, seeking definitive information to chart a path forward. Tianer, these matters are ones I have never intended to disclose to you. After all, they constitute our clan's most profound secrets, known only to me and your 3 uncles. The Dragon King ascended the steps to his throne, slowly seating himself before collapsing onto the steps. Tianer, come and sit beside me. I shall reveal everything to you. It turned out that the Dragon clan still harbored a quasi-saintly being. He had entered seclusion at a critical juncture during his breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm and thus did not participate in the most brutal battles. By the time he emerged from his retreat, the great calamity was already in its later stages. The ancestral dragon, witnessing the dwindling combat strength of the Dragon clan, employed a secret technique to conceal him, ensuring the preservation of a quasi-saint within the dragon lineage. However, he was still discovered by the Dao ancestor and severely injured. Zhu Long reached an agreement with the Dao ancestor to suppress the primal dragon vein in exchange for sparing the last remaining quasi-saint of the dragon lineage. Initially, he contemplated a mutual destruction to accompany his fallen kin, but for the survival of the Dragon clan, he feigned death to deceive the great powers of the primal world. Additionally, 17 severely wounded Deluo Jin Xian managed to survive, yet time did not spare these remnants of a once proud army, as 6 of them perished under the relentless flow of time. After the great calamity, the Dragon clan found that the higher one's cultivation, the heavier the shackles of resentment they bore. Enduring the weight of causality with their severely injured bodies for countless eons, they could no longer withstand it. Upon ascending to the throne, the Dragon King recognized that the surviving ancestors were on the brink of collapse, with many having already fallen. Thus, he nurtured a group of subordinates like Jiu Yu from a young age, instilling in them unwavering loyalty to the Dragon clan. By accumulating resources to reach a certain level, they were tasked with capturing blood offerings from the outside world. Each time a prey was captured, it was handed over to the Dragon King, who personally delivered it to the ancestral elders for them to absorb its spiritual essence and life force to prolong their existence. The once mighty Kunling Tian was likely used as sustenance as well. However, some in the primal world had begun to notice the subtle details. To avoid detection, the Dragon King ordered them to lie low, halting the vast logistics operation, yet maintaining such a large number of subordinates required significant resources. Consequently, the Dragon King allocated some to serve as guardians for his sons. Ao Tian meticulously absorbed the information provided by the Dragon King, pondering strategies in his heart. Father, using the beings of the primal world as sustenance to extend our lives is not something our esteemed Dragon clan should engage in. Ao Tian could not accept such actions from the dragon lineage. He was an honorable being and could not harm the primal creatures for selfish ends. Tianer, how could our illustrious Dragon clan stoop to such wicked deeds? The Dragon King vehemently refuted Ao Tian's perspective. The beings we capture are all irredeemably villainous. Like Kunling Tian, we do not target the virtuous. Look, have we not resolved countless calamities for the primal creatures? The Dragon King continued to brainwash Ao Tian, asserting that using the most heinous of offenders to prolong the lives of the dragon ancestors was a morally sound choice. Ao Tian, taken aback by his father's eloquent justifications, found himself speechless. Chapter 26, Strategies. Father, relying on the lives of primal beings for longevity is not a sustainable solution. We must enact change. Although there will always be villains to exploit, their effectiveness will inevitably decline. This method provides little assistance in prolonging the lives of the dragon ancestors, and over time, it will undoubtedly damage their primordial spirits. Such actions are inherently a significant karmic burden. When will the shackles of resentment upon the Dragon clan be lifted? Indeed, when I ascended to the throne, a mere 100 or so golden immortals sufficed to sustain the longevity of the ancestral elders. However, the demand has only grown. Both in quantity and cultivation level, the power of the Dragon clan is becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. The Dragon King, despite his lofty status as the sovereign of the 4 seas and the ruler of the Dragon clan, finds himself compelled to resort to such desperate measures. His inner pride and the dignity of the dragon race do not condone such actions, yet for the continuation of his kin and to avert their extinction, he must comply. Observing the old dragon king, who tirelessly strives for the survival of their kind, Ao Tian cannot bring himself to criticize him. For he too thrives under the protection of the dragon lineage. My father, I do not harbor intentions to harm the human race. Rather, I wish to assist them. The dragon king gazes at him with confusion. You, my son, have never been one of virtuous character, and you have grown into a less than admirable individual. What motive would you have to aid the humans? A father knows his son well. The dragon king understands Ao Tian's nature all too well. He would lose money rather than pick it up. And the notion of genuinely helping the humans is one he cannot accept. Moreover, the human race boasts 3 emperors, 5 sovereigns, and 8 ordained sages. Although they face considerable limitations, their foundational strength is undeniable. Additionally, the celestial emperor Fuxi is the elder brother of the sage Nuwa, who created humanity. Previously, she remained indifferent to their plight, having already attained sainthood. However, with her brother now among the humans, the survival of the human race is intricately linked to his own existence, compelling her to intervene. Unlike the dragon clan, which relies on potential strong beings to navigate the treacherous waters of the primordial world, my son wishes to assist the humans, yet one must ponder who truly requires aid. Ao Tian is well aware of his father's thoughts, yet he is confident in his own method, which he deems infallible. He would never gamble with the survival of the dragon race. Father, my intentions do not involve seizing resources from the humans, as our strength would not allow for such an endeavor. I have my own plans. The dragon king observes Ao Tian and realizes he appears to possess a viable strategy, prompting him to rise from his seat. My son, what ingenious plan do you have? Speak, that I may consider it. Father, the humans are currently facing great floods. They are unable to manage the situation themselves. Ao Tian's statement hangs in the air, and he believes the Dragon King's intellect will discern the underlying strategy. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid, splendid. The Dragon King contemplates briefly and grasps the intricacies of the scheme, recognizing its potential benefits for the Dragon Clan. He praises Ao Tian repeatedly. However, my son, will the humans accept the goodwill of the Dragon Clan? The Dragon King expresses concern. Father, the humans are enduring immense hardship. As a prominent clan of the primordial world, is it not our duty to assist the weak? Ao Tian gazes at the Dragon King with wisdom in his eyes. The Dragon Clan, adept in manipulating clouds and reigning over the seas, possesses its own methods for addressing flooding, and they need not fear rejection from the humans. Very well, I shall make the arrangements. I trust that our kin will support your father's decision. The Dragon King rises, shaking off his previous despondency, filled with renewed vigor. Though Ao Tian may not grasp all the nuances, he understands that after 1,000,000 years, the Dragon King is well-versed in devising small strategies. Just as the Dragon King prepares to leave the hall, Ao Tian hastily calls out to him. The Dragon King, too impatient to remain, looks at Ao Tian with a hint of skepticism, causing him to smile sheepishly. Oh, the yearning of my father for ascendance is more fervent than that of any dragon from our clan. Father, the dragon race can afford to deliberate for a while longer. The intricacies of the matter require thorough discussion. As he spoke, he pulled the Dragon King up to sit on the steps, producing a peach and offering it to him. While he took one for himself, the Dragon King wiped his robe and took a hearty bite, juice splattering everywhere, filling his mouth with sweetness. He mumbled, "This fruit is not as good as the one you sent before." Then he bit down fiercely again. Having food is fortunate enough. Why be so picky? After pondering, he retrieved a packet of spicy strips, opened it, and handed it over. The Dragon King sniffed it, noting it was unfamiliar yet seemingly aromatic, and eagerly grabbed it. After tasting a piece, he found it delightful, opening his mouth wide to devour the entire contents, only to discard the packaging upon realizing it was inedible. Seeing the Dragon King still craving more, he mustered his resolve and offered another packet. Father, this is the last one. Once it's gone, it's gone. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King ceased his voracious consumption, instead savoring each piece one by one, reminiscent of how he used to enjoy spicy strips in his youth. My dear son, since you've contemplated this, I presume you have a plan. There is no need for you to seek distant solutions. Simply tell me directly. I intended to share my thoughts, but you did not grant me the opportunity and seemed ready to flee. Ao Tian silently lamented. Father, I possess a method that could rid the dragon race of its lingering grievances, perhaps even bestow great merit. He spoke mysteriously. The Dragon King halted his munching. Turning his gaze toward him, Ao Tian could perceive the Dragon King's heart pounding like a great drum, revealing his eagerness to unshackle the dragon race. We must find a way to become the totem of the human race. The Dragon King had heard of totems before. Human tribes revered certain beasts and mystical flora as totems to seek protection. Would the humans truly permit the dragon race to become their totem? In response to the Dragon King's skepticism, Ao Tian refrained from elaborating. Though the human race is home to sages, their ascension is bound by significant limitations. Unlike the way of the pure, which allows free passage through the primordial chaos to impart wisdom, they are confined to the fire cloud cave for cultivation, unable to emerge except under dire circumstances. The human race, with its frail constitution and a lifespan shorter than a dragon's nap, struggles in cultivation, finding it difficult to counter the assaults from the demon race. Their mid-tier combat strength is woefully inadequate. However, the dragon race possesses considerable might. A union between our two races would yield mutual benefit. The human race stands as the protagonist of the primordial realm, as long as we align ourselves with them. We shall not face the calamity of extinction. Though the dragon race later became a totem of the human race and assumed responsibilities within the primordial realm, such roles were acquired through cunning schemes, resulting in effort without reward. The significant gains were seized by the heavenly court and those formidable beings, leaving the dragon race to toil endlessly, enduring all manner of burdens, yet reaping no benefits whatsoever. One must seize the opportunity to invest early, before the formidable powers awaken, and engage in sole proprietorship to monopolize this venture, ensuring that those who desire to partake in the bounty are left without recourse, thus paving the way for greater future rewards. Chapter 27. The Gathering of the Four Kings. The Dragon King, having finished his spicy snacks, licked the chili oil from the packaging clean before discarding it in the grand hall. Ao Tian watched, his eyes wide with irritation. In his previous life, he had faced numerous fines for littering. Was this not a form of pollution to the oceanic resources? After some deliberation, he decided to collect the packaging into his cosmic bag. Why, Tianer? The Dragon King inquired, licking his fingers and looking at Ao Tian with confusion. After a pause, he added, Father has already cleaned this out. You won't find any flavor left, so it is unnecessary for you to retrieve it. Ao Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. His intent in collecting the packaging was not for personal indulgence, but for environmental preservation. After ensuring his robe was free of debris, the Dragon King summoned the attention of the gathered assembly. Minister Gui, toll the royal bell. I have matters of great importance to discuss with my royal brothers. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding echoes reverberated across the seas. Within the hour, the other three Sea Dragon Kings arrived at the Dragon Palace. Despite the long journey, the Dragon Clan possessed their own routes. Brother, why have you summoned us? Ao Run, the West Sea Dragon King, exclaimed jovially. My brothers have been diligently assisting you in producing a nephew, and we rushed here in haste. If there is nothing urgent, you shall owe me a favor. Third brother, do not be so presumptuous. I have just caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance. Could it be that elder brother has discovered some heavenly treasures to share with us? Ao Tian, the South Sea Dragon King, sniffed the air and glanced at Ao Guang. It seemed that the second brother had also detected it, while the youngest thought he might have been mistaken. Ao Shun, the North Sea Dragon King, chuckled as well. Brother, if you have something good, do not hesitate to present it. Faced with the eager demands of his three brothers, Ao Guang could only smile awkwardly. Realizing he should have chosen a different venue for this meeting, he quickly interjected, Tianer, do not forget to greet your three royal uncles. Ao Tian, noticing his father's embarrassment, chuckled inwardly, marveling at the might of the culinary delights of their homeland. Nephew Ao Tian greets the three royal uncles, wishing you longevity and prosperity. Ha ha, behold our family's prodigy. It has been many years since we've seen you, and you have grown so much. Well done, dear nephew, quelling the insurrection with such prowess. Do you have a sweetheart? Your second uncle is eager to help you find one. Overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of his uncles, Ao Tian sought a rescue from his father, only to find his father reveling in the praise, seemingly oblivious to the awkwardness. He appeared to wish for his brothers to continue their compliments for yet another 2 hours. Indeed, wherever one may be, parents take delight in their children being lauded. Laughter resounded as the nephew basked in the praises of the esteemed Wang uncles, attributing it all to the wise teachings of his father. The tales of the Wang uncles' gallant youth were often recounted by the father, and the nephew's admiration for the three Wang uncles flowed endlessly like a mighty river in flood, uncontrollable and boundless. I have a way with words. My elder brother has taught me well. The Dragon Kings were visibly pleased by Ao Tian's commendations. Enough, the Dragon King interjected, his expression darkening. I did not summon you merely for idle boasts. While he reveled in others praising his son, He felt a twinge of discontent since Ao Tian had never reciprocated such flattery towards him. Elder brother, what is of utmost importance? Ao Tian inquired with a serious demeanor. The other two dragon kings turned their attention to Ao Guang, who continued, Brothers, you are well aware of our ancestors' plight. If we do not achieve a breakthrough within 100,000 years, they shall all perish. Yet, our dragon lineage has yet to give birth to a single Deluo Jinxian. Thus, we seek avenues to remedy this. The four dragon kings were privy to this secret, and Ao Tian shot a surprised glance at Ao Tian, astonished that his elder brother held such high hopes for this nephew, sharing such confidential matters with him. Noticing Ao Tian's gaze, Ao Guang clarified, Brothers, I have not disclosed these secrets to Tian, yet he has already surmised them. He has even proposed a strategy, which is precisely why I convened you all. The dragon kings were further astounded, their regard for Ao Tian transforming from mere familial affection to one of scrutiny and evaluation. Father, esteemed Wang uncles, you are far more informed about the current state of our dragon clan than I am, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. The human race is destined to be the principal actor, endowed with great fortune and merit. What if our dragon clan were to assist the humans? Ao Tian proposed. We have not disrupted the primordial world. Rather, we have contributed to its enhancement, which surely generates merit. Good nephew, how do you propose we proceed? Inquired the fourth dragon king, Ao Xuan. Wang uncle, the human race is still grappling with water disasters. Thus our dragon clan can aid in managing these calamities. Ao Tian replied. Humans are frail, relying on hunting and agriculture for sustenance. If we, the dragon clan, could bring rain and ensure bountiful harvests to aid their proliferation, would that not be a significant act of merit? Tian, the rapid proliferation of humans may pose a future threat to our dragon clan. Ao Guang interjected opportunely. Father, while humans do reproduce swiftly, the four seas will always belong to the dragon clan. As long as we grow stronger, none can usurp our dominion. However, should we remain weak, the four seas may no longer be ours, Ao Tian countered, never having feared that the burgeoning human race would encroach upon his territory. The four seas were inherently unsuitable for human habitation, and the innate desire of humans was to lead stable lives, cherishing family over adventures at sea. Although the human race multiplied rapidly, the primordial world was vast enough to accommodate countless trillions of them. Furthermore, the primordial realm was continuously mending and enhancing itself, rendering such concerns unfounded. Father, the human race possesses a fatal weakness, their short lifespan. Their lives pass in the blink of an eye, rendering such considerations trivial. Listening to Ao Tian's words, the several dragon kings fell into contemplative silence, needing time to deliberate. Elder brother, as Tian has stated, what is there for our dragon clan to fear? 100,000 years pass in the blink of an eye, and our lineage will utterly lose its essence. Yet, this potent karmic force incessantly influences our kin. Without a single Deluo Jinxian among us, can the dragon clan safeguard this vast legacy? The second brother, known for his fiery temperament, was the first to speak. Very well, I consent. Ao Guang had summoned them for this very discussion, pondering how to persuade his brothers should they disagree, for it was not merely a matter of convincing a few dragon kings to sway him. Father, since all have agreed, I shall venture into the human realm soon. I trust they will not refuse. As Ao Tian had proposed, it was only fitting that he undertake the endeavor. Father, esteemed uncles, if we are to proceed, how much of our clan's heritage must I be made aware of? Ao Tian finally broached the long-held secret, his curiosity not stemming from mere fascination, but from a significant purpose. Furthermore, it would be advantageous when engaging with the humans. Tian, our dragon lineage is a colossal entity from primordial times, having once dominated the wilderness through sheer strength. While we have faced treachery, the bloodline of our ancestors remains untainted, although we do not possess a Deluo Jinxian currently. The number of Tai Jinxians who have survived and broken through over the years is indeed beyond your imagination. Thus, you may proceed with confidence. Ao Guang's words, however, seemed to fall on deaf ears, prompting Ao Tian to roll his eyes in response. Elder brother, Tian is astute and possesses great strategy. His future accomplishments will surpass ours, and there is no need to keep secrets from him. The second brother, Ao Tian, turned towards Ao Tian. Tian, our clan harbors 3,000 Tai Jinxians. 3,000? Ao Tian found himself momentarily breathless, swallowing hard several times. This figure astonished him. He had assumed there were at most 2 or 3 dozen Tai Jinxians, but this revelation confirmed that the dragon clan had indeed concealed its strengths. The ancient adage holds true. Even a broken ship possesses 3 pounds of nails. In addition to what our ancestors left us, we have cultivated over 1,000 formidable warriors in recent years. The dragon kings observed Ao Tian's astonishment with satisfied smiles. this being the finest gift they could bestow upon their descendants, representing the last vestige of the dragon clan's dignity. With so many Taijingxians, have none managed to break through to the Deluo realm? Ao Tian directly voiced his query. Tian, we have exerted every effort, yet the shackles remain insurmountable. No celestial treasures or earthly resources have proven effective. In fact, they tend to diminish one's lifespan. Thus we ceased our attempts. Why not cultivate some loyal sea beings? Ao Tian could not help but inquire. In earlier considerations, the previous generations of ancestors nurtured a group of devoted individuals, enabling several sea leaders to ascend to the Deluo realm. However, alas, the Dragon Clan has yet to cultivate a Deluo of its own. This imbalance of power between the main house and its subjects gave rise to many treacherous thoughts, resulting in great losses for our clan during that conflict. Were it not for the intervention of the abyssal ancestor, the Dragon Clan might have long since faced annihilation. The dominion of the four seas would remain uncertain. Ao Tian, indeed, has lacked foresight. Although he has nurtured the Sea Clan's unwavering loyalty, the inherent weakness of their master could inevitably breed treachery. Who could resist the allure of donning a yellow robe? As a film from later generations aptly states, having both father and mother cannot compare to having one's own strength. The Dragon Clan requires its own formidable warriors to avoid being oppressed by others. It is essential that their own flesh, even if spoiled, must rot in their own pot. In the human royal city, the Emperor, Du, has yet to resolve the flood crisis. A minister boldly calls for execution. Instantly, a ruckus ensues among the assembly. Some support the death sentence while others vehemently oppose it. Observing the commotion below, Shun feels a wave of frustration. His father has toiled tirelessly to manage the waters. Despite his lack of tangible success, he has indeed labored hard. To appease the people's wrath by sacrificing oneself is illogical. Why would he allow himself to be slain, only to have his son take on the task of flood control? Yet, the father bears no resentment, and in a short time, they wish to condemn him to death. How does that align with reason or emotion? Without further ado, Du possesses exceptional talent, and I trust in his capabilities. He will undoubtedly learn from his father's lessons, and the floods shall be rectified. Shun waved his hand, dismissing the ministers. The clamorous officials bowed and withdrew. They did not genuinely wish for Du's demise. Should they execute the most vocal among them, who would then manage the floods? The necessary arrangements had already been made. Who would truly make such a scene in court? It is merely a display of presence, a triviality during court sessions, yet they would gather to feast and drink afterward. Shun is well aware of the minister's sentiments. Who among them has not traversed a similar path? After the Dragon Clan deliberated on the details, it was ultimately decided that Ao Tian would undertake the journey. Tianer, you are going forth to secure survival for our Dragon Clan. Your father has little to offer, but I shall bestow upon you this piece of spiritual armor. This is a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, capable of deflecting half of an opponent's assaults. Remember, if you cannot prevail, do not hesitate to flee. The Dragon King retrieved a piece of spiritual armor from his cosmic bag, though it is termed armor. It resembles a fine veil. Ao Tian donned it, and it felt as light as gossamer, seamlessly melding with his form, creating an indescribable sense of elation, akin to waves of water swirling around him. After draping the veil upon Ao Tian, the Dragon King stepped aside and glanced at his three brothers. Tianer wears it splendidly. I recall when we donned such garments, they did not fit us nearly as well. Wouldn't you agree, brothers? Indeed, eldest brother, you speak the truth. As fortune would have it, I carry with me a vial of exquisite healing elixirs that can revive the dead and regenerate flesh from bones. I have no use for it, so let it be a gift for my nephew. I hope he never requires it. The North Sea Dragon King reluctantly extracted a vial of elixirs from his cosmic bag. Uncle, how could I accept such a treasure meant for someone else? Ao Tian said, extending his hand. However, one cannot decline the gifts of the elders. Thus, I shall graciously accept it. Ao Tian beamed at his three uncles. He understood that the Dragon Clan was not short of treasures, yet even trivial items could be of use. Consequently, the Dragon King of the South Sea gifted him a means of escape, a pair of lower-grade innate spirit boots known as the Cloud Sky Boots. Although their quality paled in comparison to what his father had provided, they were undeniably practical, an essential asset for both everyday life and escapades. Dear child, your father has ensured you possess everything you need. Your uncle shall refrain from bestowing upon you these mundane spirit treasures and elixirs. Instead, I present you with something unique. With that, he pulled Ao Tian aside and, with an air of mystery, handed him a small vial. Uncle, what is this? Ao Tian inquired, utterly perplexed. A delightful trinket. The The Dragon King of the West Sea chuckled enigmatically. To think of giving such things to a child, what a notion, Ao Tian remarked, fully aware of the vial's contents, yet merely admonished without reclaiming it from Ao Tian's grasp. Enough. The plans are all set. You lot should hasten back to organize the personnel. Do not jeopardize our schemes. Ao Tian urged, disregarding the meal, and began to usher his brothers away. Yes, brother. We shall return to make the necessary arrangements. They responded as they exited. As they departed, the Dragon King of the West Sea winked at Ao Tian. Father, are we leaving just like this? Ao Tian asked, still bewildered. Why would we linger? We have already gathered all the valuable items. What purpose would it serve to keep them? The Dragon Palace cannot withstand the veracity of just a few of us. The Dragon King retorted with irritation. Could a handful of dragons truly deplete the Dragon Palace? Ao Tian pondered silently, unwilling to voice his thoughts. Your relationship with your uncle is beyond your comprehension. They possess an abundance of treasures. They shall not find themselves impoverished. We shall seek another opportunity to extract more. The old Dragon King assumed Ao Tian was concerned about their ties and hastily clarified. Ao Tian was well aware that the bond between the Dragon King and his uncle was extraordinary. Yet it was indeed a challenge to maintain camaraderie amid their age. By the way, father, what exactly did uncle bestow upon me? Ao Tian asked, scrutinizing the vivid red vial, unable to deduce its nature. Ah, dear child, you have grown up. It would be best to keep this for now. The old Dragon King offered him a knowing expression. In an instant, Ao Tian grasped the implication. It seemed the Dragon clan possessed such items. Yet, given his youthful vigor, he found no immediate use for it. Casting a glance at the aging Dragon King, Ao Tian felt a pang of compassion. He raised his hand slightly before lowering it again, contemplating, ultimately deciding to offer the vial back. Father, I am still young. My posture is bent as I walk. I have no need for this. You, in your advanced years, should make use of it. Ao Tian stifled a chuckle as he presented the small vial to his father. He had not anticipated the existence of such a small blue bottle in the primordial realm. Observing his uncle's reluctant demeanor, it was clear the vial held significant value. Currently, the EC had only 3 princes, a stark contrast to the multitude of offspring the Dragon King of the West Sea had. Hundreds, indeed. Yet, purebloods like Ao Tian were quite rare. The stronger the bloodline, the more challenging it was to produce descendants. The Dragon clan had never included creatures like river dragons in their lineage. Dragons were dragons, while river dragons were only half-dragons. Thus, the majority of his uncle's progeny were half-dragons. Upon reflecting on the numerous offspring of his second uncle and glancing at the small red vial in his hand, Ao Tian could not help but feel its warmth. Heavenly One, my father has no need for such things. You may keep it. As Ao Tian extended the object towards him, the Dragon King found it somewhat embarrassing. This was an exquisite aphrodisiac, remarkably effective in certain respects. As you traverse the primordial realm, it will undoubtedly prove useful, even if not for playful exploits. It serves excellently for survival. In the past, your second uncle had employed this very item to great effect in his encounters with a female great Luo golden immortal. The Dragon King, gazing at the vial, was reminded of his brother's past indiscretions. Ao Tian, intrigued, was not merely curious about its effects, but yearned to uncover how his uncle had utilized it. Observing his son's eager demeanor, the Dragon King leaned closer to Ao Tian's ear. Had it not been for his journey to the ancestral dragon abyss, he might have survived. However, you would not have had so many cousins from the West Sea. He chuckled. Chapter 29. Arrival at the human realm. Ao Tian suddenly felt a chill beneath him, instinctively squeezing his legs together. Heavenly One, if you are not using it for your escape, I would advise you to refrain from its use. Ao Tian, at a loss for words, thought that had it not been for his frivolous second uncle presenting him with this item, he would have remained oblivious to its existence in the primordial realm, as if he had used it countless times. Father, rest assured, I understand this. I am merely preparing to stroll through the human realm. Ao Tian intended to distance himself from this group of old-timers for a while. Having been in the primordial realm for so long, it was indeed time to experience the warmth of human life. Third Master, is the human realm truly as delightful as you describe? Jiu inquired, drooling and mumbling incoherently, to reward Jiu for deceiving him with his spiritual treasure. Ao Tian regaled him with a tale of culinary delights of the primordial, leaving Jiu salivating profusely. Ao Tian instantly regretted his decision. He had come to assist the human realm in alleviating their water woes, and witnessing Jiu's state made him wonder how much burden he was adding to the humans. Look at you, drooling like a fool. You've nearly soaked the Eastern Sea. Following Ao Tian's remark, Jiu hastily wiped his mouth with his sleeve. only for more saliva to flow forth. Third Master, are there truly delicacies such as beggar-esque chicken, dompa pork, steamed flour pork, and braised pork? Ao Tian chuckled. Indeed. There are plenty of them, so we must hurry. He had left Ao Tian behind in the dragon clan. But it seemed unbecoming for the illustrious third prince to travel without an attendant, so he had brought Jiu along. If there were indeed so many delectable dishes, it would be absurd. Nowadays, people often struggle to find a full meal, let alone indulge in culinary delights. However, he chose not to disclose this to Jiu, allowing him to indulge in his own fantasies. Your Highness. Ao Tian furrowed his brow. Oh, Third Master, the human realm has so few tai. Why should you personally make the journey? A small turtle could have delivered the message. Jiu questioned, puzzled. Ao Tian felt compelled to reshape the perceptions of his subordinates like Jiu. Such viewpoints were exceedingly detrimental to the alliance between the dragon clan and the human realm. If left unchecked, they might give rise to significant turmoil in the future. The Nine Nether, one must not underestimate this race. There are certain elements within any lineage that must remain unblemished. When the heavens were torn asunder, they crafted stones to mend the sky. Was this not akin to the deeds of the revered Nuwa? What concern is that of the human race? Ao Tian was momentarily choked with emotion, exclaiming, I told you not to interject. Nuwa is the maternal saint of humankind. Nine Nether obediently nodded and crouched down. As calamities arose, they sampled their own remedies and treated their own ailments, giving rise to the earth's sovereign and Shinnon. When faced with deluges, they sought no divine intervention, instead choosing to govern their own affairs. One must not belittle such a race. The future of the world belongs to them. Ao Tian sighed deeply, lost in contemplation. What has her drowning to do with our eastern sea? At Ao Tian's gaze, Nine Nether suddenly shrank back. The human race is truly remarkable. Their spirit has been unwavering throughout the ages. Ao Tian suddenly turned to Nine Nether, grasping his shoulders firmly and stating deliberately, Do you believe, Nine Nether, that without our assistance, the human race could manage their water calamities just as effectively, perhaps even more so than we could? Gazing into Ao Tian's profound eyes, Nine Nether realized that the prince had undergone a transformation. He harbored countless thoughts that were beyond question. Your Highness, I believe. Very well, let us explore the human realm. Releasing Nine Nether's shoulders, Ao Tian continued onward, appearing exceedingly pleased with Nine Nether's imperfect response. Upon reaching a human city, Ao Tian behaved like a young heir from a wealthy family, observing his surroundings with curiosity. The current human settlements were quite rudimentary. Having grown accustomed to the opulence of future metropolises, he found these markets, inferior even to rural fairs, rather unworthy of his attention. Yet, Nine Nether was dazzled by the sights. The dragon clan was far more splendid, yet the grandeur of the dragon palace resembled an ethereal paradise, lacking authenticity and evoking a dreamlike quality. In contrast, the vibrancy of the human realm bore a genuine warmth, naturally drawing the dragons closer. Heaven and earth? Why would I compare them thus? I haven't taken any medicine. Could this phenomenon occur merely from proximity? How astonishing. Ao Tian shivered uncontrollably. Third Master, why have I not seen the delectable dishes you mentioned? Are you deceiving me? Faced with Nine Nether's skepticism, Ao Tian felt compelled to assert his position as the master and rectify the latter's demeanor. Nine Nether, what kind of person do you believe my father to be? As they walked, Ao Tian turned to inquire. The Dragon King is the cornerstone of our clan, a paragon of virtue, an exemplar for all ages. My admiration for him flows ceaselessly like the mighty rivers. Nine Nether extolled without a hint of embarrassment. Speak plainly. Ao Tian interrupted him immediately. Third Master, he is your father. It would be inappropriate for me to speak ill of him in your presence. Nine Nether felt truly aggrieved, finding it particularly uncomfortable to criticize a father figure in front of his son. Your Highness, you are still young, opportunities abound, and there is no need for such concern. After all, the Dragon King has grown old. Ao Tian suddenly turned to face Nine Nether, feeling both amused and exasperated. To speak candidly, do you harbor any negative sentiments towards the king in your hearts? Feel free to vent. I assure you, I shall not disclose it to him. Ao Tian resembles a mischievous uncle, attempting to deceive an innocent and naive child. What does it mean to vent? It means to speak ill behind someone's back. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Ao Tian's mouth. How could I ever harbor ill thoughts about the revered Dragon King? Your Highness, you jest, he replied. Observing the mischievous grin across from him, Jiu recognized that nothing good would follow. He was certainly not foolish enough to speak openly of the Dragon King's stinginess and miserly nature. Boring. Ao Tian waved his hand and moved ahead. Remember, Because you disregarded my words, your stipend for this year has been forfeited. Do not return seeking recompense from the Department of Rewards and Punishments. Your Highness, how can you be just like the Dragon King? Jiu Yu's face fell in dismay. Ao Tian leaned closer, asking, how am I like the Dragon King? Stingy, miserly, and fond of deceit. My stipend from 2 years ago was deducted by the Dragon King. Jiu Yu lamented, his expression one of discontent. Ha ha ha, now you understand. It is a tradition in our family to indulge in deception. Ao Tian suddenly pulled Jiu Yu closer, casting cautious glances around before leaning down and whispering conspiratorially into his ear. Jiu Yu, listen closely. Seeing Ao Tian's anxious demeanor, Jiu Yu immediately grew wary. Your Highness, please speak. Ao Tian suddenly shouted, causing Jiu Yu to feel as if a myriad of mosquitoes had invaded his ear, and the entire world began to spin. Even the prince appeared as two figures. Ao Tian stood up swiftly and dashed away. Jiu Yu vigorously rubbed his ears, realizing that none of his family were good dragons. They could indeed be quite overwhelming. In Chapter 30, titled Brother is a Good Guy, Ao Tian could not escape Jiu Yu's pursuit and was soon captured. As compensation, he was obliged to treat Jiu Yu to 10 meals, each featuring dishes from culinary delights of the Primordial era, before he was finally released. Ao Tian dusted himself off, astonished that despite having attained the pinnacle of a golden immortal, he was so easily subdued by Jiu Yu. Jiu Yu, could you teach me those few moves? Ao Tian asked with a flattering smile. Your Highness, the Dragon Palace possesses countless techniques. There is no need for you to learn this. You are destined to be the Lord of the Four Seas, employing honorable and righteous methods, devoid of any dubious practices. Jiu Yu promptly declined. Having received the Dragon King's counsel, he understood that Ao Tian was likely to become the ruler of the East Sea, and thus he resolutely refused his request. Jiu Yu, there is no distinction of superiority or inferiority in martial arts. Do not be misled by our father. The ability to subdue opponents and ensure one's survival is the true essence of effective techniques, Ao Tian earnestly advised. I have long known that. Jiu Yu nodded in agreement. But if I were to teach you, I would be at a disadvantage. Ao Tian fell silent, feeling exasperated. After all, he was a dragon who had transcended base interests. A pure dragon who would never bully Jiu Yu. Third Master, there's a captivating scene ahead. Do take a look. Ao Tian turned his head and discovered a throng of people gathered around, buzzing with excitement. Curiosity piqued, he approached. Come, little one, yield to this gentleman, and I shall take you to see the treasures of the world. A lecherous man, resembling the embodiment of darkness, was cornering a youthful maiden, uttering lewd remarks that were utterly out of place. Despite the crowd's density, not a single soul dared to intervene. Whispers circulated quietly, with some even encouraging the girl to submit to her tormentor. The maiden, scarcely 15 or 16, was tall and graceful, her eyes sparkling with life, though they bore a veil of worry. Her alabaster skin shone, clad merely in a coarse garment that accentuated her beauty, her slender waist easily encircled by a hand. Ao Tian hastily banished any impure thoughts from his mind. I have always prided myself on my integrity. Such thoughts must be the influence of my unrefined uncle's dubious concoctions. I pray for forgiveness from the heavens for my uncle's ignorance. He gestured fervently at his chest. May the Buddha bless us, amen. How could Ao Tian allow a flower-like maiden to be tarnished by a brute before him? Even if he were not present, he would feel compelled to intervene. Drawing a deep breath, he shouted with the force of thunder, dispelling the darkness from everyone's hearts. As a beacon of righteousness illuminated the minds of the onlookers. Cease your vile actions, beast. Release that young lady. I'm just used to it. Ao Tian sheepishly scratched his head. Beast, let go of that fair maiden. The ruffian, realizing his misdeed was interrupted, glared at Ao Tian with malevolence. It then dawned on Ao Tian that the oppressor was garbed in coarse fabric as well, not much better dressed than the common folk, suggesting he was not a pampered scion of a wealthy family. I say, young man, it seems we are all neighbors here. Why resort to oppression when kindness could prevail? Ao Tian produced a handcrafted folding fan from behind him and elegantly waved it toward the man opposite him. The ruffian, taken aback by Ao Tian's distinguished appearance and air of nobility, contemplated his next move and considered fleeing. However, the sinister figure of Jiu Yu seized him. Boy, did Third Master permit you to leave? That would be against the rules. The ruffian struggled, only to find the brute strength of the ugly man formidable, prompting his tone to weaken. Gentlemen, the strong dragon does not trample the local snake. This is the way of things. Please let us pass. Oh, so you possess a way with words, a man of refinement. However, let me enlighten you. The strong dragon does not trample the local snake only when it lacks sufficient power. I am here to trample you. What will you do about it? Ao Tian lifted the man's chin with his fan. You seem quite honest. Why not show some spirit? Come, make me smile. With a devil-may-care attitude, Ao Tian resembled a typical scion of privilege. Observing the man's furious expression, he continued, Oh, you're still not smiling? No matter, I shall provide the joy. Ha ha. Let us celebrate. Jiu release him. Suddenly thrown to the ground by Jiu, Ao Tian bent down to look at him. Young man, do not be indignant. This is your fate. Encountering me is indeed a stroke of fortune for you. Now be gone. With a swift kick to the other's backside, the bully tumbled forward, landing in a comical heap, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Ao Tian then turned his gaze towards the young woman selling goods across from him, a smile unconsciously blossoming on his face. My lady, I am Ao Tian, fortuitously passing through this place, and I seek but a bowl of water. Thank you for coming to my aid, young master. Here are some refreshing fruits. Please accept them as a modest gift, the young woman replied, her demeanor slightly shy as she reached into her basket to retrieve several fruits, offering them to him. My family is impoverished, and I possess little of value to repay you. I hope you do not find these fruits lacking. Not at all, not at all, Ao Tian reassured her, feeling a flutter in his heart at the sight of the first beauty he had encountered during his journey. Then I shall accept them without hesitation. Meanwhile, Jiu, indifferent to the situation, seized the fruits and began devouring them, quickly consuming a substantial portion from the woman's basket. The young woman's expression showed a hint of distress, yet she voiced no complaints. Third master, do you wish to eat? Go ahead. Ao Tian, maintaining his composure, held a fruit in his hand without eating it, while Jiu finished off all the fruits and turned his gaze to Ao Tian's hand. Begone. Very well, my lady. My companion possesses no other skills but the ability to eat. How much for your 2 baskets of fruits? I shall pay you in full. Ao Tian, still concerned about his dignity, could not bear to think that a minor act of assistance would ruin her livelihood. My lord, I am grateful that you helped drive off that bully. How could I possibly accept your payment? Consider it a humble meal from me, Qing Lian, the young woman said, her tone sweet yet unwavering. She, too, was a strong-willed person. Though it was but a trifling matter for me, those 2 baskets are vital for your sustenance. How could I deprive you of your means of living? Ao Tian's demeanor became increasingly courteous, embodying a lifetime of grace. Third master, if you desire them, take them home. An inappropriate voice suddenly interrupted. The young woman's face turned pale with fear as she took a step back, slowly grasping a stick in her hand. Do not worry, Miss Qing Lian, I am a good person. Indeed, my lady, my third master is truly benevolent and treats others with utmost kindness. You need not fear. Jiuyu's expression was lewd, rivaling even that of the bully from earlier. With that, the young woman dropped her stick and fled in the opposite direction. Ao Tian looked at Jiuyu with exasperation. Jiuyu, you truly are a terrible companion. He then chased after her, calling out, Miss Qing Lian, I am a good person, please do not run away. He noticed her figure ahead, moving even faster. Make way, let me through. Ao Tian shouted back at Jiuyu. Remember to collect the young lady's basket. As he pursued along the path, he resolved not to leave a bad impression on the human realm. Before long, they had pursued her to the threshold of her home. Upon realizing they had arrived at her dwelling, Qing Lian hastily entered the thatched cottage and secured the door, pressing her back against it as she called out, Young master, I believed you to be a person of discernment. Why then, such frivolity? Ao Tian found himself at a loss for words in response to Qing Lian's remarks. Miss Qing Lian, I assure you I am not a man of hasty desires. I have come solely to clarify the misunderstanding from earlier. Please, do open the door so that I may offer my apologies in person. Rogue, you claim to be a good man? If you do not leave at once, I shall summon the neighbors, Qing Lian retorted, her cheeks flushing at Ao Tian's words. Lianer, who is it outside? An elderly voice called from within the cottage. Father, it is no one. Please rest early. Miss Qing Lian, it is still broad daylight. What do you mean by resting? The ill-timed voice echoed again, leaving Ao Tian speechless. Jiuyu, you should remain hidden. I wish not to see you. Ao Tian said as he covered his face with his hand. Who is outside? I am an old man and cannot move easily. I hope you will forgive my inadequate hospitality. The elderly voice continued. Old sir, I am but a traveler passing by. I inadvertently caused Miss Qing Lian to misunderstand my intentions and have come to apologize, Ao Tian replied. Oh, is that so? Then do come in for a cup of warm water before you depart. The elderly voice chimed in once more. Lianer, open the door and welcome our guest. Father, I advise you against that, Qing Lian urged once again. Miss Qing Lian, I truly am a good man. It was my companion Meng Lang who spoke thoughtlessly. Please do not take offense. I shall have him apologize to you, Ao Tian said, glancing at Jiu Yu. Jiu Yu immediately offered his apology. Miss Qing Lian, I indeed spoke without thought just now. I hope you will not hold it against me. Miss Qing Lian, here is the payment for the fruits. I have left it at the door. Should fate allow, we may meet again, he added, retrieving some coins from his bag and placing them at the threshold. Observing that Ao Tian and Jiu Yu were genuinely leaving, Qing Lian hurriedly opened the door to collect the coins, chasing after them. Yet, she dared not approach closely, standing several paces away. Young master, I truly cannot accept this money. Please, take it with you. She tossed the coins onto the ground and turned to flee. Third master, she is indeed a spirited woman, Jiu Yu remarked. Had it not been for you, would this misunderstanding have occurred? Ao Tian shot him a glare and turned to leave. I merely wish to play matchmaker, Jiu Yu protested. A man over 3,600 years old without a partner seeks to play matchmaker for me? Ao Tian scoffed. Ah, your highness. The figure that just hurried past. Is that not the bully from earlier? Jiu Yu quickly pointed out. Surely, he is not returning to trouble Miss Qing Lian. Let us stealthily approach and see. In a short while, several ruffians arrived at Qing Lian's home, pounding violently on her wooden door. With each forceful impact, the door trembled precariously. Qing Lian, I know you are inside. I saw those two young men leave just now. Do you think you can escape? Surrender to me, and you shall no longer need to sell those pitiful fruits. Amidst the commotion, neighbors began to emerge from their homes, yet the bullies remained unperturbed. I shall inform you that while it is permissible to observe the commotion, should anyone dare to utter a single word against me, I shall set fire to their abode tonight. Confronted with the bully's threat, the surrounding neighbors dared not voice their anger, resorting instead to hushed discussions. Su-san, relinquish this foolish desire. No matter what you say, I shall never marry you, came the resolute declaration from within the door. Su-san, when my legs were in good condition, you used to address me as master with such endearment. Now that I am crippled, you dare to bully both your master and your junior sister? Qing Lian's father spoke with restrained fury. It turned out they shared this connection. And Ao Tian observed quietly from a distance. The hero rescuing the damsel is a trope where the true hero appears only at the climax. The one who first emerges is merely the supporting character, lacking the main character's significance and allure. Your Highness, you cannot truly have an interest in this human woman, can you? Jiu Yu inquired softly, possessing a keen sense of perception. The misunderstanding he had orchestrated earlier was intentional. After following the Dragon King for over 3 millennia, had he lacked this degree of emotional intelligence, he would have long been sent to labor in the mines. Those entrusted with the task of closely protecting Ao Tian were indeed extraordinary. Though the Dragon Clan is known for their indulgences, they do not seek companionship among humans. Their preferences lie with demons or aquatic beings, for the human bloodline is considered too weak to endure the purifying trials of dragon blood. The majority of the dragon kin entertain notions of alliances with humans, yet the thought of intermarriage is utterly preposterous. Especially for the pure-blooded third prince of the East Sea Dragon King. Such unions are strictly forbidden. It is inconceivable, Ao Tian dismissed lightly, prompting a sigh from Jiu Yu, who continued, Your Highness, it is not that I speak out of turn, but while Miss Qing Lian possesses a beauty that surpasses most of the dragon and sea clans, she is still of human descent, and the disparity in status is glaring. I advise you to refrain from meddling excessively. I shall go out and ensure Miss Qing Lian is released, and you must remain inside. Ao Tian gazed into Jiu Yu's eyes, perceiving an undeniable resolve, and with a resigned sigh, he acquiesced. Master, I do not mean to burden you, but seeing your impaired mobility and knowing how fragile my junior sister is, I cannot bear to leave her unassisted. Is it not my intention to escort you to a place of rest? Su-san's words were exceedingly sweet, yet to the ears of Qing Lian's father and their neighbors, they rang with bitter irony. For miles around, who was unaware of Su-san's notorious reputation, he had wronged countless virtuous women, and his parents had starved because of him. Had this been years past, such a treacherous, unprincipled bully would have long been drowned in the pond. Alas, years of floods had sapped the alliance's resources, leaving these marginal areas to suffer from rampant thuggery while the common folk lamented their plight. Su-san, in my youth, I heard the elders say that those who commit evil will descend to the underworld upon death, where they shall endure endless torment. You are still young and can change your ways. Abandon your wickedness, Qing Lian's father admonished earnestly. Old fool, dare to speak again, and I shall send you to the underworld to inquire about the way. Qing Lian, I ask you but once, will you marry me or not? Do not wait any longer. I had my men observe the departure of those two outsiders. No matter how loudly you scream, No one will come to your rescue. Qinglian cast a glance at her aged father, a flicker of resolve crossing her face. My child, your father is old. I am indifferent to my fate. But it is a pity for you, still so young. Receiving her father's affirming response, Qinglian felt a surge of courage. Su San, continue to dream. I would rather become a ghost than marry you. Upon hearing Qinglian's resolute declaration, Su San became infuriated, shouting, I'll smash the door. I shall take care of matters right in front of your father, and see how defiant you can be. Su San, if you dare to act recklessly, I will set this house ablaze. Su San hastily ordered his men to cease their actions, yet after a prolonged wait, the house remained unburned. Prompting a mocking laugh from him, Qinglian, you still lack the courage. Let your senior brother add some fuel to the fire. He commanded his men to rush into nearby houses and gather firewood, piling it outside Qinglian's residence. Mr. Su, we are all acquaintances. Why must you resort to burning her house? A neighbor, unable to bear the scene, timidly interjected. Old man, do not claim you have no daughter. Speak again. And I shall take your married daughter as well. Hearing Su San's threats, the surrounding neighbors fell silent and retreated into their homes. Unable to watch their neighbors suffer, yet too fearful to speak out, as they had families to protect. Your Highness, Su San is truly a vile character. He was too afraid to act against us earlier, yet now he is so brazen towards the vulnerable. I will let him experience true power shortly. And these neighbors are indeed cowardly. Jiu Yu, do not use your status to judge the lives of others. They are all pitiable souls. Although Ao Tian was now the prince of the Dragon Clan, his heart remained as it once was. He understood the struggles that lay behind the neighbors' retreat. Su San was already instructing his men to arrange the firewood, and one of his subordinates placed it at the door. Su San kicked it aside, intending to burn the house, but also to draw out Qinglian and her father, knowing they would eventually be driven out by the smoke. Qinglian, the firewood is set. If you do not come out, I shall ignite the house. Silence answered him. Very well, I am igniting it now. The dry firewood caught flame instantly when lit by a spark. Inside, Qinglian held her father tightly, weeping silently as she awaited death. Ao Tian waved his hand, and a cloud appeared, extinguishing the raging fire. Upon witnessing this, Qinglian was overcome with sorrow. Your Highness, it is time for me to take action. With that, he dashed forward. Ao Tian hesitated briefly, then clenched his teeth and surged ahead, swiftly bringing Jiu Yu down to the ground. Step aside, let me handle this. He bellowed. Beasts, Su San is here, do not act recklessly. Chapter 32. My brother is actually a divine healer. Upon hearing that booming voice, Su San and his men were startled, turning around only to find Ao Tian alone. Their courage surged, and they shouted, attack. Beat him to a pulp. Ao Tian flashed a charming smile, declaring, I have arrived. With a swift motion, he delivered a punch to each of the 5 ruffians, effortlessly bringing them to the ground. He had refrained from further violence. Had he not, they might have met their demise. Turning his gaze towards Su San, he smiled wickedly once more. Upon witnessing that smile, Su San felt a chill run through him. He had not anticipated that these 2 formidable dragons were still present, and he cursed his subordinates for their incompetence. Su San, you are so despicable. How could I possibly bring myself to kill you? He remarked, before directing his attention to the tardy Jiu Yu. I shall escort you away. To a remote island 1,000 miles distant. In silence, you will traverse the realms of black and white. Jiu Yu appeared reluctant, but hoisted the ruffians with ease. When you return, do stop by the seaside to gather some coconuts. I shall prepare coconut chicken for you. Upon hearing Ao Tian's promise, Jiu Yu's spirits soared, and she soared into the sky, startling the ruffians, who cried out in alarm. Fortunately, the neighbors were likely oblivious, as she ascended to great heights. Ao Tian straightened his attire and bowed towards the interior of the dwelling. Miss Qinglian, are you unharmed? I am Ao Tian. I had just departed. But upon realizing I had dropped something, I returned, fortuitously catching sight of Su since setting fire to the premises, which I have since thwarted. Thank you, young master. Your kindness is beyond my ability to repay. Please, wait a moment while I tidy up, responded Qinglian. Hearing her words, Ao Tian felt a surge of joy. Such gratitude could only be reciprocated with devotion, and he could not help but chuckle. Moments later, Qinglian emerged from the house, assisting a middle-aged man with mobility issues. She promptly fetched a cushion for Ao Tian, signaling him to take a seat. Young master, my home is humble. I apologize for the spectacle. I am truly grateful for your timely intervention. Otherwise, my father and I would have faced dire consequences. The father of Qinglian offered a respectful bow of thanks to Ao Tian. Observing the man's demeanor and his articulate responses, Ao Tian noted the incongruity of his refined aura within such a modest abode, prompting him to inquire, Old sir, I surmise you were once well-educated. How did you come to your current state? After posing the question, Ao Tian felt a twinge of rudeness. The elder, however, remained composed, shaking his head as he recounted his former glory. Once, I was a dashing youth, gallivanting the world with a sword. Alas, my sword broke, and my leg became crippled. Disheartened, I returned to my hometown, yet managed to earn some wealth through my travels. Although my leg is impaired, I still managed to walk. I established a family and took on a few apprentices, leading a reasonably comfortable life. However, in recent years, flooding has struck, and no one wishes to learn my seemingly useless skills. Coupled with the resurgence of my leg injury, my fortunes have waned. My apprentices have proven to be disappointments, leaving me exhausted and despondent. Do not fret, old sir. A true man tempered by hardship will not be envied by the mediocre. Better days lie ahead, Ao Tian remarked, though he seldom consoled others. To think that the illustrious third prince of the East Sea, a being of celestial perfection, could develop feelings for a maiden he had just met was indeed improbable. He merely detested witnessing a delicate and beautiful woman being wronged. Indeed, I am so despicable, he mused inwardly. Miss Qinglian, I traverse the lands far and wide, driven by the noble pursuit of healing the sick. If you place your trust in me, I could attempt to treat your father's ailment. Ao Tian gazed at Qinglian, aware that although she was present, the true inquiry was directed towards the young lady. The father and daughter exchanged glances, and he nodded in affirmation. Young master, my leg has been injured for nearly 20 years, and in recent times, it has worsened considerably. I fear I may not have much time left, and I lament for my dear little daughter. Father, Qinglian's eyes brimmed with tears at his words, her emotions threatening to spill over. Is he entrusting me with his legacy? Should I agree? I am not swayed by mere beauty. 1,000 thoughts surged through her mind. Rest assured, my medical skills are reliable. The very fact that I have traversed such a distance and scathed attests to my competence, Ao Tian jested, eliciting laughter from Qinglian and her father. Ao Tian rolled up his pant leg, revealing numerous scars. His legs had atrophied terribly. Had he not encountered Ao Tian, he would soon find himself unable to walk at all. Indeed, your legs bear the marks of a beast's attack, Ao Tian surmised. Despite the extensive damage, given the abundant spiritual energy in this primordial land, there was no reason for the injuries to persist. Yet, the wounds continued to sap his vitality, rendering him unable to walk normally. Yes, truly a divine physician, you discerned at a glance that my legs were injured by a beast, the elder praised Ao Tian profusely. This made Ao Tian reflect on the simplicity of the people in this land. What seemed an obvious conclusion to him was regarded as a profound revelation by the old man. For the dragon kin, such minor injuries could be easily healed without the need for powerful remedies. Yet Ao Tian, wishing to showcase his exceptional skills, dedicated over an hour to a meticulous treatment regimen, hot compresses, silver needles, and herbal poultices. The professional approach left Qinglian and her father in awe, exclaiming their admiration for his expertise. Ao Tian feigned wiping sweat from his brow and sighed. Ah, it is finally done. Your leg should be fine now. Within 3 days, you will be able to walk again. Feeling the gaze of admiration from the young woman, Ao Tian was momentarily tempted to feign a return of the old man's affliction. But his reason prevailed. Sensing his intense gaze, Qinglian's cheeks flushed. I shall fetch some water for you, young master. She hurried away, leaving Ao Tian to converse with her father. Through their discussion, Ao Tian discovered that he had once collaborated with Gun, the father of Dayu, in flood control efforts. Following the catastrophic floods, the number of beast clans had surged, overwhelming the human populace. Gun's failure in managing the floods was significantly attributed to this influx. The newly repaired dikes had collapsed shortly after completion, although it was inevitable that such barriers would fail. The rapid collapse following their repair was a grave insult to the laborers of this primordial realm. In the midst of the deluge, the demon clan stirs trouble, compelling Ao Tian to re-evaluate his strategies. To act recklessly could further jeopardize the dragon clan's situation. Currently, the number of quasi-saints among the demon clan surpasses that of the dragon clan's great Luo, necessitating Ao Tian's cautious approach. Fortunately, despite their numbers, the demon clan is not a monolith. It is divided into various factions, predominantly led by figures such as Kunping and Baizhe. My lord, I apologize for the wait, Qinglian expressed with a face full of remorse as she brought forth a basin of warm water. Earlier, in a bid to manifest his divine presence, Ao Tian had utilized all the firewood from her home to heat the water. The nearby neighbor's firewood had been seized by the tyrant Su San, forcing her to venture far to gather some wood for him. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over the courtyard, prompting Ao Tian to hastily pull Qinglian and her father aside. Without warning, coconuts began to rain down from the sky, quickly accumulating in the courtyard and spilling over into the surroundings. Ao Tian sighed in exasperation, wondering why the Nine Nether was so erratic with him when it behaved so decorously with his father. Third Master, will these coconuts suffice for coconut chicken? Jiu clambered atop the heap of coconuts, winking at Ao Tian. Qing Lian, upon hearing this, cautiously glanced at the 7 or 8 chickens in the backyard. The chickens seemed to sense danger, hastily retreating into the woods and disappearing in no time. Do not fret, no matter how far the chickens run, I will catch them. I possess ample experience, so there is no cause for concern, Miss Qing Lian, Ao Tian reassured, noticing her slight frown. Jiu misinterpreted her worry as a concern for his ability to capture the chickens. Thank you, my lord, for healing my father. A mere few chickens shall serve as a token of my gratitude. Qing Lian was not being stingy over the chickens. Her concern lay in ensuring her father would have nourishing supplements afterward. If necessary, she thought, borrowing some eggs from a neighbor would suffice. Jiu, gather the coconuts. Then go catch the chickens, Ao Tian commanded directly. It had been a while since he had cooked, and the prospect exhilarated him. Faced with these fresh, organic ingredients, Ao Tian felt an immense satisfaction. By the way, Jiu, you shall catch the chickens yourself, and afterward, fetch some firewood. It is imperative that Jiu works hard. Otherwise, he might conjure some mischief. Witnessing Ao Tian assign so many tasks to his attendant, Qing Lian felt a twinge of compassion and could not help but interject. My lord, let me handle the firewood. Such labor is better suited for me. No, please don't. Jiu has no other merit but to work swiftly, and he particularly enjoys manual labor. You should take a rest. He hastily dissuaded Qing Lian from assisting. Right, Miss Qing Lian. I simply relish hard work. You should rest. Jiu echoed, his eagerness evident. For the sake of a delicious meal, he was willing to do anything. Here it comes. This dish is called clear soup coconut chicken. Please enjoy. This dish is known as beggar's chicken, wrapped in ingredients and encased in yellow clay before being roasted. This dish is called dry-fried spicy chicken. Ao Tian presented dish after dish to the table, enticing everyone with the delectable offerings. Jiu's eyes were fixated on the food, while Qing Lian occasionally glanced at the distant feathers of the chickens. All is ready. Let us partake in the meal. Ao Tian presented the final dish to the table, enthusiastically addressing the gathering. With this abundance, will you all be able to finish it? Qing Lian's father, upon witnessing the copious amount, felt a twinge of apprehension. Father, rest assured, we shall certainly finish it, Qing Lian replied, having witnessed Jiu's formidable appetite and harboring no concerns about any food going to waste. Indeed, Ao Tian's capacity for consumption was hardly inferior to that of Jiu. He had reached a state of fasting, surviving solely on the absorption of celestial energies each day. The reason he still indulged in grains was merely a remnant of habits from his previous life. He was simply sampling the fare, while Jiu, despite possessing extraordinary power and needing no sustenance, unabashedly indulged, and his appetite continued to grow. In less than half an hour, the table was cleared of all its dishes. Qing Lian obediently rose to collect the bowls and chopsticks, taking them to the backyard for cleaning. My lord, may I inquire where you intend to go next? Qing Lian's father seized the opportunity to ask Ao Tian after the meal. Good sir, I am but a wanderer of the seas, without a fixed abode. Simply meandering as I please, Ao Tian replied. Hearing this, the elder's countenance dimmed considerably. However, he added that he was headed to the royal city to attend to some trivial matters. Noticing the elder's melancholy, Ao Tian felt a pang of guilt. Upon hearing Ao Tian's response, the elder's eyes brightened somewhat. My lord, if you too dare to traverse the wilderness, you must possess considerable prowess. I have acquaintances in the royal city whom I have not visited in many years. Now that my legs are spry again, I wish to pay them a visit. Would it be convenient for you to bring my daughter and me along? Good sir, do not fret. Su San and his ilk will no longer pose a threat. You may remain here without worry and need not rush to the royal city, Ao Tian reassured him, fully aware of the elder's true concerns, namely, the fear of retaliation from Su San and his associates after his departure. He urged the elder to maintain a calm disposition. Thank you, my lord, for ridding the world of harm. I realize this may be somewhat presumptuous, but I implore you to guide us, not out of shamelessness, but as a transaction between us. He stated, calling toward the backyard. Lianer, bring out the bundle from beneath your father's bed. Before long, Qing Lian returned with a tattered bundle. Ao Tian scanned it with his spiritual sense, finding nothing peculiar. The elder chuckled awkwardly, my lord. This is merely a shabby wrap I fashioned to protect my belongings from being stolen. I hope you do not find it distasteful. A glance exchanged with Jiu revealed her subtle disapproval, Yet she refrained from expressing her discontent in Ao Tian's presence. "What treasure do you possess, old sir, that you conceal so meticulously?" Jiu Yu inquired, having evidently scanned the bundle as well, hoping the elder would withdraw. "Jiu Yu, it is hardly a matter of great significance. What harm is there in bringing the two of them to the royal city?" Ao Tian, concerned that Jiu Yu might create trouble, discreetly conveyed his thoughts to her. Reluctantly, Jiu Yu lowered her head. The elder exerted considerable effort to unwrap the tattered cloth, revealing a coarse fabric concealed within. After unraveling 2 or 3 layers of fabric, the true essence was finally revealed, a palm-sized object wrapped in an unknown, bright yellow material. Ao Tian, utilizing his divine sense, attempted to penetrate its surface, yet he failed to do so. Jiu Yu also turned his gaze towards it, and upon reflection, he discerned the peculiar nature of the cloth. "My lord, this object was an unexpected find during my time with Gun while managing the floods. I have consulted numerous individuals regarding its material, yet none could ascertain its nature. When I presented it to Gun, he was greatly intrigued and took it for further investigation. However, after extensive study, he was still unable to uncover its secrets. Ultimately, following the failure of flood control, Gun was held accountable and executed. Before his demise, he discreetly entrusted me with this. Do you believe these 2 items may pique your interest?" The elder inquired, noting Ao Tian and Jiu Yu's expressions. "Elder, Su-san can no longer return to cause harm. Why do you insist on leaving?" Ao Tian reiterated with emphasis. "My lord, in recent years, the deluge has worsened, and demons rampage throughout the lands. I have, in the past, burdened Qing Lian with my presence, despite her reluctance to part from me. Now that her leg has been healed thanks to your benevolence, I wish to escort her to the royal city for her safety." Upon hearing this, Ao Tian was momentarily taken aback. The plight of humanity was far more severe than he had envisioned, and the chaos wrought by demons was even more formidable than he had anticipated. The alliance with the human race seemed almost assured. However, while managing the floods was a challenge, addressing the demons and the dark forces lurking behind them proved exceedingly difficult. Noticing Ao Tian's contemplation, the elder hastily spoke, "My lord, please observe further," as he unveiled the cloth to reveal a ring-like object that appeared to be neither jade nor gold, yet possessed a remarkable luster beyond that of jade. Ao Tian felt an unusual pull in his bloodline, instilling in him an inexplicable sense of affinity. The elder then turned the cloth inside out, saying, "My lord, this fabric bears strange lines that resemble the patterns of mountains and rivers." Ao Tian examined it closely and indeed found it resembled a map. "Elder, what did Gun discover all those years ago?" "My lord, before Gun was executed, he sent someone to return this to me. The messenger claimed it was crucial for the prosperity of humanity and instructed me to guard it carefully. Yet, I have failed to uncover its secrets over the years. You, my lord, are a fated individual, and I wish to bestow it upon you for your study." He then handed the object over to Ao Tian with ease. "Your Highness, there is a faint trace of dragon lineage within this," a subordinate noted. "Though exceedingly weak, I still sensed it." Ao Tian scrutinized the object carefully. His bloodline was significantly stronger than Jiu Yu's, and if Jiu Yu could sense it, he certainly could as well. Not only did the object hold the essence of dragons, but it also bore the breath of the ancestor dragon. However, Ao Tian had previously consumed the ancestor dragon's blood, and there was a subtle difference in the aura. He sliced his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it, and to his astonishment, the blood vanished in an instant. "I found it," Ao Tian exclaimed with a joyful smile. Turning to Qing Lian and her father, he assured them, "We shall ensure your safe passage to the royal city." Chapter 34. The 9 Sons' Clues. Upon hearing Ao Tian's confident affirmation, Qing Lian and her father exchanged knowing smiles. The elder, understanding the rules, did not inquire further. This was inherently his possession. Although it had been initially offered to Gun, it had been returned to him after many years. Ultimately, it remained his. Despite its significance to the prosperity of the human race, he perceived no mystery within it. It would be more prudent to bestow the treasure upon the talented individuals of humanity, allowing them to uncover its secrets while providing a stable, living environment for the father and daughter. As he observed the enigmatic cloth absorb the blood pearl of Ao Tian, Jiu Yu exhibited a look of astonishment. He was well aware of Ao Tian's formidable bloodline, one so potent that even the mixed blood dragons of the sea could not endure its strength. It was not merely that a single drop of Ao Tian's blood could vanquish a branch of the dragon clan. Rather, it was the sheer power of his lineage that rendered those mixed blood dragons incapable of assimilation. Yet, the cloth before him effortlessly absorbed Ao Tian's blood. And even after a few more drops, it continued to do so with remarkable swiftness. Ao Tian's smile grew more radiant, as he felt increasingly certain of his conclusions. Seeing the confidence radiating from Ao Tian, Jiu, though curious, refrained from questioning further. He understood his boundaries. The prince regarded him as a friend, allowing for occasional jest and playful antics, such as teasing the relationship between him and Qing Lian. However, when it came to such secrets, it was wise to remain uninformed. Our journey is likely secure, Ao Tian remarked, turning to Jiu. Congratulations, third master. Indeed, this is our fortune. Jiu promptly bowed in gratitude. Ha ha ha. My dear elder, your possessions will more than suffice for our journey to the royal city. The recipe for culinary delights that I just bestowed upon you is but a gift. Once you have regained your strength, we shall set forth for the royal city. In the meantime, I can teach you other methods of culinary creation, ensuring you have a means of livelihood in the future. While the items were indeed of great utility to him, mere recipes paled in comparison. However, the adage to possess a treasure is to invite trouble rang true. Offering too much could prove more of a curse than a blessing for the impoverished father and daughter. Thank you, young master. Please stay with us for the next few days, though do not mind the humble abode of an old man. Thank you, elder. I shall not impose. Ao Tian replied, bowing in respect. He had always believed in repaying kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. Qing Lian and her father had aided him greatly, and he felt it was only right to honor them suitably. Elder, Miss Qing Lian, I shall step out for a stroll. But I apologize for the disturbance these past few days. Jiu, you must return to the Dragon Palace immediately and inform my father that I have discovered clues regarding the 9 ancestors, and let him decide how to proceed. Upon exiting the courtyard, he hurriedly arranged for Jiu to relay the message to the Dragon clan. Jiu was taken aback. So it was that the prince had previously uncovered news about the 9 ancestors, which explained his generosity towards Qing Lian and her father. Despite his numerous requests, the prince had never provided him with food. Before departing, Ao Tian had inquired with his father and 3 uncles about the whereabouts of the 9 sons. But the 4 dragons exchanged glances, revealing that not one among them knew of their location. All news from the past years had originated from the Primordial continent, leaving Ao Tian quite vexed and lamenting the inadequacy of the Dragon clan's intelligence system. However, it is not entirely their fault. The whereabouts of the 9 sons remain an enigma, instilling a sense of trepidation in many regarding the Dragon clan. Occasionally, their presence stirs up whispers, causing those who might wish to act against the Dragon clan to hesitate. For anyone daring enough to strike would face the wrath of 9 beings with quasi-saintly prowess, an unpredictable gamble for anyone. Thus, their mystery only serves to benefit the Dragon clan further. Yet, Ao Tian finds it increasingly challenging to uncover their whereabouts. Fortunate to have discovered a piece of silk related to the 9 sons along with an artifact. This information is crucial for the Dragon clan, as it bears immense significance. Should he locate the 9 ancestors, the Dragon clan would essentially have 9 revered figures, steadfast and comparable in strength to quasi-saints, at their disposal. Under Ao Tian's guidance, he is confident he can secure true quasi-saints for the Dragon clan. Although the primordial era has been unable to transcend the saintly threshold due to the machinations of the Tao ancestor, achieving the status of quasi-saint remains feasible, provided he orchestrates everything meticulously without disturbing the grand design of the universe. Such minor alterations would not provoke the Tao ancestor's ire. Hongjun embodies the heavenly Tao. Yet the heavenly Tao is not merely Hongjun. In his quest for unity with the Tao and ascension to a loftier realm, he has resorted to manipulating the beings of the primordial era, choosing to merge with the heavenly Tao. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. While he can wield the power of the heavenly Tao, he is often constrained by it, unable to act recklessly against the beings of the primordial era. This very constraint emboldens Ao Tian to venture forth. Your Highness, do you not possess a magical artifact that allows direct communication with the Dragon King? Jiu timidly raised her hand to speak. I nearly forgot, Ao Tian exclaimed, smacking his forehead as he retrieved a conch-shaped communication artifact from his bag of holding. This design is rather unappealing. I shall craft something more aesthetically pleasing when I have the means. Holding the conch with a dissatisfied expression, Ao Tian sent Jiu to keep watch while he established contact with the Dragon King. Before long, they emerged from their endeavor. Let us depart. Where to? Jiu asked, somewhat bewildered. You have consumed so much of their provisions. Given their humble means, what remains in their household? We must venture out to procure some supplies, lest we starve them. Ao Tian, filled with delight, was eager to indulge in culinary delights once again. Third master, should we prepare a greater variety of dishes? Jiu ventured cautiously. Did you not express a desire for me to maintain distance from them? Why then suggest preparing more? Ao Tian teased. Your Highness, upon reaching the royal city, we shall part ways. However, the father and daughter still require sustenance. It would be prudent to prepare a few extra dishes to assist them, Jiu argued, her mouth watering at the thought. Feel free to indulge your cravings. Ao Tian chuckled lightly as he moved ahead. It was not that he was unwilling to cook, rather. The cuisine of the primordial era differed significantly from that of later generations, and he was uncertain of the potential repercussions of his culinary creations. Would the ancestor Taotai appreciate such dishes? Ao Tian suddenly inquired of Jiu. Your Highness, to speak candidly, what does ancestor Taotai not consume? He would devour anything, even stones. If you were to prepare a meal for him, he would undoubtedly be delighted, Jiu quipped, her words laced with playful mockery of Tao Ye's insatiable appetite. Indeed, it cannot be denied that each of the 9 sons possesses distinct qualities, showcasing their individual characteristics. Ao Tian inhaled deeply. What he had discovered was not merely a mythical creature, but the foremost among the 9 sons, Qianyo. The legend of the 9 sons of the dragon is rooted in their diverse natures, which cannot be attributed solely to the shortcomings of their lineage. This variance primarily stems from the fact that the ancestral dragon was exceedingly prolific, engaging in unions with various beings without regard for propriety, resulting in a series of successful experiments. The mother of Qianyo was a cow, yet she was no ordinary creature, for her lineage was potent, directly influencing her progeny. Thus, the dragon's essence was diluted, leading to a lineage that was neither wholly dragon nor wholly bovine. The other 8 sons share this heritage, inheriting the formidable bloodline of the dragon as well as the unique traits of their maternal lineage, resulting in a powerful yet diverse array of abilities. Qianyo, embodying the gentle temperament of his bovine ancestry, possesses a fondness for music and is often associated with the Huqin in later generations, standing as the eldest among them. His amiable nature as the elder brother instilled confidence in Ao Tian. With the prospect of locating his elder brother, Ao Tian believed that, through Qianyo's summons, his brethren would be inclined to show some respect and make an appearance, significantly easing Ao Tian's burdens. Chapter 35. The heist. Very well, let us set forth. Observing the reluctant expressions of Qing Lian and her father, Ao Tian felt compelled to interject. Departing from one's homeland is a notion unfathomable to contemporary individuals. Once one leaves the place of their upbringing, the likelihood of returning may dwindle to naught, with only dreams to bridge the separation. Ao Tian understood the anguish of leaving home, yet to reach the royal city expediently, departure was imperative. Thus he callously interrupted their sentiments of parting. Let us go. Ao Tian mounted the horse he had procured and fashioned a cart for Qing Lian and her father, providing a means for carrying their belongings and a place for rest. Due to the presence of Qing Lian and her father, Ao Tian's party progressed slowly. Jiu was content in this arrangement. For the urgency of allying with the human race was not pressing, a more thorough exploration along the journey would facilitate negotiations with them, especially with the prince graciously preparing culinary delights along the way. As Ao Tian traversed the path, it was far from desolate. He frequently encountered those departing their homes, as well as the unfortunate souls who had perished from hunger or fallen prey to wild beasts, lying along the roadside or in the nearby woods. The encounters with danger were numerous, stemming both from beasts and, more prevalently, from humans. Abandoned farmlands were ubiquitous. Ao Tian walked in silence, immersed in thought. Your Highness, do we truly intend to forge an alliance with such a race? What Ao Tian observed, Jiu also witnessed, while Ao Tian perceived the suffering and struggles of humanity. Jiu discerned their frailty. Indeed, the human race was weak, so feeble that the dragon clan saw no necessity for an alliance. Faced with Jiu's inquiry, Ao Tian fell into contemplation, yet soon reaffirmed his conviction. Jiu, do not underestimate this race. The potential within them is beyond your imagination. Perhaps many who ascend to prominence in this realm are the results of celestial designs and the machinations of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. However, have you never considered that to attain such heights, the humans must possess more than mere deficiencies? Ao Tian immediately conveyed a response to Jiu's inquiry. He refrained from providing excessive explanation, for in the near future, the Dragon Clan, with the aid of the human race, would unravel a portion of the shackles of karma, thereby validating his choice and revealing the immense power of humanity. The strength of the human race is eternally underestimated, Ao Tian mused silently, opting not to voice his thoughts. Your Highness, it appears someone ahead intends to rob us. Jiu, possessing keen investigative abilities, detected the impending threat before Ao Tian could fully react. Ao Tian promptly signaled with his gaze, and Jiu, understanding the cue, nodded in acknowledgement. Third master, I seem to be experiencing some stomach discomfort. I must attend to it in the woods. You may proceed ahead, I will catch up shortly. Along their journey, Jiu had frequently encountered this pattern whenever danger loomed. His stomach would ache, prompting him to resolve the matter, a routine he had grown accustomed to. My lord, a few plump sheep are approaching from a distance, along with several horses. Just these horses alone could sustain us for many days. A scruffy-looking man, with beady eyes, reported his findings to a burly man sporting a beard. Upon hearing this, the bearded man grinned broadly. Brothers, more little plump sheep have arrived. Be sure to deal with them thoroughly, for I wish for you to enjoy yourselves. Jiu silently observed the unfolding drama from the large tree above. As the performance neared its conclusion, he leapt down, greeting the bandits courteously. Greetings. Who are you, brat? The bearded man brandished a machete at Jiu. Their failure to notice him for so long suggested that the opponent possessed formidable skills, causing him to hesitate. Allow me to introduce myself and share some good news, Jiu replied with a smile. I am here to rob you. All of you are encircled by me. So surrender your valuables. Displaying his open palms, he reasoned that in the world of martial arts, one cannot traverse without funds. Unable to engage in honest labor, yet unwilling to resort to thievery, he had cleverly chosen to rob these robbers instead. Over the course of their journey, they had managed to live quite comfortably by seizing the riches of bandits. The robbers exchanged glances, raising their machetes and charging at Jiu. Why not heed my advice? Just hand over your valuables. With a resounding impact, the bandits were sent flying several feet by a powerful gust of energy. Observing the bandits writhing on the ground, Jiu inquired, Now, would you kindly surrender your valuables? Confronted with Jiu's friendly smile, the bandits were overwhelmed with dread, realizing they had encountered a formidable adversary. Sir, you are indeed a formidable figure. We shall hand over our money. Just spare us. The bearded man retrieved a pouch of coins from his attire. Sir, in recent years, due to devastating floods, we have fallen into poverty, as you are well aware, so we possess very little. We humbly beseech your forgiveness. With a sycophantic demeanor, the bearded man obediently handed the pouch of coins to Jiu. Suddenly, young one, you are still rather inexperienced. A dagger lunged toward him from across the way. Yet Jiu did not even glance. With a powerful shudder, the bearded man was sent flying, crashing violently against a tree, which shook with a resounding crackle and sent leaves fluttering. Blood gushed from the bearded man's wounds, while his subordinates, paralyzed by Jiu's formidable presence, dared not approach to assist, merely staring at him in awe. Oh, how foolish you are. If you do not help your leader stem the bleeding, he shall perish. Jiu, noticing the robber's numbed demeanor, kindly offered a reminder, for after accompanying the prince for so long, he had developed a semblance of compassion. Upon hearing Jiu's words, the robbers finally stepped forward, clumsily attempting to staunch their leader's wounds. Here, boss, swallow this handful of dirt. The previously lecherous man exclaimed as he hastily thrust a fistful of soil toward the bearded man's lips. The bearded man looked on in astonishment, having never heard that consuming dirt could halt bleeding. Observing the bearded man's incredulous gaze, the lecherous man explained, Boss, I thought, since you are losing blood at an alarming rate, and we possess no healing medicine, perhaps the dirt could serve to stifle your blood flow? The bearded man's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never encountered a method to suppress blood flow in such a manner, and in a fit of agitation, he spat forth another mouthful of blood. Finally regaining his composure, the bearded man lamented, Why, with such exceptional skills, do you resort to robbing us poor souls? Am I not entitled to my whims? Jiu retorted defiantly, I present you with two options. 1, mine for me, or 2, mine for me. Choose wisely. And do not claim I am being unreasonable. The robbers were utterly bewildered, having merely intended to carry out a simple heist. They exchanged uncertain glances, looking to the bearded man for guidance. Boss, we shall go mine, he declared with a mocking grin, convinced that Jiu alone could not keep them in check. Once we find an opportunity, we shall flee, and then we shall see how he manages to recapture us. You have stated this yourselves. I am not being unreasonable, Jiu observed, somewhat surprised by the robber's readily acquiescent response. You have not been unreasonable, yet you nearly had a blade at my throat demanding compliance. The robbers silently grumbled amongst themselves. Ha! So you willingly choose to mine. Then I shall escort you on your journey. Jiu beamed with satisfaction, for after spending considerable time with Ao Tian, he had learned the art of persuasion through reason, allowing the robbers a semblance of choice. The robbers internally scoffed, thinking, He claims to escort us to mine, yet we shall simply flee at the first opportunity. Rise. With a commanding shout, all the robbers sprang to their feet. These robbers were merely farmers without land, driven to desperation before resorting to thievery. Had they possessed any skill, they would not have turned to such a life. We are decent folk, please let us go. We are farmers. Father, mother, I long to return home to tend to the fields. Please, allow me to go back to my farming. One by one, they were terrified to the point of tears, pleading incessantly. Silence. Were it not for your status as farmers, I would have long since put you to death. Do you think you have the right to speak here? Upon hearing Jiuyu's words, the bandits fell silent. Yet their eyes remained fixed on the river below, trembling uncontrollably. Ao Tian commanded that they be taught a lesson, but not killed. After the punishment, they would be sent to the mines, for there was no shortage of islands. With the abundant spiritual energy of the primordial world, the quality of labor would be ensured, and there would be no concern over their disappearance. Chapter 36. Is virtue so easily acquired? Ah, how delightful, how exhilarating. Jiuyu emerged from the thicket by the roadside, adjusting his trousers with a look of utter satisfaction. Qing Lian gazed at Jiuyu in confusion. Young Master Jiuyu, should you not be behind us? How did you come to the front? Oh, I merely walk faster, Jiuyu chuckled, deeming it unnecessary for them to know what they ought not to. After all, they would part ways upon reaching the royal city. Let us rest for a moment before continuing our journey, Ao Tian suggested, steering the conversation elsewhere. Your Highness, with so many sea tribes available for labor, why resort to those frail human beings? Jiuyu expressed his bewilderment, relaying his thoughts to Ao Tian. There is an abundance of free labor in the sea, and they typically accomplish far more than the human race. I fail to understand your Highness's reasoning in employing those humans for mining. Jiuyu, we are allied with the human race. We are not here to slaughter them. There have been too many injustices along the way, yet these are merely pitiable souls, undeserving of death. Do you not comprehend? Ao Tian struggled to harden his heart against annihilating them all. However, to let them go free was equally troubling, due to floods and monstrous threats. The crops were difficult to harvest, and without food, they would resort to harming others. Not long ago, they had been simple, good-hearted individuals, driven solely by the need for sustenance. Sending them to the islands to mine at least provides them with a meal. It prevents them from doing harm. So what is the harm in that? But, Your Highness, they consume the produce of the sea. Jiuyu interjected. Asking Ao Tian to spare enough food to sustain them was indeed a tall order, yet one should eat what the land and sea provide. Is there a problem with that? Ao Tian believed his logic was sound. It seems there is no flaw in your reasoning. Jiuyu had feasted on countless grilled fish prepared by Ao Tian, and thus found no grounds to counter the prince's argument. Indeed, with so many fish in the sea, it is permissible for them to partake, Ao Tian pondered. After Jiuyu's inquiry, Ao Tian too became perplexed. I am the lord of the sea tribe, the third prince of the dragon clan. Why should I allow others to feast upon my own subjects for the sake of unrelated individuals? It seems illogical. Your Highness, what if there are still bandits? Jiuyu asked, deeply concerned. They shall be taken to the mines, Ao Tian replied confidently. With the abundant resources of the sea, what harm is there in consuming a few fish? A warm fish soup in the evening would be delightful. With a line in hand, Ao Tian strode towards the riverside, followed by Qing Lian as she went upstream to wash. Young master, what is this? After Qing Lian finished freshening up, she approached the riverbank and observed Ao Tian tying a line to a rod, with a small hook affixed to one end, leaving her perplexed. Qing Lian wondered if such peculiar tools could indeed yield fish. Had they never encountered this device before? Ao Tian was astonished. How could anyone be unfamiliar with a simple fishing rod? Young master, we also fish by the sea, yet I have never seen such a method. Would you like me to fetch the fishing net from the carriage? Out of courtesy, Qing Lian refrained from outright dismissing Ao Tian's technique. The invention of the fishing net predates the hook, attributed to the cultural ancestor of humanity, the Yellow Emperor, whose consort, Leizu, bore two sons. The elder son, Xianshao, was the progenitor of the Zhang lineage, and in his fiefdom of Duanxiu, he often fished along the banks of the Qing River. During winter hunts, he observed the difficulty in capturing prey, which led to the suffering of many. To alleviate their plight, he gazed at the stars at night, and, inspired, devised the fishing net. At the moment Ao Tian completed his fishing rod, a golden cloud suddenly descended from the heavens. Qing Lian stood in astonishment, bewildered by the inexplicable connection between a mere wooden rod and the celestial phenomenon. Divine merit descended. Jiuyu, witnessing this, hurried to offer congratulations. The vast golden cloud split in two, with 3/10 settling upon the freshly crafted fishing rod, while the remaining 7/10 appeared poised to envelop Ao Tian. With a mere thought, he transformed his aura into a blade, segmenting the remaining merit into 3 parts. 2 parts entered Jiu's being, who, upon receiving this boon, immediately sat cross-legged to assimilate the merit. 1 part was further divided into 10, with Qing Lian and her daughter receiving 2, while the remaining 8 dispersed into the ether. Ao Tian claimed 4 parts, and the immense influx of merit continually cleansed his karmic shackles. Under the purifying influence of celestial merit, the shackles binding Ao Tian, who was a Tai golden immortal, began to dissolve, and soon, he would easily ascend to that exalted realm. Boom. While Ao Tian was still absorbing the merit, Jiu had already made the breakthrough. Stagnant at the golden immortal stage for years, Jiu's long accumulation of power, combined with his relatively diluted dragon bloodline, left him with lighter shackles. Although he only received 2/10 of the celestial merit, the significance of this invention for humanity was profound, suggesting immense latent energy. Jiu's cultivation soared from the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage directly to the Tai golden immortal stage, initially to the early stage, then to the mid-stage. As he approached the late stage, Jiu quickly consolidated the merit power within his dantian. Although this external force could elevate his realm to the late stage of Tai golden immortal, such an enhancement would deplete his potential significantly. The path of cultivation is one of steady progress, reliant on personal accumulation. The relentless application of external forces offers little advantage in enhancing one's capabilities. Observing His Highness possessing a pathway to elevate the Dragon Clan, Jiu yearned to accompany Ao Tian further along this journey, deeming it unnecessary to exhaust their innate potential. The shortcomings of the merit force are glaringly evident. The several saints among the human race, despite their exalted titles, lack any semblance of true saintly power, often falling short against seasoned quasi-saints like Zhen Yuanzi and Kuanpeng. Moreover, the drawbacks are substantial. Once one reaches the saintly realm, they must diligently cultivate within the confines of the fire cloud cave, unable to depart freely. However, the benefits are equally apparent. As long as humanity endures, these few saints remain immortal. With a resounding crash, Ao Tian's shackles of the Tai golden immortal were cleansed, and he naturally stepped into the realm of the Tai golden immortal, albeit only at its initial stage. He did not employ merit to elevate his realm, but rather utilized it to purge the karmic shackles binding him. Thus his cultivation still lagged behind Jiu's breakthrough by a notable margin. After a period of adjustment, Ao Tian rose, exhaling deeply. The power of the Tai is indeed remarkable. Upon reaching this level, he couldn't help but express his admiration. Qing Lian and her daughter, having been baptized by the merit force, had long succumbed to unconsciousness. Their mortal forms, though subjected to a minimal amount of this overwhelming impact, found the spiritual essence beyond their capacity to bear. Upon inspecting them, Ao Tian confirmed their safety and used his magical powers to transport the pair onto a cart for rest. Your Highness, you possess remarkable foresight, Jiu sincerely praised. With merely a simple fishing rod crafted for the human race, he had elevated the cultivation of the duo to the realm of the Tai golden immortal. Imagine the merit to be gained if they were to ally with them and effectively manage the flooding. How much merit would that entail? And how easily could the Dragon Clan shed their karmic burdens? Ao Tian remained bewildered, pondering, I merely fashioned a fishing rod with the intention of catching a fish. Is it truly so challenging to catch fish? Is human merit so effortlessly acquired? Your Highness, shall we not create something smaller and garner more merit? Jiu's perspective on humanity shifted dramatically after reaping the benefits, as he incessantly urged Ao Tian to engage in further acts that would attract heavenly merit. Ao Tian rolled his eyes dismissively. If it were truly that easy to earn heavenly merit, would it not be your turn to take the lead? Besides, while he could obtain heavenly merit once or twice, both Heaven's Dao and Hong Jun had overlooked him, considering him merely an insignificant insect. Should he repeatedly pursue heavenly merit, Hong Jun might stir trouble, complicating the Dragon Clan situation. Jiu, heavenly merit is ultimately an external path. Practitioners must cultivate both body and mind. Anything obtained without effort is not a sustainable way. One must tread the path with diligence. Noticing Jiu's recent air of arrogance, Ao Tian imparted this earnest counsel. Your Highness, if that is the case, why then should our Dragon Clan rely on heavenly merit to break free from the shackles of karma? Why does Ao Tian not allow him to be so enamored with the power bestowed by virtue, yet still seek an alliance between the Dragon Clan and the human clan, utilizing the virtues of humanity? The merits I wish to acquire are not those of the heavenly Dao. Jiu appeared utterly perplexed, yet dared not inquire further. Ao Tian's actions do not stem from the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao is untrustworthy. It is uncertain whether Hong Jun deliberately employs the heavenly Tao to suppress the earthly Tao and human Tao for the sake of unification, or if the heavenly Tao has acquired consciousness and uses Hong Jun to target the earthly Tao and human Tao. In any case, the heavenly Tao is not to be trusted. If it were, the mere fact that the ancestral dragon could suppress the primordial dragon veins and aid in their continuous growth and stabilization should have been sufficient to absolve the dragon clan of their karmic shackles. Yet, how many epochs have passed? How many billions of years have elapsed? The karmic shackles upon the dragon clan remain unchanged, continuously affecting their bloodline, resulting in fewer pure-blood dragons being born. Ao Tian boldly speculated that perhaps in another billion years, under the influence of these karmic shackles, the dragon clan may cease to exist. A race without powerful guardians, devoid of the birth of strong beings, is destined for extinction, even without external forces. It would gradually fade away. Heavenly Tao, Hong Jun, your game is indeed grand, but I, Ao Tian, shall not submit. Congratulations, host. You have broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. I am your personal steward, dear system. As Ao Tian was lost in thought, a familiar yet eerily cold voice resonated in his mind. Maintaining an impassive exterior, Ao Tian commanded, Jiu Yu. I have attained some insights and require a few days of seclusion. You shall lead Qing Lian and her father on ahead. I shall follow shortly. Understood. Jiu Yu was uncertain why Ao Tian suddenly wished to enter seclusion, yet it was not his place to question. He could only respectfully take his leave. Your Highness, do you not require any guards? What if someone disturbs you? Jiu Yu returned to express his concern. Rest assured, I am not entering a deathly seclusion. I merely seek to contemplate some insights. If I cannot fend off any disturbances, I can always flee. No one shall harm me. As Ao Tian traversed the winding mountain path, he muttered incessantly. Were it not for the system's sudden interjection, he would have forgotten about his own extraordinary status as the chosen one, destined for greatness. Why must the system be so unreliable? When will he achieve the summit of dragon life? Host, you must understand. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ao Tian quickly fell silent, listening intently. I can leave you in suspense, but you must not curse me, understood? Because I am merely jesting. Who knows, I might change hosts one day. So you must appease me, understood? Understood, understood. Speak plainly, and you need not adopt a regional accent. Ao Tian merely expressed his frustrations. He had previously advised Jiu Yu that while external aids could be utilized, one should not become overly reliant upon them. The system, though beneficial, has its limitations. Ao Tian wondered if he could reach the pinnacle of dragon life without excessive reliance on the system. If not, he would return to inherit the system's vast wealth. Host, your earthly fiend's 72 arts are now available. Would you like to install them immediately? The enchanting sounds resonate with me, and I find great pleasure in the act of installation. Are you not meant to rely on your own abilities? Why then the need for installation? Oh, I relish this sensation of being challenged. What are your thoughts, esteemed system? A humble request from the online presence of Ao Tian. The rewards bestowed by the system can be directly comprehended or extracted within Ao Tian's mind. In a short span, he has mastered the earthly 72 arts. However, true mastery necessitates a period of refinement. Given the delayed arrival, the system offers assistance in his studies. Ao Tian, without the slightest hesitation, embraced this opportunity. Despite the adage of not depending on external factors, he found the prospect of a side-effect-free learning method to be acceptable. Upon entering the cave, he expelled the bear-like creature within, cleared the refuse, and sealed the entrance, preparing to absorb the overdue rewards. The earthly 72 arts are also known by the familiar name, the 72 transformations. Seated in meditation within the cave, Ao Tian began to savor the intricacies of the arts. While the system could facilitate quick learning, the experience and insights gained through prolonged practice must be grasped gradually. Indeed, it is profound. With a deep breath, Ao Tian swiftly acquired the earthly 72 arts with the system's aid, astonished to discover that it also imparted some insights, surpassing even the wisdom amassed by the monkey over the years. Should the monkey return to the dragon palace to cause a ruckus, Ao Tian could easily employ the same arts to compel it to kneel and call him father. Host, there is one more reward. Would you like it? Could you not be so casual? You are a serious system, aloof and dignified. Please refrain from such human-like behavior. Faced with the system's informal discourse, Ao Tian felt a bit overwhelmed. He yearned for a dependable system, yet its demeanor appeared rather untrustworthy. Congratulations, host. You have received a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Overlord Spear. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Radiant Armor. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Sky Concealing Map. Congratulations, host. You have received a portion of Shirong soil. Congratulations, host. You have gathered 15 shards of the God-slaying spear. What a bountiful harvest. It is like experiencing the refreshing rain after a prolonged drought, instantly elevating the once impoverished Ao Tian to newfound wealth. These numerous spiritual treasures address his current deficiencies. The system truly embodies a benevolent force in the primordial chaos. System, what level of deductions can the Sky Concealing Map obscure? When one receives benefits, it is essential to understand their utility to avoid offending those more powerful in the future. Host, the Sky Concealing Map can shield against the general deductions of saints and entirely obscure those of quasi-saints. The system, demonstrating a sense of responsibility, provided him with a direct answer. What constitutes general deduction? It is vital to clarify the capabilities of one's hidden cards. Host, if the Sky Concealing Map were in the hands of a deluo, utilizing its inherent ability to evade others' calculations and the support of the map itself, it could withstand the deductions of saints. However, your current strength is too feeble to harness the full potential of the Sky Concealing Map, rendering you incapable of resisting the meticulous deductions of saints. Emotions stem from one's own vulnerabilities. As long as there are no issues with Lingbao, it suffices. For the time being, Ao Tian has no intention of provoking the saints, nor is it likely he would draw their attention. For the saints have their own affairs and do not engage in plotting against others daily. By the way, system, I seem to have a score, don't I? Ao Tian inquired uncertainly. Your system is currently out of service. Please contact us later. Oh dear. Chapter 38. The Taoist Dan Kingzi Jiuyu departed with the father and daughter Qing Lian, leaving Ao Tian to roam freely among the mountains and fields, unrestrained and blissful. The king called upon me to patrol the mountains, relying on his own accumulation of merit and the impact of his cultivation. Ao Tian once again attained the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. Initially, he had no intention of doing so, but he could not resist the surge that emerged uncontrollably. Oh, the joy of a dragon's life. Ao Tian wandered aimlessly through the mountains, occasionally gazing at the peaks, then at the waters, and sometimes indulging in a small barbecue, reveling in sheer delight. Hey, Taoist friend, have you grown weary of accompanying me for so long? Ao Tian remarked, turning the skewers in his hands while addressing someone not far away. However, there was no response from the figure ahead. Unfazed, Ao Tian picked up a small brush and began applying a secret sauce to the barbecue, indifferent to the silent forest before him. Taoist friend, if you do not come out, I shall finish this alone, he declared, tearing off a glossy, roasted leg. The sizzling meat emitted tantalizing sounds as droplets of hot oil cascaded down the succulent fibers, captivating one's senses. As he inhaled deeply, the allure of the aroma awakened his appetite. Unable to resist, he took a large bite, ignoring the heat, and exclaimed, "Wow, delightful." Seeing no sign of his companion, Ao Tian continued, "With each bite, the warmth and happiness envelop me. The meat, blessed by the charcoal's kiss, exudes a rich fragrance, enhanced by the spicy salt sauce that makes it even more savory." Gulp, gulp. Ao Tian seemed oblivious to any sounds. The tender, crispy, and spicy flavors danced in his mouth, creating a symphony of delicious sensations. Enough, cease your chatter. A plump figure suddenly emerged from the void, glaring fiercely at Ao Tian. Ah, Taoist friend, you have finally shown yourself. Ao Tian laughed heartily. I thought practitioners would not be ensnared by the pleasures of the palate. Unfazed by Ao Tian's merciless jest, the figure discreetly swallowed and replied earnestly, Taoist friend, I am Dan Kingzi. It is a pleasure to meet you. Stealing a glance at Ao Tian's barbecue, he quickly diverted his gaze and continued. I happened to pass by this way and encountered your delightful revelry, which is indeed fortunate. Yet inwardly, he cursed profusely. Just days prior, while wandering, he had detected a divine merit descending nearby, but he dared not approach immediately, instead opting to observe from a distance. When the power of merit dissipated and he arrived at the scene, nothing remained, save for the flourishing vegetation that had been blessed by the merit. However, after years of experience, he discerned that none of the cultivators present had attained the status of a great Luo golden immortal. This realization filled him with confidence as he followed the scent for quite some time, ultimately locating his target. Yet, the other party appeared utterly oblivious to their surroundings, wandering the mountains for several days. Just as he was poised to strike, this young man had unwittingly emerged from his hiding place. The thought of having cultivated for countless eons, only to be mocked by peers, and then being outwitted by a mere youth was unbearable, if word got out. How could he maintain his reputation? Is it truly a coincidence that you passed this way? Ao Tian inquired with wide eyes, filled with curiosity. Of course it is. How could this humble Taoist deceive a fellow cultivator? Came the jovial reply, followed by a bite of roasted meat. You've been with me for several days now. Ao Tian retorted with a smile. You know far too much, young man. The old Taoist narrowed his small eyes and struck out with a palm. Ao Tian hurriedly defended himself, but was sent flying by the force of the blow. Merely a Tai golden immortal, yet you dare to act so arrogantly in my presence? The rotund old man chuckled, eyeing Ao Tian with amusement. You think you can continue this bravado? Soon, you shall be roasted. Ao Tian gazed at him in disbelief. Realizing the formidable opponent he faced, how could he have underestimated this great Luo golden immortal? In a moment of clarity, Ao Tian unleashed a beam of spiritual light toward the old man and made a hasty retreat. Yet, the old Taoist remained unfazed, pursuing him without hesitation. Huh, you've fallen for my ruse. The true essence concealed within that light was merely a decoy. I shall escape like a shooting star. Do you think I am easily deceived? The old man's voice whispered insidiously in Ao Tian's ear, sending shivers down his spine, causing him to plummet from midair. Before he could land, a golden light ensnared him, rendering him helpless. Do not struggle, young one. The more you fight, the tighter the bonds will become, until you are ultimately suffocated. The old Taoist reveled in Ao Tian's futile attempts to break free from the binding ropes. You claim to be quite formidable, yet here you are, serving me roasted meat. Let me see if I cannot bring about your demise. Suddenly, a cry of alarm escaped the old man. My roasted meat. He darted toward the campfire, with Ao Tian trailing behind, desperately clinging to rocks and trees along the way, in a most disheveled state. Ultimately, the beleaguered Ao Tian was discarded unceremoniously onto the ground, while the old Taoist gleefully seized the roasted meat and stuffed it into his mouth. The beasts of the primordial wilderness absorbed the essence of heaven and earth from a young age, rendering their flesh firm and succulent. It had not been charred by the fire, but rather enhanced in flavor. The old Taoist, having observed Ao Tian's roasting skills, felt confident in his eons of cultivation experience. Believing he could not be deceived by any poison, he enjoyed every bite of the roasted meat, consuming over 100 pounds in no time, and even licked each bone clean, unabashedly savoring the grease that coated his hands. The young lad, you possess remarkable qualities. In the future, should you prepare meat for the Taoist master, I shall spare your life. The lecherous Taoist wiped his hands on his robe and approached Ao Tian, chuckling. Come now, boy. Hand over the treasures you have gathered. Rising from the ground, Ao Tian wore a broad smile as he gazed at his adversary. My friend, let us cooperate. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, Dan Kingsley, bewildered, stared at him, unable to comprehend why a hostage would dare to speak so defiantly. It seemed that a lesson was in order. Suddenly, he heard a soft command from across, and without warning, Dan Kingsley found himself collapsing to the ground, his body limp and devoid of any spiritual power. However, his formidable spiritual consciousness kept him from losing consciousness entirely, forcing him to watch helplessly as Ao Tian wriggled free from the binding ropes and then succumbed to oblivion. Ah, my dear Taoist, you may be seasoned, yet your methods are antiquated. The ancient coins of the primordial era have long since evolved their tactics. If not you, then whom? Ao Tian mused aloud to the already unconscious Dan Kingsley. After rummaging through his robe, he procured a magnificent treasure, pried open Dan Kingsley's mouth, and began to inject a multitude of mysterious liquids into his body. Though Dan Kingsley emitted faint sounds of protest in his stupor, it did nothing to hinder Ao Tian's fervor. In fact, it only heightened his excitement. Before long, Dan Kingsley lay sprawled on the ground, convulsing pitifully, with white foam seeping from the corners of his mouth, his attire disheveled, even his trousers having been unceremoniously pulled down. As a seasoned ancient coin, he surely concealed some treasures for nefarious purposes, and Ao Tian's intuition proved correct. Hidden beneath Dan Kingsley's garments was a low-grade innate spiritual dagger, its icy blade capable of effortlessly slicing through Ao Tian's defenses. Should Dan Kingsley awaken, he might very well succeed. Utilizing 2 sticks, Ao Tian clamped the dagger, feeling a measure of disdain. To wield such a weapon in the future would be somewhat distasteful. Perhaps he would bestow it upon Jiuyo, for he remained oblivious to its significance. Chapter 39, Striking it Rich. Haha, I have struck gold. The lifetime collection of a great Luo golden immortal is now in my possession. No powerful being traversing the primordial realm would leave their treasures in a cave. After all, carrying them on one's person is the safest bet. Gazing at the mountain of spiritual treasures, heavenly materials, and countless riches piled upon the ground, Ao Tian's eyes sparkled with astonishment. How could a mere great Luo golden immortal possess such an abundance of treasures? This perplexity only deepened his contemplation. 17 innate spiritual treasures, including offensive and defensive types, as well as 2 rather lackluster ones that could marginally enhance one's magical power, yet held little value in true combat. Nevertheless, they were innate treasures, far superior to acquired ones. Although the Dragon Clan possessed numerous treasures, they had yet to reach the point of endowing each individual with one. With such a plethora of spiritual treasures at his disposal, Ao Tian could either reward his subordinates or keep them for himself. In the days to come, the treasures amassed by Dan Kingsley amount to a staggering 1,000 pieces. Among these, over 800 appear to be inconsequential, seemingly conjured by Dan Kingsley himself. Who else would hoard such worthless trinkets, if not for personal creation? They cannot be gifted nor sold, thus they remain concealed. It is said that 2 of these treasures possess power comparable to mid-grade innate spiritual artifacts, which must surely be cherished by Dan Kingsley. Ao Tian gathered all the spiritual treasures and valuables into his Chinquan bag, delicately placing a dagger within Dan Kingsley's Chinquan bag using a stick before retrieving his own. Satisfied, he scrutinized it with disdain, twisting it between his fingers. After much contemplation, he resolved to eliminate any items that might pose a threat. While Dan Kingsley remained in a state of unconsciousness, Ao Tian stripped him of his robe, finding it somewhat mismatched, and proceeded to remove his shoes. To his astonishment, he discovered that the old man's tattered shoes were, in fact, a mid-grade innate spiritual artifact. By rights, innate spiritual artifacts possess a self-cleansing ability, purifying any filth upon them. Yet, how had they become so grimy in Dan Kingsley's possession? Infusing a trace of spiritual energy into the shoes, they instantly radiated brilliance, revealing their true nature. These shoes, seemingly crafted by fate, emanated a divine light that foretold their extraordinary potential for future escapes. Within one of the shoes, he uncovered a small compass, engraved with the 64 hexagrams of Fushi, seemingly meant for divination. Although Ao Tian possessed artifacts to avoid divination, he lacked those for conducting it. Truly, Dan Kingsley was a prodigal spender, providing everything one could desire. However, for safety's sake, another thorough inspection was warranted. For the next hour, Ao Tian engaged in numerous unsightly actions upon the unconscious, corpulent body, extracting various inconspicuous items from its unnoticeable crevices. The chill of the ground seemed to provoke involuntary shivers from the smooth, plump form, which emitted peculiar sounds as if dreaming of frightful scenarios. Taoist, awaken. No matter how vigorously Ao Tian shook him, Dan Kingsley remained unresponsive. Observing the rotund visage and the continuously squirming body, Ao Tian felt a wave of nausea. He could scarcely contain himself, envisioning a giant maggot come to life, an utterly distressing sight. With a flick of his hand, several large leaves soared from a distance, gently covering the repugnant view. After contemplating, he lifted the leaves and brandished a thorny branch, striking it fiercely upon the plump body. The corpulent form writhed under the blows, emitting sounds that were both demanding and pleading. Ao Tian found himself on the verge of retching once more. This is a person, he repeatedly reminded himself. Eyes shut tight as he continued to strike. No, do not stop. Responding to such a reasonable request, Ao Tian retrieved a barbed thorn from his Chinquan bag, one that thrived in the perpetual chill of its environment, growing slowly yet possessing remarkable resilience. At long last, after gaining a considerable amount of weight, Dan Kingsley was gently awakened by Ao Tian. Gazing at Ao Tian, who rolled up his sleeves and wielded a thorny whip, Dan Kingsley was overwhelmed by a chilling sensation and excruciating pain. Unable to stifle his tears, with not an ounce of magical power at his disposal, and stripped of all his belongings, he looked despondently at Ao Tian and said, "My lord, however you wish to play, I shall comply." Crack. Upon hearing such a degrading request, Ao Tian wasted no time in delivering another lash. It hurts. Please stop. Do not strike so forcefully. My lord, I was wrong, please cease. Even Ao Tian, a Tai golden immortal, was sweating from the exertion, panting as he beheld the battered Dan Kingsley, yet he felt an irresistible urge to deliver 2 more lashes. My lord, I admit my mistakes. I was wrong. Dan Kingsley rose from the ground, kneeling before him, resembling a wretched worm. Another whip struck him down as Ao Tian demanded, "Now tell me, if you dare deceive me, you know the consequences." Ao Tian cracked the whip menacingly. "Reintroduce yourself, Taoist. Who are you? Where do you come from? What is your intent?" "My lord, I am Dan Kingsley, a mere wandering cultivator with no secrets. Please let me go." Dan Kingsley looked at Ao Tian with a furtive gaze, fully aware that he should plead for mercy. Yet he remained obstinate, uttering not a single truth. Taoist, how can a mere wandering cultivator possess such treasures? If you do not confess, I assure you, I shall not hold back. Seeing Ao Tian's menacing grin, Dan Kingsley trembled uncontrollably, yet still refrained from speaking. Do not attempt to unravel the immortal binding rope. It is fortified with my clan's secret methods. If you do not proceed cautiously, you may find yourself suffocated. Ao Tian had learned numerous tormenting techniques in the depths of the Nine Nether, and as a prestigious dragon, the collective wisdom of many prodigies could not be undone by an antiquated recluse. Shortly after Ao Tian emerged from seclusion, he sensed a tail trailing behind him. Yet he remained silent. The other party, unable to confront even a tiny golden immortal like himself directly, could not be of a much higher realm. Thus, he leisurely strolled through the mountains for several days, laying down his traps, awaiting his prey to take the bait. To his surprise, the prey was ensnared rather swiftly. Drawn by the allure of virtue and treasures, certain to refrain from killing him on the spot, which emboldened Ao Tian, he had not only laced the barbecue with potions. On the path Dan Kingsley had followed, he had already deployed countless concoctions, fearing they might prove ineffective, yet they indeed worked wonders. Unexpectedly, the adversary turned out to be a mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal. Even he, a newly advanced Tai Golden Immortal, had been outmaneuvered, revealing the cunning of this aged foe, who ultimately fell into his grasp. Taoist, I am a benevolent man. I would not harm you. I can only imagine how solitary your years of cultivation have been. Would you allow me to offer you some relaxation? As he gazed at Ao Tian, whose expression was rife with mischief, Dan Kingsley could hardly believe that the other would genuinely allow him to relax. Even a seasoned old coin, who had diligently cultivated the path of survival, had fallen prey to such schemes. It was clear that Ao Tian was not to be underestimated. My young friend, you truly have a penchant for jest. After years of cultivation, my heart has long been as tranquil as still water. Why would I desire to relax? Life is inherently a form of enjoyment. Thus, I have no intention of easing my efforts. Dan Kingsley, stretching his neck in a manner akin to one resigned to fate, remained tight-lipped. Taoist, you are aging. How could you forget the fundamental rules of the realm? You are but meat on the chopping block, and I am the knife. What are you thinking? Are you a fool? Ao Tian maintained a serene smile, then slowly retrieved a small red vial from his bag, presenting Dan Kingsley with a peculiar grin. Do not be afraid. Taoist, this is a remarkable item. Chapter 40. Taoist, you cannot escape this. Humph, young one. I have traversed the vastness of the primordial world for countless eons. I have seen every trick in the book. Feel free to employ any tactics. If I so much as blink, I shall concede your victory. Seeing Ao Tian produce a small red vial, Dan Kingsley, despite his ignorance of its contents, suspected it was anything but benign. Nevertheless, he steeled himself, determined not to yield. Taoist, possessing a strong will is commendable, something to take pride in, but one must discern the appropriate time. Given the circumstances, clinging to such trivialities is unwarranted. Ao Tian, still reluctant to resort to force, offered one final, kind reminder. Ha ha ha, young one, do you truly think I lack good items and aim to deceive me? Not a chance. Observing Ao Tian's hesitation to act, Dan Kingsley chuckled, believing that the latter had run out of means. Young one, I have several treasures in my bag that could be utilized against me. You only need to see if I will dodge. With such resolve, Ao Tian decided to accommodate him. He cloaked himself tightly with spiritual treasures, wary of the potion's effects, and forcefully pried open Dan Kingsley's mouth to pour the liquid inside. Having encountered countless toxins, Dan Kingsley's body was impervious to all poisons, rendering him utterly unafraid and exceedingly compliant. As the vial emptied, Ao Tian hesitated momentarily before deciding to pour a bit onto Dan Kingsley's lower half as well. Witnessing the slightly blue, enigmatic liquid being applied, Dan Kingsley felt a jolt of surprise. However, lacking any immediate adverse reaction, he chose to remain silent, resolute in his indifference. Observing Dan Kingsley's expression, Ao Tian remained unfazed. When his uncle had gifted him this treasure, Ao Tian had conducted a thorough investigation. The vial, though seemingly small, could contain a considerable amount of liquid, and its efficacy was assured. Taoist, should you find yourself overwhelmed, do not hesitate to call for me. He sprinkled some of the potion around the nearby woods and retreated to a tree crown to observe. Before long, Dan Kingsley felt an overwhelming surge of heat. The potent medicinal force threatened to incinerate him from within, creating a powerful wave of warmth that caused the surrounding soil to emit smoke. What is this? Suddenly sensing something, Dan Kingsley began to sway incessantly, rolling on the ground in terror as he cast fearful glances into the depths of the dense forest, as if some unimaginable horror lurked within. Alas, it was a sight too ghastly to behold. Observing the massive figure thrashing about on the ground, incinerating the surrounding stones and vegetation, Ao Tian was struck with astonishment. He was amazed not only by the efficacy of his uncle's medicine, but also by Dan Qingzi's formidable strength. Under the impact of the drug, he had not lost his wits. Indeed, a great Luo Golden Immortal was not someone a Tai Golden Immortal could easily subdue. Should Dan Qingzi manage to free himself from his shackles, Ao Tian knew the consequences would be dire. To disrupt Dan Qingzi's efforts to detoxify himself with internal energy, Ao Tian launched a verbal assault, seeking to breach his psychological defenses. Ah, what an impressive technique you possess, compressing the yang into your abdomen to reach such a consummate level. I must commend you, but alas, my own cost is too great. I simply cannot compress. Ao Tian shouted from a distance, causing Dan Qingzi to feel a mix of urgency and anger. His dignity already cast aside. Ah, you little brat, you shall perish. Once this Taoist is free, I will surely end you. Rolling on the ground, his flesh continuously scraping against the rough earth, he seemed to find some relief from his symptoms, and thus, his cries grew weaker. Witnessing the transformation of that plump, pale body, Ao Tian was filled with awe, experiencing a revelation that expanded his horizons. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds emanated from the depths of the forest. Though chaotic, they were distinctly perceivable. Spring had arrived, and the vibrancy of the season could not be contained. Fear not, Taoist, your companions have arrived, bringing wondrous gifts. Ao Tian exclaimed as he watched a horde of beasts rushing towards the colossal mass, their eyes aflame and breath heavy. Animals that would never ordinarily congregate together, setting aside their enmities and biases to pursue a shared aspiration. Oh dear, how could they be so adorable? In an instant, Ao Tian's entire worldview was overturned, the scene spiraling into a wild revelry among the creatures. The festivities continued relentlessly from dawn until dusk, a true embodiment of untamed nature. Recognizing that the time had come to interrogate the old Taoist, Ao Tian decided to disperse the small animals. He would not resort to indiscriminate slaughter, but instead used his magical powers to gently shoo away the still hungry beasts, aware that if he did not intervene, this banquet might last for days. Although the creatures were driven away, the influence of the medicine lingered, and the distant forest echoed with a variety of sounds, some expressing satisfaction, others helplessness. Gazing at the disheveled Dan Qingzi, who was now filthy and reeking, Ao Tian noted that while he had previously been odorous, he now emitted a stronger scent of life. Hovering in midair, Ao Tian pinched his nose in disdain as he looked down. Dan Qingzi wore an expression of utter despair, his small eyes devoid of spirit, staring vacantly upwards like a dead fish. Using his magical powers, Ao Tian lifted Dan Qingzi and flung him towards a nearby river, where the night's cleansing waters would, with some effort, wash away the unpleasant odors. Taoist, are you all right? Ao Tian inquired with a visage full of concern. Yet the figure before him remained lifeless, devoid of any sound. Daozhong, are you still alive? However, on the ever-growing mound of flesh, a faint undulation could be discerned. Ao Tian chuckled softly and slowly produced a small red vial. Upon sighting this vial, the figure's expression morphed into one of sheer terror, their body trembling uncontrollably, shaking their head incessantly. Daozhong, have you recovered from your ailment? Ao Tian presented a benign smile, yet Dan Qingzi perceived this smile as the embodiment of unimaginable horror. Why have you treated me this way? I merely sought to rob you. Unable to withstand the immense pressure, Dan Qingzi finally broke down, tears and snot cascading down his face. What have I done to you? It was you who insisted that I use whatever I wished. As a junior practitioner with limited cultivation, I lacked the discernment, thus causing you distress. Has the Daozhong found clarity today? You understand discretion, yet those beasts are oblivious to it. If you have not come to terms with it, should I encourage you to ponder further? I wonder if the Daozhong still possesses his resolve, or shall I prompt you to reflect again? Ao Tian feigned a gesture of toppling over. He was not purely malevolent. Had Dan Qingzi refrained from attacking him, perhaps they could have forged a friendship. However, the other had initiated hostility and must bear the consequences. No, I was wrong. I will speak. I will say anything. Please, do not harm me. I cannot endure this. Ao Tian nearly trembled at Dan Qingzi's response. Daozhong, by the heaven's conscience, I have not wronged you. Be attentive to the details, Ao Tian hastily clarified. Certain matters must be addressed directly. Ambiguity breeds countless troubles. Yes, you have not wronged me. It is I alone. Dan Qingzi wept once more in regret. The more I speak, the less clear it becomes. Never mind. Daozhong, please elucidate your origins. I am. Gazing at Ao Tian's righteous demeanor, Dan Qingzi could not help but shiver. Daozhong. Some things are unsuitable for pauses. Please complete your thoughts in one go, if you would. Dan Qingzi nodded fervently. I am one of the 3,000 worldly guests beneath the Dao ancestor Hongjun, and I am the humble Dan Qingzi. Observing the battered Dan Qingzi, Ao Tian could not suppress his laughter. Indeed, he was a disciple of the Dao ancestor. My abilities are weak, lacking a suitable paradise. Thus I wander the wilderness, occasionally engaging in ventures with little profit. I truly harbor no ill intentions. Even if I have taken a trifle, I have harmed no one. Please, grant me my freedom. You are one of the 3,000 worldly guests? Ao Tian expressed skepticism. Among the Dao ancestors' 3,000 guests, how many have attained the Yuanhui? Even a pig would have ascended to the quasi-saint level. To still be alive with the cultivation of a great Luo Jingxian is simply implausible. In the vast expanse of the mortal realm, few may comprehend the intricacies of fate. Yet Ao Tian possesses a keen awareness that nearly 90% of those souls have been calculated to their demise by Hongjun. Among the remaining, each is a formidable being of unparalleled strength. How audacious for a mere Deluo Jingxian to claim the title of one of the 3,000 worldly guests under the Dao ancestors' aegis. I genuinely belong to this esteemed assembly. I assure you, my words are devoid of deceit. My precious Lingbao boots were seized from the treacherous cliffs of Finbao. Yet my modest prowess has rendered me the subject of ridicule among my peers, with my abode pillaged numerous times. Thus, I find myself wandering through the primal wilderness. I implore you, I speak the truth. How could a mere Deluo Jingxian have survived countless eons? I do not refer to mere longevity, but rather to the means by which you have evaded the machinations of others. Ao Tian's gaze bore into Dan Qingzi's eyes, who instinctively averted his gaze. Esteemed Taoist, let us engage in a transaction. Share with me the methods by which you have eluded fate, and I shall grant you your freedom, restoring a significant portion of your treasures. Surely, one who has amassed such wealth and evaded numerous calamities cannot be a solitary wanderer willing to risk it all. Will you genuinely let me go? Dan Qingzi's small eyes sparkled with hope. Having survived from the era of the Purple Cloud's palace to the present, many once mighty beings have perished, yet he remains. Living is a treasure in itself, and if his adversary spares him, anything is negotiable. Having accumulated treasures over countless ages, many of which he cannot even recall, he harbors no concern for impoverishment. As for the misfortunes he has suffered at the hands of beasts, in the era of the primal chaos, morality was ambiguous. He considers it merely a respite after years of cultivation. Very well, as long as you genuinely release me, I shall bestow upon you all my Lingbao and impart several invaluable techniques. Your cultivation is commendable. I trust you can discern any deceit in the teachings. However, you must assure me of your promise to truly set me free. He turned his gaze towards Ao Tian, awaiting his response. Esteemed Taoist, I, Kuan Ling Tian, have lived my life with integrity. I have never deceived anyone, rest assured. Ao Tian proclaimed with righteous fervor. Pray tell, are you of the Kuanping lineage? Do I not appear so? Or do you wish to withdraw from our exchange? With that, he produced a small red vial. Indeed, it is evident that only the Kuanping clan could raise such an outstanding descendant as yourself. Thus you must swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. The reputation of the demon master Kuanping is well known to him, and he cannot help but feel a profound sense of dismay at the thought. Very well. By the heavenly Tao, I, Kuan Ling Tian, do solemnly swear that after receiving the complete teachings from Taoist Dan Qing, should I ever harm him again, may the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations befall me, leading to my demise and the depletion of my true spirit. He then directed his gaze back to Dan Qingzi. Since you are bold enough to make such a grave oath, I shall impart the techniques to you, but I hope you do not bring harm upon yourself. Ah, splendid. Ao Tian replied eagerly. Taoist friend, since you are willing to commit to such a severe oath, I shall share the teachings with you. Please, esteemed Taoist, do proceed with the instructions. You have already spoken at length. Ao Tian remarked impatiently, observing Dan Qingzi while idly playing with the red vial. Esteemed elder, might you refrain from trembling during your game of Lingbao? I genuinely cannot endure it any longer. Dan Qingzi implored, his visage a portrait of despair. The outcome hinges upon the speed of the Taoist. Ao Tian flashed a devilish smile and suddenly remarked to Dan Qingzi, do I strike you as a villain? Esteemed elder, I perceive you as dignified, with striking features that suggest nobility rather than malevolence. You resemble a grand hero deserving of my utmost reverence. The old Taoist, in a bid for survival, spoke insincerely without a hint of shame. It must be noted that he had yet to fully recover, his body still exhibiting a delicate hue. Before long, He imparted the technique to Ao Tian. Upon receiving the teachings, Ao Tian pondered briefly, grasping the intricacies within. He yearned to sit and savor the essence of the knowledge. Yet he was met with the obsequious grin of the old Taoist beside him. Taoist, I have gleaned some insights and wish to delve deeper into them. However, I cannot let you depart just yet. Who knows when we may cross paths again? It would be difficult to seek your guidance later. Thus, I believe our meeting is fated. Please, do stay a while longer. Should I encounter any uncertainties, I would be grateful for your counsel. Ao Tian disregarded the old man's horrified and indignant expression, stuffing several pills into his mouth and sealing it shut, while shaking him vigorously to prevent him from spitting them out. Taoist, my abilities are meager, and I dare not gamble with human nature, so please bear with me a little longer. It will soon be over. To ensure a safe comprehension of the technique, Ao Tian needed to proceed cautiously. An ancient being who had lived for eons could escape at any moment. A seasoned veteran possessed far too much knowledge, and he dared not take the risk, especially given the fright he had already caused. Should the old man break free? Ao Tian shuddered to contemplate the consequences. Once he had settled the Taoist, Ao Tian began to meticulously explore the wonders of the technique. Indeed, the Taoist's teachings were profound. While they might lack practical combat applicability, they were not intended for battle. It was all about longevity and evasion. The value of a technique that could elude Hongjuan's machinations was immeasurable. Ao Tian exhaled deeply, with the support of his system. He learned at an accelerated pace and could grasp even deeper concepts. Having such an advantage was exhilarating. Observing the half-conscious old Taoist, Ao Tian fell into contemplation. The elder had done him no harm. He had merely allowed Ao Tian to experience the warmth of nature while acquiring formidable techniques. It felt unjust to take his life. Yet releasing him entirely left Ao Tian with lingering unease. Taoist, awaken. If you do not rouse yourself, I shall resort to employing my treasures. Indeed, upon hearing Ao Tian's words, Dan Kingsley jolted awake, his face alight with expectation. With eons of experience observing others, he discerned that Ao Tian was not a bloodthirsty individual, at the very least. He seemed to possess a sense of decorum. Taoist, I shall grant you clemency, yet I remain somewhat apprehensive. What do you propose we do? Ao Tian sincerely expressed his concerns regarding the elderly figure with hollow brows, who might one day uncover his identity as the third prince of the Dragon Clan. Dan Kingsley had lived far too long, amassing invaluable connections and resources. Thus, in the primordial realm, there exists a saying, never offend a great Luo Jingxian, regardless of how feeble they may appear. Upon reaching the level of great Luo Jingxian, the energy they harbor transcends mere personal strength, encompassing a myriad of comprehensive capabilities. The Dragon Clan might rely on their profound heritage to contend with Dan Kingsley. However, should Dan Kingsley employ a bit of strategy, the numerous friends and allies at his disposal could overwhelm the Dragon Clan, potentially leading to their annihilation. This dilemma left Ao Tian pondering whether to eliminate Dan Kingsley. After all, the oath sworn by Kuan Lingtian had nothing to do with him. If he were to kill Dan Kingsley and manage the situation discreetly, Ao Tian would not incur any significant karmic repercussions. If only Jiuyo were present, Ao Tian couldn't help but reflect. Jiuyo had performed countless discreet deeds for the Dragon Clan without leaving a trace, a skill he could not help but admire. Rest assured, my friend, I have lived many years in this primordial realm, enjoying my freedom by avoiding conflict and vengeance. Hence, you need not worry about me seeking you out. Observing Ao Tian's hesitation, Dan Kingsley sensed his reluctance to uphold the promise and quickly interjected, lest the opportunity slip away. Why would a venerable one like you take action against a junior? Ao Tian questioned, incredulity in his tone. My friend, I require resources for my cultivation, and given your modest prowess, you have caught my eye. However, you need not fret. I harbor no grudge against you. There is no need for animosity between us. Venerable one, you should take an oath. You know what to swear upon. Ao Tian insisted. The primordial realm has a significant advantage. Should one break an oath, there are indeed consequences. The heavenly Tao is not merely a whimsical notion. And Ao Tian held firm confidence in this doctrine. My friend, after you release me, if I seek vengeance against you, let countless sufferings befall me, tormenting me endlessly, stripping me of all vitality, and preventing my true spirit from entering reincarnation. How does that sound? After uttering this, he gazed at Ao Tian, believing the oath to be quite sincere. Very well, you are a good person, and I trust you, Ao Tian replied. Here is an antidote pill. Once consumed, it will dissolve the blockages in your meridians within 2 hours. You need not worry about me leaving any hidden traps. After placing the pill into Dan Kingsley's mouth, Ao Tian swiftly soared northward. He had initially traveled from the East Sea, intending to reach the western human royal city, but to avoid arousing Dan Qingzi's suspicion. He deliberately veered towards the northern region of the Kunpeng clan, heading towards Beiju Luzhou. Indeed, he was a descendant of that old Kunpeng, which explained his cunning demeanor, yet he had not inherited the ruthlessness of his forebear. Thus, he seemed to be a promising successor. Upon consuming the antidote, Dan Qingzi realized he had not been deceived and calmly began to refine the pill on the spot, expelling the myriad toxins from within his body. Oh, even if our encounter is fated, dear friend of the sea, we shall have ample opportunities to meet again. The vastness of the primordial world may seem trivial, yet in the quest for a singular individual, one might search for eons without success. Conversely, it may not be so expansive, as we could easily cross paths tomorrow. Despite having sworn oaths to the heavenly way, he possesses means to evade them, having lived for countless years and taken countless oaths. His continued existence indicates he is unperturbed by such celestial commitments. The other party, too, is a person of principles. Once captured, he would not be slain, but rather subjected to a bit of playful torment to avenge the grievances he has suffered. After Ao Tian departed towards the north, he did not dare to linger for even a moment, fearful that the ancient coin might regain its strength and pursue him. He flew tirelessly throughout the day before daring to halt. Old fellow, once I ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, shall I not have my revenge upon you? Ao Tian remained confident, though presently he was indeed intimidated by a single great Luo Golden Immortal. His flight was motivated by an unwillingness to gamble the lives of the Dragon Clan's millions for a mere wager. In the primordial realm, absent monumental enmities, few would desire to kill indiscriminately, primarily because another's true spirit may reincarnate, returning to seek vengeance. Thus, one must choose to let go. Take for instance Kunpeng's slaughter of Patriarch Hongyun. It stemmed from Hongyun's benevolence in relinquishing one of the futons symbolizing the ordained saintly position to the two saints of the West, which directly led to Kunpeng's futon being forcefully seized. This act severed his path to enlightenment, establishing an irreconcilable enmity between him and Hongyun. Thus Kunpeng sought every means to ensure Hongyun's demise. However, Hongyun's act of generosity directly afforded the two saints of the West an opportunity to attain sainthood, a favor they could never repay. The West was already impoverished. Had they returned anything to Hongyun, how could they hope to progress? Thus, while Kunpeng plotted against Hongyun, the two saints of the West were likely not oblivious. However, with Hongyun meeting his end at another's hands, they would be absolved of this karmic debt. The complexities of the primordial realm are indeed perplexing, Ao Tian mused, shaking his head to clear his mind of such distractions and focus on the current situation. His visage shifted continuously until it settled into that of a youthful man, previously resembling Kunling Tian when he had robbed Dan Qingzi. He had indeed not deceived the old Taoist. He then produced the heavenly covering map, ensuring the old Taoist could not trace his whereabouts. Presently, he bore the appearance of a primordial Wu Yanzu, and Ao Tian felt satisfied as he rubbed his face, noting his enhanced charm. Having already delayed for several days and encountered the old Taoist, he was now further distanced from Jiuyo and needed to retrieve her. He lamented briefly, yet he had no sense of being lost. It was Jiuyo and her companions who had strayed. Chapter 42. Merit is easily earned in truth. Locating Jiuyo was not difficult. He possessed her life token, which allowed for precise positioning, and he could simply follow the coordinates. After all, Jiuyo had attained the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal and was no longer merely a trivial concern in the primordial realm. She had transformed into a formidable entity, and he had no worries regarding the safety of Qinglian and her father. He was far more resourceful than Ao Tian. Should Dan Qingzi encounter him, he would likely be robbed once more. Dear Qinglian, rest assured, my young master is well. He merely stepped out for a brief errand and shall return shortly. Since Ao Tian's departure, Qinglian initially maintained a certain reserve, hesitant to inquire directly. However, now she has posed the question no fewer than 100 times in a single day. This predicament places Jiuyo in a rather awkward position, for he too is unaware of when His Highness might return. It is said he has embarked on a journey of reflection and may not come back for a while. Though Qinglian's culinary skills are exquisite, he still prefers the flavors crafted by His Highness. Ah, dear friends, have you missed me? I am back. Ao Tian emerged from the nearby thicket, brushing off the leaves from his head, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he gazed upon Qinglian and the others. After being blessed by the power of virtue, Qinglian exuded an even more enchanting allure. Her visage grew more beautiful, and her figure became increasingly perfect. Ao Tian, upon closer inspection, noticed her bashful expression directed towards him. Whether it was the lingering effects of viewing the old Taoist-esque Risku illustrations or simply the allure of spring, he felt utterly captivated. Ahem, third master, you have returned? Observing Ao Tian's eager demeanor, Jiuyo quickly interjected, reminding him that his father was still present and that it would be courteous to wait until evening. Old master, has your health improved? In response to Jiuyo's inquiry, Ao Tian, displaying great consideration, approached to express concern for his father-in-law. Alas, he was merely showing care for the elderly. The old gentleman had already received treatment from Ao Tian and, with the infusion of virtue, had long since shed his ailments. Now, he possessed the strength to fell a bull, which, in turn, increased Qinglian's workload. Previously, it was merely Jiuyo who was a voracious eater, and now her father added to the mix. With his enhanced physique, the old gentleman's appetite grew exponentially. Though he still could not match Jiuyo's voracity, it was nonetheless astonishing in the eyes of an ordinary person. Young master, you have returned. I am deeply grateful for your healing, as all my ailments have vanished, he declared, thumping his chest with vigor. Ao Tian and Qinglian's subtle exchanges did not escape his notice. However, the young lady had matured and developed her own thoughts, especially in the presence of a courteous and exceptionally skilled young man, which pleased him greatly. Third master, shall we rest a while before setting out again? Jiuyo approached to seek his counsel. Then let us indeed take a moment to rest. Both the old gentleman and Qinglian must be weary. A snack before we depart would be beneficial, Ao Tian replied, noting that Qinglian was particularly fatigued and deserved a break. Jiuyo busied herself gathering firewood, preparing to kindle a flame. With Ao Tian's return, the responsibility of cooking naturally fell to him, prompting him to send Qinglian away to rest. Cooking is the domain of gentlemen. How could one allow a lady to undertake such labor? Seeing this, Qinglian did not press the issue and chose instead to sit nearby, watching Ao Tian prepare the meal. The thought of her beloved man refusing to let her assist, opting instead to cook for her, filled her with immense happiness. Before long, her cheeks flushed crimson, and with a playful huff, she retreated to the carriage. This left Ao Tian somewhat disheartened. Was his cooking truly lacking in charm to the extent that it frightened her away? Clearly, a change in strategy was necessary. The script had grown too cliché and was no longer effective. Suddenly, at an indeterminate moment, Qinglian descended once more, cradling an ancient guqin as she played upon a stone. While Jiuyo and her father were enraptured by the performance, Ao Tian exhibited no reaction. To him, the repeated melodies were merely a handful of simple tunes, lacking innovation and entirely devoid of interest. Observing Ao Tian's indifference towards her musical skills, Qinglian pouted, appearing as if she had suffered a great injustice. Young master, do you also understand the guqin? Qinglian inquired, her eyes widening in anticipation. Although Ao Tian himself was unacquainted with the instrument, he found it difficult to refuse her earnest gaze. Having never witnessed a pig run, he had nonetheless benefited from 9 years of compulsory education, allowing him to grasp a smattering of knowledge. Qinglian, I am not well versed in musical theory, but is it not true that the melodies you play are rather simplistic? Upon hearing her name called directly by Ao Tian, Qinglian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Young master, I had played for a few years before my family fell into decline, but I have not touched the guqin since. If my playing offends your ears, I hope you will not take offense. The apologetic expression on Qinglian's face made Ao Tian feel somewhat awkward. He simply found the popular melodies of his time more appealing and lacked interest in this style, especially since the development of music in this era was still in its infancy, with few commendable compositions. Miss Qinglian, might I have a look at your guqin? This request elicited a playful roll of her eyes. When he was in good spirits, she was addressed as sweetheart, but when displeased, merely as Mississippi. Nevertheless, she turned and handed him the guqin without irritation. Ao Tian did not immediately take it, but instead turned to wash his hands first. The sight of him cleansing his hands before accepting the instrument endeared him to Qinglian, leading her to believe he was indeed a person of refinement. Though he had never received formal training in playing the guqin, he could certainly appreciate the basic melodies. After his arrival in this ancient realm, his spiritual awareness had been significantly heightened, allowing him to recall many compositions from his past life and play them with a semblance of accuracy. Upon receiving the guqin, Ao Tian first placed his hands upon its strings, delicately sensing the instrument's animated essence. To tune the guqin, he gently plucked the simplest notes: do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, boom. As Ao Tian struck these 8 notes, a celestial golden light descended from the heavens, hovering above his head, poised to enter his being. Both Qinglian and her father were astounded. Why was another golden cloud descending? Most astonished of all was Jiu, whose jaw dropped in disbelief as she internally lamented. Your Highness, with such prowess, why do you toil among mortals for merit? You could simply accrue it within the Dragon Palace, where it is safe and effortless. Why wander about and exhaust yourself? The heavenly golden light of merit was no less than that of the previous heavenly virtue, and in terms of area, it was significantly greater. Whereas the prior cloud encompassed merely an acre and a half, this one expanded to a staggering 9 acres of merit-laden clouds. In truth, the previous scarcity is not to be blamed, but rather it was Ao Tian who, through a series of fortuitous events, completed the path of musical harmony. This merit encompasses rewards from the heavens, the earth, and even the realm of humanity. Although celestial principles reign supreme, basic rewards can still be granted. The heavenly path may suppress the other two, but dares not annihilate them. The coexistence of all 3 paths is fundamentally intrinsic to the primordial chaos. Should the earthly and human paths be extinguished, it would not be long before the heavenly path too would meet its end. Thus, Ao Tian's acquisition of numerous merits truly astonished all. This was not merely a matter of simple melody. Rather, it served as the very foundation of music, upon which countless other musical works could be created. Hence, Ao Tian's receipt of rewards was entirely justifiable. Goodness, I only wish to impress the ladies. Yet here I am gaining merit. Ao Tian mused, somewhat speechless. However, as the merits began to descend upon him, he had no time for further contemplation. Quickly, he seated himself, preparing to absorb the merits above him. Qing Lian and the others hastily retreated to observe from a distance. Once again, in a familiar division of 3, Ao Tian claimed 50%, absorbing the power of merit into his body, while 30% flowed into the Guqin and 20% entered Qing Lian. Ao Tian's foundation was already substantial, and he did not fully absorb all the merits, instead storing the majority for future use. However, Qing Lian was entirely unacquainted with the method of absorption. Even if Ao Tian were to instruct her now, it would be too late. She could only watch as she gradually broke through to the celestial realm, purified by the power of merit. Upon her breakthrough, Qing Lian became breathtakingly beautiful. Her innate purity and charm were heightened, and her coarse garments did nothing to diminish her allure. Rather, they evoked a desire to cherish her. Her 3,000 strands of hair danced in the wind, creating an indescribably enchanting effect. Her skin radiated like freshly fallen snow, and her brows arched like a crescent moon, delicate yet irresistibly captivating. Beneath those moonlit brows were her eyes, clear as crystal, emanating a brilliance that ensnared the beholder. Ao Tian could not help but swallow hard, while Jiu, witnessing Ao Tian's reaction, wisely refrained from doing so herself. Her exquisite visage bore a gentle smile, enveloping onlookers in a warm embrace, and years of toil had not dulled her essence, but rather endowed her with an ethereal quality. As she broke through, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirled around her, imparting a dreamlike aura. Congratulations, Miss Qing Lian, on your breakthrough. Before Ao Tian could fully register, Jiu stepped forward to congratulate her, lacking any subtlety. Ao Tian, stepping closer, discreetly kicked Jiu to the ground and transmitted a message: you lack discernment. She should be addressed as Madam, not Miss. Ha. Congratulations, Qing Lian, on officially becoming a practitioner. Ao Tian, filled with confidence after his successes in the primordial realm, believed himself to be an exquisite figure, yet in the presence of Qing Lian, he felt somewhat overshadowed. You are truly beautiful, Ao Tian uttered, almost involuntarily, causing Qing Lian's cheeks to flush crimson as she covered her face and dashed away. Only then did he notice that Qing Lian's father stood not far off, observing them with a piece of meat in hand, quietly gnawing away as he watched. Despite Ao Tian's thick skin, he felt a hint of embarrassment. Third Master, this artifact has become a treasure of merit, comparable to a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Jiu cradled the ancient zither, and Ao Tian embraced it, as melodious notes resonated, seemingly communicating with the surrounding universe. Could it be that a spirit was about to manifest? Ao Tian mused to himself, and the zither emitted a faint sound. As if in reply, he retrieved the fishing rod, which was entirely a postnatal merit treasure, unsightly and impractical. Miss Qing Lian, this is your zither. I return it to you now. Ao Tian, unable to wield the zither effectively on the battlefield, could not bring himself to do so. After much reluctance, Qing Lian accepted the zither. Your Highness, perhaps you should keep her. Our dragon clan has never communicated with the human race. You might give it a try. Previously, Jiu had discouraged him from approaching Qing Lian, yet now encouraged him to draw closer. A female of the celestial realm could indeed be wed into the dragon clan. He pondered the future, Would their offspring be dragons or humans? Or perhaps a hybrid of both? Ao Tian found himself lost in thought. Chapter 43. The Taoist seems familiar. Your Highness, I must say, that fishing rod is rather unattractive. Why not make it more presentable? Wouldn't it be embarrassing to take it out like this? Jiu teased mercilessly. At that moment, the fishing rod emitted a faint protest, asserting its status as the foremost rod of the primordial era, insisting that future rods should be modeled after its appearance, for it was indeed handsome. Well, it's decent enough. Yes, you are a mature spiritual treasure now. And you must learn to enhance your own beauty. Ao Tian gently patted the fishing rod before returning it to the cosmic bag without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, within the Fire Cloud Cave, the Heavenly Emperor and the Tao Ancestor established a decree. Non-human beings must not leave the Fire Cloud Cave under any circumstances. Another oddly appearing man was urging Fushi. Indeed, Heavenly Emperor, we all know of your passion for music, but venturing out now would not benefit the human race. You must think twice. Several others echoed their counsel. Currently, the Fire Cloud Cave was overseen by 6 human emperors, with Shun and Du still accumulating merit. Yet to take their positions. Observing the 5 emperors persuading him, Fushi finally halted, letting out a heavy sigh. Fushi had cultivated the path of musicality. And now that someone had filled the void in this path, he naturally yearned to witness such extraordinary talent. Alas, after attaining the status of a sage, he faced numerous inconveniences. Even leaving the Fire Cloud Cave had become a luxury. Once, the beloved daughter of the Earth Emperor, Shenong, had perished in the Eastern Sea, and he was powerless to intervene. Now, the soul of Jingwei was transformed into a little bird, suffering in the Eastern Sea, all for the sake of humanity. If only there were more great Luo beings among the human race, the situation would not be so dire. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, along with 8 ordained saints, could not instill any deterrence against the demon race. How lamentable and sorrowful. Your Highness, we must depart swiftly. If we are discovered by those with ulterior motives, our escape will become difficult. Before the meal was ready, Jiu hurriedly reported. Miss Qinglian, let us pack our things and leave at once. The previous ordeal of Dan Kingzi still lingered in Ao Tian's mind, urging him to hasten his departure. Those bold enough to rob them were either exceedingly foolish, unable to perceive their true prowess, or possessed a strength surpassing theirs, emboldening them in their audacity. My lord, are we leaving without a meal? Qinglian is still waiting for your heartwarming bento, and the food is yet to be prepared, she protested. You are a fairy. Little fairies do not require sustenance. You must nourish yourself with the essence of the wind and dew. Do you understand? Ao Tian jested, ushering Qinglian into the carriage as he prepared to flee using his arcane powers. Lianer, be obedient. We must depart swiftly. The wise elder, well versed in the ways of the world, sensed something amiss and gently urged Qinglian along. Yes, my lord, she complied, her demeanor docile. She was not a headstrong girl, merely wishing to indulge in some playful affection with her beloved. Given the circumstances, retreat was indeed prudent. Upon Qinglian's ascension to celestial status, Ao Tian no longer felt the need to conceal his abilities, effortlessly lifting the carriage along with 2 steeds and a cow into the air. Mother, there's a cow flying in the sky, a young child exclaimed, pointing upwards, eager for his mother to witness the spectacle. Yet, by the time she looked, there was nothing to be seen. What nonsense. I see you're just bragging, she scolded, lifting the child and giving him a gentle pat before moving on. Your Highness, it seems we have a tail. Allow me to handle it. Ao Tian noted the presence of something pursuing them, yet he did not discern its nature, only sensing its spiritual fluctuations. Proceed. I doubt any high-ranking sage would be so trivial as to covet my fortune. It is likely just some insignificant adversary. Miss Qinglian, you must go ahead. I will follow shortly with Jiu. Understood. Without any superfluous dialogue, he cast the cow aside, and, harnessing the 2 flying steeds, swiftly soared away. Ao Tian and Jiu exchanged knowing smiles. Young man, did you see anyone depart from here? The pursuer, having finally arrived, looked down from his elevated position at the disguised Ao Tian. No, I did not see anyone, Ao Tian replied dismissively, heading towards the woods. Something feels off. I shall take him down. A large hand descended from the heavens, attempting to grasp him, but Ao Tian swiftly evaded with a serpentine maneuver. You cannot escape, the pursuer shouted, obscured by the forest as he hastened his chase. Yet this suited Ao Tian and Jiu perfectly. Battling above would only draw attention, and on the ground, they could evade detection. You there, surrender the Shenwang merit, and I may let you go. Otherwise, you will experience my wrath. The mysterious figure threatened as he pursued them. Such words irked Ao Tian immensely. He was fleeing for his life, and the last thing he wanted was to be commanded to halt. "I shall not stop for you. Come and catch me if you can," he retorted, knowing his pursuer could not catch up anytime soon, and relishing the chance to hurl insults. The pursuer, infuriated by Ao Tian's taunts, lamented how it had been years since he had last emerged, only to find the wilderness teeming with shameless cultivators. The pursuit intensified, and just as it seemed that he would be caught, Ao Tian made a sudden halt. "Taoist, I shall bestow upon you the merits of the Xian Huang. Will you allow me to depart?" Ao Tian found himself unable to flee. His opponent was a seasoned Deluo Golden Immortal, while he was merely a nascent Tai Golden Immortal. The disparity in their realms rendered escape futile, and it seemed wiser to cease his flight. "Taoist, I can offer you these merits, but you must inform the junior that this was originally a personal opportunity. What use is it to seize it from another? Though merits can aid cultivators in their ascension, they are a reward from the heavenly Tao and possess an intrinsic ownership. Rarely would one be so idle as to pilfer another's merits, for such actions are steeped in profound karmic consequences." It was evident that the other party understood this, yet still attempted to seize the merits, indicating there was more to this than met the eye. "This is not for you to comprehend. Simply hand over the item." The other shot him a disdainful glance, feigning an air of superiority. "Taoist, while I can overlook the theft of material possessions, to covet merits is to invite significant karmic repercussions. Are you not afraid?" "Ah, indeed." The Taoist's countenance darkened as he regarded Ao Tian, who could not help but chastise himself for voicing such thoughts. "Why did I even say that? Fear not. This humble Taoist harbors no intent to take life. As long as you surrender the item, I shall let you go." Observing the terror etched on Ao Tian's face, the Taoist felt compelled to offer a semblance of reassurance. The merits were of great value to him. Had he not been in dire straits, he would not resort to seizing from a junior. What a scandal it would be if word got out. Given this, I shall be gentle. Ao Tian, unable to restrain his surprise at the politeness of his assailant, exclaimed in admiration for the craftiness of the thief. "What did you say?" The Taoist, either not comprehending or doubting Ao Tian's words, seemed perplexed. Did he truly need to clarify who was the prey and who was the predator? Was this the audacity of today's youth? Though stealing was immoral, he felt it necessary to impart a lesson to the current generation. When one is robbed, arrogance is ill-advised. One must relinquish their possessions. Boom. The surrounding forest transformed dramatically. What was once a lush thicket morphed into a desolate desert, with swirling sands and flying stones rendering it nearly impossible to see. The wind sliced through the air like blades. The Taoist, wary of the current youth, recognized that despite their lower realms, their cunning was formidable. He steeled himself, just as a petrified centipede suddenly lunged at him. With a mere flick, he shattered the creature, its remnants scattering like dust across the barren expanse. "My friend, if this is the extent of your abilities, you might as well hand over the item. I assure you, I mean you no harm." The Taoist continued to fend off the onslaught of various poisonous creatures while advising Ao Tian, completely oblivious to the fact that the dust from the shattered creatures was gradually adhering to him. "Huh." A booming voice echoed as the formation was breached, and the desert reverted to a deep forest. The venerable Taoist gazed at Ao Tian with a benevolent expression. "My friend, do part with the item." With that, he extended a hand towards Ao Tian. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, the old Taoist realized that the shout sounded strangely familiar. With a face full of terror, he looked at Ao Tian and exclaimed, "It's you, you rascal." The Taoist then collapsed in response, chuckling. "Hey, Taoist, you seem a bit familiar." After being rendered unconscious by Ao Tian, the old Taoist, devoid of spiritual energy, revealed his true self. He remained the familiar plump old Taoist, still under the influence of the same sedative, and once again fell without a hint of hesitation, a familiar and natural fall that tugged at one's heartstrings. "Jiuyu, find him." With Jiuyu by his side, the laborious tasks were naturally taken off his hands. Jiuyu skillfully stripped the old Taoist of his garments, leaving him completely bare, and proceeded to bind him in an Asian style. "By the way, here are a few trinkets for you." Ao Tian seemed to recall something and tossed a Qianquan bag to Jiuyu. These spiritual treasures and elixirs held little value for him, so he generously offered Jiuyu a substantial amount, intending to bring the remainder back to the Dragon Clan as rewards for the valiant soldiers. Jiuyu deftly extracted a dagger, unsheathing it to reveal a glimmering blade, a true treasure. Before Ao Tian could utter a word, Jiuyu's tongue had already tasted it. "Why does it have such a peculiar odor?" he remarked, licking it again for confirmation. Ao Tian pinched his nose, glancing at Jiuyu with an uneasy expression. He was at a loss for words. "Jiuyu, you must break this habit of licking the blade." What if someone has poisoned it? He resolved to advise Jiu in a different manner. Rest assured, Your Highness, with a mere taste, I can discern if there is poison. This dagger is indeed safe. With that, he licked it once more. It was a fine dagger. But why did it carry such an odd stench? Just refrain from licking it. It matters not if it smells. Quickly, awaken the old Taoist. Watching Jiu's actions, Ao Tian could hardly endure it and contemplated the necessity of implementing a meal-sharing system. Jiu, however, was not as gentle as Ao Tian. He delivered a kick, and upon realizing the Taoist remained unresponsive, he delivered several more. After kicking, he remembered that the old man was under the influence of a sedative and hastily retrieved a pill from the bag, forcing it into the Taoist's mouth. Before long, the old Taoist groaned and stirred awake. You rascal! I knew this sedative felt familiar. Young people lack martial morals. He had indeed recognized Ao Tian. As the taste of the sedative was overwhelmingly familiar, the binding method strikingly similar. Feeling the cool breeze against his body, the sensation of exposure, the old Taoist's face flushed with embarrassment. To be rendered unconscious by the same person in the same manner twice within mere days was undeniably humiliating. Taoist, it's still me. Would you prefer to take the initiative, or shall I assist you? My young friend, I truly possess no treasures left. Spare me. For I am a good person. The sight of Ao Tian made him feel somewhat guilty. Although his face had changed, he would forever remember the crafty expression that lingered there. Taoist, you must be wealthy. After being robbed by a junior for just a few days, you've renewed your equipment. Ao Tian rummaged through the contents of the old Taoist's Chinquan bag, emptying it onto the ground, revealing yet another small mountain of treasures. Resplendent and diverse, including 2 mid-grade innate spiritual treasures and dozens of acquired spiritual treasures, alongside countless other valuables. My young friend, I have lived through several lunar festivals and possess a few items of significance. Thus, there is no need to press the old Taoist further. My body can no longer withstand this. Please, spare me. Dan Kingsley pleaded once more. Taoist, have you been comfortable these past few days? Would you like to relax some more? Ao Tian grinned broadly as he produced a small red vial, slowly unscrewing the cap, feigning an intention to pour its contents. Please, no? My apologies. I shall reveal whatever you wish to know, just do not pour that. The old Taoist cannot endure it any longer. I have developed a psychological aversion to such pressure. I can only confess. Ao Tian gradually crouched before him. Taoist, why do you collect the merits of the Xinhuang? I have detected traces of it within your spiritual treasure. Do not deny it. I have undergone the baptism of merit twice, and the scent is unmistakable. He waved a jade-white vial before Dan Kingsley's eyes. My friend, it is not excessive for an old Taoist like me to have done 1 or 2 meritorious deeds in my lifetime. Not excessive at all, Taoist. I shall quietly observe your attempts at evasion. Ao Tian did not press him directly, but silently began to pour the liquid towards his nether regions. Stop. No, I shall speak. Realizing the impending consequence, the old Taoist began to confess, fearing that this persistent youth might resort to more drastic measures if his curiosity remained unsatisfied. It was better to divulge the truth than endure further torment. Do not rush, Taoist. Allow me to formally introduce you to my companion here. All my methods are derived from him, and I have merely scratched the surface of his expertise. You may choose silence, but soon he shall make his entrance. Jiu feigned readiness to approach, loosening his wrists and retrieving a few tools from his bag of holding. Rest assured, Taoist, I am quite experienced. You will feel considerable discomfort, yet I assure you, I will not let you perish. He brandished a peculiar small knife towards the old Taoist's face. The old Taoist desperately shook his head, yet his struggles proved futile. I am about to confess everything. Why must you continue to torment me? He was bewildered, having already been prepared to yield, yet now there was a change in his tormentor. Taoist, it is not my intention. You profess your willingness to cooperate, yet you fail to provide any useful information. My impatience is mounting. So perhaps it would be prudent to first experience the consequences of your silence. Jiu covered his mouth, preventing any sound from escaping. Your Highness, shall I proceed? Ao Tian nodded in affirmation, signaling for him to commence. The old Taoist was quite cunning. Although he professed his willingness to confess, he revealed not a shred of valuable information. Thus, it was deemed necessary for Jiu to administer a lesson first. The old Taoist shook his head vigorously, yet Jiu, seasoned in the art of coercion, held him firmly in place and began to enact unspeakable methods. 15 minutes later, the old Taoist lay on the ground, utterly despondent. Having never conceived of such tortures, he had not anticipated this youth's extensive repertoire. Taoist, are you finally willing to be honest? Ao Tian inquired, to which the old Taoist fervently nodded, fearful that his compliance might go unnoticed. Speak, then. You are aware of my desires, so do not deceive me. Ultimately, it is you who shall suffer. For the sake of your well-being, I urge you to refrain from frivolous speech. Young one, you are quite remarkable. I must concede to your wisdom. Some truths are beyond your current realm of understanding. Yet should you wish to know, I shall reveal all. I hope you do not come to regret it. Despite the sage's counsel, the young man paid it little heed. The old Taoist, possessing the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, stood merely one realm above him. It was conceivable that he might soon surpass the old man. The secrets known to a great Luo golden immortal hardly qualify as grand enigmas. Very well. The truth is that my lifespan approaches its end, and I seek immense merit to aid in extending my life. While a great Luo golden immortal may not perish, he is still subject to tribulations and calamities. Since the age of the Purple Cloud Palace, I have endured, albeit my power has waned compared to my peers. Yet, I am not done living. I wish to experience several more epochs. As the old Taoist spoke, his eyes widened, and the immortal binding rope trembled as if on the verge of snapping. The pursuit of immortality had become his obsession. Young friend, I was born in the Primordial era. I have even witnessed your ancestral dragon. What? Ao Tian felt a shiver run down his spine. He believed he had left no trace. Yet the old Taoist discerned his true identity. Indeed, the old man was astute. Fear not, young friend. I harbor no intentions of revenge. Besides, I lack the capacity to retaliate against the once mighty races of the Primordial era. Though they have since declined, they remain beyond my reach. My own strength is feeble, and my contemporaries and juniors either seize my possessions or bully me. I possess neither the connections nor the power to unite with others against the Dragon Clan. Would you not agree, Third Prince? With a single utterance, the old Taoist revealed his race and identity. He regarded Ao Tian once more and continued, in recent years you, the Third Prince, have been purging demons around the Eastern Sea with great vigor. While other powerful beings may overlook the antics of these insignificant creatures, even someone like me, a mere ant, takes notice. I am but a slightly larger ant. Ao Tian perceived the resignation in the old man's gaze, a resignation that came from being an ant. As for the 3,000 worldly guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, who among them was not a paragon of their generation? Yet, for countless millennia, he had made no progress in his cultivation. Although a great Luo may attain longevity, the reality of true immortality remains elusive. Merely a fade of eternal life for the common folk. Having lived for so many years, the old Taoist has endured countless hardships and faced relentless challenges from his contemporaries and juniors. He has survived to demonstrate that despite his inferior strength, he is still alive. While he may not match their power, he can outlast them in terms of lifespan. Millennia ago, the old Taoist had heard that Nuwa, Junti, and Jian attained sainthood through merit. With sufficient merit, one could approach a sage. The old man contemplated trying this path. Even if he failed, breaking through to quasi-saint status would suffice. However, after countless years, he remained stagnant. To seize the merits of others would be utterly shameless. As a senior from the era of the Purple Cloud Palace, wandering the primordial realm to snatch opportunities from the younger generation is indeed disgraceful. Oh, but what face do I have left to lose? He existed in the same era as Nuwa and others, and for him, respect or disrespect had become inconsequential. When Ao Tian pressed him for secrets, the old Taoist finally let go, shedding all reservations. After years of living in fear, he was weary. Senior, does merit truly hold value for you? Ao Tian, unable to bear the sight of his suffering, inquired further. No, the heavens have determined the 6 saints. How could there be an additional position? Han Yuan was fortunate, yet he could not endure the downfall. We are but insignificant creatures. It is entirely impossible. The old Taoist, exhausted, began to speak in a disjointed manner. However, he was not wrong. This was indeed an age of heroes, and those who played supporting roles would inevitably be forgotten. Yet, who does not consider themselves the protagonist in their own tale? The old Taoist's thoughts were simple. Having endured so much bullying from them, though he could not defeat Ao Tian, he would not stoop to harassing his descendants. Instead, he would merely compare longevity. As long as Ao Tian lost, he would emerge victorious. He had experienced the defeat of several eras, yet had reclaimed several epochs from time itself. Chapter 45. Join me. Observing the agonizing Dan Kingsley on the ground, Ao Tian found it difficult to offer solace. His innate talent was exceptional, yet after so many years, he had made no progress whatsoever, a fate more painful than death. Taoist, you need not be sorrowful. This world is indeed a realm for the few, while the majority are mere spectators in the grand tapestry of existence. You are fortunate. Despite limited advancement in your cultivation, you have witnessed the most splendid era this world has to offer. This was the finest consolation. Experiencing the most glorious times and witnessing the finest heroes was a stroke of immense fortune. The most unfortunate circumstance was to live alongside a host of heroes, with the gaze of the world upon them, yet receiving no accolades for oneself. Conversely, the most beautiful experience was also to share an era with heroes, to witness their growth and the unfolding of history. Is that so? Dan Kingsley, pale-faced, gazed at him. Perhaps Ao Tian's cunning had unearthed the vulnerabilities within him, or perhaps he had lost sight of his purpose in life and sought a worthy listener. Ao Tian released him, helped him to his feet, and draped his robes over him. Taoist, aside from immortality, this world holds myriad vistas. Observe the ebb and flow of autumn, the rise and fall of tides. Life is indeed worth living. After speaking, he returned all the spiritual treasures to Dan Kingsley. For the latter had never intended to take his life. It was merely an act of theft. Perhaps they could forge a friendship. An ancient relic who had existed since the dawn of creation held immense value. However, Ao Tian did not seek relationships for gain. As long as he found someone agreeable, status and rank mattered little in fostering friendship. If they were incompatible, even a sage could be confronted. While one might possess the power to slay him, he would not yield. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your enlightenment. I have behaved inappropriately and made a fool of myself. Dan Kingsley donned his Taoist robe once more, regaining his dignified appearance. These trifling spiritual treasures, none of which are noteworthy, I shall gift to you both as a token of my gratitude. Dan Kingsley appeared remarkably magnanimous. He has departed. For many years, I have been earnest. Yet I have never truly lived for myself. In the days to come, I shall endeavor to live for my own sake. The insignificant Ling Bao is now of no use to me. I shall leave it as a token for you too, my fellow Taoists. Subsequently, he ascended upon colorful clouds, exuding an air of carefree existence. Your Highness, the old Taoist has lived through many Yuanhui, all for the sake of longevity. Do you believe he has genuinely let go? As he gazed at the retreating figure of the old Taoist, Jiuyo seemed to grasp something, albeit not entirely. A person lives by a single breath. He has striven to extend his life beyond that of his peers, accumulating this breath over the years. Yet he is weary, and that breath has dissipated, leaving him aimless in existence. Might he seek death? Jiuyo innocently inquired. No, he shall seek a new way to live, and I hope he finds it. Ao Tian contemplated keeping the old Taoist to serve him, but upon reflection, what could he offer to retain him? The Dragon Clan's fate hangs by a thread. His schemes have yet to materialize. The situation of the Dragon Clan cannot be resolved by a single great Luo Jingxian. At least a few quasi-saints must be present to safeguard their interests, barely providing a semblance of security under the schemes of the Tao ancestor, yet lacking any true means of resistance. The moment Ao Tian aspired for the resurgence of the Dragon Clan, there was no turning back. A quasi-saint may hold some sway in the wilderness, escaping bullying, yet in the eyes of saints, they are indistinguishable. What he requires is for the Dragon Clan to possess at least one of its own saints, but to secure sustenance, one must shatter the bowls of others. A situation the formidable beings of the wilderness are reluctant to disrupt, hence the inevitable resistance he must face. He yearns for the Dragon Clan to rise genuinely, unlike Dan Kingsley, who merely competes for longevity. A solitary cultivator can find a home anywhere in the vast wilderness, free from the fear of schemes. However, the Dragon Clan is different. With millions of clansfolk, countless jiao, and billions of sea beings, all reliant on sustenance, an inescapable reality. Let us depart, for the sake of the Dragon Clan. After casting one last glance in the direction Dan Kingsley had taken, he turned and returned to his own path. Father, will Ao Tian and the others be safe? After Ao Tian's departure, Qinglian asked more than once. My child, Ao Tian is a person of great fortune. He shall be safe, do not worry. The old man, unsure of how to respond, felt like an elderly man merely enjoying a meal, wondering how he could know such things. Yet, for his daughter, he must feign confidence. Leonor, Ao Tian is undoubtedly extraordinary. Do not become too emotionally attached. I worry that you may find it difficult to achieve lasting harmony. The old man hesitated to elaborate, hoping his daughter would comprehend on her own. Father, what are you saying? Observing his daughter's bashful expression, the old man felt utterly helpless. He understood Ao Tian's capabilities. The latter was indeed exceptional, and he feared for his daughter, aware that their disparity in status was an insurmountable chasm. Father, Ao Tian is not that kind of person. Qinglian recognized the vast differences between them, yet sometimes, isn't love like that? A person must be willing to give of themselves selflessly and without regret, even if the outcome is less than favorable. Such is the essence of existence. In life, how many cherished souls can one encounter? When affection arises, it must be seized with fervor. As long as you are content, that suffices. In his youth, my father traversed the vast wilderness and met many enchanting confidants. Yet he ultimately returned to his hometown to embrace the life of a humble husband and father. Life has dulled his edges, and he no longer yearns for poetry and distant horizons. All that remains is the harsh reality of survival. His journey to the royal city was solely for the sake of ensuring a bright future for his daughter, hoping she would find a worthy companion and live a life of peace. "Father, I understand," replied Qinglian, her tone tinged with melancholy. "Ha, dear child. If you find joy in it, pursue it boldly. We are not bound by conventionalities. Your father supports you. Who hasn't the right to chase after their desires? In my youth, I too had my aspirations. Miss Qinglian, I have returned," Ao Tian declared, descending from the heavens, his speed surpassing that of the carriage, catching up in no time. Upon hearing his voice, Qinglian joyfully peered out from her palanquin, her face aglow with happiness. "We shall arrive at the royal city in 3 days. Let us rest well and present ourselves in the finest manner upon our arrival." After disembarking, Qinglian approached the stream to freshen up, and Ao Tian, compelled by an unseen force, walked over. Noticing Ao Tian's hesitance, Qinglian chuckled lightly. "Young master, do you have something to say?" Gazing into her innocent eyes, Ao Tian felt a surge of shame for his own impure thoughts. It's nothing. I received a hairpin previously, but after much contemplation, it seemed of little use. Seeing you beautifying yourself, I thought to present it to you." He then revealed a jade hairpin of exquisite green, intricately carved with a vibrant phoenix, adorned with a blooming snow lotus and a lotus seed pendant, radiating elegance and ethereal beauty. Qinglian, taken with the stunning hairpin, felt a surge of delight but hesitated to accept it. A hairpin signifies commitment. "From henceforth, your tresses shall be entwined with mine." Flustered, Qinglian found herself at a loss. She had never encountered such declarations of affection, having only experienced the crude provocations of someone like Su San, whom she held in disdain. "Young master, my hair is somewhat unmanageable. Could you assist me?" Qinglian called softly, revealing her sentiments. "Of course," he replied, stepping forward to gently secure the hairpin in her hair. Ao Tian, filled with exuberance, proclaimed, "Qinglian, from this day forth, let us forge our path together." Chapter 46. Ao Tian the Charmer. Your Highness, this human royal city is quite expansive. Indeed, it is. Did I bring you to the human royal city merely for your commentary on its grandeur? Ao Tian retorted. After ensuring Qinglian and her father were settled, Ao Tian promptly led Jiyo to the palace gates. Since negotiations were in order, he intended to present himself with clarity, believing that the human race would not spurn the goodwill of the dragon clan, for they were in greater need of a formidable ally. "Let us proceed. We are almost at the palace gates," Ao Tian remarked, glancing back before turning to leave. "Your Highness, since we have arrived, why depart? You are the third prince of the dragon clan and the future dragon king of the East Sea. Your personal visit is indeed a great honor for the human race. Why are you leaving?" Jiyo expressed his perplexity at Ao Tian's actions. Just a step away from success, and yet he retreats. Isn't that a futile endeavor? "Jiyo, do you not know who I am?" Ao Tian inquired. "You are the third prince," Jiyo replied. "Why do you ask? Are you doubting your identity?" What I meant to say is, as the esteemed third prince of the dragon clan, directly approaching them to declare our intent to form an alliance feels somewhat beneath my station. No, it won't do. The human race is more urgent in their need for flood control, so let them come to us. We must maintain our dignity," Ao Tian declared haughtily, turning back to the place where Qinglian and her father were residing. "Come, elder, your health has just been restored. Eat more to regain your strength." Upon returning to the inn and providing the proprietor with some coins, Ao Tian resumed his former occupation, preparing a meal for Qinglian and her father. Meanwhile, Jiyo squatted nearby, cradling a large seed bowl and eating alone, unable to forget the image of him licking the blade. A memory that would linger for a long while, leaving Jiyo to dine in solitude. "Third master, as per your instructions, I have already arranged with the proprietor to move the goods today, and we can open for business tomorrow," Jiyo said, savoring the remnants of his meal. "Excellent. After we finish eating, tidy up the establishment. Qinglian will go buy groceries, and we shall commence our business tomorrow," Ao Tian commanded with a grand gesture. In truth, while Ao Tian had previously boasted to his father and the three uncles, he found himself unable to boldly declare to the royal palace, "Your Majesty, we, the Dragon Clan, have come to forge an alliance with you. Let us swear an oath." He simply could not bring himself to do so. After all, who among them was not a person of principle? The restaurant, being a hub of bustling activity, would attract the elite of society, where whispers of the dragon clan's prowess in flood control and their blessings for a bountiful harvest would circulate, thus enhancing their reputation. Why seek alliances elsewhere when the humans should come to request it themselves? To celebrate the grand opening, a dish would be offered free with every order, and all beverages would be complimentary. Jiuyu stood at the entrance, flanked by a dozen floral arrangements crafted overnight by Qing Lian, capturing the attention of passers-by. In no time, a considerable crowd gathered, filling both floors of the establishment, and patrons were left in awe of Ao Tian's culinary skills, eager to savor every bite. Within a single day, news of the inn spread throughout the royal city, with the chef there preparing dishes of an unprecedented caliber, filling the air with tantalizing aromas. To indulge in this novelty, a lengthy queue formed daily, stretching far beyond the entrance, overwhelming the kitchen staff. "Your Highness, you truly have a gift," Jiuyu remarked with admiration as he regarded Ao Tian. Although the cooking methods were devised by him, it seemed rather absurd for the illustrious third prince to engage in cooking and selling food among humans. The kitchen staff comprised bandits from an island far away, who had exhausted themselves mining for over a month and, upon Jiuyu's return, had all knelt and called him master. Having selected around 30 capable individuals, I brought them back without the need for extensive training. With a single demonstration from Ao Tian, they grasped the techniques effortlessly. To speak candidly, while culinary arts are undeniably a rigorous test of skill, the current methods of food preparation in our realm are limited to two: boiling and roasting. When Ao Tian imparted the technique of stir-frying to them, a wave of emotion swept over the group as they savored the dishes they had created, tears streaming down their faces. In stark contrast to the previous rudimentary methods of cooking, which yielded little more than swill, their newfound skills transformed their culinary output into something exquisite. Observing the long lines of eager diners each day, Ao Tian could not suppress a smile of satisfaction. In the royal city, he acquired 3 additional establishments to serve the dishes he had taught. "Jiuyu, have all the arrangements been made?" "My lord, rest assured. While those individuals may be inept in many respects, their talent for spreading rumors exceeds that of anyone else." Jiuyu responded with an expression of reassurance. Individuals like Su-san, who epitomize a certain malevolence yet lack a truly wicked essence, cannot be excessively punished. Killing them would be too much, yet sparing them seemed a waste of resources. Now, at last, they had found their purpose. Hundreds of rogues were scattered throughout Ao Tian's taverns, masquerading as patrons. They would occasionally engage in boisterous conversations, divulging tidbits of current events and gossip. They ventured across the royal city, proclaiming that the third prince of the dragon clan possessed a noble demeanor, extending kindness to humanity, and even offering protection to the coastal dwellers of the East Sea. Consequently, the people of the East Sea erected a temple in honor of him and the Dragon King, praying for peace and favorable weather. To their astonishment, following the establishment of the Dragon King's temple, ailments ceased to plague the populace, ailments healed, and those wishing for children found their hopes realized after a visit to the temple. The harvests flourished year after year, ushering the people into a modest prosperity. Of course, under Jiuyu's guidance, some of the tales spun by the rogues grew rather grandiose. For instance, the claims surrounding childbirth, in which he had played no part. Before long, the entire city was abuzz with discussions about the Dragon Clan, this ancient lineage. Given the limited understanding of humanity regarding the Dragon Clan's secrets, it was recognized that the latter was vast and possessed strength beyond human capacity. The crux of the matter lay in whether the Dragon Clan would be willing to aid humanity in the interior regions. Humanity had its own channels of communication, and the news from the East Sea bore little deviation from the rumors circulating within the city. Esteemed ministers, in light of the recent fervent discussions circulating in the royal city, what insights do you possess? Shun posed this question directly at the Grand Court Assembly. He had discerned a potential path to his own enlightenment through these rumors, yet it required the ministers to voice their thoughts. Having been the emperor of humanity for 2 centuries without receiving the recognition of the heavenly Tao, his ascension to the sacred position remained elusive. With the increasing severity of the floods, he felt a growing sense of dread. If the disaster spiraled out of control, countless citizens would be displaced. Not only would his aspirations for sanctity be extinguished, but the collective grievances of the populace could condemn him to a fate of endless suffering. Should the emperor fail to achieve significant accomplishments, neither the heavenly Tao nor the revered artifact of humanity, the Chentang seal, would recognize him, thus rendering his aspirations for sanctity forever unattainable. Time was not on Shun's side. Even with the fortune of humanity at his back, it could not extend his lifespan. Thus, the celestial order, in its profound fairness, bestows upon him unparalleled authority, yet demands the relinquishment of his prolonged lifespan. He seeks a remedy for the waters, a means to attain sanctity through merit. The Emperor of Man, recognizing that the dragon clan at the eastern shores is willing to protect humanity, signifies their goodwill towards us. Therefore, I beseech you to send envoys to the eastern sea and request the dragon's assistance for humankind. An elder, appearing as a minister, directly addressed Shun, stating that the plight of humanity due to water disasters has persisted for a century or two without resolution, causing immense suffering among the populace. How can we request the dragon's intervention? What do you possess to offer them? At once, dissent arose. Some voiced opposition, arguing that to solicit the dragon's protection, one must present offerings. Even when visiting familiar acquaintances during festivals, one bears gifts. How can we approach them empty-handed? Will they heed our pleas? Chapter 47, The Peace Envoy. The court was embroiled in heated debate over how to invite the dragon clan, transforming what should have been a dignified assembly into a tumultuous marketplace, and after much commotion, no viable plan emerged. Let us disperse. With a sweeping gesture, Shun concluded the chaotic assembly. Although the dragon clan had weakened, their reputation remained illustrious across the vast wilderness, and a reckless approach might lead to being turned away even before entering their territory. Once the assembly adjourned, news of the discussions quickly spread throughout the grand capital, which housed millions from all corners of the realm. A significant number had migrated to the capital due to their homelands suffering from water disasters, who would wish to roam in foreign lands if their own homes could be restored. The allure of one's homeland surpasses all else. Should the opportunity to return present itself, they would gladly seize it. Though the capital was splendid, it could never replace their native soil. In an instant, calls for the dragon clan's intervention echoed throughout the capital, reaching far and wide through various channels. It had been 2 years since Yu began his efforts to control the waters, and there were signs of improvement. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the disasters were quelled. Why then seek the aid of a race with which they had no prior dealings? Could they truly master the waters? Such doubts also circulated in the capital, but their influence was minimal and soon subdued. The U.S. father, Gun, had failed in his attempts to control the waters, which led to widespread calamity. Thus many held little hope for the U.S. endeavors. Moreover, the populace was more concerned with the dragon's ability to summon clouds and rain, which would bring prosperity to their lands. This was the true matter of interest for the people of the wilderness reliant on nature's whims. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Lufu Inn was one of revelry, as Ao Tian playfully teased Qing Lian in the courtyard, rendering her cheeks flushed and her demeanor bashful. Before dashing off to settle accounts, "Your Highness, you are indeed cunning. In less than half a month, you have stirred the human race into action. However, the rumors outside are troubling. The humans fear they may not be able to summon us. What if they decide not to seek our aid?" Juyu expressed some concern, pondering what would happen if humanity chose to retreat from the challenge. "Fear not, they will come to request our assistance. If they do not, I shall go to them myself." Ao Tian displayed confidence in his assertion, now that humanity recognized the dragon's potential to aid in controlling the waters. They found themselves in dire need of such assistance. Though Ao Tian appeared calm as an old dog, he was, in truth, quite anxious. After all, news of his reputation had spread. What if other powerful beings sought to collaborate with the human race? Exercising control over the elements in the primordial realm was a trivial task, something even a dog could do, provided it possessed some degree of cultivation. This ability was not a privilege exclusive to the dragon race. Should someone usurp his claim, there would be no recourse for him. Yet, one might wonder why no cultivators were managing the water crises for the humans or providing rainfall in drought-stricken areas. I am not one of the human race. Why should I bestow rain upon them? Despite being the most populous race in the primordial realm, they were not regarded highly by cultivators. They were merely a rapidly reproducing source of sustenance. The humans occupied an awkward position, subordinate to the dragon race, which remained universally acknowledged as a prominent lineage. Even if it had fallen from its former glory. "Jiu, accompany me to the royal palace," Ao Tian contemplated, ultimately deciding to visit the human royal palace to express his stance to the human emperor. Moreover, visiting at this moment would not place him at a disadvantage. "My king, perhaps it is time to rest," said the compassionate woman beside the weary human emperor. The human race had endured hardships, and their leader had suffered alongside them. Now that a solution appeared to be at hand, he was reluctant to implement it. He recognized the dragon race as the sovereign of the seas, adept at managing water crises. However, he was uncertain about their current disposition. If he approached them recklessly, would he offend the dragon race? As the human emperor, he was privy to many secrets of the dragon lineage. The dragon race was no longer the dominant force it once was in the primordial realm, having hidden in the ocean for so many years without incident. If he sought their assistance, would they suspect ulterior motives? This was the predicament that troubled the human emperor. Nevertheless, for the sake of the human race's safety from water disasters, he felt compelled to try. My emperor, there are 2 gentlemen at the palace gates. One claims to be the 3rd prince of the East Sea and requests your presence, announced a guard, abruptly pulling Shun back to reality. He pondered the guard's words. Who? A prince of the dragon race. In an instant, he dashed outside the palace, arriving at the gates within mere breaths. I am the human emperor. May I inquire who is the East Sea prince? Ao Tian, engaged in casual conversation with Jiu Yu, saw an elderly man, clad in coarse garments and barefoot, rushing forth. Ha ha ha, your majesty is too courteous. I am Ao Tian, the 3rd prince of the East Sea. Ao Tian had transformed into human form, his dragon horns exuding an imposing presence under the flickering light. As he turned, Shun felt an overwhelming aura of decisiveness wash over him. I have heard that the human race seeks assistance from the dragon race, and as I am currently traveling through the primordial realm, I thought I would come to see you. Observing the human emperor's demeanor, Ao Tian felt at ease. There were many matters to discuss, and he could afford to negotiate his terms. My apologies for the abruptness, esteemed 3rd prince. Please, allow me to attend to some matters and prepare a proper welcome for you. Shun acknowledged his own rudeness, hastily apologizing to Ao Tian. He escorted him to the grand hall and arranged for refreshments before returning to his palace to change attire. 3rd prince, I wonder if your late-night visit to the royal palace is for a matter of negotiation? Upon returning to the palace, the emperor pondered for a moment, realizing he needed to reclaim the initiative and not allow Ao Tian to lead him by the nose. You old fox, I've arrived. And you still wish to play your tricks? Let us see who becomes anxious first. Unperturbed, Ao Tian sipped his tea and spoke slowly. Your majesty, during my travels in the primal wilderness, I happened to notice some disparaging remarks from the human race towards my dragon kin near the royal city. I am uncertain whether our kind has inadvertently offended the humans, hence my visit for clarification. Yu, standing nearby, felt her face contort in pain. Just moments ago, His Highness had mentioned hearing of the humans seeking assistance. How had it now shifted to the humans speaking ill of the dragons? Your Highness, recently there have been reports in the royal city of the dragons' achievements along the shores of the East Sea, leading to expressions of gratitude towards the dragon clan. There is absolutely no intent to slander the dragons. I extend heartfelt thanks on behalf of the countless beings residing by the East Sea. He then offered a deep bow towards Ao Tian. Recently, news had erupted in the royal city that the dragons could assist in flood control, prompting the arrival of the dragon's 3rd prince. If there were no ulterior motives, he would never believe it. Previously apprehensive that the dragons might ignore him, he now feared that they might harbor ulterior motives, rendering him cautious and reluctant to trust. Haha, there is no need for such formality, Your Majesty. It is you who should be expressing gratitude. Observing the cunning Shun, Ao Tian recognized he had miscalculated, underestimating the political acumen of an experienced statesman. He immediately adopted a nonchalant demeanor, consuming cup after cup of tea without uttering a word. Ao Tian remained seated, and Shun, though hesitant to urge him to leave, found the late hour increasingly taxing on his age, leading to mounting frustration. This young man may lack political finesse, but his audacity was commendable. May I inquire the purpose of your visit, 3rd prince? The old man could no longer remain silent, driven by an instinct that the dragon's presence would only yield benefits for the humans. Otherwise, he could have lingered for months. Haha, Your Majesty. I have been vanquishing demons in the East Sea, and I witnessed the plight of the human beings, suffering greatly. I could not bear to stand idly by. Thus I have come to offer assistance in alleviating the floods. Oh, is that so? Shun was skeptical of the dragon's altruism. Your Majesty, I come with sincerity, as a peace envoy of the dragon clan, to extend my condolences to the human race. Chapter 48, Matters of the Alliance. Oh, is that so? Shun felt a sense of relief. After all, negotiations held promise when both parties were willing to engage. The dragon's willingness to assist the humans in flood management suggested they had their own motives. Since both sides had needs to fulfill, there was room for dialogue. Your Majesty, the plight of the human race is rather dire, Ao Tian remarked with significance, alluding not merely to the floods. Under the stewardship of Du, progress had been made in flood control over the past 2 years, something the Emperor could discern. Thus he dared to continue employing Du. However, the human race faced threats not only from floods, but also from the covetous eyes of the demon clan, which had likely claimed countless lives amidst the deluge. Moreover, the demon clan's ambition to reclaim their central stage in the primal wilderness was far more intense than that of the dragons. the Dragon Clan, having suffered significant losses, now sought merely to rise again, free from oppression. The vast expanse of the seas was sufficient for their survival, rendering their presence on the mainland unnecessary. What did the third prince wish to convey? The Emperor of Humanity possesses considerable knowledge, yet he requires a compelling justification, one that genuinely benefits the human race. Your Majesty, it is clear that since the initial calamity of Longhan, our Dragon Clan has suffered significant losses in strength and is now burdened by karmic ties. Thus, we wish to contribute to the human race, seeking to cleanse ourselves of this burden. Ao Tian fixed his gaze intently on Shan, attempting to glean insights from his expression. Yet he still underestimated this old fox. Can the weakened Dragon Clan truly assist the humans? Your Majesty, the Dragon Clan is inherently adept at navigating the waters. I can assure you that any member of our clan possesses far greater expertise in water management than any human master. This, I speak without deceit. The Dragon Clan, born as masters of water, while capable of destruction, can equally nurture and restore. What does the Dragon Clan desire? Shun directly articulated Ao Tian's ambitions. There is no free lunch. The Dragon Clan wishes to emerge and take action, which implies they seek something from the humans. We, the Dragon Clan, aspire to become the totem of the human race. Ao Tian stated, each word deliberate, as this was his non-negotiable stance, enabling the Dragon Clan to alleviate a significant portion of their karmic burden. Shun raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the Dragon Clan's grand aspirations. Each human tribe has its own totem. For instance, the Yellow Emperor's tribe is represented by the bear, and the Fushi clan by the serpent, while the Dongi tribe reveres the phoenix. The myriad beliefs of humanity are reflected in their countless totems. Yet the Dragon Clan boldly seeks to become a shared totem for all humans, a notion that warranted careful consideration from Shun. Prince San, I must reflect on this proposal. Please rest in the side hall. I will provide you with a definitive answer in 3 days, if that is agreeable. He needed to consult with the ancestors of the human race, for this matter was of great magnitude, beyond his sole authority to decide. Ao Tian, as both the prince and envoy of the Dragon Clan, could not be relegated to an insignificant space, so he was granted the side hall. After all, his wife and children were few, often absent from the palace, and the distance to the side hall would mitigate any potential gossip. I shall await your favorable response, but I will not intrude further, Your Majesty. I am staying at the Laifu Inn. Please send word there should any matters arise. Ao Tian departed without mentioning any additional conditions, as securing this single request was paramount. The rest could be considered supplementary and thus omitted from discussion. After Ao Tian's departure, Shun hastened to the ancestral grounds of humanity, convening with a group of venerable elders to deliberate on the feasibility of this proposal. I believe this plan is viable, one elder remarked. Yet are you certain the Dragon Clan holds us in esteem? Upon hearing Shun's intentions, a statue suddenly spoke, shaking off layers of accumulated earth, revealing it was not merely a statue, but a being that had slumbered for eons, its stillness allowing dirt to settle and form a crust. They had remained dormant for so long that, despite knowing the Dragon Clan was significantly weaker than in the Primordial era, they still dared not underestimate them. Just look at the vast wilderness. What race has ever regarded humanity with respect? The sudden outreach from the Dragon Clan left them somewhat incredulous. However, an even more ancient hero of the human race interjected. The lifespan of humans is fleeting. They can only survive through such means, all to safeguard their kind. Esteemed ancestors, might we inadvertently offend other races? Shun articulated his concerns. Although 2 weaker factions had allied, their prominence could incite suspicion from other races. Since the goddess created us, she has not intervened, despite being the matron of humanity. Ultimately, she is the sovereign of the demon race, and thus, she is more inclined towards them. A voice, frail and decayed, emerged from a shattered figure. The fact that she refrained from intervening on behalf of humanity during our conflicts with the demon race is indeed a tremendous favor. Humanity, being feeble, requires external assistance, and the dragon race could serve as our totem. The esteemed elders voiced their opinions, asserting that humanity is in dire need of the dragon race's aid, whether in flood control or other matters. Third Prince, we of humanity are willing to revere the dragon race as our totem. Yet we are uncertain what the dragon race can offer us. After receiving the precise responses from the venerable ancestors, Shun promptly summoned Ao Tian to clarify matters. Your Majesty, the dragon race can assist humanity in flood control, which is one aspect. Furthermore, in light of the demon race's incursions, we, the dragon race, can offer our aid in exterminating the threat, Ao Tian stipulated. Third Prince, is not the dragon race also a part of the demon race? Shun directly inquired. expressing his confusion as to why the dragon race would assist humanity. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, that is the most amusing statement I have heard in many years. Ao Tian replied with a serious demeanor, articulating each word deliberately. The dragon race is not part of the demon race. When the dragon race was born, the demons did not yet exist, and thus, they are unworthy. First came the ancestral dragon, followed by Dijun and others. During the tumultuous times of the primordial chaos, did Dijun and Tai even achieve corporeal form? The demon race is merely a collective of beings beyond the innate spiritual entities created by Nuwa. Initially, when Nuwa crafted the demon summoning banner, it was meant to balance the myriad races across generations. However, the dragon race was not included. The banner pertains to the demon race, yet the dragon race was never summoned. On one hand, the dragon race's reputation is too grand for Nuwa to involve them. On the other hand, the dragon race bears karmic ties that she dares not entangle. Should they be implicated, the dragon race's karmic burdens would fall upon the demon race, which she would prefer to avoid. Is that so? Shun's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated the dragon race's profound legacy. He was aware of certain rumors, but that did not equate to comprehensive knowledge. He found Ao Tian's display of grandeur both intriguing and admirable. Your Majesty, the dragon race becoming the totem of humanity would undoubtedly yield benefits for both parties. We require an alliance. Furthermore, the dragon race shall dispatch kin to the rivers and lakes within human territories to serve as dragon kings, bringing rain and ensuring the safety of humanity. What do you think, Your Majesty? Ao Tian smiled gently, asserting the myriad advantages this would bestow upon humanity, leaving no grounds for rejection. But what if the dragon race were to engage in wrongdoing within human domains? Shun pondered aloud, voicing his concern. Rest assured, Your Majesty, should the dragon race become the totem of humanity, we shall inherently safeguard your tranquility. Any harm inflicted upon humanity would invoke repercussions beyond your imagination. So there is no cause for concern regarding our kin committing acts detrimental to humanity, Ao Tian assured, promptly alleviating the Emperor's worries about the dragon race's presence. The Emperor of humanity, your decision is indeed sagacious. The dragon and human races shall reap great rewards. Chapter 49, The Cleansing of Karma. Rest assured, once my dragon clan assumes the role of guardian for the human race, numerous advantages will arise. For instance, the primordial human race primarily sustains itself through agriculture. Yet they are bound by the constraints of nature, reliant on divine providence. However, my dragon clan vows to ensure, within a century, that the human race enjoys favorable weather and bountiful harvests. The dragon clan, as the totem of the human race, shall not merely offer protection for a century. During this time, calamities will be absent from all regions inhabited by humans, and we shall exert every effort to shield them from disasters such as locust plagues and epidemics. Nonetheless, after this century, such matters will revert to the domain of the human race, with the dragon clan committing solely to facilitating rainfall and exterminating malevolent creatures. Ao Tian gazed at Shun, recognizing this as a significant concession. While the dragon clan can become the totem and guardian of the human race, the primordial laws of nature must remain intact. The human race cannot expect perpetual favor from the heavens. The dragon clan can indeed influence the weather, but they are not the sole race capable of doing so. If the human race enjoys continual prosperity, how will other races survive? The heavenly Tao will inevitably intervene in minor matters. The dragon clan can oversee the broader situation but cannot address every detail. Thus, a promise of a century is a commendable arrangement. Very well, this emperor agrees to the third prince. We shall announce our alliance to the world in a few days. However, I wonder if the third prince can truly take the lead in this matter? Shun looked toward Ao Tian, eager to ascertain the authority of this envoy. If he needed to deliberate with the elders for an extended period, Shun would have to reconsider the alliance. Fear not, Your Majesty, this proposal originates from my hall, and I shall take full responsibility for it. Ao Tian made his intentions clear. This is my initiative, and the dragon clan fully supports my plan. You must trust me. Excellent. A fortnight hence shall be an auspicious day. We shall declare our alliance at Mount Tai. The fortnight swiftly passed, and after discussing matters with Shun, Ao Tian returned to the dragon clan with Jiu Yu. Some details required arrangement, and he needed to relay certain instructions. Qing Lian remained at the inn to manage affairs, for she was a tranquil soul, unacquainted with worldly matters, and thus had no need to become embroiled in the turmoil. Under Shun's guidance, the human race promptly constructed the altar, awaiting the arrival of the dragon clan. On the day of the alliance, the dragon king of the East Sea, accompanied by his 3 brothers and hundreds of thousands of clan members, arrived at Mount Tai. A colossal dark dragon led the procession, followed by countless smaller dragons, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle that made the very heavens tremble. The might displayed by the hundreds of thousands of dragons left the humans of Mount Tai in silent astonishment. Their strength far surpassed that of the human race. Upon witnessing his father's true form, Ao Tian was taken aback. His father had concealed his power remarkably well. Despite Ao Tian having utilized much of the ancestral dragon's blood to exhibit a semblance of ancestral traits, his father's form was predominantly cloaked in darkness, radiating an imposing presence that commanded the respect of the entire dragon clan. It became evident that none who could ascend to the title of Lord of the Four Seas were to be trifled with. The grand spectacle of the dragon clan was not lost on the primordial beings, who observed with keen curiosity, wondering if the dragon clan intended to vie for supremacy in the primordial realm once more. Ao Guang transformed into human form and descended upon the altar at Mount Tai, followed by the rest of the dragon clan, who also assumed human forms as they alighted below. The third prince is indeed a handsome figure among dragons. Upon witnessing the appearance of the numerous dragons, Shun couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration and promptly approached them. I, the current Emperor of Humanity, Shun, extend my respectful greetings to the Dragon King. The human tribe below followed suit in homage. The Dragon Clan's leader, Ao Guang, expressed his gratitude towards the Emperor of Humanity. Initially, both parties exchanged pleasantries, emphasizing that their gathering was rooted in camaraderie rather than self-interest. Standing atop Mount Tai, Ao Guang felt the profound essence of humanity's fortune enveloping him, lifting his spirits considerably as the burdens of his karmic chains began to ease. He cast a subtle glance at his third son. Emperor, let us commence. Ao Guang urged Shun to begin, acutely aware of the scrutinizing gazes from powerful beings across the ancient wilderness, which made him exceedingly uncomfortable. It was imperative to swiftly finalize the alliance oath. Shun hastily ascended the altar, with Ao Guang following closely behind. The eyes of countless beings across heaven and earth were fixed upon these two figures, uncertain of the intentions of the two clans. I, Shun, the current Emperor of Humanity, hereby decree that the Dragon Clan shall have 365 members designated as the minor kings of rivers and lakes to safeguard the peace of humanity. May heaven and earth bear witness. I, Ao Guang, the current leader of the Dragon Clan, accept the decree from the human tribe, designating 365 members as the minor kings of rivers and lakes to protect the peace of humanity. May heaven and earth bear witness. In a bid to maximize their gains, Ao Tian endeavored to arrange as many divine positions as possible. Today, I decree 108 dragons to serve as the guardians of humanity. May heaven and earth bear witness. Today, 108 of our kin accept the decree from the human tribe to become the guardians of humanity. May heaven and earth bear witness. As Shun issued a proclamation, Ao Guang responded, signifying acknowledgement. Originally, the Dragon Clan was not obliged to present over 100 of their elite, but Ao Tian, in pursuit of greater benefits, multiplied the number, resulting in 108 Dragon Guardians. With the declarations of Shun and Ao Guang resonating throughout the heavens, a tempest arose atop Mount Tai, accompanied by bizarre phenomena. The human and dragon clans across the ancient wilderness knelt in reverence, signifying their acceptance of the Emperor and Dragon King's decisions, while also expressing their respect for both clans. Today, we, the human tribe, declare to the ancient wilderness that we revere the Dragon Clan as our totem. May heaven and earth bear witness. Today, we, the Dragon Clan, declare to the ancient wilderness, in accordance with the wishes of the human tribe, that we shall serve as their totem. May heaven and earth bear witness. With the oaths completed, they awaited the acknowledgement of heaven and earth. The alliance was thus established. Any breach would incur dire consequences. Approved. A transcendent voice echoed throughout the wilderness, signaling the completion of the alliance between the dragon and human clans. In the sacred land of the human tribe, Shiyang Mountain, after a prolonged silence, the Chentang seal emitted a gentle hum, signifying its approval, and subsequently radiated myriad streams of spiritual light, enveloping Mount Tai before descending into the Dragon Clan. Among them, the 108 Dragon Guardians and the 360 minor kings of rivers and lakes reaped the most rewards, with some clan members on the brink of breaking through to a higher realm, though their merits were still insufficient. Heaven above shimmered with vast clouds, swirling atop Mount Tai, poised to descend. Ao Tian and hundreds of thousands of clan members breathed rapidly, as millennia of perseverance were finally on the verge of fruition. The clouds then split into two. One segment darted towards the ocean, while the other descended into the bodies of the dragons present. Boom! With a resounding roar. The sound of breakthroughs echoed as numerous members of the dragon clan ascended in strength. On sight, over a dozen figures reached the Great Luo, while countless others transcended to the Tai. Ao Guang gazed towards Ao Tian, filled with immense satisfaction at the dragon clan's advancements. However, the absence of breakthroughs among the four dragon kings and the direct descendants left him perplexed. Ao Tian, too, sensed the anomaly, yet was at a loss as to its origins. Logically, the auspicious energies of humanity should have cleansed the dragon clan's karma, but without the dragons. Could one truly rely on human destiny to absolve such burdens? Hong Jun observed the proceedings within the Zhixiao Palace, fully aware of the circumstances. Though the dragon clan had managed to purify a portion of their karma, the direct lineages remained unrefined, indicating an inevitable division within the clan. As the auspicious energies of humanity began to wane, Ao Guang and the other direct descendants exhibited no signs of reaction. It seemed they had miscalculated. Amidst the collective astonishment, a vast expanse of auspicious clouds formed above, even grander than before. Was this the merit of the heavenly Tao? Ao Tian's eyes widened in recognition. He was familiar with this essence. As the merits descended, Ao Guang and the others reaped the greatest rewards, their auras surging significantly. In a brief moment, they all broke through to the Great Luo, their momentum consistently escalating towards the threshold of quasi-sainthood. Ao Tian swiftly communicated with the others, urging them to halt at the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Ao Tian himself advanced to the late stage of Tai. It was within his reach. Yet he restrained himself. The first to ascend was Jiu Yu, who had broken through ahead of the rest into the Great Luo. Heavenly Tao, what are your intentions? Why do you obstruct my plans? The vast emptiness of the Zhixiao Palace reverberated with furious roars. His plans were on the brink of fruition. Yet the heavenly Tao defied his will, intervening unexpectedly. Only an overwhelming silence answered him. The heavenly Tao is impartial, and Hong Jun embodies the heavenly Tao. However, the heavenly Tao is not merely Hong Jun. The actions of the dragon clan benefit the primordial world, while humanity is destined to be the protagonist. Hong Jun's manipulations against the dragon clan would undoubtedly jeopardize humanity's survival, which the heavenly Tao seeks to prevent. Moreover, Hong Jun himself has transgressed the rules, an offense the heavenly Tao cannot condone. The ancestral dragon's suppression of the primordial spiritual veins was a monumental act of merit. Yet the dragon clan has borne the weight of karma for countless millennia, a scheme devised by Hong Jun. The heavenly Tao may tolerate transgressions once, but it shall not permit recurring violations. Now, the dragon clan boasts nearly 100 Great Luo, with the direct descendants of the ancestral dragon comprising 70%, thus preserving their dominion over the dragon clan. Furthermore, the Eastern Sea Dragon King holds the highest and most formidable position, maintaining significant influence within the clan. Chapter 50. Trouble approaches. The oath between the dragon and human clans has been established. The reverberations of the great Tao resonated throughout the primordial world, with all beings hearing the decree of the great Tao, signifying the formal establishment of the pact between the dragon and human clans. There would be no avenue for reneging on this agreement. The dragon and human clans are now bound together, destined to support one another in the future. The fortunes of the human race have surged dramatically, with golden lotuses emerging from the earth and celestial melodies descending from the heavens, captivating all. The potent spiritual essence has conferred benefits upon countless individuals, healing the ailing in an instant and granting those who could not cultivate the spiritual veins necessary for training. Under the aegis of the heavenly principles, the entire realm has been graced. The ancient beings of the ancestral lands of humanity have successively broken through, attaining the realm of Tai Golden Immortals. Yet, none have ascended to the apex of the Luo Golden Immortals. Nevertheless, this breakthrough has extended their lifespans, allowing them to safeguard the human race for several more years. What accounts for such immense fortune among the humans? Following the acquisition of benefits, the primordial wilderness has begun to murmur with doubt regarding humanity's privileges. Though they do not dare to openly oppose the heavens, they engage in discussions, questioning why such a frail race as humanity possesses such fortune. The dragon clan, burdened with immense karma and renowned throughout the primordial wilderness, finds it astonishing that they could cleanse their karmic shackles through the mere fortunes of humanity. The beings of the wilderness struggle to accept this. While the dragon clan may appear weak, it is an acknowledged secret that they harbor several Luo Golden Immortals. No one truly dares to underestimate them. In contrast, what is humanity? Few possess even the rank of Tai Golden Immortal, and their gains are deemed to arise solely from the favor of the heavenly Tao, leading to a handful of merit saints. Who among them has ever truly respected humanity? The primordial wilderness is the domain of these innate beings. How can a race born from a single saint's ascension and a few individuals at the Tai level claim to be the protagonists of heaven and earth? The sheer volume of merit they wield is incomprehensible, leading to their disdain. Thus, a consensus emerged among the myriad beings of the wilderness to confront humanity, seeking to suppress their arrogance. Although previously dismissive of the Dragon Clan, few dared to provoke them. The external world refrains from offending the Dragon Clan primarily due to the profound karmic implications, should one offend and meet their demise. The resulting karma would transfer to the offender, rendering it a loss for the beings of the wilderness. Another critical reason lies in the belief that a weakened Dragon Clan is a benign one. No one desires the return of the ancient and powerful dragons to the wilderness. After the defeat of the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin in their struggles for supremacy, the spoils of the primordial wilderness have long been divided. Their return would merely mean vying for sustenance from the mouths of others. The Dragon Clan, known for their formidable physical prowess and exceptional aptitude for cultivation, has struggled to break free from their karmic shackles, making them easy targets for bullying. However, with the cleansing of their karma, it will not be long before they regain a significant portion of their strength. Will they not seek retribution? During the Dragon Clan's period of weakness, numerous strong individuals sought to take advantage of them. The Monkey King was not the first to seize treasures. Many had come before him, borrowing from the dragons. Most of those who borrowed are still alive, recalling their prior transgressions against the dragons. They shamelessly claimed to be merely borrowing, with the expectation that whenever the dragons required their possessions back, a mere lackey could retrieve them. They were confident that the Dragon Clan could not rise again, emboldening their audacity. Now that the Dragon Clan is on the rise, those who once stole from them are filled with trepidation. What will they do if the dragons come to reclaim what is theirs? Should they wish for the dragons to remain perpetually weak? In an instant, the notion ignited the hearts of those who had previously seized treasures from the Dragon Clan. A singular thought permeated their minds: to unite and bring down the Dragon Clan. For a half-alive Dragon Clan is a manageable one. Let us see how they can muster laughter. They may as well weep. Hongjun, from the Zixiao Palace, witnessed the scene of the Dragon Clan's karma being cleansed, inciting a vexation that gnawed at his teeth. He observed the wicked intentions of those lowly beings, and thus, under the influence of the Chaos Treasure, the Creation Jade Plate, those who had bullied the Dragon Clan were spurred to conspire against them, a notion that would be difficult to extinguish. With a visage brimming with joy, Ao Tian gazed beyond Mount Tai, suddenly filled with a grandiose spirit, truly yearning to compose a poem, to behold the mountains in their diminutive stature. Abruptly, a tide of malevolence surged forth, unsettling even Ao Tian's spirit, nearly fracturing his composure. In that moment, all present felt the overwhelming malice. Though one might sense treachery from others, it could never be as intense as this. It appeared that a significant event was imminent, and all eyes turned toward the Dragon King, the East Sea Dragon King, the most powerful among them. Who else could they look to? Ao Guang, equally bewildered, had been basking in happiness, contemplating a celebration, when this flood of malevolence struck unexpectedly, catching him off guard. He could not fathom why such malevolence would arise. Logically, with the Dragon Clan's newfound fortune and enhanced strength, no one should dare provoke them. The sudden emergence of this hostility defied reason. Ao Guang, with a puzzled expression, glanced at his third son, unsure of the unfolding situation. After Ao Tian led the Dragon Clan to break free from the shackles of karma, he had fully regarded him as an adult, believing that any issues would be best referred to him for resolution. Noticing his father's gaze, Ao Tian was equally perplexed. Why was he being summoned? He was merely a child. Yet, this malevolence was evidently directed at the Dragon Clan, and should he fail to address it properly, the recently liberated karma might well return to plague every member of the Dragon Clan, with even more severity. The ensuing consequences were all too predictable: deepened karma for the Dragon Clan, reputational ruin, and certain devastation. Suddenly, Ao Tian's expression hardened as he strode directly to the altar of heaven and earth on Mount Tai, facing the multitude. I am Ao Tian, the third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, here to inform the sentient beings of the Hongguang. Upon witnessing his son's figure, Ao Guang felt a swell of pride as he observed his three younger brothers, exchanging knowing glances and gestures, as if to say, "See, though the eldest has few sons, each is remarkably capable." In response, his three brothers regarded Ao Guang with identical expressions, retorting, "Nevertheless, I have more sons." With the support of the heavenly Tao, Ao Tian's words swiftly reverberated throughout the Hongwang. Those who sought to mock the Dragon Clan or trouble them collectively paused, eager to discern the Dragon Clan's next move. Should there be further rewards from the Heavenly Tao or any breakthroughs, they would need to contemplate whether to offer gifts or to engage in plunder. Under the divine providence. Today the Dragon Clan cleanses its karmic burdens, celebrating a universal festivity. I hereby announce to the world that on the 15th of next month, the Dragon Clan will host a spiritual treasure conference by the shores of the East Sea. All beings from the primordial realm are welcome to attend, to exchange or procure their coveted treasures. Furthermore, those who previously borrowed treasures from the Dragon Clan shall be granted absolution. There is no need for repayment. Ao Tian, standing upon the altar, candidly addressed the myriad beings of the primordial realm, declaring his disinterest in the items taken from him. He proclaimed his intent to hold the spiritual treasure conference, inviting those who desire to partake, while leaving those uninterested free to abstain. In regard to the treasures previously loaned by the Dragon Clan, he suggested they may as well be offered to the dogs, as reclaiming them would be a futile endeavor. It is better to foster goodwill and avert calamity. After his speech, Ao Tian hastily descended the altar, casting a discreet glance at the Dragon King, subtly winking to convey his intentions. The old Dragon King grasped his son's unspoken message, responding with an approving look before turning to address the gathered human populace. Esteemed guests, my son has just informed you of our forthcoming spiritual treasure exchange on the 15th of next month. I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence. The Dragon King, a seasoned statesman, effortlessly continued the discourse. Your Majesty, this conference has long been on my mind, yet I lacked the opportunity to express it. Now, with the human race's ceremonial offerings to the heavens, we proclaim this to the primordial realm. I hope your Majesty will not take offense. The Dragon Clan, led by Ao Guang, cordially invited the Emperor of Humanity to attend the event by the East Sea, to share in this grand occasion. The Emperor Shun, upon receiving the Dragon Clan's invitation, felt obliged to attend, despite his reservations about the limited treasures possessed by the human race. Having recently allied with the Dragon Clan, he recognized the importance of maintaining goodwill, as it would not be fitting for a leader to decline such an invitation. He resolved to attend, considering it an opportunity to broaden his horizons. The seasoned Dragon King, observing his son's subtle maneuvers, quickly understood the implications. With a knowing glance from Ao Tian, he recognized the necessity of stepping forward. It was clear that his son wished to avoid undue attention, and thus it fell upon him, the elder, to take the lead. Chapter 51. Soliciting the old Taoist. The Tao ancestor harbored intentions against the resurgence of the Dragon Clan, a sentiment well understood by Ao Guang. It was evident to any discerning mind that the Dragon Clan had committed numerous transgressions in the past, while the Kirin and Phoenix clans had faced dire consequences. The ancestral dragon had valiantly subdued the primal dragon vein, mending the fractures of the primordial realm, thus contributing immeasurably to its restoration. Even if the ancestral dragon's suppression of the primordial spiritual veins could not fully atone for past misdeeds, the Dragon Clan's years of restraint and diligent repair should have alleviated their karmic burdens. Yet, the shackles of their karma had not dissipated. Rather, they had grown more formidable. If there were no underlying schemes at play, only a fool would remain unconvinced. No further inquiries? Under the guidance of Ao Tian's transmission, the crowd hastening toward Mount Tai awakened to the realization that, since the Dragon Clan would no longer pursue the grievances of the past, they were devoid of any legitimate reason to continue their journey. The Tao ancestor, amplifying their subconscious malice towards the unreturned favors, incited them to engage in conflict and deceitful antics. However, upon the Dragon Clan's declaration of forgiveness regarding their previous grievances, the malevolent intentions dissipated. In the realm of honor, without a valid cause, engaging in combat became untenable. The Tao ancestor could exploit their malevolent thoughts to launch an attack against the Dragon Clan. Yet he could not directly incite the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness to assault the dragons. The heavenly principles are impartial, were he to act recklessly. The celestial order would curtail his future endeavors. Furthermore, the Dragon Clan's past grievances were minuscule compared to the vast multitude of beings in the primordial world. Once the Dragon Clan stabilizes, no one would dare to harass them again. So be it. Consider yourselves fortunate. With a disdainful snort, the Tao ancestor watched as the reflective surface before him dissipated, allowing the Zixiao Palace to once again envelop itself in tranquility, vanishing into the void. The oaths between the Dragon King and the human and dragon clans were thus formally established, with the human race expressing their gratitude to both clans. As Shun bowed to Ao Guang, the human contingent followed suit in paying homage to the Dragon King, Shun's gaze drifting toward the numerous dragons behind Ao Tian. At the Dragon King's behest, the dragons stepped forward to pay their respects to the human emperor, proclaiming, "We, the Dragon Clan, pay our respects to the human emperor. You divine dragons shall forever protect the human race. As the human race flourishes, so shall you prosper. Should the human race decline, you will falter alongside them. Do you willingly accept this?" After greeting the venerable Dragon King, Shun began to instill the values of humanity into the divine dragons, ensuring that they were well prepared for future undertakings. "We pay our respects to the human emperor. We willingly join the human race." The divine dragons unitedly vowed to Shun, expressing their allegiance to his rightful leadership. Subsequently, the divine dragons transformed into beams of ethereal light, dispersing throughout the human realm, safeguarding the people and ensuring harmony for an extended period. The 108 divine dragons entered the ancestral land of the human race, standing sentinel alongside a group of ancient beings on the verge of passing. At the entrance to the ancestral land, a magnificent gate descended from the heavens, intricately adorned with lifelike carvings of the 108 divine dragons. The dragons on the gate, arranged in a marvelous formation, coiled around each other, creating a protective array that only those of exceptional status could breach. Furthermore, under the nurturing aura of the human race's fortune, the array's potency would continually enhance, thereby augmenting the strength of the divine dragons. This arrangement was deliberately orchestrated by Ao Tian upon his return to the Dragon Clan, effectively providing the human race with a formidable safeguard while simultaneously enriching the Dragon Clan's heritage. Why not embrace such a boon? After the divine dragons officially integrated into the human race, Ao Tian led the Dragon Kin back to the sea. The Dragon Clan had only just shed their burdens and faced a multitude of tasks ahead, all requiring the Dragon King's direct oversight. He had little time to squander. Younger Ao Tian expresses gratitude to the elders. Ao Tian did not accompany the Dragon King back to the sea, choosing instead to depart midway without bringing Jiyo along. The Dragon tribe still had numerous matters to address, and after years of service, the Dragon King had grown accustomed to calling him back. Ao Tian, however, needed to manage affairs among the human race and thus remained behind. In a secluded corner devoid of onlookers, Ao Tian bowed deeply in respect towards the empty space ahead. Before long, the void before him twisted, revealing a figure who gazed at Ao Tian with an air of righteous grandeur. "The third prince is overly courteous," the old Taoist remarked. "For it is merely my discontent with the higher-ups that prompts me to intervene, not an intention to aid the Dragon Clan." He gestured towards the heavens. Previously, under the onslaught of malevolence, Ao Tian was left bewildered, unaware of the origins of such malice, let alone any means to remedy it. Just as he found himself at a loss, a familiar voice resonated in his ear. The Taoist sought to use the blade of another to strike, employing those with ill intent who had seized treasures from the Dragon Clan yet were reluctant to return them. In order to thwart the Dragon Clan's efforts to cleanse their karma, Ao Tian was urged to tread carefully. With the old Taoist's message, the situation became considerably more manageable. There exists no knot that cannot be untied. The fear lies in not knowing the nature of the knot. Now that the problem was identified, resolution seemed within reach. If they feared his reclamation, he would simply preclude any chance of return. Should they dare to attack the Dragon Clan again, the outcome would be uncertain, yet openly declaring a refusal to return would humiliate the Dragon Clan. Thus, Ao Tian devised an excuse. The Dragon Clan would host a spirit treasure exchange conference, inviting all to participate in trade. He expressed disinterest in the previous items, merely seeking the opportunity for a casual exchange. To be candid, Ao Tian had no intention of reclaiming those items, for who could blame them for their weakness? He had long contemplated organizing a conference to sell the Dragon Clan's surplus spirit treasures in exchange for more useful items to equip the clan properly. Dan Kingsley had lingered in obscurity for many years, lacking remarkable abilities and drawing little attention. However, his information network was unparalleled, even outpacing that of the Dragon Clan. Upon learning that trouble was brewing against the Dragon Clan, he pondered before deciding to send word to Ao Tian. Despite previous minor disagreements, their overall impressions of one another remained favorable. Ao Tian viewed Dan Kingsley as a disillusioned elder, yet he possessed a commendable conscience. Conversely, Dan Kingsley perceived Ao Tian as a youthful rogue brimming with potential. Ultimately, relaying information to Ao Tian would leave no trace, affording him the chance to befriend this promising junior, certainly a beneficial endeavor. "Taoist, I must acknowledge that I was unreasonable in our earlier encounter, and I humbly request your forgiveness." Ao Tian sincerely expressed, apologizing for previously employing small creatures to bully the old Taoist into compliance. "Haha, Your Highness, you worry too much. I have long since forgotten that incident. Yet, you are indeed remarkably talented. The old Taoist, observing Ao Tian's earnest demeanor, felt reluctant to speak further, though inwardly he cursed 1,000 times. Wishing Ao Tian would refrain from revisiting the matter, as if he feared the old Taoist's memory would fade too quickly. Gazing at the wrinkled visage of the elderly Taoist, whose face gleamed with an oily sheen, Ao Tian pondered for a moment. It is imperative to utilize fine steel on the blade. Although the old Taoist's strength pales in comparison to his peers, the heavens do not beget wastrels. There is a craft to be found in survival, and it would be a pity for him to remain a mere lackey. Master Taoist, the Dragon Clan is in dire need of talents like yourself. As we strive to revitalize our heritage, might I implore you to graciously consider residing with us for an extended period? Ao Tian was not one to beat around the bush. He spoke his mind directly. The old Taoist's involvement in the Dragon Clan would serve as a significant boon for him. Instead of meandering through convoluted discourse, which might provoke the Taoist's displeasure, it was far better to be forthright. If possible, that would be splendid. If not, establishing a cordial rapport would still be worthwhile. What conditions might the third prince propose? The old Taoist, accustomed to wandering, might find solace in a stable abode. Yet, he wished to ascertain what terms Ao Tian could present, uncertain of his own worth. Master Taoist, should you choose to join our Dragon Clan, your treatment and the protocols observed will be commensurate with that of the Dragon King. Subsequently, any guest scholars we recruit will be accorded a status inferior to yours. Are you amenable to this arrangement? The old Taoist's inquiry regarding his treatment indicated a willingness to negotiate. This was both the Dragon Clan's inaugural attempt to recruit a great Luo Golden Immortal and a pivotal moment for their future endeavors. Once one was secured, the Dragon Clan could potentially attract hundreds more. The offer Ao Tian presented was indeed generous. The annual remuneration for a Dragon King is substantial. A promise not made lightly but backed by tangible resources. What responsibilities would I bear upon joining the Dragon Clan? While he found a kindred spirit in Ao Tian, temperament alone could not sustain him. Despite his diminished power among his peers, within the vast expanse of the primordial world, he stood as a figure at the apex of the food chain, sought after by many powers yet unattainable. Master Taoist, upon your entrance to our Dragon Clan, you would assume the esteemed position of the chief guest scholar, overseeing all future guest scholars beneath you. Your assistance in manageable tasks would be appreciated, and should you be inclined, imparting your knowledge to our younger generation would be immensely beneficial. Ao Tian's interest in the old Taoist did not stem from the latter's power. The Dragon Clan was not lacking in great Luo Golden Immortals. With nearly 100 such beings, any sentient creature in the primordial world would not willingly offer themselves up. What Ao Tian valued was the old Taoist's extensive experience in evasion and survival. The ability to conceal oneself is akin to being an assassin, immensely useful. Moreover, his myriad of adventures and encounters rendered him a veritable repository of knowledge, akin to a living embodiment of the vast primordial world. While the Dragon Clan possessed ancient relics from times long past, those artifacts were nearing their end, preoccupied with the mere act of survival. Who would willingly sit beside a towering mound of history to recount tales of yore? Furthermore, the elders, having lingered in ancestral lands for countless years, had long become outdated, their knowledge insufficient compared to Ao Tian's own. In contrast, the old Taoist remained vibrant and sprightly, possessing insights into the hidden secrets of the primordial world. What holds the greatest value in the primordial realm? Is it spiritual treasures? Formations? None of these. What truly commands the highest worth in the primordial world? Talents, particularly those of a technical nature, must possess an understanding of both themselves and their adversaries to achieve victory in every endeavor. If I am aware of your weaknesses while you remain oblivious to mine, I have already gained the upper hand, which greatly benefits my pursuits. Once he extracts the seasoned information, he will promptly establish a network, creating an enterprise dedicated to the trade of esoteric tidings. Specifically within the realm of the human royal city, it is imperative to select the most prestigious location, employing the finest designers from the primordial era, constructing an edifice of unparalleled luxury, with formations integrated directly into the residences. Each unit should encompass no less than 10,000 square feet, adorned with mystical herbs and flowers. At the entrance, 2 grand lions, towering at 10 zhang, must stand guard, alive and imposing, while behind the building, 2 purebred Tibetan mastiffs should be kept, ready to seize any intruder. 2 enchanting fox women, possessing striking figures, should grace the entrance, clad in exquisite cheongsams, their hair cascading to their waists, exuding an alluring charm. As customers arrive, regardless of their purpose, They must be greeted with, "Esteemed guest, come in and indulge. Feel free to browse even if you are not purchasing." Spoken in an authentic East Sea dialect, this greeting adds to the establishment's prestige. Adjacent to this, an auction house should be erected, featuring alluring auctioneers in the form of celestial fox maidens. A cup of tea may demand several hundred spirit stones, while a light snack could cost 1,000 or more. Furthermore, a high-end restaurant must be created, operating round the clock, serving only the freshest ingredients airlifted from the primordial realms, prepared to order at extravagant prices. A simple dish of cold jellyfish could command 18,000 spirit stones. Patrons would predominantly be of the highest echelon, with mere golden immortals feeling unworthy to engage in conversation. Is there a market for such an establishment? Certainly. Those who can afford to trade information here are unfazed by the expenditure of several 100,000 spirit stones. This is the essence of prestige. Those on the path of cultivation believe in acquiring the most expensive, rather than the best. Our motto is, not seeking immediacy, but rather the most extravagant. Observing the drool pooling at Ao Tian's mouth, Dan Kingsley felt a twinge of anxiety, tightening with the realization that he had yet to agree. Yet it felt akin to being sold into a brothel, anticipating the arrival of clients. Noticing Dan Kingsley's unease, Ao Tian hastily wiped his mouth. "Taoist, what are your thoughts on this matter?" After careful contemplation, Dan Kingsley perceived the sincerity in Ao Tian's proposal, finding no reason to decline. Though he possessed a vast collection, much of it was of little value, and any truly remarkable items had long been seized by others. The Dragon Clan's legacy spans millions of years, and the richness of their collection is evident, perhaps providing an opportunity for his own advancement. Very well, since the third prince has expressed his intent, I shall visit the Dragon Clan. I hope you will welcome me. With that, he bowed respectfully to Ao Tian. Ao Tian promptly returned the gesture, smiling at the gleaming old Taoist, agreeing with enthusiasm. The prospect of extracting oil from such a character was enticing, provided there was substance to be gained. Chapter 52. Supreme Reward. The old Taoist regarded Ao Tian's rather lewd expression with a sense of trepidation, akin to stepping onto a pirate ship. Nevertheless, having made a commitment, he felt reluctant to retract his words without dignity. Moreover, Ao Tian had yet to engage in any unsavory dealings. Past misunderstandings could be overlooked, and he had no intention of fleeing. Subsequently, Dan Kingsley departed with Ao Tian's token. Ao Tian, occupied with matters of his own, could not immediately return to the East Sea. By handing over the token, he aimed to prevent the old Taoist from falling prey to the schemes of the seasoned coin collectors from the East Sea. Two inexperienced youths had already entangled him in a web of trouble. Had he entered the den of the cunning old-timers, he would have been ensnared without escape. Furthermore, the old Taoist had his own affairs to arrange and could not report to the Dragon Clan at that moment. After the old Taoist's departure, Ao Tian did not act immediately. Instead, he sensed that the long-dormant system was awakening once more. If he remained silent, the system would not respond. How could a man be so humble? "System, are you there?" Ao Tian tentatively inquired, too apprehensive to ask further, lest the rewards remained forever out of reach. "Ding, your system steward has logged in." Ao Tian breathed a sigh of relief. The system was still operational, and he had not been abandoned, ensuring that stories would continue to unfold. "System, having completed so many mainline tasks, is there no reward for me?" The various spiritual fruits and delicacies provided by the system had long been consumed. If the system did not replenish them, what would he have left to utilize? "Congratulations, host. In light of your exceptional completion of the Dragon Clan's karmic cleansing mainline tasks, the following items are awarded to you. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one of the 5 element flags, the Southern Fire Flag. Congratulations, host. You have acquired one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the Yellow Zhongli. Congratulations, host. You have received the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Dragon Emperor seal. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 20 shards of the God-slaying spear. As Ao Tian's strength grew, the rewards from the system also became increasingly prestigious and generous. A series of accolades flooded his system interface, leaving him dazzled. "System, why have you given me the Southern Fire Flag?" Ao Tian protested. As a member of the Dragon Clan, he was inherently attuned to water, and the Southern Fire Flag was naturally a counter to water. Bestowing it upon him seemed counterproductive. If anything, he ought to have received the Northern Water Control Flag. A water manipulator wielding a water-controlling artifact would undoubtedly enhance his abilities. Do not confine the function of spiritual treasures to such narrow interpretations. What if a water adept holds a fire control flag? How does that sound? The Southern Fire Flag could indeed complement his weaknesses. Moreover, being one of the 10 innate spiritual treasures, the 5 element flags were formidable in their own right. The reason no one had gathered all 5 element flags was due to their extraordinary power and the exceptional qualities of their bearers. Should the day come when he could unite the 5 element flags, Ao Tian believed their potency would rival that of the god-slaying spear, and perhaps even surpass it in practicality. The god-slaying spear was overwhelmingly powerful, and treasures would naturally choose their wielders. If Ao Tian were deemed unworthy, even gathering 36 shards of the spear would not guarantee its acceptance, let alone usage. If it did not backfire on him, he would consider it a bond of loyalty. By the way, system, I already possess 15 shards. With your additional 20, I would have 35. Why not reward me in full? Ao Tian felt a wave of exasperation. The system's actions were hardly human-like. The system promptly disregarded any explanations, stating, "Host, the Dragon Emperor seal is a unique treasure of the system, capable of assisting you in consolidating the fortunes of the Dragon Clan, enhancing your cultivation, and suppressing the Dragon Clan's destiny. It is indeed a remarkable item, available exclusively here." The system's cheeky transmission effortlessly erased Ao Tian's previous discontent. The Dragon Clan lacked any artifact capable of suppressing their fate. With this treasure, they could effectively prevent the loss of their fortunes. During the age of the ancestral dragon, the Dragon Clan's fortunes soared, requiring no suppression whatsoever. It was a remarkable feat that they did not need to suppress others. The principle of prosperity leading to decline is universally applicable. The Dragon Clan's might allowed them to dominate the entire primordial world, and aside from 2 rivals, none dared to speak against them. During their reign, the primordial world had yet to witness the emergence of any sages. The ancestral dragon and his kin represented the pinnacle of cultivation in the primordial realm, with even the Dao ancestor Han Jun attaining his status only after the Dragon Clan's defeat, illustrating the clan's former strength. How powerful they once were. Now they find themselves in disarray. Are you idle? Why not devote yourself to cultivation? The system retorted sharply, interrupting his train of thought. I am contemplating the path ahead, not indulging in idle fantasies, Ao Tian replied, merely shrugging without further elaboration. Congratulations, host, you have received a package of primordial snacks. The system, in its recent audacity, did not even negotiate the price, but directly awarded him. The snacks were fragrant, spicy, delightful, and smooth, and as he savored them, he commented on their quality. In truth, Ao Tian was exceedingly pleased with the system's reward of the Dragon Emperor seal, a versatile item capable of both offense and defense, beneficial to the Dragon Clan without any detrimental effects. Moreover, it was precisely what he needed without any effort on his part to seek it out. An item designed to suppress the fortunes of an entire clan must not be chosen haphazardly. It must be powerful enough to bear the weight of destiny, while being suitable for the overall development of the clan, avoiding any conflicts with the growth of its members. The Tantian employed the 4 swords of extermination to suppress the fortunes of the Jie sect. These swords were formidable, with only the 4 saints able to break them, which led the Jie sect to become exceedingly arrogant, mistakenly believing they had the support of 4 saints. However, their excessive dominance ultimately harmed their foundation, resulting in a tragic fate of disbandment and loss of disciples. Additionally, the system rewarded him with a plethora of spiritual treasures and fruits, which seemed somewhat superfluous to Ao Tian at present. They could be useful, yet he found them lacking. Discarding them would be a waste. Fortunately, the Dragon Clan would soon host a treasure exchange conference, providing an opportunity to trade these trinkets. Ao Tian felt a tinge of doubt regarding the upcoming conference, recalling how the Dragon Clan had previously been too weak to muster even a handful of friends and family to support them. If only minor figures attended, it would surely be a source of ridicule. Nevertheless, he trusted that the old Dragon King would manage the logistical arrangements adequately, alleviating his concerns. Ao Tian now dared not present the Huang Zhongli, only daring to examine the diminutive yet ancient spiritual root on the system's interface. The treasure possessed spirit. Unlike wild spiritual roots, it would not flee automatically, yet it might attract the attention of other powerful beings, which could prove troublesome. Among the 10 primordial spiritual roots of the Hongwang realm, the ginseng fruit tree ranks 3rd, while the Huanghongli holds the 4th position. This does not imply that Huanghongli is inferior to the ginseng fruit tree. On the contrary, the value of Huanghongli surpasses that of ginseng fruit. The primary reason for this lies in the exceedingly slow maturation of the Huanghongli tree. The ginseng fruit blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit every 3,000 years, and reaches maturity after 3,000 years, requiring a full 10 millennia before one can savor its taste. In contrast, the Huanghongli, named for the yellow characters that adorn its blossoms, takes a staggering 10,000 years to bloom, another 10,000 to bear fruit, and yet another 10,000 to mature. amounting to a total of 30,000 years before one may partake of even a single fruit, which yields a mere 9 diminutive specimens. Originally, the Huanghongli belonged to the Queen Mother of the West, the foremost female celestial, yet the Lord of the East, the leading male celestial, proved to be lacking in capability, relying solely on the patronage of the Tao ancestor to gain prominence. Ultimately, he fell victim to the schemes of Emperor Jun, resulting in his demise and the loss of the treasures belonging to the Queen Mother of the West. It is vital to note that the Queen Mother is not merely the consort of the Heavenly Emperor in the West, but rather one of the 2 disciples originally appointed by the Tao ancestor to oversee the celestial beings, thus standing as the leader among them. The reasons for Huanghongli's lesser renown compared to ginseng fruit are manifold. Its long period of obscurity, delayed maturation, and scarcity all contribute, alongside the more prominent reputation of Zhen Yuanzi. Gazing at the Huanghongli on the system interface, Ao Tian felt a wave of frustration. Although the item possessed great potential, its slow maturation and particular requirements posed a challenge. Where could he possibly find the spiritual veins necessary for cultivation? Host may directly cultivate on the system, came the response, and the growth cycle can be significantly shortened. Ao Tian smiled shyly, feeling grateful for the system's consideration. No worries, as long as you possess sufficient points. I can assist you with cultivation. In light of the host's initial discovery of the system's cultivation function, a reward of 2,000 points was granted to expedite the growth of the spiritual root, bringing the total to 13,700 points. Just as Ao Tian intended to voice his thoughts, he noticed his points had been reset to 0. System, I hadn't even decided whether to use them. I could exchange them for something else. Ao Tian had hoped to utilize these points to explore other functionalities of the system, but now he found himself empty-handed. Congratulations, host. The growth cycle of Huanghongli has been reduced by 13,700 years. Should you have any inquiries, please contact the system's backend later. And then, the system abruptly malfunctioned, leaving Ao Tian in a state of bewilderment. If points were so valuable, why had he exchanged them for mere packets of spicy strips? Could the system not be more reliable? After receiving a series of rewards from the system, Ao Tian did not take the time to digest them. With this somewhat unreliable system at his disposal, he could still enjoy certain privileges from time to time. When the system functioned properly, it could assist him in refining techniques or magical artifacts, sparing him the laborious search for inspiration. This was indeed the greatest boon since arriving in the Hongwang realm, where a day's gains could offset countless arduous cultivations. The Dragon Clan, having cleansed their karma, had experienced a surge in power. However, the pressures they faced had also increased significantly. Previously, when the Dragon Clan was weak, they had to contend with minor nuisances, but overall, the atmosphere had been peaceful. Now, having suddenly become affluent, they found themselves the object of envy and covetousness from others. The towering tree attracts the wind. This principle is universally applicable. The rise of the Dragon Clan has inevitably encroached upon the interests of formidable powers. Although these powers may refrain from direct action against the dragons at this juncture, one can be certain that subtle schemes will be directed towards them. Despite the Dragon Clan's abundant resources, the ability to employ 2 cunning strategies in battle is trivial in the eyes of seasoned experts. Not all remedies prove effective against the highest echelons of power. After interrogating the elder Taoist, Ao Tian sensed something amiss. Upon discreetly testing his own elixirs, he discovered that a diminished dosage yielded negligible effects. This indicated that during his earlier confrontation with the elder Taoist, either the elder had indeed been careless, or he had deliberately held back. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Ao Tian to have left the elder unscathed, let alone bind and torment him for information. The burdens of responsibility weigh heavily, and not every adversary encountered in combat possesses a modicum of integrity. Should one encounter an opponent who remains silent and launches a lethal attack without warning, the outcome could be instantaneous demise. As Ao Tian traversed the primordial wilderness, Ao Guang had already returned to the Dragon Clan to arrange subsequent matters. The ancient beings within the ancestral dragon abyss, having undergone the purifying influence of heavenly merit, were gradually regaining their vitality. They were the first generation of dragon masters, also the first generation bound by shackles. The severity of their confinement not only restrained them, but also continuously eroded their bloodline's strength and spiritual power, an affliction that no spiritual treasures or elixirs could remedy, resulting in their increasing frailty. At the moment of karmic cleansing, their realms did not ascend. Having been shackled for countless eons, their foundational paths had long been obliterated, making any breakthroughs nearly impossible. Nevertheless, survival itself remained the Dragon Clan's greatest sanctuary. Although the Dragon Clan now boasted numerous great Luo golden immortals, the strength of the ancient beings hidden within the ancestral dragon abyss far surpassed that of the contemporary ones who had ascended through merit. They were the remnants of the Dragon Clan at its zenith, having fought their way to supremacy. Despite their lower realms, each could rival the early stages of quasi-saints who had emerged post-cataclysm. The younger generation of quasi-saints might struggle to match these ancient figures. Guanger, what arrangements have you made for Tian'er? Upon Ao Guang's return, the ancient beings in the ancestral dragon abyss awakened. Once Ao Guang completed his tasks, he summoned them to discuss significant matters concerning the clan. As the Dragon King of over a dozen generations, the decayed beings before him were his ancestors from countless generations past, and addressing him as Guanger was a significant acknowledgement of his status. Esteemed ancestors, I plan to pass the throne to Tian'er within the next 10 millennia, after which I shall retreat to the ancestral dragon abyss for profound cultivation, safeguarding our clan. Ao Guang respectfully declared before the imposing elder dragon who exuded a terrifying aura within the palace. This elder was the Dragon Clan's most powerful ancestor, a quasi-saint who had survived a devastating assault from the Dao ancestor. He had aged to such an extent that he no longer presented himself in human form, maintaining his corporeal existence through spiritual power, which he deemed somewhat unnecessary. Thus, he transformed directly into his true form within the depths of the ancestral dragon abyss. Expanding to a colossal size, his body cloaked in darkness, yet visibly displaying signs of age. The dragon's form rose and fell rhythmically as the elder spoke. Ao Guang, in your generation, you are not considered the most gifted. Even though the Dragon Clan has cleared its karmic burdens and you possess the strength to strive for the quasi-saint realm, success remains elusive. Thus, it would be wise to pass this opportunity to Tian'er, who is endowed with exceptional talent, wisdom, and courage, and stands a chance to ascend to the quasi-saint level. You may continue to serve as the leader of the Dragon Clan. Upon finishing his words, he turned to the downcast Ao Guang, awaiting his response. The young dragon, Ao Guang, complied. He immediately knelt on the ground. The Dragon Clan certainly has resources to break through to the quasi-saint realm, and their karmic debts are not insurmountable. The primary issue lies in the fact that the Dragon Clan should not possess too many quasi-saints. While the powerful beings outside may tacitly allow the Dragon Clan to cleanse their karma, they will never permit the emergence of multiple quasi-saints from the clan. Beyond the quasi-saint level, only the Dao ancestor and a few saints exist. Although they are not saints, they are still akin to mere ants. However, the Dao ancestor and the saints remain in seclusion for extended periods, seldom intervening in the affairs of the world. The quasi-saint realm represents the pinnacle of the wilderness. Yet achieving this status requires vast resources for cultivation. If the Dragon Clan were to push through, who would bear the cost of the diminishing resources? Thus, it is better for the Dragon Clan to refrain from pursuing quasi-saints. The inquiry made by the quasi-saint of the Dragon Clan regarding the arrangement for Ao Tian did not imply that Ao Guang should pass his position to Ao Tian. Rather, it suggested that he should refrain from doing so. What need is there for superficial titles when one possesses strength? What resources cannot be obtained? To elevate Ao Tian to the forefront merely draws the attention of the hidden forces of the wilderness, potentially leading to his premature demise. Ao Guang acknowledged this and promptly took his leave. His affection for the Dragon Clan was no less than that of the ancestors. He understood their concerns. The current circumstances in the wilderness were decidedly unfavorable for the Dragon Clan, making ascension to the quasi-saint realm exceedingly challenging. Leaving the opportunity for his son seemed prudent, for what is rotten in the pot belongs to his own family. As long as the Dragon Clan grows stronger, he remains indifferent. Once again lost, Ao Tian lamented the vastness of the wilderness, finding himself disoriented. A disheveled figure burst forth from the dense forest, his tattered clothing barely clinging to him. And even the spiritual light of his boots had dimmed considerably. Surviving in the wilderness was akin to an ordinary person struggling to endure in the greater Xing'an Mountains, where numerous cultivated beasts roamed. One would not last long in such a jungle without formidable abilities. And had it not been for the fact that the beasts inside were powerful, yet not particularly clever, Ao Tian might not have escaped. Additionally, he had discovered several high-quality spiritual herbs in the forest, excellent for alchemical purposes. Lamentably, he had yet to receive any useful recipes from the system. Although he possessed several good alchemical furnaces, he lacked the skill to utilize them. He hoped to acquire a valuable recipe soon, striving to catch up to his father and embrace a life of ease and prosperity. As Ao Tian roasted meat, he entertained whimsical and unrealistic thoughts. Laozi is the foremost alchemist of the Primordial era. Were he to possess even a fraction of my alchemical prowess, he would undoubtedly be revered as an ancestral figure. How could practitioners of the arcane arts possibly disregard the significance of elixirs? Yet, the number of alchemists in the primordial realm is woefully scarce. Lacking a comprehensive path to mastery, they must rely on their innate talents and gradual exploration. Consequently, most of their skills remain insufficient. True alchemists, such as Laozi and the Primordial One, are naturally endowed with the ability to craft potions of remarkable quality. Particularly, Laozi's 9 Revolutions golden elixir can elevate an untrained individual to the Deluo realm instantaneously. Describing his alchemical methods merely as the resurrection of the dead would be an understatement. Had the Dragon Clan possessed its own alchemists, their status and reputation would have ascended to greater heights, significantly enhancing their security, for no one would dare to confront an alchemist without substantial cause for vengeance. The reasons for Laozi's stronghold in the primordial realm are manifold. His formidable strength is one factor, but his exceptional skill in alchemy is a significant contributor. How could cultivators navigate a world rife with conflict and not require healing? Would they not seek elixirs for recovery? Would anyone dare to offend an alchemist while in need of their potions? Such folly. Upon emerging from the forest, Ao Tian sensed a presence fixated upon him. Initially, he presumed it to be a creature following him from the woods. After laying some traps, he thought little of it, waiting for his quarry to approach. However, he soon realized that his pursuer was exceptionally astute, their aura flickering in and out, indicating a cunning intellect far beyond that of simple-minded beasts. He found himself being stalked again, and a sense of unease washed over him. His usual tactics seemed inadequate. Ao Tian discreetly stepped away from the fire, intending to stealthily re-enter the forest. The primordial woods were vast, and the creatures within possessed formidable cultivation. As long as he could enter, his chances of escape would significantly increase. This was his moment. After leaving the fire's light, he sensed no immediate threat and plunged into the trees. Alas, upon entering the forest, he collided with a shadowy figure, whose overwhelming aura sent him hurtling several dozen feet away. Before he could even touch the ground, he was propelled forward, glancing back to see his pursuer in hot pursuit. Without a second thought, he resorted to earth evasion. A tremendous crash echoed as the mountain trembled, causing the creatures of the forest to flee deeper into the woods, eager to distance themselves from this tumultuous scene. Having collided with someone, he departed without so much as an apology. Was this not a display of poor upbringing? The ground was sealed by his opponent's power, preventing Ao Tian from utilizing his earth evasion techniques, and he crashed into the ground, which was harder than a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Dazed, he felt stars swirling around him, his internal energy thrown into disarray, and evidently, escape was no longer an option under the Taoist's restraint. Predecessor, I merely sought to explore the forest for some opportunities for cultivation. Given your superior prowess, there is no need to trouble a mere junior like myself. Ao Tian addressed the Taoist, hovering in midair with gravity in his tone. You, sir, emerged from the woods and collided with me without so much as an apology. Displaying a remarkable lack of civility, the Taoist retorted. Clad in a simple sky-blue robe and with hair casually tied up, secured with a modest wooden hairpin, the individual bore only a sword on their back, exuding an air of simplicity. The Taoist, appearing middle-aged, sported a beard of about 1 foot in length, swaying gracefully in the wind, embodying an air of carefree ease. Ao Tian let out a sigh, feeling somewhat vexed. The other party had repeatedly labeled him as uncultured, treating him as if he were mere clay to be molded. The elder, possessing a refined demeanor and dressed impeccably, was engaged in rather disreputable activities, robbing a junior in the dead of night instead of resting. Such lofty cultivation, indeed. The indignation of the common man exists even in future generations. The humiliation he faced was intolerable. The Taoist's eyes flickered slightly, and his hands, previously clasped behind his back, moved unconsciously. The sword at his side gently swayed before being steadied by him. Junior, you crashed into me and fled, yet you have the audacity to accuse me? Do you think I am devoid of spirit? The Taoist's gaze sharpened, intent on imparting a lesson to the unsuspecting junior below. Old chap, your true nature has been revealed. You possess the capability to gather spiritual treasures in the forest directly, yet you choose to rob a junior and feign innocence. Tell me, was it not you who revealed your aura around me previously? The Taoist opposite unveiled his true identity, unwavering and unfazed, for he still held numerous strategies in hand. If he could not win, he could simply retreat. Old fellow, having sensed my presence earlier, you hid in the woods, waiting for me to fall into your trap? Let me inform you, though you may have triumphed, I refuse to concede. Yes, you can defeat me, but I will not yield. Ha ha ha, young friend. It was merely a misunderstanding. I was in the forest to gather a spiritual herb and inadvertently released my aura, leading to your misinterpretation. I shall now descend from the sky and release the binding on you, he said, bowing slightly to Ao Tian. Ao Tian stood up, casually brushing off the dust from his clothes and gesturing dismissively to the Taoist across from him. No harm done. It was simply a misunderstanding. You may leave at your convenience. Are you not concerned for my well-being? The Taoist in blue robe smiled, casting a glance at him. Not at all. Absolutely not. I assure you, esteemed Taoist, I harbor no ill thoughts. Rest assured. He then strolled over to a nearby barbecue stall, savoring the roasted meat while waiting for the Taoist to let his guard down. Whoosh! A shadow darted forth, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. Ha ha, old fellow. I knew you harbored ulterior motives. Father has departed. Come chase me if you dare. Ao Tian boasted audaciously, shouting freely in the wind. What did you say, my friend? The Taoist in green robes gazed at him with a smile. Ao Tian glanced to his side and realized. The elder remained beside the fire, as if he had not moved at all. My friend, I now declare that I was merely passing through, with no ill intentions. Do you believe me? The elder maintained a benevolent demeanor, gently inquiring of Ao Tian. Of course, I believe everything you say, esteemed Taoist. I merely went to gather firewood. Come, esteemed Taoist. Enjoy some primeval roasted meat and warm yourself. He had encountered a formidable opponent. Finding a way to escape was indeed the best course of action. My friend, I am Qing Pingzi, with no malice at all. You can rest easy. Observing Ao Tian's nervous demeanor, he chuckled lightly, as if witnessing something amusing, then settled by the fire, eyeing the roasted meat in Ao Tian's hand. Upon witnessing this, Ao Tian chuckled and handed over all the grilled meat in his possession. Greetings, esteemed Taoist. I am the humble disciple, Wu Liangzi. Please, enjoy at your leisure. Chapter 54. Let us form a brotherhood. As Qing Pingzi beheld the grilled meat offered by Ao Tian, he seized it without a moment's hesitation and began to devour it. After eons of existence, this was his inaugural encounter with such fare. Practitioners of the Tao typically sustain themselves on the essence of nature, deriving nourishment from the celestial energies, rendering such earthly delicacies unnecessary and tainting their spiritual purity. Hence, in the primordial world, aside from the human race, it was primarily the demon clan that, lacking proper ethical discernment and spiritual education, indulged in such repugnant sustenance. He, esteemed Taoist, how does it taste? Ao Tian observed with a mischievous grin as Qing Pingzi relished the meal, as though a cunning scheme had come to fruition. It is quite pleasant, though the seasoning is excessive, detracting from the inherent delicacy of the meat, Qing Pingzi remarked, finishing every morsel before casting the bones into the flames, a joyful expression gracing his countenance. Ah, yes, I shall be more mindful next time, Ao Tian replied, somewhat awkwardly. The dosage of the concoction he had employed was several times that which had incapacitated Dan Qingzi. At that time, Dan Qingzi had boasted of his immunity to all toxins, only to be rendered as helpless as a dog. Yet here was Qing Pingzi, having consumed the same, seemingly unscathed by the significant quantity of the potion. Wait, what? That flavor is so familiar. Suddenly, Ao Tian collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief, his body trembling, completely drained of spiritual energy. Unable to muster even the slightest strength, he could only watch helplessly as Qing Pingzi continued to enjoy his meal, before his consciousness began to fade, plunging him into darkness. Friend, have you awoken? The Taoist in green, with his back to Ao Tian, inquired without turning, as he sliced through the beast meat, probing it into the flames, retreating as it began to sizzle, and then tasting it, only to disdainfully cast it back into the fire. How did you achieve such exquisite grilling? I have attempted numerous times, but to no avail. It lacks the flavor you have conjured. It seems one must always seek guidance. Please do not regard me with such suspicion. Your slumber was not orchestrated by my hand. Qing Pingzi hurriedly clarified, noticing Ao Tian's doubtful gaze. Did he require an antidote? Perhaps? Ah, so that is the case. Ao Tian shook his head, dispelling his discomfort, glancing at the bones in the fire that had yet to be consumed. He sighed, feeling embarrassed that he had succumbed to the remnants of a toxin left on a bone, while his counterpart had remained unaffected. Did you administer the antidote to me, dear friend? Ao Tian directly inquired. He was aware of the potion he had taken. While the residue on the bones was minimal, it would typically require several days for him to awaken. Yet, the bones in the fire had not yet burned away, indicating that his companion had indeed provided him with an antidote. Is that so? You were poisoned? I presumed you had merely fallen asleep. Qing Pingzi chuckled, tossing more meat into the flames. Moments later, with a splash, he inadvertently hurled his stick into the fire, ruining the meat once again. Consider me, Qingpingzi, who has traversed the primordial world for countless years. What skill eludes me? Yet, I never anticipated that roasting meat could prove so challenging. Gazing at the irate Qingpingzi, Ao Tian could not help but chuckle. Who in the primordial world would concern themselves with such culinary endeavors? Simply absorbing the winds and drinking the dew sufficed. Why squander precious time that could be spent on cultivation? Thus, what seemed ordinary to the human race left other practitioners utterly perplexed, rendering them bewildered in action. Friend, allow me to take charge. You may simply observe, Ao Tian offered. Grilling meat requires little finesse, with the innate understanding possessed by cultivators of the primordial realm. One glance would suffice to master the technique. No exceptional culinary skills were necessary. The individual had refrained from seizing his spiritual treasures and herbs during his unconscious state and had even detoxified him. It seemed he was no villain. Ao Tian decided to consider him a friend, appreciating the goodwill of a seasoned expert in the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. After all, it is wiser to resolve enmities rather than nurture them, and it is preferable to avoid conflict when possible. A tranquil meal of roasted meat would suffice. As Ao Tian deftly employed his familiar methods, Qingpingzi could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Friend, may I utter an unflattering remark? If it is unflattering, then it is best left unspoken." Ao Tian promptly interjected. "Is it not a sign of folly to voice unpleasant truths? Am I the kind of dragon who relishes such words? Haha, you are indeed forthright. However, your obsession with indulgence in food inevitably hampers your cultivation. It would be prudent to indulge less." Observing Ao Tian retrieve a plethora of spices from his cosmos bag, Qingpingzi's jaw dropped. While he could comprehend a cultivator carrying poison, as he was not one to adhere rigidly to tradition. After all, using such substances could be quite advantageous in the primordial realm. Alleviating numerous troubles, he found it difficult to accept the presence of so many ingredients and seasonings carried by a fellow practitioner like Ao Tian. "My friend, I understand your sentiments. It is merely the indulgence in culinary pleasures that affects one's cultivation. But who has ever claimed that such indulgences hinder cultivation? Even the sages have not uttered such words. It would be wise for you to refrain from further comment." Ao Tian retorted, "Do cultivators not partake in meals? I have stated my position," Qingpingzi countered weakly, struggling to formulate a rebuttal. "You have voiced your opinion. Why then do you partake in my roasted meat?" Ao Tian seized the opportunity to retort. I. Faced with Ao Tian's unwavering gaze, Qingpingzi found himself at a loss for words. Ao Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, each individual has their own aspirations, and each person possesses a unique method of cultivation. There is no need to impose one's path upon another. Friend, there is no need for such inner turmoil. Every individual has their own way. Different choices are to be expected. Are the primordial paths truly limited to just 3,000? Qingpingzi was momentarily speechless. The notion of 3,000 primordial paths had been established since the separation of heaven and earth, universally acknowledged by all beings in the primordial realm. Yet, here was someone claiming there were more than 3,000 paths, his cultivation level modest, yet his claims audacious. Sighing internally at the astonished Qingpingzi, Ao Tian lamented the lack of innovation and critical spirit among the beings of the primordial world, who had become ensnared by the authority of the Tao ancestor and dared not venture forth into unexplored territories. In my view, the primordial realm encompasses not merely 3,000 paths. These paths are not mere integers, but rather abstract concepts. Every living being within this vast expanse possesses the potential to attain enlightenment. Each individual's journey can be identical or entirely unique. Take, for instance, the great sect of our primordial realm, known as the Jade, which boasts the congregation of myriad immortals. Upon hearing the mention of the Jade, my interest was instantly piqued. "My friend, please continue," I exclaimed, momentarily distracted by the meat I was grilling. As I turned the meat over and brushed it with a savory sauce, I placed it by the fire. "My friend," I continued, "you assert that my indulgence in culinary delights hampers my cultivation. Yet, why do you believe that the culinary arts do not constitute a path?" I awaited my companion's elaboration on the Jade, yet he shifted the topic instead. However, my words rendered him momentarily speechless. The 3,000 grand paths of the primordial realm represent 3,000 principles. Could there truly be no other paths? When the heavenly teacher named the Jade, he contemplated the 50 grand principles and the 49 celestial transformations, recognizing that all beings possess a glimmer of opportunity. The essence of this doctrine lies in its inclusivity. Anyone with genuine intent may join the sect, which accounts for the current flourishing of myriad immortals congregating. This notion inherently suggests that all things in the world can attain enlightenment. Why, then, does my friend remain captivated by this? Suddenly, a tremendous sound reverberated through the heavens, accompanied by thunder and lightning, creating a magnificent spectacle that startled me. I thought perhaps we had touched upon a profound truth that would unveil a new grand path of the primordial realm, bestowing upon us further merits. Yet, it was directed towards King Pingzi. Upon hearing my words, King Pingzi realized he had been too fixated on superficial matters. As he contemplated the teachings of the Zhejiao, he found himself lacking the clarity that an outsider might possess. With a newfound understanding, the heavy weight in his heart dissipated, resulting in an extraordinary manifestation in the heavens. Within a few breaths, King Pingzi opened his eyes, waved his hand, and the celestial anomaly gradually faded, restoring the sky to its previous starry appearance. He regarded me with an expression of calmness, as though nothing had transpired. My friend, your profound insights leave me in awe. I am but a humble seeker. All things in the world embody the path. Every flower and blade of grass is a manifestation of it. What merit is there in distinctions of high and low? It is I who have been misled. I am grateful for your enlightening perspective. He then rose and respectfully bowed to me. My friend, your ability to conceive such thoughts is a testament to your prowess. I have contributed little, I replied, dismissively gesturing with my hand as I returned to my grilling. Here, my friend, sample this meat I have prepared. Is the culinary path not worthy of recognition? Gazing at the succulent roast, King Pingzi could hardly suppress his salivation. Aside from the remnants of my previous meal, he had not tasted such delicacies in many years of cultivation. Indeed, it was delightful. Without hesitation, he accepted the majority of the offering and began to devour it. Why not enjoy some wine with this feast? I suggested, observing his unabashed enthusiasm. Feeling at ease, I decided to reciprocate his camaraderie. As long as one was not deceitful, genuine friendship could be forged. I retrieved several jars of fine wine from my bag and offered some to King Pingzi. Ah, this is quite good, he remarked after savoring a sip. It was indeed an exceptional vintage, rare even in the primordial realm, and he had yet to encounter such quality. However, when compared to his own preferred wines, it still fell short. I happen to possess some exquisite wine. Let us bring it forth to share. Ao Tian smiled quietly, for this wine was a fine creation, crafted using the superior techniques of later generations, blending high-quality spirit fruits. When he first offered it to the connoisseurs of the Dragon Clan, their astonishment was palpable, leading him to procure numerous treasures from several esteemed uncles. One might assert that indulgence in culinary delights can hinder one's cultivation. Thus, one would be fortunate to possess fine spirit wine. King Pingzi chuckled softly, retrieving several ancient-looking jars of wine from his bag. As the unsealed jars released their intoxicating aroma, Ao Tian's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that his companion indeed possessed remarkable goods. King Pingzi gently tapped the jar's body and proudly announced, "This is monkey wine brewed by a group of divine monkeys of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, intended as a birthday gift for the Demon King by Zhe, which I fortuitously seized." With just a sip, all of Ao Tian's weariness vanished, leaving him with an unparalleled sense of ease, even solidifying his spirit. Truly, it was a remarkable elixir, prompting him to indulge in a few more sips. After consuming an entire jar, Ao Tian felt a pleasant haze enveloping him, his mind becoming somewhat foggy. King Pingzi was about to dispel his intoxication with spiritual energy, but Ao Tian resolutely intervened. One must seize joy in life's successes. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon in vain. Drinking is meant for merriment. Why complicate it? Upon hearing his words, King Pingzi was once again astonished. Despite Ao Tian's lack of strength, his expansive mindset was admirable, even surpassing King Pingzi's own. "Brother, your demeanor is quite agreeable," Ao Tian exclaimed, suddenly embracing King Pingzi's neck and gazing at him with a charming intoxication. King Pingzi calmly returned his gaze. It was the first time in the primordial realm that anyone had draped their arm around his neck. His own brother had never done so. "Shall we become sworn brothers?" Ao Tian proposed. "What does sworn brother mean?" King Pingzi inquired, unfamiliar with the term. "It means we are brothers. You are the elder brother, and I shall be the younger." Ao Tian slurred, insisting on kneeling to formalize their bond. King Pingzi promptly helped him up. "Very well, but my brother need not kneel to heaven and earth." Chapter 55. Brother, let me help you rise. It was not until the sun had ascended high that Ao Tian awakened beside the fire, which blazed vigorously. It appeared King Pingzi had diligently added fuel, proving himself to be a good person, not abandoning him in his drunken stupor or attempting to rob him. but instead ensuring the fire remained alight. "Brother, you are awake?" came Qing Pingzi's voice from behind, as Ao Tian still lingered in a daze. Ao Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed his companion was not as benign as he had initially thought. After only a few encounters, he was already proclaiming brotherhood. Could one truly call someone brother so easily? Such a bond was among the purest and most precious of human connections, and Ao Tian felt a flush of embarrassment at its casual utterance. "Who says we are brothers? Are we so familiar?" he retorted, shaking off his drunkenness to address Qing Pingzi. "Ha ha ha, you are indeed amusing. After drinking yesterday, you insisted we become sworn brothers, declaring I am the elder and you the younger, yet now you claim we are not familiar. How delightful." Qing Pingzi was not angered but rather amused, gently reminding Ao Tian of his fragmented memories from the previous night. As Ao Tian strained to recollect the events, the lingering effects of the monkey wine clouded his thoughts. He finally managed to grasp a few details. Indeed, he had shamelessly insisted on forming a brotherhood with the other party, who had reluctantly acquiesced to his request. Now, however, he found himself regretting this impulsive act, feeling a pang of embarrassment. "Brother, it was my folly, Meng Lang. I beg your forgiveness." Ao Tian felt a twinge of fear. He had become thoroughly intoxicated in the presence of someone he had only just met. Fortunately, the other party possessed noble character and was a true gentleman. Otherwise, not only would he risk his own virtue, but he would surely face dire repercussions. This only further illuminated the other's admirable qualities, making him a worthy companion. Having recalled their previous exchange, Ao Tian felt compelled to honor his word. After all, one must not take brotherhood lightly, especially when it is with a formidable individual. "So, dear brother, what shall we feast upon? Perhaps the roasted meat from yesterday?" After being nudged by Ao Tian's words, Qing Pingzi ceased to dwell on whether this indulgence would hinder his cultivation. As long as one acts righteously, what need is there to abstain from the pleasures of the world? Cultivating the heart is, after all, a form of cultivation in itself. My dear brother, given your expertise in the culinary arts, you surely possess skills beyond mere roasting. You are proficient in all manner of cooking techniques. With that, he produced an array of avant-garde kitchen utensils from his bag, leaving Qing Pingzi utterly astonished. "Truly, you are a master of the culinary path. Your equipment is remarkably comprehensive. Your future in this realm is bound to be illustrious, paving the way for others." It was no wonder he was taken aback. These tools were crafted by Ao Tian during his leisure, each a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. Should he achieve mastery in the culinary arts, these utensils would evolve into treasures of merit, amplifying their efficacy. For instance, the exquisite celestial tower held by Laozi, though also a postnatal spiritual treasure, had transformed into an extraordinary treasure of the same grade, rivaling the might of premier innate spiritual artifacts, a genuine gem of the primordial world, coveted by many. As Qing Pingzi marveled, he tasted a flavor he had never encountered in eons, far surpassing the previous roast, almost causing him to lose his senses. "Brother, the vegetarian dishes, nourished by the essence of heaven and earth, are naturally beneficial. The meat, though carrying a touch of muddiness, can refine our hearts. They are both invaluable treasures." The sage of Taiji advocates for tranquility and non-action, yet the great Tao is hidden within the flora and fauna. To transcend the mundane, one must first engage with it, originating from the world and eventually departing from it, reveling in the experience. Upon hearing Ao Tian's words, Qing Pingzi pondered. "Are you suggesting that I have misinterpreted the path of the sage? Ah, dear brother, do not lead me astray. The Tao resonates with awareness. I dare not defame the sage. I am but a humble Tai golden immortal. How could I presume to comment on the sage's path? Each individual's pursuit of the Tao is distinct. While one might perceive flaws in the sage's path, he remains a celestial figure. And though I believe my path to be true, I am not even a delusional golden immortal. Since we acknowledge the myriad paths of heaven and earth, as long as we refrain from self-serving actions and focus on our own cultivation, all paths are valid. Wherein lies the flaw?" Ao Tian, in his magnanimity, declared, "As long as one diligently follows their own path, that path is indeed the right one. Why seek validation from others? To witness such remarkable talent in my younger brother, why not consider joining my sect, the Jiejiao?" Upon hearing these words, Qing Pingzi immediately became intrigued. The Jiejiao prides itself on inclusivity, seeking individuals of such caliber. If he were to join, the benefits would be immense. It would not be long before he stands out, and the path to enlightenment would be within reach. "Brother, are you a member of the Jiejiao?" Ao Tian inquired, somewhat astonished to encounter a disciple of the Jiejiao upon leaving his abode. It was uncertain whether this encounter was fortuitous or otherwise. The disciples of the Jie are a mixed lot. Among them are virtuous individuals like the one before him, as well as those whose malevolence knows no bounds. It is, after all, a veritable melting pot, with an assortment of personalities. How, then, can one expect to create a splendid feast from such diverse ingredients? So many fine resources could be squandered. I am indeed a disciple of the Jie. Under the tutelage of the esteemed Master Ma Sui, I possess a certain influence within our sect. Should you wish to join us, I could recommend you to a worthy mentor. Given your youthful prowess, with the guidance of a celebrated teacher, you are bound to achieve greatness. After revealing his identity, Qing Pingzi fervently extended the invitation for Ao Tian to join the Jie. Brother, I have already aligned myself with another path. How could I possibly switch allegiances? Ao Tian replied. As the third prince of the Dragon clan, he bore the responsibility of supporting his people. While joining the Jie might afford some protection to the Dragon clan, instilling a sense of caution in outsiders, the overall disadvantages of such a decision outweighed the benefits, ultimately hindering the clan's progress. My dear brother, this is not a contradiction. You must be the guardian of your family's legacy. Joining the Jie would present numerous advantages for your lineage. After all, we have a sage among us, Qing Pingzi insisted, his interest in Ao Tian unwavering, as he continued to advocate for his inclusion in the Jie. Brother, the Jie is simply not suitable for me. I must implore you to cease your persuasion. I am well aware of the fate that befell the Jie. While there may be some immediate benefits to the Dragon clan in joining, it would only be a matter of time before the Jie meets its demise. I can easily envision the life of hardship that would follow, subsisting on meager rations, enduring relentless oppression. I cannot afford to gamble on such a future. Since you are unwilling to join the Jie, that is perfectly acceptable. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek out your elder brother. I shall be here to aid you, Qing Pingzi said, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face, quickly masked as he extended a promise of support for any future endeavors. Thank you, brother. If I find myself in need, I will certainly seek your guidance. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to instruct me, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. Ao Tian expressed his unwavering trust in his brother's promise. Although the Jie was a mixed bag, its members were fiercely protective of one another. Once one was embroiled in conflict, it was often the case that others would be drawn into the fray. This had been evident during the Battle of the Deities, where all disciples of the Jie found themselves entangled, with few able to escape unscathed. Some would either ascend to the ranks of true spirits or perish, unable to reincarnate, while others might find themselves reduced to mere mounts, suffering oppression and losing their freedom. Ao Tian had no intention of revealing the fate that awaited the Jie to Qing Pingzi, with thousands of years remaining until the Battle of Deities. If he had not made any progress by then, what purpose would his existence serve? It would be better to have Nezha decide his fate. Informing Qing Pingzi about this would not change his belief, nor would it alter the outcome. Did he possess the right to inform the celestial teacher? Would the celestial teacher believe him? And could the celestial teacher effect any change? The contention among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors remains unresolved, and it seems somewhat premature to make arrangements at this juncture. It is far more prudent to focus on the present and enhance one's own abilities. That is the true essence of power. However, Ao Tian appears to have overlooked the fact that in the primordial realm, time is irrelevant, and several millennia may merely be a fleeting moment in the eyes of cultivators. Before long, it will all be but a memory. The war of deification has already commenced, even before the dispute among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors has reached its conclusion. Yet, Ao Tian has no intention of participating in this conflict. It would be too devastating. If he were to engage, what would remain of the Dragon clan? Brother, I observe you emerging from the dense forest looking rather disheveled. Allow me to venture in and seek treasures. Perhaps I could accompany you? When Qing Pingzi was returning to Jinbi Island, he noticed a radiant light in the sky and descended to investigate. It turned out that the spiritual treasures had yet to mature and had concealed their presence, eluding even his keen senses. If he truly wished to locate them, it would merely take a moment. However, he was inexplicably drawn to relive the youthful memories of contending for spiritual treasures alongside his brothers in the primordial age and unexpectedly gained a younger brother in the process. Brother, shall I assist you in leveling up? Chapter 56. The Crimson Flame Crystal Tiger. To speak candidly, Ao Tian had encountered numerous valuable items in the forest, yet his lack of strength prevented him from retrieving much. When he heard that Qing Pingzi was willing to take him deeper into the woods, he readily accepted the offer. Having a powerful ally, his newly acknowledged elder brother, would be advantageous. Venturing into the dense forest would make dealing with certain demon beasts relatively straightforward. The intelligence of the forest's demon beasts is generally low. However, some possess exceptionally potent innate skills that can catch one off guard, leading to unforeseen consequences. Since his elder brother has extended an invitation, the younger brother shall accompany him, but he hopes for his elder brother's guidance once they enter the forest. Ao Tian clasped his hands in respect towards Qing Pingzi and cautioned him, so as to avoid any misunderstanding that he could manage on his own and leave him to fend for himself amidst the wilds. The forest is vast. If one were to fly at full capacity, it would take about half a month to traverse. However, flying above this primordial forest is akin to soaring over a field of anti-aircraft artillery. One must question whether they truly value their life. Initially, Ao Tian soared recklessly above the canopy, only to attract the attention of the demon beasts below, who pursued him as if he were a delectable morsel. Displaying the bloodline of the dragon clan, he attempted to exert a bloodline suppression, yet this only incited the beasts to pursue him even more fervently. Elder brother, are there not formidable demon beasts in the East Victory Divine Continent? Why are there so many lurking in the depths of this forest? Ao Tian pondered, perplexed. For it was his understanding that powerful demon beasts congregated in the North Julu continent. He was astonished to find such a multitude in the East Victory Divine Continent as well. Brother, have you not noticed anything peculiar about the demon beasts in the East Victory Divine Continent? Qing Pingzi did not directly respond to his inquiry, but posed a question of his own. Observing Ao Tian deep in thought, he pressed further, pray tell, have you ever slain a demon beast before? Ao Tian suddenly realized that the beasts of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent were markedly different from those in other regions. The creatures here possessed little intelligence. He recalled the arduous effort he had expended to slay a beast king of the golden immortal realm, yet now, within this dense forest, he had dispatched numerous late-stage Tai golden immortal beasts, all without eliciting any reaction from the remaining creatures. They showed no inclination to avenge their fallen kin. Their sole motivation for pursuit was the desire to consume him. Indeed, it was as you surmised. Upon witnessing Ao Tian's epiphany, Qing Pingzi spoke up. In the aftermath of the War of the Witch and Demon, both factions had suffered grievously. The remnants of the Witch clan retreated to the underworld under the guidance of ancestor Wu Xianming and Hutu, while the Demon King Baizhe led the surviving demon kin northward to the North Pole continent, where they sought to establish their dominance anew. However, the primal wilderness required a sovereign, and thus, humanity seized the fortune of heaven and earth, claiming the central lands of the primordial realm as their own. Despite this ascendance, humanity could not eradicate the remnants of the demon race still lingering in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. To facilitate human development and suppress the demons, the Tao ancestor employed immense magical power to seal the intelligence of the demon race in that region. Over the course of millions of years, the intellect of these beasts diminished further, and within a few more millennia, they would regress entirely into mere brutes. Thus, the intelligent demon kin Ao Tian had previously encountered were likely those that had migrated from other continents. So that was the case, Ao Tian mused. The distinction between demon beasts and mere beasts was profound. Demon beasts represented some of the most ancient bloodlines, existing alongside the dragon race and once ruling the primordial lands, possessing thought and the capability for cultivation. In contrast, mere beasts were devoid of such faculties, driven only by their primal, bloodthirsty instincts, living solely to feed and survive. The sealing of the intelligence of the demon race in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, using such immense magical power, seemed oddly familiar. Ao Tian uttered absent-mindedly. A flicker of surprise crossed Qing Pingzi's face before quickly dissipating. Elder brother, I sense the presence of a great Luo golden immortal beast within this forest. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Even as they ventured deeper, Ao Tian felt compelled to issue a warning. Should they fall prey within this thicket, he too would suffer the consequences. Do not worry, my younger brother. I have already perceived it. The most formidable beast in this forest is but a nascent great Luo golden immortal. I am not concerned. A mere creature without awakened intelligence poses no threat. In the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, while demon beasts could potentially ascend to the great Luo realm, none had yet attained absolute intelligence. They were merely slightly more powerful beast kings in the forest. Alas, Ao Tian silently lamented, recalling how Hong Jun had similarly sealed the bloodline of the dragon race and the intelligence of the demon race in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Yet, while the beasts lacking intelligence could ascend to the great Luo realm, the dragon lineage's previous pinnacle remained at the Tai golden immortal level. It was perplexing. Suddenly, A massive tiger demon erupted from the underbrush, charging toward Ao Tian and his companion with a ferocious roar. In response, Qing Pingzi swiftly conjured a shield of spiritual power, absorbing all the hidden assaults concealed within the beast's deafening cry. Although King Pingzi successfully withstood the sonic assault from the opposing side, he was utterly defenseless against the physical onslaught. The overwhelming stench of foul breath assailed Ao Tian, leaving him dazed and nauseated, prompting an involuntary retch. Brother, this is the most formidable beast in this dense forest, known as the Crimson Flame Crystal Beast. Its ancestors served under the mighty Emperor Jun, boasting strength comparable to that of a quasi-saint. Unlike the White Zephyr, which fled to the northern Ju-Lu continent, this lineage has remained. You should engage it in combat, and I shall support you from the sidelines. King Pingzi could effortlessly handle this beast, but for Ao Tian, at the late stage of Tai, confronting a creature devoid of significant intelligence posed a challenge. Just because it lacked intellect did not render it foolish. Its innate bloodthirst and hunting instincts remained unsealed, necessitating Ao Tian's cautious approach. Thank you, brother, for your support. I shall step forward to test my skills. With a swift motion, Ao Tian dashed forward, wielding the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Overlord Spear, and aimed to strike at the head of the Crimson Flame Crystal Tiger. However, the beast deftly dodged, and his strike met the ground instead. Before he could regain his stance, the tiger's massive jaws lunged at him from behind. Return the spear. Ao Tian did not look back. Channeling his spiritual energy, he thrust the spear backward. With a sharp sound, it pierced the beast's forepaw, igniting a shower of sparks, yet failing to penetrate deeply. The beast roared in pain, not retreating, but charging forward to bite at Ao Tian. He swiftly ascended, evading the tiger's lunge, and from his elevated position, he scrutinized the colossal creature, pondering its vulnerabilities. Despite its lack of intelligence, its basic combat prowess was formidable. Were it to possess intellect, it would undoubtedly wield its strength effectively, leaving Ao Tian at a disadvantage. As he contemplated his next move, the beast unleashed a torrent of flames that engulfed Ao Tian in an instant, erasing his figure from view under the searing heat. Ha ha! Little human, your arrogance has cost you dearly, the Crimson Flame Crystal Tiger exclaimed, turning its greedy gaze towards King Pingzi, having just incinerated Ao Tian. It lamented the loss of the human, but was determined not to squander the opportunity to taste the flesh of the remaining one. For tales of the delicacy of human meat circulated through the forest. Little tiger, are you certain you wish to attack me? King Pingzi maintained an air of nonchalance, unfazed by the imposing figure before him. Are you sure the one you just burned is dead? She cautioned the beast, demonstrating a surprising sense of concern. The tiger appeared utterly perplexed. Wasn't he incinerated? Why inquire further? There is no creature in this forest that I cannot burn to ashes. I am confident. Roar. Though it possessed limited intelligence, it was undeterred in its desire for a meal, fixating on King Pingzi with an expression that conveyed its hunger for flesh. Come then. Upon witnessing the audacity of its adversary's disdain, the Crimson Flame Crystal Tiger felt its dignity affronted. How could it, a mere morsel, dare to display such contempt? It resolved to eliminate the insolent foe. The flavor of tiger liver was uncertain, yet the heart promised potential. It would be marinated and savored upon its return. Ao Tian, wielding the Southern Flame flag, possessed a natural resistance to fire, rendering him unafraid of the little tiger's fiery onslaught. He effortlessly navigated through the flames, akin to perusing a market stall, selecting his preferred cuts. With a swift motion, Ao Tian commenced his work, extracting the tiger's vital organs, instantly inducing excruciating pain within its belly. The tiger, desperate to alleviate its suffering, found itself helpless against Ao Tian's relentless pursuit. Come out, you brat, or I'll devour you. The Crimson Flame Crystal Tiger yelled in agony. Silence. I am merely selecting the most suitable pieces for cooking. If you continue to disturb me, I shall harvest everything. Ao Tian retorted, his patience wearing thin as the cacophony hindered his task. Upon hearing his reprimand, the little tiger promptly quieted, obediently lying on the ground, waiting for the tormentor to finish his work. With tear-filled eyes, it fixed its gaze upon King Pingzi, harboring resentment towards men, one indulging in its misery while the other waited eagerly outside. Are you finished yet? Hurry up, I can't endure this any longer. The little tiger, still innocent, understood that resistance was futile and resigned itself to suffering until Ao Tian was satisfied. All right, it's time to emerge. Open your mouth, Ao Tian commanded. The little tiger complied eagerly, desperate for relief from the unbearable sensation of being trapped within. As Ao Tian lingered on its lips, The tiger let out a ferocious roar and bit down fiercely, chewing with fervor, determined to assert itself against future bullying. Good thing I didn't emerge. Ao Tian's voice boomed from within. I'll just harvest some tiger whip for my brew. I'm a female tiger. I have no whip. I was mistaken. The once mighty form shrank to that of a normal tiger, its black and yellow fur shimmering with unexpected pink hues. Little tiger, remember our agreement. Once I exit, do not bite. Ao Tian, upon realizing he was dealing with a female, felt a tinge of embarrassment and decided to leave with a few choice cuts. With a triumphant roar, the little tiger lunged forward, only to be repelled by a beam of spiritual light from Qingpingzi. The crimson flame crystal tiger, feeling aggrieved, prowled the ground, seeking to regain its honor. Come back, and I'll harvest your whip. Ao Tian's threats made the little tiger lower its head in submission, dissuading it from further aggression. Though it yearned to escape, it had never ventured beyond this realm and sought someone to guide it out. I will find you a whip. If you take me with you, would that be agreeable? The tiger lay obediently on the ground, gazing at the two individuals across from her who were deliberating how to roast her flesh, her expression one of palpable distress. Ao Tian, upon hearing this, turned his head to regard the tiger. Do not look at me. I harbor no such intentions, the tiger hastily clarified, insisting that she truly had no desire for such things, being a female after all. Chapter 57. Parting. Do you genuinely wish to leave? Ao Tian inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity as he observed the tiger, now devoid of any fighting spirit. He could not fathom the motives of a tiger wishing to venture forth, especially one with a mind as limited as that of a female tiger. My mother said that if we remain here, our kind will fade into oblivion. The red flame crystal tiger possessed little intellect, responding to inquiries with straightforwardness. Ao Tian exchanged glances with Qingpingzi, contemplating the remarkable insight of the beast, which discerned that staying here would lead to a lack of future prospects, prompting the younger generation to depart. What does your mother do? Ao Tian casually asked while roasting the tiger's meat. Was he truly so naive? The red flame crystal tiger looked at Qingpingzi for clarification. As a female tiger, her mother, of course, was a cunning old fox. Raised by a fox, the old fox had lived in this primeval forest, being the wisest of the beasts within it. Regrettably, she had already passed away, but not before urging the young tiger to leave the forest and explore the outside world. However, she had never ventured out herself, merely hoping to capture two outsiders to inquire about the way. Coincidentally, she had heard from other beasts that living beings roamed the forest, but by the time she arrived, they had already departed. When she attempted to leave, two outsiders appeared, and in her endeavor to question them, she was instead bullied. Realizing she was no match for her adversaries, she contemplated whether to humble herself and request assistance in leaving, sensing that they might be somewhat benevolent. However, the one roasting her meat, who also inquired if she desired to partake, was undoubtedly no good, and she resolved to keep her distance, fearing she might end up as his dinner. As she watched the meat sizzling and dripping with oil, tears of longing streamed from her eyes. How she yearned to sample the flavors of the outside world, yet her scant intelligence warned her that she could not approach, for that was her own flesh being prepared. Gurgling sounds escaped her as saliva pooled like a stream. The young tiger understood why her mother urged her to venture outside. There was simply too much delicious food beyond the forest. Come and have some. Ao Tian called out again in a friendly invitation, warning that if she did not come soon, the meat would be gone. With a startled yelp, the young tiger sprang 3 meters into the air, quickly hiding behind a large tree, peering out with half her head visible. The meat was dwindling, and even with her limited intellect, she comprehended that they were beckoning her to contribute more flesh. How could she approach? Observing the strength of the two, she realized that even if she provided more, it would not suffice to satiate them. I will not come over. Once you finish your meal, do remember to take me with you. The young tiger lamented, crouched behind the tree, swallowing hard. She longed to venture out, to behold the world beyond, and to taste delicacies beyond tiger and fox meat. If you wish for us to take you out, it can be arranged, but you must bring something in exchange. The other party is the sovereign of this forest, undoubtedly possessing more knowledge than they do. Growing up amidst these woods, she must be intimately familiar with the locations of spiritual herbs and roots. Finding a guide would make the journey considerably easier, and one might even yield significant rewards. How much more do you require? The little tiger gazed at Ao Tian, pondering the insatiable nature of human greed, which surpassed even that of the wolf packs in the forest. Even the wolves, while hunting, knew to leave a few seeds for the following year's catch, yet he seemed intent on consuming everything. After you depart, leaving behind so much would be a pity. I might as well take it all with me, for one must feast before leaving. Ao Tian's thoughts were simple. This forest had remained untouched by other beings for countless years, and its denizens did not utilize these resources. At most, they would consume a peony in one bite, but in comparison to the spiritual herbs thriving here, the herbs in use were far fewer. There were numerous treasures growing, and he intended to take every mature herb that caught his eye, leaving none behind. Very well, as long as you lead me out, I can offer you something. The little tiger boldly approached Ao Tian, closing his eyes and exclaiming, "How much meat do you need to be satisfied? Come, take your cut, but do not deplete it entirely. Once it's gone, I cannot escape." Observing the resolute demeanor across from him, Ao Tian was taken aback. Was the other party truly so addicted to consumption? Such generosity was unexpected. He contemplated whether to reserve some meat, for it would not spoil and could last quite a while. "Little tiger, we do not wish to consume your flesh," King Pingzi interjected, clarifying that they were not in desperate need and certainly did not require an excess of tiger meat. "Humph, and yet you hold a piece in your hand." The little tiger glared at King Pingzi, pointing at the unfinished morsel with righteous indignation, taking a moral high ground. King Pingzi found himself in a predicament. Unsure whether to eat or abstain from the meat he held. Having lived for eons, this was his first moment of such awkwardness. "Go on, brother. You've already eaten so much, just this little bit remains." To continue speaking about not consuming her flesh seems rather hypocritical. Ao Tian was unconcerned. He had done the cutting, kindling the fire, brushing the sauce, and roasting the meat. After consuming so much, the little tiger had long held a grudge against him. Regardless, the other party needed him to lead them out and had no cause to act against him, especially since they could not best his elder brother. Should they dare to strike, he could roast them all, for they would be edible. "Little tiger, we are not here to carve your flesh for roasting. Rather, we require your guidance to gather the spiritual flowers and herbs in this place. Do you understand?" Ao Tian felt it necessary to clarify, lest the other party genuinely believe him to be a greedy villain. Even the flowers and herbs would not be spared. How could one claim to be a good person while simultaneously acting hypocritically? The little tiger, learning on the fly, delivered a retort that left Ao Tian speechless. "The outside world is not as you imagine. It is devoid of delectable treasures. Instead, it is rife with bloodshed, far more brutal than this forest. You must consider this carefully." Ao Tian hastily shifted the topic, inquiring whether she was certain about venturing outside. "Certainly, I shall venture forth. Were it not for the absence of a guide, would I beseech you for assistance?" The little tiger's fur bristled with evident anger. It became clear to Ao Tian that not only had Hong Jun sealed their intelligence, but also ensnared them with constraints, rendering escape impossible. Observing Ao Tian's gaze, King Pingzi offered him a reassuring glance, suggesting that he could indeed unravel this confinement. "It appears that the Jie sect is truly formidable, a mere disciple. Trained by the Golden Hoop Immortal Ma, one of the 7 fairies, is capable of breaking the restrictions left by the Tao ancestor. Brother, it is not as you perceive. This is merely a method left by the Tao ancestor, not an insurmountable barrier. Furthermore, it is not specifically placed upon her, thus it can be undone. Little tiger, since we have promised to lead you away, let us seek the spiritual herbs." Ao Tian commanded the Crimson Flame Fire Crystal Tiger directly. "You may be unaware of what constitutes a treasure. It is simply where you feel most at ease and what medicinal herbs expedite your recovery from injuries. Let us venture to such places." King Pingzi, drawing on her experience, refrained from discussing the merits of various spiritual herbs and instead focused on what would be beneficial for the beasts of this realm, ensuring their usefulness. "I know several locations. Allow me to guide you." At this juncture, most individuals still adhered to principles of righteousness and would not go back on their word. Moreover, the little tiger, having been raised in the forest, was naive to the treachery of the world and placed her trust in these 2 humans willing to assist her, harboring no doubts. Alas, she was a tiger, and the 2 behind her were not truly human. In the following 2 days, Ao Tian and his companion traversed the forest with the tiger maiden, collecting an abundance of spiritual herbs, including some of mid-grade innate spiritual herbs. Without the tiger maiden's guidance, they would have been utterly lost. Such a fine treasure. This is the Earth Spirit Root. King Pingzi projected a beam of spiritual light into the distance, revealing a small, dark root in her hand. Though unappealing in appearance, it emanated a peculiar fragrance that made Ao Tian feel a closer connection to the earth. "Brother, is this your intended item?" Ao Tian inquired. "Indeed, as I passed above, I sensed the presence of this Earth Spirit Root. It is one of the 5 elemental roots of the earth, and our Jie sect possesses a significant portion. This is merely a fragment that was lost. Had I not experienced the aura of the Earth Spirit Root at the Jie sect, I would have missed it. The complete Earth Spirit Root aids practitioners in swiftly comprehending the laws of the earth, enhancing their affinity with this realm and accelerating their cultivation. King Pingzi gazed at the half-root in her hand with a look of satisfaction. Brother, this earth spirit root is a necessity for our GS sect. It would be inappropriate for me to hand it over to you. Instead, let me exchange it for a sword bestowed upon me by our master. With that, she produced a precious sword to offer to Ao Tian. Brother, since time immemorial, spiritual treasures have been destined for those with affinity. Your ability to acquire this earth spirit root is a testament to your connection. Moreover, our GS sect already possesses a substantial portion of it. So this ought to belong to you. I cannot accept your precious sword. Ao Tian resolutely declined, refusing to accept King Pingzi's treasure. Since the second brother is unwilling to accept it, the elder brother will not insist. Here lies a communication spirit, Jade. Should any matters arise, you may inform me directly, and I shall arrive within 10 breaths. Surely, you would not reject this token from your elder brother. He discerned that Ao Tian was not one to casually accept others' treasures. Even if he acknowledged him as an elder brother, it would not be for the sake of material gain, but rather a bond of friendship that should remain untarnished by ulterior motives. Faced with this communication spirit, Jade, he found it difficult to refuse. To do so would be to display a lack of appreciation. Thus, he produced a conch shell and said, Elder brother, this is a spiritual artifact from my clan. Should you have any matters to attend to, simply blow this conch, and I shall hasten to your side with utmost speed. Though he did not possess the same profound cultivation as King Pingzi, who could promise to arrive in 10 breaths, he would nonetheless respond swiftly upon receiving word. Another sound emanated from King Pingzi's communication device, indicating urgent business within the sect. I must return, dear brother. Henceforth, I cannot accompany you in the treasure hunt. Take care. He prepared to take to the skies, then gestured towards the crimson flame fire crystal tiger, imbuing her with a spirit light. As long as you diligently assist my brother in seeking treasures, all shall be well. Should any grave matters arise that threaten him, the restraints within you shall unleash their fury. Consider this carefully. King Pingzi cast a knowing glance at the little tiger. Farewell, second brother. He clasped his hands in respect to Ao Tian before soaring into the air. Observing such a protective elder brother, Ao Tian reflected on the nature of their relationship. It was not uncommon in the primordial realm for thousands of years to pass without reunion. What if he were to perish in the battle of deification? Unable to restrain himself, Ao Tian called out, Elder brother, with this parting, who knows when we shall meet again? I have a piece of advice. Upon your return, please enter seclusion and refrain from emerging for any reason. Remember, you must remain in seclusion for 10,000 years. King Pingzi's figure swayed slightly as he turned to glance back at Ao Tian. Thank you, dear brother. I shall heed your words. Chapter 58, Postnatal Spiritual Roots. Purple Sky Spirit Bamboo, has he departed? How impressive he seems. I admire him greatly. The little tiger gazed adoringly after the receding figure of King Pingzi, envious of his ability to fly. By the way, aren't you at the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm? You can't even fly? Ao Tian expressed his astonishment. Even a terrestrial immortal beast could utilize certain spells to soar, yet this little tiger, having reached the great Luo realm, was still earthbound. I simply cannot. What of it? The crimson flame fire crystal tiger replied proudly, thinking to herself that she was not a bird. It was perfectly normal not to fly. Are you truly incapable? Ao Tian smirked mischievously at the little tiger, considering a playful scuffle before making his escape, well aware that she could not catch him. After all, why not take advantage of the situation? With sleeves already rolled up, Ao Tian prepared for a playful confrontation, while the little tiger eyed him warily. Should he dare to bully her, she would retaliate in kind. I cannot fly. What of it? Do you wish to fight me? The little tiger glared defiantly at Ao Tian, quietly drawing forth a large wolf-tooth club from behind her waist, nearly poised to press it against his throat. Having tasted tiger meat once, she felt emboldened. Though she could not fly, she had reigned as the leader of the forest for many years, surrounded by countless flying beasts. Bullying Ao Tian was certainly within her capabilities. You possess a restraint left by my elder brother. Do you understand what a restraint is? If you were to make a move against me, the restraints within you would automatically activate, resulting in an explosive demise. Do you comprehend the meaning of explosion? Ao Tian felt a twinge of concern regarding Hunyu's potential aggression. He had bested her once before, but that was under different circumstances. Now, with her preparedness and on her own turf, victory would not be guaranteed. Thus, he resolved to intimidate her first, planning to assert his dominance once they were clear of the woods. Observing Hunyu's bewildered expression, Ao Tian smirked with a hint of malevolence. An explosion is akin to this. Boom. One moment it exists, the next, vanished. Not even a trace of flesh remains. Ha ha ha, are you frightened? Ao Tian was confident he had instilled fear in her. After all, what world had a creature like Hunyu, who dwelt in the forest, truly seen? A few words were enough to subdue her, ensuring she would behave as docile as a kitten thereafter. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted before Ao Tian, showering the ground with blood and gore, leaving him genuinely shaken. Is this not so? Hunyu licked her lips, a half-eaten bloody deer leg still clutched in her mouth, crimson droplets trickling down her chin. Ao Tian felt a cold sweat break on his back, fearing that if Hunyu unleashed her primal instincts and attacked without restraint, escaping would require considerable effort. Let us proceed. Hunyu spat out the raw flesh and swaggered ahead, leading the way. Ao Tian finally felt at ease. It appeared she was quite intent on leaving. Hunyu, what is your name? Ao Tian thought it disrespectful to merely refer to her as Hunyu, so he inquired further. My name is Fanglian. Be sure to remember to take me out, otherwise I shall be forced to slay you, she retorted, marching ahead in a huff while Ao Tian trailed behind, occasionally smacked in the face by protruding branches. He had endured the sticky webs of spiders more times than he could count. He could have knitted a sweater with what he collected. Fanglian, rather down to earth, I must say. Hunyu seems more fitting, Ao Tian mused, realizing the names in the primordial world had a certain rustic charm, prompting him to jest about her name. What is wrong with that? My mother named me. Is it not suitable? Hunyu shot back defiantly. A heartless creature. I can see you lack compassion. Truly, one's appearance reflects their character. Such a name suits your disposition. Through their earlier exchanges, she had gleaned Ao Tian's code name and picked up quite a few phrases from King Pingzi, which she now employed with remarkable fluency. After spending a day wandering with Hunyu, Ao Tian had amassed a considerable collection of various spiritual herbs, nearly filling his spatial pouch. However, the herbs in his possession were commonplace in the primordial continent, lacking rarity. Hunyu, are there any spiritual treasures like those my elder brother possesses in these woods? If so, take me there, and I shall offer you roasted meat in return. Ao Tian had discerned Hunyu's temperament. She was not a mindless slaughterer. The deer he had previously frightened her with was an accident. As a tiger, her instinct was to consume meat, and he could not fault her for that. To entice Hunyu to guide him to the treasures, Ao Tian resorted to his trump card, promising her roasted meat. There are indeed some, but why should I take you there? Hunyu hesitated, contemplating a location she knew held valuable items. After a moment of deliberation, she clenched her teeth and stomped her foot. We shall roast it now. I must be well fed, otherwise I shall not take you. Having come to a resolution, Tiger Girl decided that since she was leaving anyway, it would be unwise to abandon the items she could not take with her. It was far better to take them now and have the villains prepare a few more barbecues for her. That fragrant meat. More of that. Not the one beside it. Yes. Precisely that one. Is there any venison left? Could you roast another for me? This is called Sichuan pepper. Please add more. And black pepper? More of that as well. Slather it generously with that secret honey glaze. Otherwise, it won't taste right. If it's not fully grilled, the flavor will be compromised. Ao Tian had significantly underestimated the appetite of someone at the Great Luo level. Though she lacked superior cultivation techniques and could not ride the clouds, she possessed an incredibly robust physique capable of consuming vast quantities. Ao Tian, with nothing else to do, simply prepared the meat for her in the forest. Initially, Ao Tian hunted the game to roast for her, but soon Tiger Girl grew impatient with his slow pace, hunting and grilling simultaneously, and decided to hunt herself, calling Ao Tian to do the roasting instead. Imagine the esteemed third prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan, reduced to playing the role of a cook. The smoke from the grilling enveloped Ao Tian entirely as he held a small twig, continuously turning the meat, reminiscent of a street vendor from a later age. Miss Tiger Girl, your grilled kidney is ready. Come and get it. Ao Tian called lightly, and Tiger Girl approached from a distance to seize the roasted meat and walked away. Hey, Ao Tian called after her. Why can't you eat the barbecue here? Why go over there? He glanced at the small mound of bones discarded by Tiger Girl 10 feet away. Because the barbecue smell is too strong here. I don't want to carry it on me, she replied, a yet to fully transformed tigress already concerned about the scent of grilled meat. Ao Tian felt a surge of indignation. Was it because he wouldn't carry the smell? Shouldn't he be the one grilling the meat for her here? Because you're the bad guy. You want to learn where the spirit treasures are hidden in the forest, so you must please me. If you want to please me, grill more meat for me. And once I'm full, I'll take you there, Tiger Girl said, baring her little tiger teeth and glaring fiercely at Ao Tian. Fine. As long as you take me there, I will grill you more meat. Ao Tian found himself at a loss against this little glutton. Nothing else seemed to pique her interest. He had no choice but to roast a bit more. Tiger Girl, what are the spirit treasures in the forest? Could you tell me first? Ao Tian inquired while flipping the meat, eager to learn. Spirit treasures typically possess consciousness, and capturing them can be quite challenging. Rushing in recklessly might scare them away, making them impossible to catch afterward. It's a type of bamboo, a very fragrant one, Tiger Girl said nonchalantly, biting into her roasted meat. What kind of bamboo? Ao Tian asked, his interest piqued. The legendary bamboos of the Primordial era were renowned, and if he encountered a good spiritual root, it could lead to great fortune. Notably, in the Primordial era, famous bamboos included the purple bamboo grove of Guanyin Bodhisattva from the South Sea, and the most formidable was the bitter bamboo, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots held by the Enlightened One. Unfortunately, it had been taken by him and refined into the 6 roots of purity bamboo, which aids individuals in cultivation, calms the mind, and is particularly effective in nurturing the spirit. The entity in question is characterized by its purple hue and towering stature, intermittently accompanied by flashes of lightning. My mother has been diligently cultivating beneath the bamboo. The purple essence, along with the electrical manifestations, is fragrant and serves as a catalyst for cultivation. Ao Tian strived to recall the names associated with spiritual roots. The purple cloud spirit bamboo. He remembered that within the dragon palace lay a root of purple cloud spirit bamboo, measuring about a foot in length, which his father carried with him at all times instead of storing it away, in order to utilize this bamboo for his practice whenever needed. The purple cloud spirit bamboo is classified as a postnatal spiritual root. Although it cannot compare to the 6 pure bamboos of enlightenment, its efficacy is by no means inferior. It aids cultivators in enhancing their spiritual awareness and broadening their intellectual horizons. This particular spiritual root was among the best-selling in the primordial realm, yet its quantity is exceedingly limited. Ao Tian had never heard of anyone in the primordial realm selling purple cloud spirit bamboo, his father, even possessing a fraction of it, cherished it dearly, indicating its rarity. In the primordial realm, innate spiritual treasures and roots are scarce, each being unique and singular. Should someone come into possession of such a treasure, the primordial realm would not produce another unless the original perished, invoking a response from the heavens to generate a second. However, despite the bitter bamboo in the possession of Jade, which has been refined into the 6 pure bamboos, the vitality of the bitter bamboo remains firmly locked, rendering it undetectable to the heavens as deceased, thus precluding the emergence of a second. Conversely, postnatal spiritual roots can exist in multiples, albeit rarely exceeding 10, as the spiritual entities of heaven and earth are finite and cannot be abundant. It is no wonder that the mother of Hunyo is regarded as the wisest old fox in the forest, with the support of the living purple cloud spirit bamboo. It is almost impossible not to embody the essence of the wisest fox. Chapter 59. The spiritual root acquired. Have you eaten well? Once you have, we shall set forth. Ao Xiao Air inquired with utmost politeness. Hunyo, having overindulged, lay sprawled on the ground, mouth agape and tongue lolling, her hands continuously caressing her belly. Transforming one hand into a tiger paw, she extended her sharp claws into her mouth, picking at her teeth, dislodging strands of meat that were promptly flung away. Hunyo, mind your hygiene. Rinse your mouth after eating, Ao Tian remarked, recalling how Hunyo's breath had once caused him to retch, unable to suppress the reminder. All right. Hunyo, also recollecting the prior incident, initially believed she had been startled by her sonic waves, only to realize it was her breath that had alarmed him. This had left her irate for quite some time. In the forest, she was the most distinguished and fastidious queen. Never before had anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner. Yet, for the sake of tomorrow's barbecue, she was willing to endure. But I have no water, Hunyo exclaimed, her large eyes wide as she shook her head vehemently. With a flourish, Ao Tian conjured a sphere of water in his hand, which expanded as he waved it towards Hunyo's mouth. MMM. Hunyo struggled fiercely, but to no avail. The formless water he had summoned rampaged through her mouth, relentlessly cleansing the impurities therein. The once pristine water soon transformed into a murky, glistening sludge, accompanied by several pounds of meat wedged between her teeth. Ao Tian disdainfully tossed his gaze into the distance, arms crossed, looking down at Hunyo. If I knew how to play in the water, I would do the same, but alas, I do not, so you shall teach me. Hunyo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Previously in the forest, no one dared to speak to her that way. She was unaware of the world beyond, believing it to be just as she perceived it. Lead me to the purple cloud spirit bamboo, and I shall impart my knowledge to you, including the art of barbecuing, a closely guarded secret of our clan. Seize this opportunity, for if you hesitate, I may choose not to share. Ao Tian presented an offer that Hunyo found impossible to decline. Mastering the barbecue technique would render her fearless in the vast wilderness. What delicacy could she not procure? Very well. If we hurry, we will arrive in 2 hours. Previously, Hunyo had clearly taken a longer route, meandering through the woods without leading him to the crucial location. After their meal, they reached the entrance of a dark, low cave in 2 hours. Are you certain bamboo grows within this cave? Although Ao Tian was not well versed in the growth conditions of the purple cloud spirit bamboo, he at least understood the necessity of photosynthesis. Did the primal world truly defy such fundamental laws? Indeed, it is inside, Hunyo declared, leaping into the cave, reassuring him of its safety. She had no intention of harming him. She wished to explore, and if Ao Tian were to perish, who would guide her out? Observing Hunyo confidently enter the cave, Ao Tian followed closely, drawing a sword in case of unforeseen circumstances. You previously grilled meat for me without my testing for poison, and yet you doubt me now? This is infuriating. Hunyo had thought she had made a friend, as her mother had described, someone with whom she could share joy. Hopping along happily, only to find her friend did not trust her. Hunyo, it is not your character I doubt, but rather the necessity of my survival here. Do you understand? Ao Tian bore the weight of the Dragon Clan's future. Should he perish, what would become of them? They could easily fall victim to the schemes of others. Therefore, he could not afford to die. Hunyo, as you venture forth, remember this principle. One must maintain a wary heart towards others, yet harbor no intent to harm. It means you should always tread with caution. While you may not wish to harm anyone, others may not share your sentiment. One could easily become ensnared by deceit. Thus, vigilance is the path to survival. Though Hunyo was fierce, she lacked experience with the treachery of the outside world, and upon her exit, she would likely be devoured. Though the primal realm appeared simple, it was but a facade. The naive had already been consumed, like the Red Cloud. The Dragon Clan, so honest yet so weak, had also birthed entities like Jiu, and not just one but a multitude. Who could still claim the primal world was untainted? It was wise to caution Hunyo to prevent her from suffering later. Understood. And by the way, I am not Hunyo. My name is Feng Lian, she declared, clearly grasping the essence but still feeling the sting of misnaming. I understand. Hunyo, Ao Tian promptly replied. With a huff, the unyielding Hunyo raised her tiny fist in a show of defiance, yet it bore little impact on Ao Tian. Let us proceed, Ao Tian urged, motioning for Hunyo to lead the way, discreetly sheathing his sword. The cave entrance was rather diminutive, compelling him to stoop as he advanced. He then retrieved 2 luminous pearls from his bag of holding, presenting one to Hunyo. Wow, how exquisite! This cave is now aglow, Hunyo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight upon receiving the night pearl. She had entered the cave in search of her mother, navigating in darkness, and this was her first encounter with such a remarkable treasure. Can I keep it? She implored, her expression brimming with anticipation. Certainly, I possess many more. I can bestow upon you plenty, Ao Tian replied. These are not particularly rare, they abound within the Dragon Clan. When I first arrived in the Primordial realm, I was astonished and collected them casually. Later, I discovered their abundance among the dragons and left them neglected in my bag of holding. I never anticipated they would prove useful now. As they ventured deeper, a sudden radiance emerged ahead, illuminating the cave and revealing a scene akin to paradise. Upon exiting, Ao Tian took a moment to absorb his surroundings. To his astonishment, they were no longer amidst the forest, and the spiritual energy here felt distinct. However, the area was relatively small, roughly 100 feet across, easily surveyed at a glance. Brilliant sunlight cascaded from above, creating a mesmerizing, dazzling display. The cave was starkly simple, almost barren, with only a modest mound of earth in the distance, presumably the resting place of Hunyo's mother, and a jade bed, likely a relic of past cultivation, along with a few bamboo stalks. Just a few? Ao Tian exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. We have struck it rich. There are actually several spiritual roots. He hurried toward them, eager to investigate. Sensing that there were no formations guarding this place, he dashed forward without hesitation. 1, 2, 3, 9, Ao Tian meticulously counted, discovering an astonishing 9 stalks of Zhixiao spirit bamboo. Such a rarity would be nearly extinct in the primordial realm. Although postnatal spiritual roots are more numerous than innate ones, they rarely exceed 10. The presence of 9 here indicated that no living Zhixiao spirit bamboo thrived elsewhere in the primordial land. This bamboo takes millennia to grow a mere inch, yet these stalks stood at an impressive 9 feet, suggesting they were nearly 1,000,000 years old. We've hit the jackpot. The Zhixiao spirit bamboo shimmered in deep purple, exuding radiant divine light, reminiscent of precious stones. To his astonishment, they bore grains of spirit rice, twinkling like stars. further underscoring their excellence. What splendid treasures! Not only are these spiritual roots remarkable, but there is also an unexpected delight. Ao Tian exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in glee, nearly leaping in joy. Is that all? So excitable over such trivial grains? Hunyu scoffed, unimpressed. Little wonder you achieved the great Luo golden immortal realm at such a young age, Ao Tian mused. Hunyu reaching the great Luo level was indeed the pinnacle that the Zixiao spirit bamboo could bestow upon her. Lacking other cultivation resources, her singular talent had propelled her to this height. Future progress would prove challenging without additional resources and spiritual herbs. But how shall I collect these? He pondered. Digging them up directly would seem rather uncouth. The purple sky spiritual bamboo swayed its branches, expressing disdain towards Ao Tian, as if to say, "You think you can take me away?" Nonetheless, Ao Tian replied, "It's all right, I forgive you. You will accompany me." With that, he retrieved a fragment of the god-slaying spear from his Chentang pouch, having absorbed a significant amount of merit power. And upon reaching the late stage of the Tai golden immortal realm, he could now manipulate this fragment. Once he attained the Deluo level, he would be able to assemble the entire god-slaying spear for use, albeit with less potency than the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Slowly, Ao Tian placed the fragment at the root of the purple sky spiritual bamboo, remaining silent. The overwhelming demonic aura emanating from it caused the bamboo to tremble in fear, shaking its body incessantly as a sign of submission. Will you not follow me? Ao Tian, known for winning hearts through virtue, would never resort to coercion. He sought only voluntary allegiance. He then produced a dozen more fragments and scattered them around, concerned that the purple sky spiritual bamboo might flee. He set up a perimeter to ensure it had time to ponder its decision. The purple bamboo, being the purest of spiritual roots, was particularly sensitive to such potent malevolence and murderous intent. Furthermore, the aura of the god-slaying spear was becoming palpable, which explained its constant trembling. A clear message was promptly conveyed to Ao Tian. "Brother, I will follow you, but please handle this carefully, as it may harm my essence." Understanding that he ought to be cautious, Ao Tian felt a sense of embarrassment at the thought of damaging his own possession. However, he refrained from collecting the distant fragments of the god-slaying spear until the purple sky spiritual bamboo had fully committed to following him. The bamboo indicated its desire to take root in his sea of consciousness. After some contemplation, Ao Tian saw no issue, as he had no fear of unforeseen complications due to lacking a sea of consciousness himself. The purple sky spiritual bamboo transformed into a beam of spiritual light and entered his sea of consciousness, taking root and sprouting there, rather than settling in his Chentang pouch. Treasures possessed their own spirit, thus remaining untarnished. Ao Tian's sea of consciousness was currently the most favorable environment for its growth, and he did not hinder this. Recognizing the immense benefits it would bring to his cultivation, his subsequent progress would accelerate considerably, while the likelihood of falling into demonic deviation would diminish. In Chapter 60, the Golden Winged Rock, Ao Tian plundered all spiritual roots within the cave, even seizing the spiritual flowers and herbs nearby, as well as the cultivation jade bed previously used by Tiger Girl's mother. He removed all the soil that the purple bamboo had once grown in, demonstrating a ruthlessness unmatched even by demons. "You've dug down a foot. Do you intend to dig further?" Tiger Girl had never witnessed such an extreme display, not even sparing the soil. "This is just the beginning. It will soon be done," he declared, continuing to excavate. "With such stinginess, can you even afford to support me?" Observing Ao Tian's frugality, Tiger Girl's expectations for their future together began to wane. Although the forest provided insufficient nourishment, at least it had ensured she was never truly hungry. With Ao Tian's miserly demeanor, she feared that following him would lead to days of hunger. "You see, the soil where the purple sky spiritual bamboo has grown is immensely valuable outside. It can cultivate various medicinal herbs and even be used for alchemy. With this, how could we ever fear hunger?" Tiger Nyo, lacking in understanding, was deemed by Ao Tian to be in need of instruction, lest she miss out on valuable opportunities in the outside world. "Can this be eaten?" she asked foolishly, pointing to the ground Ao Tian had been digging. Of course, this handful of earth could exchange for a year's worth of delicious food. You know, the vast amount of spiritual soil required for a single spirit root was significant. Imagine 9 plants growing. The spiritual soil beneath must be considerable. Clearly, this soil had new additions, and it was evident that Tiger Nyo was not the one to place it there. Her mother, upon realizing the utility of the spiritual bamboo, had gathered all the spiritual soil from the forest and left it here. "I'll help you." Upon discovering the value of the spiritual soil, Tiger Nyo became even more enthusiastic than Ao Tian, wielding her shovel with greater speed. All right. True to her nature, it wasn't long before Tiger Nyo reached the bottom of the pit, yet she continued to dig without pause, prompting Ao Tian to urge her to stop. After paying her respects at her mother's grave, she followed Ao Tian into a life of freedom. After crying so sorrowfully, I thought you were bullied or wronged. How is it that you are now so joyful? Ao Tian couldn't help but tease. Just moments ago, Tiger Nyo had wept profusely at her mother's tombstone. Her tears filling the pit Ao Tian had dug for the spiritual soil, evoking a profound sense of filial piety that could move anyone to tears. Ao Tian, having not experienced moist eyes in a long time, nearly shed tears himself. Yet, as they emerged from the cave, Tiger Nyo was as jubilant as a piglet during the new year, bouncing ahead in delight, occasionally picking flowers from the forest to adorn her head. Heartless, do you think I look good like this? She asked, donning a large red flower and turning to Ao Tian with a joyful inquiry. Beautiful. You are the most exquisite female between us. No one could surpass you. Ao Tian replied with utmost objectivity, devoid of any flattery, speaking only the truth. Just as Ao Tian finished complimenting Tiger Nyo, he felt a sudden pang of anxiety, as if some dark entity had set its sights on him, sending chills down his spine. Tiger Nyo, we must hurry. Realizing that she could not yet fly, Ao Tian swiftly embraced her waist and soared into the sky, hastening away into the distance. Wow, how high! This is so exhilarating, Tiger Nyo exclaimed, never having flown before. She clung tightly to Ao Tian, terrified of falling, yet reveling in the sensation of freedom, daring only to threaten him with her words. Be quiet. We are being watched. Hold on tightly to me. Ao Tian's spiritual boots activated at a rapid pace, channeling all his magical energy, and their figures began to blur in the air, on the verge of piercing through the void. Hey, kid, do you think you can escape? A shadowy voice echoed in Ao Tian's ear, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The treasure he possessed had descended from the treasure cliff, discovered by Taoist patriarch Hongjun during his wanderings through the primordial chaos. How could such a treasure be of inferior quality? The continued whispers in his ear revealed the formidable strength of his pursuer, one he could not hope to match. Tiger Nyo, hold on tight, Ao Tian urged once more, securing her delicate form in his arms. The texture was unexpectedly pleasant. Who would have thought that despite his foul mouth, he exuded such a captivating fragrance? Ao Tian could not resist the urge to squeeze a handful. What did you say? The gust of wind nearby nearly swept away the fur of Hunyo, causing her to miss Ao Tian's soft murmur. Goodness, at this hour, how could he still be distracted? If his hand were not resting on Hunyo's waist, Ao Tian would have slapped himself. He focused his spiritual energy and soared forward, almost escaping the confines of the forest, when he suddenly recalled the binding on Hunyo. He wondered if they could truly break free. Bang! A surge of spiritual light struck fiercely, and Ao Tian hastily dodged, narrowly avoiding the blow as he flung Hunyo away. Suspended in midair, he gazed at his opponent. Sir, we are strangers to one another. Why do you strike at me so recklessly? Do you perceive me as easy prey? Ao Tian's gaze was frosty as he assessed the figure before him, a late-stage golden immortal, a full realm higher than himself. Moreover, despite employing the celestial shield to escape, he had been captured. It seemed a fierce battle loomed ahead. A tall, shadowy figure emerged from the void, casting a cold stare at Ao Tian. If you wish to die quickly, simply hand over what you possess. He had received a message from the elders of his clan, indicating that within this dense forest, the postnatal spiritual root known as the Zixiao spirit bamboo, which could aid in soul cultivation, was growing. Thus, he had come in search of fortune. Such treasures typically shield themselves from divine insight, making them elusive to seekers. After a prolonged search, just as he was about to give up, he sensed the presence of the Zixiao spirit bamboo, indicating that someone had indeed collected it, thus disrupting its concealment. Hand it over, and I shall grant you a swift death. Upon entering the cave, he was met with a massive pit dug 3 feet deep, igniting a surge of indignation within him. After such an exhaustive search, to be thwarted at this juncture was infuriating. You truly overestimate your capabilities. Akin to a toad yawning with grandiosity, you demand I surrender my possessions and wish for my demise. Feel free to attempt it. Ao Tian scoffed. If the adversary had merely requested the items in exchange for his freedom, he might have considered compliance, but the demand for a swift death was unacceptable. Did he truly care whether his demise was expedited? Seeking death, the man charged forward, displaying no intention of engaging in discourse. Ao Tian's consciousness stirred, summoning the Overlord spear to interpose itself between him and the assailant. Clang! The spear was deflected, spinning back into Ao Tian's grasp. The opponent wielded the golden feather sword, which, despite its lightness, carried an unexpected force that caused Ao Tian to bleed from his mouth and be sent spinning through the air. I am Jin Yu of the Golden Winged Rock Clan. Boy, if you wish to perish quickly, surrender the goods. After repelling Ao Tian, Jin Yu refrained from further assault, looking down with an air of arrogance, as if granting Ao Tian a swift death was a significant favor. The Golden Winged Rock Clan was renowned in the chaos, known for their formidable strength and ruthless methods. They faced even the mightiest adversaries not with retreat, but with a desperate struggle, instilling fear in many beings of the chaos at the mere mention of their name. Ao Tian cursed countless times within his heart. How could a mere member of the Golden Winged Doping tribe dare to threaten him? He was the third prince of the Dragon Clan, the sovereign of the primordial world, far superior in both status and bloodline to the likes of Jin Yu. Would he tarnish the honor of the Dragon Clan? The means at his disposal were certainly capable of overcoming his opponent. He discreetly transmitted a message to Yu, instructing her to hide. Should he survive, he would take her away. If he perished, she could simply find another guide to lead her out. Since arriving in the primordial world, Ao Tian had never truly fought for his life. Previous battles were merely to secure living space and uphold the authority of the Dragon Clan. He had never fought for his own sake. He would not flee this time. Who said that a greater realm could not engage in battle? If the Golden Winged Dopang tribe dared to risk their lives, then so could he, Ao Tian. The Dragon Clan had remained low profile due to the weight of karma, causing everyone to forget them. The beings of the primordial world had forgotten that the Dragon Clan was once the most combative race, never retreating, and their blood had always flowed in battle. The title of the Dragon Clan as the sovereign of the primordial world had endured for countless eons since the onset of the Longhan calamity, and no one truly dared to forget. This was a legacy forged through combat. Fight. Chapter 61. Battle, you insolent wretch. Do you truly believe that your father is made of clay? Ao Tian's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging in his arms, his body expanding as his garments tore at the seams, his long hair billowing without wind. So, you call yourself Jin Yu? Let us retreat to the thicket. Ao Tian's gaze was fixed intently on Jin Yu. Even in a frenzied state, he did not underestimate him. A reputation of such magnitude was not built without ferocity. Jin Yu, are you not formidable? Let us see who is truly more ruthless. Ao Tian's strength surged, exuding an astonishing aura. The tyrant's spear in his hand seemed to resonate with its master's battle intent, its tip humming softly as a cold glimmer began to manifest. Seeking death, Jin Yu, adhering to the aviant's ruthless nature, charged forward without uttering a word. Ao Tian transformed the spear into a streak of lightning, launching it directly against Jin Yu's assault. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted, the resultant shockwave shredding Ao Tian's remaining garments. Die! Before the sound wave dissipated, Ao Tian surged forward, the spear tip poised to pierce Jin Yu's flesh. Suddenly, time itself froze, anchoring Ao Tian's spear in place. Ao Tian's pupils widened. This is bad. I've been outmaneuvered. He quickly leaned back, hurtling away in an unusual posture. If he hesitated, facing Jin Yu in close combat would spell his doom. He, a late-stage Tai Golden Immortal, against a late-stage Deluo Golden Immortal, would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Can you escape? As Ao Tian retreated, a beam of light suddenly appeared directly behind him, blocking his path. A chilling wave of crimson surged forth, threatening to engulf him entirely. He watched helplessly as a massive icy sphere began to coalesce in the air, intent on trapping him within. Ao Tian found himself immobilized within this frozen orb, on the verge of becoming an ice sculpture. As the enormous ice sphere shattered, a voice echoed, "Kid, I have accepted your physical form. I shall seek out your race to accompany you." While launching his assault, Jin Yu relentlessly sought to disrupt Ao Tian's mental state. "I too will hunt down your kind. A race so wicked and unreasonable deserves extinction." With the tyrant spear in hand, Ao Tian wielded it with formidable prowess, desperately resisting Jin Yu's onslaught. Let us employ some underhanded tactics, Ao Tian thought, retreating while scattering various potions along his path. Jin Yu, unrefined and reckless, cared little for appearances. He was determined to see who would perish first. Both the golden feather sword in Jin Yu's grasp and the tyrant spear wielded by Ao Tian were treasures of equal caliber. Yet Jin Yu's extensive experience in battle overshadowed Ao Tian's. Despite possessing a plethora of spiritual artifacts, Ao Tian lacked the requisite combat experience to match Jin Yu, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. Jin Yu, a master at the Deluo level, found it infuriating that he could not subdue a mere Tai level insect, and his frustration boiled over. "You will perish," And is there nothing else you wish to say? You've uttered countless threats against my life, yet here I stand. He scoffed. The golden-winged rock clan has taught you the art of slaughter, but neglected to impart wisdom. Ao Tian, with his sharp tongue, did not hold back, taking jabs at Jin Yu's shortcomings, nearly suggesting that the golden-winged rock clan lacked culture. Jin Yu, nearly bursting with rage, swore that he would not simply kill Ao Tian. Instead, he intended to torment him thoroughly, sealing his spirit to ensure he would not die, and then proceed to slay his kin before his very eyes. With a stamp of his foot, golden wings unfurled from his back, and he swiftly appeared before Ao Tian, the golden feather sword aimed at his throat. Ao Tian, instead of retreating, advanced, attempting to deflect the sword. However, he had gravely underestimated the strength of a delusional golden immortal. His hands shattered, flesh evaporating to reveal only deep white bones, as he was violently thrown aside. Indeed, challenging those of a higher realm was no trivial matter. His previous victory over Hunyo had been due to her lack of martial prowess. She possessed only rudimentary hunting instincts and was soft-hearted, thus lacking true delusional cultivation, rendering Ao Tian's triumph hollow. Again, Ao Tian, battered and bloodied, was marked by the gashes from the golden feather sword, blood streaming from him, transforming his form into a grotesque figure devoid of skin. Hidden among the trees, Hunyo watched the scene unfold, her heart aching as tears streamed down her face. Although she possessed a certain level of power, she was not strong enough to intervene. Rushing in would not only fail to save him, but could also distract him further. Recognizing Jin Yu's weakness lay in his abdomen, Ao Tian, with each assault, noted how well Jin Yu guarded that area. Seizing the opportunity, he attacked with renewed vigor, targeting the vulnerable spot. With the spear swung like a staff, he aimed a powerful strike at Jin Yu's head. Jin Yu merely smirked, dismissing Ao Tian's efforts, viewing him as a lowly opponent lacking skill, relying solely on brute force. And he anticipated that it wouldn't be long before he seized control. At this very moment, as Ao Tian seized the fleeting instant to counter Jin Yu's advance, the shards of the god-slaying spear, concealed in the shadows, darted swiftly toward Jin Yu's abdomen. Observing this, Jin Yu paid it no heed, his sword descending directly upon Ao Tian's head with a resounding slice, nearly severing half of Ao Tian's skull and leaving his neck in a gruesome state, blood gushing forth like a torrent. Just as Jin Yu intended to deliver a decisive blow and sever Ao Tian's head, the ethereal light that had been thrown at him earlier penetrated his abdomen, relentlessly extinguishing his vitality. Aware that the fatal point lay within his belly, he had sought several spiritual treasures from his clan to safeguard against such a predicament. Thus, when faced with the unremarkable spiritual weapon hurled at him, he had charged forward without concern, only to find himself gravely mistaken. Jin Yu, are you not arrogant? Come again. Ao Tian, now emboldened, seized the opportunity to strike as Jin Yu remained momentarily stunned, wielding the Overlord spear not due to its ineffectiveness, but rather to evoke a brutal aesthetic of violence. A contest of strength to see who would falter first. As Jin Yu defended himself, he strained to expel the hidden weapon within, the shards of the god-slaying spear proving overwhelmingly potent, significantly depleting his vitality and nearly destroying his internal organs. Restoring the vitality he had lost would demand considerable effort. Utilizing his internal energy, Jin Yu expelled the hidden weapon, and the shards of the god-slaying spear, drawn to Ao Tian's will, fell into his grasp. Young one, it appears you possess quite a treasure, but alas, it shall soon be mine. With a flash of spiritual light, the wounds upon Jin Yu's abdomen vanished, restoring him to his previous guise of a suave hypocrite. If you desire it, come forth. Even if you heal the wound with your spiritual energy, the vitality extinguished will not return. The essence of my being has been wounded by the shards of the god-slaying spear. Ao Tian secured the Overlord spear, closing his eyes as if gathering a formidable force. Young one, are you unable to withstand it? Will you surrender? Unfortunately, it is too late. You are destined to perish. Jin Yu raised his sword, poised to strike at the closed-eyed Ao Tian. On the ground, Hunyo tensed. At such a critical moment, the villain had seemingly given up. No, even if it meant suffering grave injury, she would save him. Just as Jin Yu and Hunyo prepared to act, Ao Tian opened his eyes. In that instant, a profound transformation swept over him, radiating an indomitable resolve. Boom! Ao Tian's battle intent, feared by the heavens, erupted in a resounding thunder that reverberated continuously, immobilizing Jin Yu in astonishment. He never anticipated that an ant of the Tai realm could unleash such a formidable presence. In Ao Tian's gaze, there was no trace of fear, only an overwhelming battle fervor, a comprehension of life and death. From this moment forth, He would rectify all shortcomings in his path of slaughter. Confronting such an adversary again, he would not waver, for only life and death remained. Compassion for his kin would yield to cruelty toward his foes. Jinyu, perish. With a simple yet forceful punch directed at Jinyu, countless evasive techniques surged through Jinyu's mind, yet he found himself unable to employ any of them. He barely had time to channel his spiritual energy before Ao Tian's assault loomed before him. In a desperate measure, he could only shield his head with his arms, enduring the brunt of Ao Tian's strike. Chapter 62, Victory. The centuries of power amassed by Ao Tian were far beyond what Jinyu could withstand, sending him careening through the air, battered and broken. One of his arms lay shattered, and the other was on the verge of succumbing. Held together solely by the sinews within, otherwise it would have snapped. Jinyu plummeted to the ground, the tremendous force carving a deep chasm into the earth, leaving him sprawled in despair within the pit. He had not anticipated his opponent's formidable strength. He had merely intended to bully a seemingly meek individual, only to find himself facing an unyielding force. Spotting Hunyo, who was concealed behind a large tree, he recalled that she was an ally of that troublesome boy. Capturing the frail woman would surely instill fear in his adversary. Whoosh. Jinyu, now terrified by Ao Tian, was reckless and desperate. Should they engage directly, it would prove quite challenging. He resolved to seize the woman first, intending to crush his opponent's arrogance before savoring the moment of breaking the boy's arm. Hunyo, run. At that instant, as Jinyu rose, Ao Tian discerned his intentions. Rumors circulated that the Golden Wing Dapeng clan would fight to the death, never retreating. Ao Tian, concerned that Jinyu might act out of desperation, focused all his attention on defense and offense, never suspecting that Jinyu would resort to such underhanded tactics. Hunyo appeared paralyzed with fear, facing Jinyu's relentless onslaught, without flinching or retreating. I've got you, little kitty, Jinyu sneered, his hand reaching out to seize Hunyo, a wicked grin spreading across his face. He intended not only to kill the boy but also to toy with his woman before his very eyes, thus satisfying his vengeful heart. Yet, Hunyo remained undeterred by the filthy hand that sought to grasp her throat. With a swift retreat of her right foot and a powerful thrust of her right fist, she collided with Jinyu's advancing blow, sending half of his head flying. Bang! Seizing the moment, Hunyo ruthlessly kicked upward, her foot landing squarely on Jinyu's lower back. Before he could even utter a cry of pain, Jinyu was sent hurtling through the air. In that split second, he could not fathom that the seemingly insignificant figure hiding behind his opponent was, in fact, a hidden powerhouse. The force of her punch and kick harnessed the full strength of a mid-stage golden immortal, shattering even his spine, which rivaled the quality of a superior innate spiritual treasure. Ao Tian, recognizing the opportunity, was determined not to let it slip away. The age-old tradition of striking down a fallen foe was deeply ingrained, and Ao Tian was not one to overlook such a chance. With a clang, he plunged the Overlord's spear forcefully into Jinyu's body. True to his reputation as a battle-hardened veteran, Jinyu displayed no hesitation, channeling the last of his spiritual energy in a desperate clawing attempt at Ao Tian. Should that claw connect, it would surely spell disaster for Ao Tian. Ao Tian swiftly withdrew the Overlord's spear, narrowly evading a fierce counterattack. Jinyu, though he fell, managed to hover momentarily in the air, stripped of any semblance of elegance, resembling a refugee from the darkest of lands, one who had been thoroughly beaten down. Alas, I am doomed, the young man lamented, fully aware of his fate without any need for further emphasis. As he saw his opponent's mouth opening, Ao Tian quickly interjected. Jinyu, incensed, felt a wave of indignation wash over him. How audacious of his adversary to pilfer his catchphrase. I shall slay you, Jinyu bellowed, as the distant Jinling sword prepared to return to its master's hand. Where's the sword? He pondered in frustration, bewildered by its disobedience. Is this your sword? It appears rather diminutive, hardly befitting a lady. I find it unappealing. The Jinling sword, responding to its master's call, endeavored to return. It was firmly grasped by the insufferable tigress, immobilized. Holding the sword's hilt with both hands, Hunyo thwarted its every attempt to escape her grip. Ha ha, Jinyu. Your sword is of no use. Allow me to bestow upon you a grand treasure. Observing that Jinyu was weaponless, she wasted no time and charged forward to attack. Jinyu hastily retrieved a weapon from his Chinquan bag to confront Ao Tian. However, he was clearly too gravely injured to gain the upper hand, struggling merely to hold his ground. Seizing the opportune moment, Hunyo hurled her wolf fang club towards him, engaged in a fierce battle with Ao Tian. Jinyu was oblivious to the approaching tigress. The club struck him squarely in the dantian. A sudden sensation of impending explosion surged through him, disrupting his energy and nearly overwhelming his control. In that moment of weakness, Ao Tian unleashed several shards of the god-slaying spear, which swiftly pierced Jin Yu's mind, obliterating his consciousness entirely. Through his resilient tactics and a touch of external support, Ao Tian succeeded in vanquishing a formidable delusional golden immortal. Jin Yu's soul dissipated, and his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. "Hunyo, I shall treat you to roasted rock meat and cola chicken wings," Ao Tian declared, finally settling the dust of battle. Exhausted and nearly drained of all spiritual energy, he could no longer maintain his levitation and descended slowly to recuperate. He instructed Hunyo to gather Jin Yu's remains, emphasizing the importance of not letting anything go to waste. "Very well, once you recuperate, you shall prepare the feast for me," Hunyo replied with a bounce in her step as she set off to collect the ingredients. Ao Tian sat cross-legged, hastily consuming several pills while blood continued to flow from his wounds. He had nearly reached the brink of his essence, and without Hunyo's timely assistance, he would have been unable to withstand Jin Yu's onslaught. The power of a late-stage delusional golden immortal was beyond his capacity to contest, and he sensed that Jin Yu's failed attempt to breach the semi-sacred level had left him severely compromised, requiring the nurturing of his soul with the Zixiao spirit bamboo. Ao Tian meticulously reflected on the combat techniques he had employed. Roar! Hunyo's sonic attack jolted him back to reality. He had grown complacent. Rising quickly, he realized he had placed too much faith in the reputation of the god-slaying spear, leading him to underestimate the vitality and hidden reserves of an experienced delusional golden immortal. "Hold on, Tiger Girl, I'm coming." Ao Tian rushed forward, gripping the Overlord spear, intent on eliminating Jin Yu before any harm could befall Tiger Girl. He quickly closed the distance to Jin Yu's lifeless form and struck fiercely at the golden bird-like spirit, diminishing its luminous essence significantly with a single blow. I will remember you. When I reconstruct my physical body, it shall be the day of your demise," Jin Yu declared, realizing his attempt at possession had failed and fled like a fleeting shadow. Ao Tian, unable to pursue due to his injuries and lack of spiritual energy, lamented, "Is Tiger Girl unharmed?" Seeing Jin Yu escape, Ao Tian anxiously addressed the dazed Tiger Girl. Noticing her lack of response, he rushed to shake her gently, fearing that Jin Yu had injured her spirit. "I'm fine," Tiger Girl finally replied, regaining her composure after being shaken for some time. "I was absorbing flesh when suddenly a golden bird flew out and tried to burrow into my head. I was so frightened. You must prepare more delicious food for me, you heartless one." She looked up at Ao Tian with teary eyes, playfully seeking affection. "And how did you manage to escape?" Ao Tian chose to disregard her playful antics, finding them rather distracting. "In my fright, I shouted, and that golden bird nearly dissipated," Tiger Girl said earnestly. "Indeed, when a woman is in trouble, she will shout without hesitation. Even if it doesn't scare off the opponent, it can bolster one's courage," Ao Tian mused. "Now, let us feast on roasted meat." Chapter 63. The joy of Tiger Girl following his victory over Jin Yu. Ao Tian was still unable to grant Tiger Girl her freedom to enjoy roasted meat. He even stored Jin Yu's physical body within the system, concerned that Jin Yu might possess methods to sense his corporeal form and cause him trouble in the future. He was cautious, knowing that without such prudence, his lifespan would be in jeopardy. Fortunately, the system could accommodate inanimate objects beyond its rewards. Otherwise, Ao Tian would have had to abandon Jin Yu's body. Currently, he kept all valuable items within the system, reserving only the lesser ones for his spatial bag, wary of being ambushed and robbed of his possessions. "Shall we leave now, bad guy?" Tiger Girl seemed hesitant, either due to the absence of roasted meat or an attachment to their current location. "Tiger Girl, once we leave here, I will prepare plenty of meat and delicious treats for you, but we must depart immediately. Who knows if Jin Yu has brought along any of his clan's elders or lackeys? If they arrive, we may not be able to escape," Ao Tian firmly stated, unwilling to grant Jin Yu any opportunity. It was a strategy well known even to children playing games in later generations. Thankfully, he was not in his true form. Once out of the woods, he could change his appearance, using the celestial concealment diagram to obscure his presence and evade detection. However, with his physical body lost and his spirit severely injured, even with potent treasures and elixirs, it would take at least a century to recover fully. A common man bears no guilt, yet he becomes culpable by virtue of his precious possession. In his grasp lies the revered Zixiao spirit bamboo. Even if the esteemed Jin Yu were to remain uninvolved, the mere whisper of his modest cultivation and the existence of such a treasure would attract a multitude of companions eager to seek his company. The allure of the Zixiao spirit bamboo is undeniable, as it aids in cultivation, promoting tranquility, and enhancing wisdom. Practitioners dread the peril of straying into madness. Otherwise, centuries, if not millennia, of arduous cultivation could be rendered futile. With such a treasure at hand, what is there to fear? They could immerse themselves in relentless training, apprehensive only that the absorption of spiritual energy may not keep pace with the refinement process. Witness the illustrious dragon clan, renowned throughout the primal wilderness, possessing but a mere foot-long relic, cherished by the old dragon king as a prized possession. It is evident how scarce such treasures are. Ao Tian dares to wager that the entirety of Zhixiao's spirit bamboo in the wild does not amount to even half of what he possesses. Should news of its availability spread, others would surely come to contend for it. Let us depart, he declared, moving towards the exit. The skirmish had occurred at the forest's edge, allowing for an easy retreat. However, Hunyu remained frozen in place, unresponsive to Ao Tian's calls. Come, dear Hunyu, we shall return. After some time, I will accompany you to visit your mother, shall we? Yet Ao Tian's entreaties bore no fruit. Contemplating her predicament, he offered, Hunyu, I shall prepare roasted meat for you. Lamb, bear paws, deer tails, roasted duck, roasted goslings, braised pork, braised duck, and sauced meat. Reluctantly, Ao Tian resorted to his ultimate tactic, as Hunyu's tears began to flow. Heartless creature, are you foolish? I am bound and cannot leave this forest. Do not tempt me, or I shall bite you to death. Hunyu uttered through muffled sobs. Bound. Ao Tian pondered, recalling that his elder brother had anticipated Hunyu's potential mischief and had planted a restriction within her, ensuring that any attempt to act would result in backlash. Yet, whether this binding had been undone remained a mystery to him. Watching her tears threaten to spill beyond the forest's confines, he called out, It's all right. Take a few steps. Gazing at Hunyu within the woods, he encouraged her to move a couple of paces. After all, even if she were bound, her life would not be forfeited. She would merely endure some discomfort. If necessary, they could retreat. Ao Tian schemed for a solution. All right, I will try. I am coming out. Hunyu shouted from the forest's edge, but no response came. She had ventured out before, only to be repelled by an unseen force that had caused her great pain. Her mother had assured her that someone would come to guide her out in due time. Thus she had spent her days idly wandering the woods, not sparing any bird that ventured in. Alas, she remained trapped. My elder brother communicated with me upon his departure. Your binding has been undone. He refrained from informing you, fearing you might turn against me. Now you may emerge. In truth, King Pingzi had left in serene silence, without imparting any message. However, to coax Hunyu out, a little deception was warranted. Hunyu took a few steps back, then leaped forward in a swift motion, pinning the injured Ao Tian firmly beneath her. With both hands pressing down on his, she knelt upon him, her lips drawing near to his head. You villain! You promised me you would prepare a multitude of delicious treats. You cannot go back on your word, or I shall bite you to death. With that, she playfully sank her teeth into Ao Tian's shoulder. To Ao Tian's astonishment, despite the peculiar circumstances, he experienced an inexplicable sensation. Hunyu's bite was not painful, but rather tinged with a delightful sweetness, evoking a sense of thrill he had never known in over 20 years of solitude. It stirred within him an overwhelming desire to flip over and sing with joy. Villain, why do you gaze at me so? Hunyu asked, a hint of fear flickering in her eyes. She then settled herself atop Ao Tian's abdomen, intensifying the sensation for him. Hunyu, have you ever heard of the Bayan? Ao Tian suddenly inquired, curious to gauge her reaction. What is Bayan? She retorted, for her mother had never shared such tales, having come from the forest before being imprisoned. She had not reached the celestial realm and was unaware of many secrets. The mere thought of using the Zhixiao spirit bamboo to help Hunyu escape the forest was a testament to her mother's wisdom, let alone the concept of Bayan, which was beyond her comprehension. Bayan is one of the 9 offspring of the ancestral dragon, a child of the dragon and the tiger. In truth, Hunyu was quite lovely, though she lacked the art of adornment. Her sun-kissed skin exuded a sense of vibrant health, while the casually draped animal hides around her bestowed an alluring wildness. Her flowing hair was loosely tied with vines, adorned with a few nameless wildflowers, evoking an irresistible urge to conquer. What are you planning to do? Ao Tian's gaze bore a striking resemblance to that of someone eyeing a delectable feast, causing Hunyu to feel a twinge of fear. It's nothing, Ao Tian replied, attempting to mask his embarrassment with words. Aren't you getting up? I might not prepare food for you. Upon hearing Ao Tian's threat, Hunyu scrambled to her feet. Yet she found herself inexplicably drawn to the idea of consuming Ao Tian, although not in the conventional sense. She could not articulate this feeling. Her mother had never taught her about such matters. With his back turned to her, Ao Tian adjusted his clothing and let out a sigh. Oh, the dragon clan truly possesses remarkable reproductive capabilities. This wretched innate condition, he couldn't help but chuckle. Hyuni, let us go. However, when he turned around, Hyuni's presence had vanished, leaving him bewildered as to where she had gone. Hyuni, where are you? Panic set in as Ao Tian realized that Jin Yu had exhibited an unexpected patience, seizing the moment to abduct the unprepared Hyuni. Ah, I've entered and now I've emerged. Hyuni exclaimed, having returned to the forest, joyfully jumping in and out, reveling in her playful antics. Villain, look, I can come out, see? I'm going back in again. Ha ha ha, how delightful. With that, she playfully tugged Ao Tian to join her in her revelry, pulling him into the forest and back out again. Are you truly having fun? Ao Tian could not help but inquire, unable to directly dispel her joy, and thus resorted to a resigned question. How delightful. Having never ventured outside since childhood, my current experience fills me with joy. Observing the exuberance of the childlike Hyuni, Ao Tian felt a twinge of reluctance to urge her onwards. After all, with Jin Yu's corporeal form lost, his sole concern was survival, rather than any notions of revenge. Nevertheless, it was paramount to ensure Hyuni's happiness. Chapter 64. The peculiar. And after a while, Hyuni's enthusiasm waned, and she chose to accompany Ao Tian. Throughout the journey, she resembled an inquisitive child, bombarding him with questions. Although she had lived in a vast forest for centuries, a great Luo golden immortal could traverse its expanse in less than a month. Having grown weary of her secluded existence, her sudden exposure to the marvels of the outside world brought her immense joy. Seeing Hyuni so elated, Ao Tian displayed no impatience. Instead, he patiently addressed all her queries and seized the opportunity to impart fundamental knowledge about the primordial world, wary of the dangers of abduction. In such a realm, one must be familiar with the subtleties of survival. Ignorance could prove fatal. Where are we headed? Hyuni was indifferent to the destination, as she had never been outside before, rendering all locations equally novel to her. Implicitly, she inquired where they might find food. To the north, Ao Tian responded, having sensed the presence of Chionyo on his mysterious map. He wished to investigate further, hopeful of locating this ancestor, which was crucial for his future plans. He needed to find all 9 ancestors, but thus far had encountered none. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford delays. Along the way, Ao Tian taught Hyuni several fundamental techniques, focusing on abilities like flight and teleportation. Hyuni, being exceptionally bright, grasped these skills rapidly. Once she mastered cloud riding, Ao Tian, without the aid of his enchanted boots, found it challenging to keep pace with her, which delighted Hyuni for quite some time. Refrain from speaking carelessly. The human race harbors a deep-seated aversion to the demon clan. Ao Tian had imparted skills to Hyuni, who had now mastered her transformation, no longer sporting tufts of tiger fur on her face or a tail. Dressed in human attire, she radiated youthful vitality, turning heads as she strolled through the streets, becoming a striking sight. I know, you've repeated it 100 times. I'm not a child. You're more nagging than my own mother, Hyuni replied impatiently, her eyes scanning the street for any delectable offerings. Let us go. I'll take you, Ao Tian conceded, as Hyuni's singular focus on food left him little choice but to indulge her whims. In the distance, a bustling and drew a crowd, with patrons spilling into the street. Other establishments stood eerily empty, yet people chose to queue here, suggesting the inn's culinary delights were highly regarded. Could it be that Qing Lian had opened a branch in the north? Are you certain this place serves delicious food? Ao Tian inquired as he approached the thrumming inn with Hyuni, attempting to navigate through the throng, only to find the entrance completely blocked. The enticing aromas wafted from within. But the cooking was not a testament to Ao Tian's culinary skills, as the sign above the door boldly proclaimed, Eastgate Inn. In stark contrast to Ao Tian's Lifiulu Inn, he observed the peculiar expression on Hyuni's face and mused that while it is often said dogs possess a keen sense of smell, it seems that tigers do as well. Boss, is there anyone here? The door is open, yet no business is being conducted, Ao Tian remarked as he led Hyuni to a splendidly adorned establishment named Sifang Inn, not far from the East Gate. However, after a prolonged wait inside, not a single soul attended to them. As Hyuni's stomach began to grumble audibly, Ao Tian urgently called for assistance. At last, a middle-aged man emerged, straw sticking out from his hair, his face dusty and unwashed. Clearly startled by the commotion outside, he gaped in disbelief. It had been ages since anyone had graced his inn with their presence, hence the open door, yet no one to attend to guests. What signature dishes do you offer? Bring them forth, Ao Tian commanded, exuding the air of a seasoned innkeeper, gesturing grandly for the proprietor to present the finest fare. Hyuni appeared utterly exhilarated, having been famished for quite some time, eager to indulge in a hearty meal, her hands rubbing together and her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Apologies, esteemed guest, but we have no dishes available," the owner stammered, clearly embarrassed. A grand establishment, yet unable to serve even a single plate of food, left him feeling quite ashamed. "Are you deceiving me? Do you wish to fight?" Hunyo, having been driven to the brink of hunger, was poised for confrontation upon hearing the lamentable news of their lack of provisions. "Hunyo, sit down and have a snack to tide you over," Ao Tian suggested. After emerging from the woods with Hunyo, he had exchanged a variety of snacks within the system, specifically to entice wild animals. When Hunyo became unruly, he could easily pacify her with treats, and indeed, upon receiving the snacks, she instantly quieted. "Boss, surely there are others in the inn? Summon them to procure additional ingredients. You can either prepare meals for us or allow us access to your kitchen. Rest assured, we will compensate you," Ao Tian proposed amicably. The proprietor was elated at Ao Tian's cordial demeanor. It had been 6 months since anyone had dined at his establishment. Even those who occasionally entered tended to migrate to the neighboring inn for meals, leaving his place desolate. Now that someone was willing to dine at his inn and even suggested purchasing more ingredients, he could hardly contain his joy. "Demao, Ermao, go fetch some vegetables." The owner called to the inner chambers, where 2 scrawny boys emerged, staring blankly at their father. "Father, we have no money to buy food. We haven't eaten in 3 days." The owner, feeling increasingly awkward, glanced at Ao Tian, profusely apologizing, nearly bending down to the ground in desperation, hoping Ao Tian would not leave. "Not to worry, go ahead and buy. I will cover the cost. Follow the list above, and any excess can be yours for travel expenses." Ao Tian generously waved his hand, tossing a pouch of coins along with a shopping list for them to follow. "Can you read?" "Yes, esteemed guest, I have taught them, so you need not worry," the proprietor assured him. The proprietor had not anticipated that this guest would be so understanding. Not only did he remain calm and did not leave in anger, but he even offered to pay for the groceries, truly a no-cost venture. He promptly instructed his children to procure the ingredients, reassuring the guest that they were well trained in the art of shopping. "Rest assured, sir, I have taught them since childhood. The vegetables they purchase are guaranteed to be both affordable and fresh. Just wait and see." The owner, brimming with excitement, gestured animatedly, nearly leaping with joy. "Please, take a seat," the proprietor beckoned to Ao Tian, who was standing. Once the owner settled down, Ao Tian sought to establish rapport. "I have passed by your inn previously with my elders, and it was always bustling with activity. What has led to its current state?" Although it was Ao Tian's first visit, he had not actually traversed that path. Yet, one learns much through the whispers of the world, otherwise. How would one acquire such knowledge? He surmised that the lively inn across the way had only recently opened. Otherwise, with the fervor of its business, it would be implausible for a larger establishment to thrive in proximity. The guest's familiarity with the roads suggested he was a seasoned traveler. The owner, initially flattering him, suddenly seemed to recall something important. He hastily retrieved a pot of water from behind the counter and poured a cup for Ao Tian and Hunyo. "Let me tell you, sir, my inn is considered the largest along this route, stretching for 1,000 miles. It was crafted by a master artisan commissioned by my great-uncle. Just 6 months ago, we were the most prominent and lively inn in the area. However, ever since the opening of that establishment across the street, our business has dwindled. Gradually, patrons have become scarce, although a loyal group of regulars continued to support us for a time. Ultimately, however, we were left with no customers, and our stock was entirely depleted. One could argue that a hostelry owner is bound to starve. How absurd is that?" After sipping his water, the owner continued. "The inn across the street was established during my father's time by an elderly couple who had a disabled child. Their business was manageable until 10 years ago. The couple passed away. Following their demise, the establishment faltered, and the child, who had taken over, vanished from sight. Yet, inexplicably, a year ago, he returned. The neighbors welcomed him back, curious about his miraculous recovery, but he has remained tight-lipped, revealing nothing. Then he reopened the inn, and to everyone's surprise, he had acquired a beautiful bride. The neighbors, eager to assist, attended his grand reopening banquet. Subsequently, it became a mystery as to why everyone began to favor his culinary offerings. Initially, patrons visited inns out of necessity, but since his establishment opened, the vibrancy of our town has diminished significantly. Half the town now dines at his inn. Strange, I assenti it? Perplexed. The owner pondered this while Ao Tian and Hunyo exchanged glances, seemingly enlightened. Hunyo, however, lowered her head to indulge in snacks, ignoring him. It is indeed peculiar. Chapter 65. The Great Dragon of Heaven. The small town was not extensive, and soon the 2 children returned with the groceries. They had set out as a duo, but returned with a small entourage of over 10. their arms laden with bags. While a few even pushed carts due to the sheer volume of vegetables procured, as they could not carry everything by themselves. They inquired who would be willing to deliver the groceries, thus bringing their bounty back home. The proprietor stood in astonishment, even at the height of his business. He had never witnessed such a bounty of dishes. How could the other party purchase so much? Would they be able to consume it all? The purse appeared rather modest. If funds were insufficient, would he need to supplement the difference? Yet, his establishment was entirely devoid of cash. Any previous savings had long been squandered over the past 6 months. "Father, there's still a little left," said the child. The other party insisted that whatever remained be given to them, asserting that they would then possess ample funds. As the child opened the purse, the proprietor was taken aback to find it brimming with golden coins, pure gold. "This is far too much. I simply cannot accept it," he protested vehemently. However, for Ao Tian, who was accustomed to maintaining a grand faade while away from home, it was unthinkable to retract what he had already offered. He relinquished it all to the proprietor. He had prepared the meal himself, and after such a prolonged period of hunger, he felt compelled to offer some compensation to Hunyu. "Scoundrel! What on earth is happening over there?" After finishing their meal, Hunyu approached Ao Tian to discuss the unsettling experiences of the day. The ambience of the tavern across the way was far from pleasant. In fact, it evoked a strong sense of aversion. Whatever it was, they would discover the truth that evening. It was against the rules for shapeshifters to congregate, yet the tavern was clearly violating this decree. Not only gathering in numbers, but also endangering others. Had it been in the past, Ao Tian might have chosen to overlook it, but circumstances had changed. The Dragon Clan served as the guardians of humanity, and any harm befalling the humans would inevitably affect them as well. To his surprise, the tavern was bustling with activity, remaining open until 9 o'clock to accommodate patrons, who left with expressions of satisfaction, both physically and spiritually fulfilled. "Let us go," Ao Tian urged. And once the lights of the tavern dimmed, he led Hunyu on an adventure. Hunyu, the jungle queen, though somewhat brash, possessed superior hunting skills, making her presence entirely fitting for their excursion. "What is that?" They discovered 2 gigantic beasts stealthily concealed beneath the roof tiles, peering down to witness the young man. As described by the proprietor earlier, drawing a swirling mist from a bottle. Within that mist, numerous struggling human souls were discernible. However, their desperate attempts to escape were futile against the man's consumption. One a Taoist immortal, the other a celestial immortal, were embarrassed to find themselves covertly observing 2 small demons. Before Ao Tian could voice his thoughts, Hunyu impulsively flung aside the tiles and descended, leaving Ao Tian bewildered in the wind. Brute. Even demonic beasts refrain from consuming their kin. If you act in such a manner, you must not be spared. Naive Hunyu had never encountered such a grotesque scene. She typically dispatched her prey swiftly, granting souls a chance at reincarnation. The act of devouring souls was a blatant affront to her principles, prompting her to leap into battle against the shadowy figure. Although taken aback, the adversary quickly composed himself, stowing away the bottle and advancing aggressively. Hunyu's strength lay in her formidable physique, while her opponent's advantage resided in their elusive movements, managing to evade her attacks repeatedly. The skirmish reached a stalemate, despite Hunyu's high realm of power. She struggled to inflict any harm, which only fueled her frustration as she stomped her feet in exasperation. Repent. In a fit of anger, Tiger Girl found herself unable to contend even with a minor demon wielding illusions, leaving her concerned about her ability to confront evildoers in the future. How could she maintain her dominance if she was so easily overpowered? A fiery blaze erupted forth, overwhelming her opponent, who could not withstand the searing onslaught. Despite the agonizing cries, there was no plea for mercy. As Tiger Girl engaged in her fiery assault, a shadow darted from the side, filling the room with an array of enticing aromas. Quickly, she held her breath, refusing to let the enticing scent invade her senses. "Little sister, why resort to fighting instead of sharing a meal? Such behavior lacks courtesy," the figure taunted. "Come now, allow me to prepare a delectable dish of fresh meat, made from the flesh of the living. I assure you, it will delight your palate." The very notion repulsed Tiger Girl. Having never tasted human flesh in the woods, and having only encountered diligent and honest folk since her departure with Ao Tian, she could never entertain such an abhorrent idea. Another flame shot forth, only to be intercepted by the sultry figure, who emitted a cloud of noxious smoke in vibrant hues, advancing toward Tiger Girl. "What is this?" Tiger Girl, lacking Ao Tian's expertise, found herself ensnared by her opponent's cunning. She could distinctly sense that the toxic smoke was no mere nuisance. It was a venom that could haunt her for eternity. "Villain, I've been poisoned. Where are you?" Unable to withstand the effects of the foul woman's toxin, She resolutely summoned Ao Tian. Ah, what a lively scene we have here. Ao Tian clapped his hands and leapt down from the rooftop, clearly unimpressed by the two adversaries' toxins. To him, the poisons of these minor demons were trifling compared to the treasures he had amassed over countless eons, and their potency seemed laughable. Such a penchant for merriment. Shall I sprinkle a little something for you? He remarked with a mischievous grin, tossing a small red vial toward them. Having divided his uncle's concoction into several portions, he had prepared for this very situation, allowing for better control. Kid, since you've administered an aphrodisiac, know that the woman across is quite sensitive to such things. The men are immune, so it is often utilized. But the effects are nowhere near this strong. She would require several vials for it to be effective, yet this one will incapacitate her with just a whiff. Mayor, a splendid find indeed. I feel invigorated. Shall we not give it a try? The man, driven by lust, foolishly sought to engage in such acts amidst peril. Unfortunately, the woman named Mayor disregarded him, slapping him aside with fierce determination. Hand over the antidote, or I shall take your life. Apologies, but I am not swayed by threats, Ao Tian replied, unfazed. In truth, he possessed no antidote. His uncle had not mentioned any when bestowing the potion, merely advising him to use it sparingly. To his surprise, he had yet to utilize it for himself, opting instead to deploy it against his enemies. A veritable elixir of chaos that would ensure devastation. Villain, what is this? Tiger Girl suddenly climbed onto Ao Tian's shoulder, her face flushed as she gasped for breath, her hands exploring him, causing his heart to race. Tiger Girl, hold on, I am coming. In order to avoid any disturbance to himself, Ao Tian felt compelled to act swiftly. You troublesome woman, if you were to conduct your business quietly, I might have tolerated you. But since you have chosen to harm others, you must face the consequences. Without further ado, Ao Tian struck decisively, aiming for his opponent's life. He had learned from the mistakes of others, possessing a greater understanding of human affairs than most, especially in matters of subterfuge. With a powerful incantation, he summoned the great might of the heavenly dragon and the celestial staff of Great Luo. The impact of his strike sent his opponent flying, and Ao Tian found himself momentarily astonished. After consuming the flesh of the Golden Sovereign and gaining insights from combat, his cultivation had indeed progressed, though he had not anticipated such an overwhelming advantage over an opponent. Was the adversary truly so weak? The woman across from him attempted to flee with her companion, but Ao Tian, having taken his time to observe, had already set up a formation to ensnare them. Their escape was contingent on his mood, and it was clear he was not in a favorable state. Apologies, but you shall not pass, he declared, forming a complex seal that enveloped the area in a formidable array, isolating the commotion within from the outside world. The street remained eerily tranquil, save for the distant barks of dogs and the flickering of a few scattered lanterns. Spare us, and I shall depart, never to return. Otherwise, a mutual destruction awaits us. The beguiling woman pleaded, realizing her predicament. You must understand, it is you who cannot prevail and must flee. Now, in desperation, you resort to threats. Do you really believe I would be intimidated? As they sensed their impending doom, the adversaries scattered a multitude of powdered substances on the ground, hoping to ensnare Ao Tian in a trance. Yet, that tactic was futile. Summoning the Southern Flame Banner, Ao Tian unleashed a blaze that incinerated the noxious smoke entirely. How dare a mere late-stage golden immortal act with such audacity among the human race? Ao Tian, as a bridge between the dragon and human alliance, had orchestrated the integration of dragons into humanity. As the third prince of the dragon clan, his perception of human fortune surpassed even that of his father. The deteriorating fortune in this area indicated that the little demon had caused significant harm, feeding on the souls of unsuspecting residents and draining their vitality without their awareness. The demon's cautious approach had prevented widespread chaos, so the royal city remained oblivious to the distress signals from this locale. If the royal city were to discover the abnormality, it would be when the area was utterly desolate. Die, Ao Tian declared, as dealing with a late-stage golden immortal demon was well within his capabilities. He exerted little effort, for the adversary's foundation and hidden cards were no match for his own. With a swift motion, he captured the demon's soul, and without that support, the creature's physical form succumbed instantly. As for the human male who aided an outsider in harming his own kin, Ao Tian extinguished his soul entirely, ensuring he would not be reborn. Thus, the truth was revealed. Ao Tian seized the spirit of the little demon and forcefully perceived it, discovering that the entity was a serpent that had cultivated into a sentient being. Having mastered illusions from a young age, this being had encountered a death-seeking man a decade prior, initially intending to play a prank but unexpectedly developed an infatuation. However, the man had a fragmented soul from childhood, and with her desire to harness a human soul for her own cultivation, they quickly formed a partnership, engaging in a sinister trade. The serpent had planned to retire in 6 months and wreak havoc elsewhere, but Ao Tian's arrival disrupted her plans entirely. Carefully, Ao Tian probed her spirit, absorbing all of her experiences, particularly her illusions and agile movements, which allowed her to evade even the attacks of a powerful Deluo golden immortal like Hunyo, an aspect that piqued his interest. Unbeknownst to her, Ao Tian witnessed the countless humans she had harmed. In the eyes of all beings in the primordial world, the conflict between humans and demons was stark. Humans utilized various unrefined creatures, while demons believed that humans had usurped their dominion over the primordial realm, leading to relentless torment of humanity and exacerbating their already dire circumstances. Although humanity was destined to have 8 saints of virtue as the lords of the primordial land, this offered little deterrence. Dao ancestor Hongjun adopted a hands-off approach to humanity, treating them merely as pawns, ensuring their survival without extinction. Nuwa, after creating humanity, ceased her oversight, possibly viewing them solely as instruments for her own ascension. Thus, humanity was fated to endure calamities, yet they were fortunate to have the support of the dragon kin. Otherwise, their existence would be unbearable. Bad person, I feel so uncomfortable. Hunyo's voice was barely a whisper, her face flushed as she clumsily loosened her garments. Ao Tian hurriedly covered her, murmuring apologies, insisting he had not intended to gaze upon her. Yet his eyes betrayed him, inadvertently tracing the curve of her form. Realizing that her figure was alluringly enhanced in her disarray, affirming the value of the delicacies he had prepared for her. Let's rest, Ao Tian said, reaching behind Hunyo's head to press on her nerves, attempting to induce slumber. However, despite the powerful effects of the drugs, Hunyo remained alert, showing no signs of drowsiness. Frustrated, Ao Tian resorted to physical means, striking her neck with a decisive blow. Bad person, you're so strong, it feels good. I want more, she exclaimed, lunging toward him. Hey, I am a gentleman. If you come any closer, I shall retaliate. But his words failed to deter her, igniting her primal instincts as she fiercely overpowered him, tearing his outer garments. Taking advantage of others in their moment of vulnerability is not the act of a gentleman, Ao Tian thought, his consciousness stirring as the mystical Zixiao spirit bamboo emerged from his sea of consciousness, penetrating Hunyo's mind. The Zixiao spirit bamboo, akin to the 6 roots of purity bamboo, could aid in meditation and clarity. Had it not been for the Zixiao spirit bamboo, Ao Tian would have undoubtedly become a hero of the night, battling against Hunyo. Scoundrel! Villain! What have you done? Under the baptism of the purple bamboo spirit, Hunyo quickly regained some of her senses, hazily discovering Ao Tian attempting to commit an improper act against her, half of her clothing already discarded. Hunyo, would you believe me if I said it was you who undressed yourself? Ao Tian felt compelled to offer some form of defense to preserve his noble and heroic image. I do not believe you. You surely wish for me to bear you little tiger cubs. My mother has instructed me that when faced with such nefarious individuals, one must show no mercy and eliminate them. Hunyo glared intently at the weighty Ao Tian pinned beneath her. Villain, I may not be able to defeat you, but I could consider ending your life in the future. How about that? Hunyo, do you truly believe this position suggests that I am the one bullying you? Ao Tian explained helplessly, asserting that while he may have had desires, he had refrained from acting upon them. He was, after all, a noble dragon. Then I shall bear you little tiger cubs in the future. Hunyo promptly draped herself over Ao Tian, her small mouth playfully nipping at him, seemingly intent on leaving some mark behind. Is it truly so hasty? Ao Tian was taken aback by Hunyo's thought process. Only moments ago, she had threatened to kill him, and now she was eager to bear him offspring, without so much as considering his own wishes. He had Qing Lian at home. How could he engage in such base behavior, even if it was thrilling? As long as you prepare me delicious food, I may consider it. Hunyo treated his broad form as a bed, playfully moving atop him, pulling at his hair one moment and tugging at his clothes the next, thoroughly enjoying herself. Chapter 67. The Trail of Chionyo Villain. Where exactly are you? I will give you half an hour, and if you still cannot find it, you must prepare me a feast, and only after I have eaten will we continue searching. Hunyo was fuming. Ao Tian had previously claimed to have found some clues in that city and insisted on dragging her into a small grove. Having grown up in the woods, Hunyo had seen all manner of forests, and having barely emerged from one, she was unwilling to enter another. Come on, hurry up. Ao Tian continued forward without a glance back. He had seen the eldest son of the ancestral dragon, Xiaonyo, within the spirit of the serpent demon. Furthermore, it was indeed the living Xiaonyo. Given Xiaonyo's nature, he would remain in one place unless absolutely compelled to move, which was why Ao Tian hurriedly pulled Hunyo towards that original location. He longed to witness this legendary figure, one of the 9 sons. I refused to go any further. Stop right now. After more than an hour of walking, Hunyo had had enough. Spicy chicken, sour fish soup, braised pig's head, soy sauce duck, and stir-fried pork. Prepare whatever you wish. I am not picky, but if there are not at least 10 dishes, do not blame me for flipping the table. Hunyo huffed angrily, sitting upon a stone, raising her small fist in a mock threat towards Ao Tian. In the 10 days since their departure, Ao Tian had not prepared a single dish for her, despite promising at least 20 times, which led Hunyo to become quite vexed. Cook, make a substantial meal. Start the rice now. Ao Tian sensed he was nearing Xiaonyo. The blood essence on the map was stirring, indicating that Xiaonyo was indeed close. It would be prudent to rest and adjust his mindset before meeting the ancestral figure. This place hardly seems conducive for the cultivation of formidable powers. Might you have erred in your search? Hunyo trudged behind Ao Tian, her steps uneven in the harsh terrain, where the environment was so forbidding that even her innate spiritual energy was significantly curtailed, forcing her to rely solely on foot travel. There is indeed something ahead. Do not worry, we shall arrive shortly. Ao Tian himself harbored some doubts. Could the creature Xiaonyo truly dwell in such a dismal swamp? Though its name bore the character for cow, it surely could not reside in such a mire, which felt somewhat beneath its dignity. Look, there is something good ahead. Hunyo exclaimed suddenly, pointing into the dim jungle swamp where a brilliant light emerged, casting a radiant aura that washed away their fatigue and grievances, invoking a sense of reverence within them. Esteemed guests, welcome to this place. I am the mountain deity of this realm. What is it that you wish to achieve? I can grant you 3 wishes. Just as Ao Tian and Hunyo were struck with amazement, a voice echoed from the forest, startling them. Old ancestor, it is I, the 3rd prince of the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, Ao Tian, come to pay my respects. Ao Tian sensed the potent bloodline energy emanating from the other side. It was undoubtedly Xiaonyo. He quickly extended his greetings. Ah, a child of the dragon clan. Then I may grant you 6 wishes. The familiar, ethereal voice reverberated, wavering in the air, seeming to be both near and far, yet eluding precise location. Old ancestor, I am the 137th generation Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, 3rd Prince Ao Tian, here to pay my respects. I kindly request your presence for a discussion of significant matters. The other side appeared somewhat irreverent, prompting Ao Tian to repeat himself, believing that the formidable lineage of his counterpart should recognize his identity. Ungrateful child, I can grant you 10 wishes. Hasten and make your requests. The other party seemed entirely uninterested in Ao Tian's words, resorting to their previous routine. I wish to see you first. Old man, come out quickly. Hunyo, equally exasperated by the antics, thought the old fellow had quite the knack for games. She had never encountered such tricks in the forest. That doesn't count. You must wish again. Clearly, the other side was unwilling to comply, playing coy. Very well, I wish for you to take us to find Xiaonyo, one of the 9 sons. Given the impressive demeanor of his counterpart, Ao Tian boldly demanded to be led to Xiaonyo, believing that even if it were not present here, he should be taken elsewhere to search. Why should he be subjected to such games? He resolved to treat the other as a navigational guide to locate his quarry. What was so captivating about that old man? Why did he show no interest in me? The other side appeared exceedingly reluctant, having endured solitude for so many years without a single soul expressing interest in him. Under the watchful eyes of Ao Tian and Hunyo, a massive branch suddenly extended from the trunk before them, sprouting a tender green fruit. From this fruit emerged an ethereal figure, possessing an aura of quasi-saintly might that left Ao Tian breathless, while Hunyo regarded it with a fearless gaze, her eyes glimmering with a hint of desire for the fruit. Youngster, why do you not adhere to the script? Your actions have displeased the elder, who is now reluctant to take you along. The diminutive old man across, despite his advanced age, possesses a youthful spirit and shows no airs towards Ao Tian. Yet he still refuses to accompany him. Elder, in the quest for the 9 sons, the clan's elders have graciously provided the younger generation with some valuable resources for the journey. Ao Tian possesses a portion of Shirang soil, which holds an unparalleled allure for those who cultivate plant-based spiritual practices. However, he fears that the old man may not take the bait. The gourd vine, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, flourishes atop Shirang soil, yielding fruits that are innate spiritual treasures of the highest caliber. Thus, For practitioners of plant-based cultivation, Shirang soil is akin to a miraculous elixir, ensuring that his mother need no longer worry about his slow progress in cultivation. Humph, as a wood cultivator, what do I lack that would require the trinkets of a mere junior? He appears exceedingly proud, yet his eyes remain fixed on Ao Tian, curious about what he might offer. Elder, I happen to possess a small amount of Shirang soil, but, Elder, what are you doing? Not here, please. Before Ao Tian could finish his sentence, the wood cultivator rushed forward, his ethereal shadow attempting to invade Ao Tian's Chinquan bag. Bang! The wood cultivator was sent flying and soon returned. Impressive. In order to deceive others, Ao Tian had meticulously placed several layers of formations on his Chinquan bag. Without his consent, even a quasi-saint would have to pay a price to access it. After all, the formations inscribed upon the bag were published by the system. Youngster. Rather cunning. I find it quite to my taste. The wood cultivator was evidently pleased with Ao Tian's defenses, reminiscing on his own cautious days while traversing the primordial wilderness. Recalling the vibrant years of his youth that have long since passed. Apologizing for his earlier rudeness, the elder pressed, So, young one, do you truly possess Shirang soil? He was clearly anxious to see it immediately. Elder, if you agree to take me in search of the imprisoned Niu Laozu, I shall fulfill one of your wishes. Ao Tian beamed at the elder, feigning a search in his Chinquan bag, while discreetly retrieving a small amount of Shirang soil from the system. Although the system had only rewarded him with a single portion, that portion weighed hundreds of kilograms. After accounting for over 20 kilograms buried beneath the roots of the Zixiao spiritual bamboo, he still had over 80 kilograms left, making it the perfect bait to entice the wood cultivator. I must see the Shirang soil first before I take you to find the old one. The wood cultivator was evidently eager for this Shirang soil. Having spent countless eons at the quasi-saint level, he remained at the initial stage, merely a step away from the middle stage. However, that step had taken him eons to await. If he had enough Shirang soil, he could potentially break through to the middle stage within a millennium. Look, Elder. Ao Tian, faced with the stubbornness of the wood cultivator, understood that he was dealing with someone who would not act without proof. If Ao Tian did not reveal the Shirang soil, the elder would remain unmoved. After all, the elder had cultivated for millions of years without progress. It truly is Shirang soil. The quality is exceptional, such a treasure. A vibrant, multicolored spiritual soil materialized, illuminating the entire forest, causing the surrounding flora to sway, desperately absorbing the essence emanating from the soil. Stop! With a mere wave of his hand, the wooden man gathered all the spiritual energy emanating from the spiritual soil, ensuring not a single trace escaped. Dear friend, hand it over to me, and I shall guide you to the old master, he said, his expression gleeful as he regarded Ao Tian, as if he were looking upon a cherished progeny. Very well. As long as you take me there, I am amenable to exchanging something with you, Ao Tian replied, his demeanor shifting slightly. He then burst into hearty laughter, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he had the upper hand. The wooden man evidently shared a camaraderie with the spirit of the Qinyo, as he bore a significant essence of it, yet devoid of any lingering resentment, indicating that he had not absorbed its aura through malevolence, thus allowing him to seize an advantage. Old fool, do you seek your own demise? The wooden man exclaimed, erupting in fury as a terrifying attack surged towards the forest, only to vanish without a trace. You stubborn old log, all you do is deceive my dragon kin. If you have the audacity, try to swindle me. A magnetic voice resonated from the depths of the trees. Suddenly, a figure darted forward, arriving before Ao Tian in a heartbeat. It was a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, handsome and imposing, standing motionless yet radiating an overwhelming aura even while deliberately suppressing it. Ao Tian was convinced that, had the man not restrained his power, he could easily pluck the stars from the sky, his every gesture capable of wreaking havoc upon the world. Initially, Ao Tian had intended to relinquish the spiritual soil to the wooden man, but a whispered voice had prompted him to propose an exchange instead. A change of heart that had not gone unnoticed by the wooden man. Old fool, after all these years of hiding, have you not relied on my support? Now you even deny me the offerings of the younger generation? The wooden man glared furiously at the Qinyo. My old comrade, you must understand the nature of our dragon clan. If we do not seize opportunities, we risk losing them. It pains me to see our precious spiritual soil offered to you, the Qinyo lamented, his sorrow evident as he gazed innocently at the wooden man. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Ao Tian, who took the hint. Taoist, I shall sell, he declared. None of the dragons are trustworthy, remember that. For the day will come when I reclaim my honor. The wooden man fumed, his gaze fixed on the Qinyo. I'll purchase it. With a flick of his thought, Over 20 treasures materialized before Ao Tian, comprising various spiritual roots, herbs, fruits, alongside a piece of unremarkable blackened wood. Most were plant-related treasures, including 2 mid-grade innate spiritual weapons, one of which was a fiery whip suitable for Hunio. Choose 2, and do not forget to express your gratitude to the elder, the Chinyo instructed, waving his hand, causing the items to fall into Ao Tian's grasp. He then shot Ao Tian another knowing look, prompting Ao Tian to quickly stow the items away and express his thanks. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generous gifts. I am eternally grateful. The wooden man stood in bewilderment, pondering how 2 individuals who had just met could collaborate so harmoniously, while his own treasures had seemingly vanished into thin air. The Chinyo, unabashed, looked at the wooden man and handed over the essence soil to Ao Tian. Ah, my old comrade. It is my first encounter with a descendant of your dragon clan, and how generous it is. Rest assured, when I meet your descendants, I shall not be stingy either. The Chinyo thumped his chest, affirming his promise to ensure his own kin would not suffer. You are a wretched creature, half-dragon and half-bull. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you at this moment. Once I break through, I shall retrieve what belongs to me from the dragon clan. If only Chinyo had refrained from uttering those words, it would have been better. Now he is even more incensed. He is the sole divine tree of the primordial era, with no descendants to speak of, not even a close relative. When will the treasures that were taken from me be returned? It is impossible for me to confront Ao Tian directly, so I must vent my frustration upon Chinyo. Do not underestimate that unremarkable broken branch. It is a spiritual branch that fractured when my true form transcended tribulations, empowered by my spiritual essence. I attempted to reconnect it with my true form, but alas, I failed. However, imbued with my magical power, it can withstand 3 full-force attacks from a nascent sage at the initial stage, and 1 strike from a mid-stage nascent sage during your times of peril. Take good care of it. Do not lose it. The divine tree is a conduit between heaven and earth. It is the second of its kind, with its progenitor being the first. When the Tao ancestor Hongjun and the demon ancestor Liu contended for the position of saint, they shattered the West, inadvertently causing the demise of its progenitor. After Hongjun attained sainthood, to mitigate karmic repercussions, he birthed Chinyo from the trunk of the divine tree. The West is desolate, and upon Chinyo's emergence, Hongjun, having significant karmic ties to him, did not restrict his movements, allowing him to wander eastward, where he formed a lasting friendship with Chinyo. Though the wood Taoist pretends to be reluctant, his actions betray no hesitation. As the divine tree, the presence of these spiritual roots and herbs merely embellishes his journey. They bear little significance to his cultivation. He can locate these spiritual herbs with remarkable precision, effortlessly persuading them to accompany him. Unlike other practitioners who rely on these herbs for their cultivation, the wood Taoist seeks them out to aid their growth. Thus he is not in want of such things. Well then, I shall retreat to my cultivation. Do not call for me unless it is of utmost importance. In a flash of spiritual light, the wood Taoist vanished into the forest, leaving Ao Tian unaware of how he departed, his movements so subtle that they went unnoticed. Do not search for him. He is invincible in the woods, free to come and go as he pleases, and you will not be able to find him. Observing Ao Tian still searching for the wood Taoist, Chinyo interjected, Speak, why have you come to seek me? Has something transpired within the dragon clan? Chinyo had long resided in seclusion here, fortified by natural formations, as long as he and the wood Taoist wished to remain hidden. Even a pinnacle nascent sage would find it exceedingly difficult to locate them without breaching the great array. The younger generation has come to seek the ancestors' return. Ao Tian stated directly, revealing his purpose without unnecessary preamble. Is there a grave crisis facing the dragon clan? Chinyo inquired, alarmed. Here. The formation shielded him from the news of Ao Tian's alliance with the human race, and he was even unaware of the celestial blessings that had descended upon others. The dragon clan has suffered greatly. If it were not for the support of the 9 brothers, it would have been exceedingly arduous, Ao Tian lamented. Does the ancestor truly remain unaware of the tribulations facing the dragon clan? Ao Tian was taken aback. Logically, with the alliance formed between the dragon and human clans, all beings of the primordial era should have been informed, yet Chinyo remained oblivious. I possess a formation that ensures my concealment, rendering me impervious to discovery as long as I remain within its confines, thus leaving me oblivious to the happenings beyond. Xiaonyo succinctly conveyed his ignorance of the details. Subsequently, Ao Tian recounted the significant events of the primordial era, including the alliance between the dragon and human races. Upon learning that the sins of the dragon clan had been absolved, Xiaonyo was overwhelmed with emotion. Indeed, the dragons have successors. Unexpectedly, what the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, along with the Wu and Yao, had failed to achieve, was realized by the humans. How could such an unremarkable race possess such merit? Having experienced the initial tribulations of the Dragon and Phoenix, and having vanquished numerous adversaries during the Great Calamity, he had subsequently been concealed by the Ancestor Dragon. He was acutely aware of the brutal struggle for supremacy and the Ancestor Dragon's unwavering resolve. Yet he found it hard to fathom that amidst the fierce competition among so many formidable beings, a race fashioned by a saint had emerged victorious. He pondered how long it had been since the Ancestor had ventured forth. Ao Tian silently lamented. Wasn't it said that the Nine Sons occasionally made appearances to demonstrate the existence of dragons within the clan? Given the apparent isolation of this era, it seemed a distant memory. Ancestor, I wonder what realm you currently inhabit? Reflecting on the earlier encounter with the Wood Taoist, Ao Tian surmised that the Ancestor must possess at least mid-stage quasi-saint strength, which filled him with excitement. I am presently at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Xiongyo sighed as he addressed Ao Tian. Ao Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. The Nine Sons had been at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal during the Great Calamity, and now, to still be at that same level seemed absurd. If the Nine Sons remained mere great Luo Golden Immortals, he would have to change his name to Ao Tainan. You have not misheard, nor have I misspoken. I remain at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and my brothers likely share the same status, though perhaps not quite at their peak. Maintaining late-stage strength is commendable, Xiongyo clarified, noting Ao Tian's skepticism. In the latter stages of the Great Calamity, their father had foreseen the dire fate awaiting the Dragon clan, and had preemptively arranged for the elders of the clan to escort the most gifted descendants, including the 9 brothers, to safety. However, they fortuitously encountered the elders of the Qilin and Phoenix clans, who were also escorting their own progeny. The 3 clans unexpectedly crossed paths at a fork in the road and engaged in fierce combat, resulting in significant casualties for all parties involved. Shortly thereafter, they fell victim to a mysterious assailant. The elders, having sustained heavy losses, could not mount an effective defense, and all were slain, leaving the clan's finest descendants nearly extinguished. Yet, inexplicably, the 9 brothers survived. Xiongyo remained perplexed. The Ancestor Dragon's directive to evacuate the progeny was ostensibly a closely guarded secret, as was the departure of the Qilin and Phoenix clans. Each was charting their own course, intent on remaining undetected. However, not only had they been discovered, but they also collided with one another. Encountering one's enemies ignited fierce animosity, and the most exceptional descendants of the 3 clans engaged in battle without hesitation, while the escorting elders, being formidable themselves, also joined the fray, resulting in no favorable outcome for any side. Soon after, they faced yet another assault from the mysterious assailants. To claim there were no malevolent forces at play would be sheer folly. However, the Dragon clan has long since lost the vigor to manage such affairs. The Great Calamity was initiated by the 3 clans, yet it cannot be concluded by them. They have become incapable of controlling the tide of war, destined instead to perish in an odd manner together. Xiongyo and other dragons have covertly investigated, and it appears the remaining excellent offspring of the 2 clans have not returned home, likely having met their demise. As the investigation progressed, leads became increasingly scarce, yet each revelation was more shocking than the last. The 9 sons were struck by fear, convening to discuss ceasing their pursuit of this matter. For even if they uncovered the truth, vengeance seemed futile. They opted to partition their territories, diminishing their visibility. Nevertheless, they still suffered several inexplicable blows, each injuring their very essence, compounded by the karmic burdens of the Dragon clan. For countless eons, they have failed to ascend to the quasi-saint level. Therefore, dear child, it is wise for we old ones to remain hidden. Venturing out would bring great trouble to the Dragon clan. Xiongyo, too, yearned to appear openly. Yet the current state of affairs in the wilderness is unfavorable for the Dragon clan, and their strength insufficient. How could they venture forth? Ancestor, you are overly concerned. The human race reigns supreme in the wilderness, and we, the Dragon clan, serve as their guardian totem. No one would dare to strike against us. Even if someone were to act, no powerful being would do so openly, only daring to strike in secrecy. Yet we, the Dragon clan, are unafraid. Besides, how many quasi-saints exist in the wilderness? Who would be so bored as to oppose the Dragon clan daily? Ao Tian genuinely doubted that anyone would dare to confront a lineage boasting 10 quasi-saints. With the 9 sons and the ancient beings of the abyss, they indeed numbered 10. Not mere clay figures. Ancestor, I have devised a method to assist you all in breaking through to the quasi-saint level, accruing great merit in the process. No one would be foolish enough to oppose this. Ao Tian revealed his plans to Chionyo, as he needed Chionyo to connect with the other 8 sons. Otherwise, relying solely on himself, he would be lost in time. Is your method truly effective? Could there be hidden dangers? Upon hearing Ao Tian's scheme, Chionyo felt a surge of excitement. Yet skepticism lingered regarding this junior with such formidable prowess at a tender age, truly terrifying. Rest assured, ancestor, as long as you gather the other 8 ancestors, I will ensure that all of you transcend to the quasi-saint level. I have experience in this matter. Ao Tian assured Chionyo, confident that the path would not be fraught with significant obstructions, as the Dragon Clan's ascension to the quasi-saint status was wholly legitimate. And even the Dao ancestors would not raise objections. Chapter 69. System Rewards and Truth. Ao Tian's thoughts were simple. After the successful flood control by Du, during the refinement of the 9 tripod cauldrons, he intended to take advantage of the situation, allowing the 9 sons to benefit and perhaps achieve quasi-saint status. For the renown of the 9 tripod cauldrons was immense, and correspondingly, the merit would be plentiful. After bidding farewell to Chionyo, Ao Tian swiftly made his way to the region most afflicted by human calamities, determined to be where the people needed him most. He had not even considered the task of locating the other 8 sons, trusting instead in the presence of his elder brother. What more could he do? Wouldn't it be easier to simply enjoy himself? Congratulations, host, for locating Chionyo. It was quite a challenge for Ao Tian to find Chionyo, and shortly after leaving the forest, he received the system's notification. Following the established pattern, system reminders often came with rewards, and Ao Tian immediately felt a sense of ease. Contemplating a name change to Ao Easy. Tiger Girl, I seem to have been struck by a glimmer of inspiration and wish to enter a period of seclusion for cultivation. Could you find a suitable place for your training until I emerge from my retreat? Upon encountering the imprisoned Neo, Ao Tian felt a surge of confidence, his thoughts becoming increasingly clear. With the assistance of the system, he contemplated seizing the opportunity to strive for the Great Luo. Even if he could not break through to the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, it would serve as a valuable trial for future advancements. System, are there any rewards in store? After selecting a location abundant in spiritual energy, Ao Tian joyfully rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the system interface. Congratulations, host. You have gathered all fragments of the God-slaying spear. Complete 20 tasks, and the system will assist you in restoring the spear. The system's voice rang out mischievously. Ao Tian's teeth itched in frustration. It seemed his efforts in slaying monsters had been in vain, and he would have to undertake additional tasks to level up. I am not particularly keen on this. Is there no other reward? While Ao Tian yearned for the God-slaying spear, he recognized that one should not covet what cannot be obtained. Patience would eventually yield results. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete God-slaying spear. The system grants an additional reward for its restoration. The interface illuminated with the fragments of the spear, and amidst a hazy divine light, the spear gradually revealed itself. Its formidable aura sent shivers through Ao Tian's very soul, as if under the immense pressure his spirit might detach from his body. In order to avoid the embarrassing circumstance of being slain by his own weapon, Ao Tian focused his spiritual energy to stabilize his soul, eagerly observing the forming God-slaying spear. Its body, a deep ebony, radiated waves of purple light. Ancient divine runes adorned its shaft, resembling beasts, demons, and dragons alike. In short, as Ao Tian gazed upon the spear, he was granted visions of the myriad beings of the primordial world. The overwhelming presence of the God-slaying spear etched itself into his soul, allowing him glimpses of the ancient races. Host, the God-slaying spear bears no extraordinary runes. However, it has waged countless battles alongside Rahu, embodying both righteousness and wickedness, reflecting the innermost thoughts of its wielder. Noticing Ao Tian's confusion, the system elaborated with care. If I wield the spear, will it affect my opponents? This was the essence of his inquiry. What good was a spear that merely reflected his inner self? The true merit lay in its ability to influence his adversaries. During combat, the spear can indeed affect the mental state of your opponents. Those whose minds are compromised may find themselves vulnerable, allowing you to vanquish their true spirits. And then, Ao Tian pressed on, eager to uncover more about its capabilities. Surely, there must be more to its powers? It can directly facilitate your ascension to the saint realm. Would you like that? The system retorted bluntly, taken aback by Ao Tian's audacity to wish for more. It is also exceptionally durable and will not shatter. Yet, how did it become fragmented in the first place? Ao Tian seized upon the system's inconsistency. The shattered fragments. Do you have further inquiries? The system inquired. inviting him to express his desires for the remaining rewards. The system felt its authority was slighted and directly threatened Ao Tian, warning that any further inquiries would result in the forfeiture of all rewards. What a splendid weapon! Ignoring the system's threats, Ao Tian gazed at the god-slaying gun on the system interface, offering genuine praise. System, how do you find my performance? Ao Tian remarked with a cheeky grin, evidently pleased with his recent display. He felt as though he were perched uncomfortably on a needle, as if pricked by thorns, and with a sensation akin to having a fishbone lodged in his throat, utterly tedious. What right do you have to be here? In response to Ao Tian's inquiry, the system spared no mercy, bestowing upon him an exceedingly high appraisal. It even contemplated issuing a card. Very well, system, please dispense your rewards. Ao Tian, slightly blushing, swiftly changed the subject. Congratulations, host, you have received 3 9-turn golden pills. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a complete set of the 10,000 dragons, shocking heaven formation. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 9 ripe Huanglongli. Congratulations, host, you have received a portion of Shi Rang's spirit soil. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a set of materials for refining the 9 tripod. Ao Tian was quite satisfied with these rewards, especially since the spiritual items granted by the system included the 9-turn golden pills, which could assist him in breaking through to the Great Luo stage. Indeed, a windfall. System. What on earth is the 10,000 dragons, shocking heaven formation? Upon hearing the name, Ao Tian sensed it was not a commendable formation. A truly excellent formation ought to possess a name that resonates with grandeur and might, yet the system's reward fell short of that, inciting his disdain. This formation is suited for the Dragon Clan's Tai Golden Immortal and Great Luo Golden Immortal realms, provided the number of dragons is sufficient. This formation can withstand the full force of an initial saint's attack. The system emphasized that it pertains to those who have cultivated to the saint level, not the merit-based saints. The system, brimming with pride, questioned whether Ao Tian looked down upon its rewards. Did he wish to forfeit his rewards? Ao Tian chuckled. It was indeed a formation of saint-level caliber, and he was overjoyed. Although the Dragon Clan possessed a wealth of treasures, many were remnants from their glory days. And since their decline, they had not acquired anything of note. In the heyday of the Dragon Clan, formations were not in vogue, let alone powerful formations. Moreover, even if such formations existed, they were utilized by adversaries. As the attacking side, the Dragon Clan saw no need for them. If you find it unworthy, the system can refund it and exchange it for a more appealing name, can it not? The system appeared to inquire if he wished for a refund. Yet it was essentially a veiled threat to Ao Tian, implying that it was not inclined to grant rewards. The system certainly had a sense of humor. How could he doubt the value of the rewards? He was delighted to receive them. Ao Tian examined the formation. Although it was merely a set of formations yet to be activated, the power emanating from it was beyond what he could currently bear. Should it be operated to its zenith, the magnitude of its might would be staggering. The Dragon Clan would effectively possess a saint, dramatically amplifying their deterrent power over the myriad beings of the primordial world. Thank you, dear system, for the generous rewards. My family celebrates your kindness. To the system, Ao Tian was akin to an utterly shameless live streamer. As long as there were rockets, he was content, receiving all that his family cherished. System, should I consume the 9-turn golden pills or the Huanglongli? The system serves as his guiding force, since it is alive and responsive. It must be put to good use. Huanglongli and the 9-turn golden pill possess identical efficacy, both capable of assisting one in ascending to the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The choice lies solely with the individual. Upon hearing the system's candid explanation, Ao Tian felt compelled to tighten his fists. He was aware that Huanglongli could indeed facilitate his ascent to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet he pondered which option would be more advantageous. The system, devoid of emotions, sidestepped his inquiry, reminding him that it merely dispensed rewards and occasionally provoked him, without overstepping its bounds to influence his decisions. A mature individual must comprehend the necessity of making choices. Chapter 70. Breaking through to the Great Luo. Ao Tian appeared to grasp the system's profound implications. Breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm represents a critical juncture on the path of cultivation, delineating the distinction between the powerful and the lowly. He needed to rectify the previous gaps in his cultivation to avoid future pitfalls, for if he faltered, he risked falling into madness. Even with the help of the Zixiao Lingzhu to enhance his intellect, lacking the requisite foundation would prove futile. To prevent divine artifacts from manifesting and attracting covetous eyes, Ao Tian set up numerous barriers within his cave. These were formations granted as rewards by the system, albeit of limited practical utility. Nonetheless, they were effective in this context. Holding both Huangzhong Li and the 9-turn golden pill in his hands, Ao Tian sensed the allure of the Great Luo Golden Immortal beckoning him. Both could propel him to the Great Luo, yet determining which was more suitable remained uncertain, as he lacked familiarity with their respective effects. The 9-turn golden pill, crafted by Laozi, the Supreme Lord, allows one to ascend instantaneously to the Great Luo. In contrast, Huangzhong Li is a primordial spiritual root, maturing once every 30,000 years, underscoring its rarity. Judging solely by their efficacy, Huangzhong Li far surpasses the 9-turn golden pill. The Supreme Lord can concoct dozens of batches of elixirs in 30,000 years, yielding no fewer than 9 and up to 36 pills per batch, whereas Huangzhong Li offers but 9. After careful contemplation, Ao Tian resolved to consume Huangzhong Li. Though both spiritual entities could facilitate his breakthrough to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, their effects differed significantly. While the 9-turn golden pill assured a successful breakthrough, it was, after all, a creation of mankind, influenced by its creator's path. In contrast, Huangzhong Li was a natural endowment, embodying the essence of the heavens and the earth, thus proving more conducive to Ao Tian's breakthrough and comprehension of this realm. Therefore, after deliberation, he chose Huangzhong Li, believing it would pave a broader path for him ahead. System, protect me. The system's functions had become increasingly comprehensive, making it perfectly reasonable for Ao Tian to enlist its assistance. Your choice is commendable. The system shall actively safeguard you. Rest assured in your breakthrough. For the system, Ao Tian's selection of Huangzhong Li was the most prudent choice. Its silence was merely to observe Ao Tian's prospects, which appeared promising. The flavor of Huangzhong Li was unrivaled among the spiritual fruits he had tasted. Given the opportunity, he could consume 9 in a day. Though the slow maturation was regrettable, after Huangzhong Li was utilized by him, it immediately transformed into streams of spiritual liquid within his dantian, flowing into his bones and limbs. Enveloping them delicately, a colossal surge of energy rampaged within his body, tearing the surrounding space apart with fissures. Subsequently, the primordial laws contained within Huangzhong Li incessantly infiltrated his body, shattering his meridians one by one, only to be continually repaired in a relentless cycle. However, as Ao Tian's meridians healed, the laws hidden within Huangzhong Li gradually assimilated into his spirit. With a thunderous roar, Huangzhong Li completely unraveled within him, the immense force nearly tearing him apart. Yet, his slender figure remained utterly still. Having journeyed through the primordial realm for so long, he had become accustomed to enduring greater suffering in his quest for power. At that moment, a dazzling array of radiant light enveloped his body, manifesting various divine illuminations. To an onlooker from afar, he would appear as merely a luminous orb. Although he had healed from his previous battle with Jinyu, he had depleted his foundational essence, causing harm to his very origin. Now, the lingering dark spots within his dantian were entirely dispelled. His form stood resolute like a rock, allowing the terrifying spiritual energy to wash over him. Although he felt as weak as a dog, the aura he emanated was profoundly terrifying. Had he chosen the 9 Revolutions golden elixir, he would have certainly avoided such agony. Yet, Ao Tian felt fortunate to have selected Huangzhong Li. For only by enduring tribulations could one withstand the tempest of the pinnacle. If anyone with discerning eyes were present, they would perceive that he was on the verge of breaking through to the Great Luo. The aura accompanying this breakthrough was exceedingly formidable, surpassing many late-stage Great Luo practitioners. This was primarily due to his recent entry into the Great Luo realm, rendering him unable to fully harness the overwhelming spiritual energy, akin to a powder keg poised to explode at any moment. Once he mastered it, the overwhelming momentum would dissipate. As the tempest of spiritual energy waned, Ao Tian retracted the unrefined spiritual energy within his body, storing it in his dantian for future opportunities. Suddenly, Ao Tian's long-closed eyes burst open, radiating a brilliant purple-golden light that shot forth like a sword, piercing through the formation. Although he often jested about the system's formations, they were of considerable quality. Regrettably, they were still breached. The formation emitted ripples, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to mend itself, preventing it from shattering. The penetrated formation soon restored itself, concealing its interior. That powerful purple-golden glow persisted for several breaths before dissipating. Ao Tian raised his gaze. In the current primordial world, he no longer felt the resistance he had upon his arrival. Instead, he felt a newfound affinity. He had formally established a connection with this realm, experiencing a wondrous sensation that granted him profound insights. Now, should he desire, he could freely intertwine with the vast spiritual energy of the universe. This meant that unless he found himself in an absolute disadvantage or was obstructed by others through formations that severed his connection to the cosmos, his spiritual energy would never deplete. He could engage in battle indefinitely, reminiscent of the time during the Dragon Clan's struggle for supremacy, where most combatants were Great Luo and Tai realms. In the tumultuous arena of battle, the struggle of the Great Luo cultivators could extend for millennia. These adept beings, through an inexplicable connection with the cosmos, drew upon the boundless primordial spiritual energy, enabling them to engage in fierce combat with their adversaries. Ao Tian extended his palm, and in an instant, a radiant pool of spiritual energy converged into his hand, forming a violet crystal sphere that contained an energy so immense it was nearly beyond his control. Should it erupt, not a single creature within 1,000 miles would survive. As Ao Tian gazed downward, he sensed that his corporeal form seemed to breathe with a life of its own, with every inhalation. He refined and absorbed vast quantities of spiritual power. Astonishingly, the speed at which his body could assimilate this energy left Ao Tian awestruck. It resembled a bottomless abyss, capable of consuming any volume of spiritual energy without saturation. It was evident how formidable the body of the ancestral dragon truly was. In contemplating his own physical prowess, he was reminded of the unparalleled strength of his forebears, whose mere physical might could shatter the heavens and obliterate the earth. Enraptured by the infinite power coursing through him, Ao Tian finally comprehended the profound significance of the Dragon Clan's pursuit of Great Luo golden immortals. It was only upon his own ascendance to this level that he grasped the terror that lay therein. Only by attaining such heights could one genuinely claim dominion over realms. The existence of a Great Luo golden immortal far surpassed the cumulative strength of numerous Tai golden immortals. Even with the Dragon Clan's multitude of Tai golden immortals, they dared not act arrogantly, fearing the emergence of a more formidable Great Luo that could annihilate them. Ao Tian slowly clenched his palm, and the luminescence within it dissipated into his being. His eyes widened in alarm, worrying that it might explode within him. If it did, he would be left as mere dragon ash, or perhaps none at all. Upon meticulous examination, he discovered that the energy was merely an illusory manifestation of spiritual force, which his body could indeed accommodate, leaving no adverse effects. Just as Ao Tian reveled in this overwhelming power, a brilliant light coalesced at his brow, unleashing a torrent of vast information within his mind. What is this? A completely foreign technique he had never encountered revealed itself in his consciousness, leaving him momentarily stunned. Was there truly a gift upon breaking through to Great Luo? Indeed, it was I. An ancient voice, bearing the weight of ages, resonated within his mind, startling Ao Tian. System, what are you planning? Is there a new reward? The unfamiliar technique in his mind was the handiwork of the system, yet he had not received any notification of rewards. How generous the system was. Don't mention it. It is merely the reward for your breakthrough to Tai, which I had kept hidden until now, the system replied, displaying a surprising honesty before Ao Tian, who wore an expression of gratitude. Ao Tian promptly cast aside distracting thoughts. In his previous state of weakness, even the finest techniques would be futile, akin to attempting to don trousers that were simply too small. It was far more beneficial to await the appropriate realm for cultivation, allowing everything to unfold naturally. Indeed, the profound techniques of the 36 heavenly stalwarts left Ao Tian in awe after a mere encounter. Had he relied solely on his own comprehension, it would have taken him millennia to grasp their intricacies. Fortunately, with the aid of a system, he was able to gain a general understanding in a short span, while the finer details would need to be honed through combat. Chapter 71. The tempestuous Dragon Clan Ao Tian had secluded himself for half a year, during which the Dragon Clan's treasure exchange conference had long concluded. Even Hunyu waited anxiously outside the cave, ready to storm in if he did not emerge soon. How heartless of him to leave her, a solitary tiger, here day after day, gazing at mountains and waters, driving her to the brink of madness. The current plight of the human race was equally dire. The Dragon Clan's chief engineer, commander, and strategist, Prince Ao Tian, had gone missing. The challenges faced by humanity were bewildering to the Dragon Clan. Would a misstep affect Ao Tian's plans? Conversely, if they failed to act while the situation deteriorated, would that too impact Ao Tian's arrangements? The Dragon Clan was steeped in anxiety. In the face of raging floods, Dayu resolved to shift from obstruction to diversion. He led countless human teams in water management, carving channels through mountains. Yet now, he faced a dilemma: where to redirect the floodwaters. The deluge wreaked havoc wherever it flowed, bringing calamity to the areas it touched. Moreover, the Demon Clan was causing further chaos. The destruction wrought by a single major demon required the efforts of thousands of humans to rectify. Despite decades of work that had mitigated countless disasters, he still found himself in need of a definitive solution. Thus, he repeatedly dispatched envoys to the royal city for guidance. Yet Shun, lacking expertise in flood control, had no choice but to seek aid from the Dragon Clan. After some back and forth, he relayed a message to Ao Tian, who, after conferring with several dragon kings, decisively commanded that all rivers flow into the Eastern Sea. With a direction established for the diversion, the troubles along the way did not diminish. The demon clan was brazenly disruptive, leading them in circles, and they found themselves powerless against the demons. Victory was elusive. General Ao, when will your prince arrive? This waiting is untenable, lamented Dayu, now in a frenzy. The flood control efforts could not cease, yet the Dragon Clan was hesitant to deploy many skilled warriors. Mindful of the powerful demons lurking nearby, a quasi-saint, barely clinging to life, could provoke an attack if they ventured forth. Thus, only a few Dragon Clansmen of the Golden Immortal Realm, along with a handful of those at the Great Luo level, were dispatched to assist in flood management. Rest assured, Mr. Yu, our prince will come, and the calamity facing humanity will be resolved in due time, replied Ao Yu, somewhat helpless. Dayu's incessant inquiries were becoming tiresome for him. He was merely a hydraulic official sent by the Dragon Palace to assist in flood control. He was not privy to the whereabouts of the esteemed third prince. Yet, to placate Dayu, he found himself repeating reassurances. General Ao, when the Dragon Clan allied with us, it was promised that we would be safeguarded for a century. You should be aware of some secrets regarding Dayu's identity, as Shun has disclosed certain matters to me, intending to expedite the Dragon Clan's mobilization of personnel. Ao Yu immediately stood up and faced the opposite side. Although Dayu was the overall commander of flood control, he was merely an assistant sent by the Dragon Clan and was not subject to Dayu's authority. Moreover, Dayu had the audacity to threaten the Dragon Clan with words. Dayu, you must understand what the human race was like before the assistance of the Dragon Clan. Now, with the protection of various divine dragons, what kind of life do humans lead? While the Dragon Clan may seek the aid of the human race, we do not work without compensation or benefits. It was imperative for him to make Dayu aware that the Dragon Clan was not a mere tool, easily questioned at his whim. General Ao, realizing Dayu's slip of the tongue, hastily rose to explain himself. Mr. Yu, the esteemed Dragon Clan holds a reputation for integrity. Once a promise is made, it shall not be broken. Just as Dayu was about to say something further, a voice, slightly cold, echoed from outside the tent, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps, and soon a figure entered the camp. Who are you? The newcomer claimed to be of the Dragon Clan and appeared to hold a high status, instilling a sense of caution. I am Ao Yu, here to pay my respects to the third prince. Upon seeing the figure enter, Ao Yu promptly knelt. It was not merely out of fear of Ao Tian, but because Ao Tian had led the Dragon Clan to break free from the shackles of karma, earning their utmost respect. General, no need for excessive courtesy. Rise. Ao Tian gestured with both hands, and Ao Yu stood up accordingly. Ao Tian directly took a seat at the main position in the tent, while Hunyeo, understanding the situation, stood quietly beside him. Dayu, rest assured, the promises made by the Dragon Clan shall never be broken, Ao Tian said gently, gazing at Dayu. However, to Dayu, that smile appeared terrifying, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Third Prince, I assure you that I never intended to question the Dragon Clan. It was merely a slip of the tongue, and I hope for your forgiveness. Dayu hastily bowed in apology, never anticipating that while discussing the Dragon Clan, the legitimate authority would arrive, one of great strength and noble status. Dayu, I understand your intentions, for the peace of humanity and for a better sustenance for your kind. However, the Dragon Clan has indeed been laboring tirelessly. You must be aware of the immense challenges we encounter in aiding the human race. Thus, our plans must be executed step by step. Patience is key. Ao Tian earnestly advised Dayu, highlighting the significant contributions the Dragon Clan had made over the past 6 months and how the situation for humanity had markedly improved, an undeniable fact. To complain about the Dragon Clan at this juncture was truly to underestimate their efforts. He had even missed the proposed exchange conference of spirit treasures for the sake of humanity. Fortunately, he had managed to return the surplus treasures to the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, the losses would have been borne by the human race. Yes, I was in the wrong. I hope the third prince can forgive me. Dayu was sincere in his apology, acknowledging his earlier misstep without harboring any resentment. Very well, Mr. Yu, there is no need for further words. Let us first discuss the current situation. Third Prince, the present circumstances for humanity are exceedingly favorable. Upon reflecting on my previous statements, I suddenly realized a contradiction. If the situation is indeed favorable, why mention the Dragon Clan? If the circumstances were dire, why suggest that the situation is promising? Yu felt an urge to slap himself in frustration. Third Prince, with the assistance of the Dragon Clan, the plight of our human race has improved somewhat, and the flooding disasters across various regions have lessened significantly. However, the rampaging of the Demon Clan has led to the destruction of many of the water conservancy measures we had painstakingly established, and our human race lacks sufficient military strength to cope, leaving us somewhat overwhelmed. Yu glanced at Ao Tian with a hint of embarrassment, still seeking his elder brother's assistance. After careful consideration, Ao Tian concluded that if the human race were allowed to manage the waters unimpeded by the Demon Clan, the flooding could be entirely resolved within 5 years. However, with the demons continually causing disturbances, that timeline would stretch indefinitely. Thus, it was essential to first eradicate the Demon Clan. I will now contact the Dragon Clan to dispatch troops to eliminate the demons. You may focus on managing the waters without worry. Ao Tian straightforwardly arranged the necessary strategy. Once Yu and Ao departed, Ao Tian remained in the main tent to reach out to his father. Father, the human race's efforts to manage the waters are obstructed by the Demon Clan, and I hope you can send troops from our clan to eradicate them. As he awaited a response, he sat cross-legged on the bed, clutching his communication device, reminiscent of a night owl engrossed in late-night conversations. Chapter 72. The Battle Against the Demon Clan. As Ao Tian munched on spirit fruits while awaiting his father's reply, he recalled how Hunyo had waited for him earlier and felt somewhat guilty. Therefore, he decided to send her a generous supply of fruits. He pondered, what about Qing Lian, far away in the royal city? A girl left to manage such a grand tavern alone must be enduring great hardship. Thus, he conjured a spirit crane with his spiritual energy, packed it with goodies, and sent it flying toward the royal city, bearing not only spirit fruits, but also his heartfelt thoughts. Tian, how are you faring? Not long after, he received a response from the Dragon King. Ao Tian had been missing for quite some time without a word, leading his father to worry that dark forces might be targeting the Dragon Clan, especially considering the previous disturbances. Now that Ao Tian took the initiative to reach out, his father's anxious heart finally found some solace. Father, your son is well. I merely had an epiphany and secluded myself to break through to the Deluo realm. I have now ascended to the Golden Immortal stage, adding another formidable power to our Dragon Clan. Ao Tian had not anticipated that his seclusion would last for 6 months, as he usually needed only about 10 days. His lack of arrangements had caused the Dragon King and others to worry unnecessarily. That is good to hear, the Dragon King said, not one to indulge in pretense. He was relieved to know his son was safe and had achieved a breakthrough to Deluo, without inquiring further about other matters. Ao Tian then inquired about the plans to eliminate the troublesome Demon Clan. Rest assured, my son. I had previously instructed Ao Zhan to gather the Jinyuan army along the shores of the East Sea, awaiting your signal. The Dragon Clan has endured countless epochs and produced innumerable heroes. How could we lose our composure simply because an exceptionally talented and strategic prince has been absent? The Dragon King of the East Sea had meticulously arranged all matters, merely awaiting the arrival of his son to lead the forces. His actions were intended to declare his son's sovereignty. Indeed, his son was the true prodigy of the Dragon Clan. Without him, nothing could be accomplished. Only his third son was destined to guide the dragon tribe towards glory. The wise father received compliments from Ao Tian, which pleased the Dragon King greatly. By the way, Tian, your exchange conference for spiritual treasures was remarkably successful. Our Dragon Clan has traded away an abundance of useless items, and even in selling, the prices turned out to be quite high. We have acquired many valuable items in return. The revival of the Dragon Clan is surely imminent. The Dragon King was evidently overjoyed, for the Dragon Clan had few pastimes, and collecting items was one of their pleasures. The more useful and cherished items they amassed, the more exhilarated they became. Since father enjoys it, we could hold such an event once every 60 years, and we could also organize a lower-tier exchange conference, trading the spiritual treasures crafted by the Dragon Clan for elixirs and similar items from others. Additionally, we could host a high-tier exchange conference, trading our Dragon Clan's rarities with the Deluo and quasi-saint beings for their precious goods. Ao Tian was quite shrewd. This conference would predominantly attract Tai Golden Immortals and Deluo Golden Immortals seeking spiritual items. With no quasi-saints participating, the supply of high-quality goods would be limited. Once the Dragon Clan grows stronger, we can unveil the treasures hidden in our vaults for exchange. Or perhaps prepare a menu beforehand to inform the outside world of what the Dragon Clan has available for trade. confident that those foolish enough to bite will surely take the bait. After discussing some details with the Dragon King, Ao Tian disengaged from the idle chatter with his father and directly contacted Ao Tian, stationed by the East Sea, instructing him to choose a day to lead the forces to eliminate the rebellious demon tribe. He should not lead the army again, even if he did. It would be from a strategic standpoint, ensuring victory from afar, and he would not act recklessly, as such behavior would diminish his standing. Your Highness, the demon tribe is attacking. Suddenly, Ao Yu's voice echoed from outside the tent, as he feared for Ao Tian's safety and hurried to deliver the news. Gather the troops. Damn it. He just said he wouldn't act recklessly, and now the demon tribe is upon us. Clearly, they do not regard him with respect. Consolidate our forces and maintain strict security at the camp. The rest will engage the enemy. Ao Tian promptly ascended into the air, directing the disorganized human troops engaged in flood control while simultaneously deploying formations to fend off the enemy's ranged attacks. How audacious of the diminutive demon tribe to cause trouble. The chaos among the human ranks arose from the aerial assaults of the demon tribe, leaving them unable to defend themselves. With a vigorous wave of his hand, Ao Tian struck down all the airborne demons, then gently lowered them using spiritual energy, lest they fall and be damaged. These were fine rations for the flood control army, capable of sustaining them for an extended period. Ao Yu, lead the dragon warriors to guard the camp entrance. Do not allow the demon tribe to step inside. Under Ao Tian's command, the camp remained free from large-scale chaos. Had there been a breach, it would have spelled disaster. Fortunately, all remained well. If they come, they should not depart. Observing the capable individuals stationed on the opposite side, the demon tribe deliberated. Attacking would be disadvantageous, and it was better to engage in guerrilla tactics instead. They promptly resolved to retreat, planning to return when the human tribe was unprepared. However, how could Ao Tian allow them to succeed? Such disregard for him is utterly unacceptable. What would the cultivators of both the human and dragon races think? Their leader appears so feeble? A confrontation is absolutely necessary. The dragon race has recently acquired several Deluo Jinxian, a remarkable feat indeed. Yet they dare to meddle in the affairs of the demon race. Such audacity. Suddenly, a massive serpent ascended before Ao Tian, glaring at him with a fierce countenance, seemingly dismissive of his presence. The demon race dares to boast? When my dragon race was tumultuously thriving in the primordial chaos, where were you, demons? The audacity to leverage the name of the demon race against him. They are merely fallen sovereigns of the primordial era. Is there truly a need for this? Even if they were to win, what reward would there be? It would only bring shame. The demon race, blind in their self-importance, is nothing more than a frog basking in the sun, oblivious to its own grotesqueness. Prepare to meet your end. Ao Tian, adhering to the principle that villains perish due to their verbosity, charged into battle with his overlord spear sweeping across the field. The serpent, sensing the impending danger, tensed its entire body. Whoosh! It then vanished, reappearing on the opposite side. Ao Tian's consciousness stirred, detecting the serpent's movement, and lunged once more. Just as he was about to strike his target, the serpent vanished again, prompting Ao Tian to become instantly vigilant. Haha, young one, I hail from the Luxiang clan, masters of concealment. Come and try again. The adversary, employing its innate divine abilities, evaded Ao Tian's assaults multiple times and even attempted a sneaky counterattack. But Ao Tian thwarted it just in time, preventing any success. After its failure, the serpent quickly concealed itself again, intending to exhaust Ao Tian's spirit before launching another ambush to send him to his demise. You think you can outsmart me? Ao Tian possessed the 72 Earthly Fiends technique and the 36 Celestial Gangs technique, both of which excelled in such tactics. Furthermore, he wielded a technique known as reverse knowledge of the future, which could assist cultivators in transforming misfortune into fortune. This technique grants insight into forthcoming events, adept at discerning heavenly secrets and foreseeing fate. Striking down the serpent was merely a matter of ease. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the void before Ao Tian, as if Luxiang were about to burst forth from within. Ao Tian promptly advanced, channeling his power to sweep into the void. Haha, counterattack! Ao Tian shouted, thrusting fiercely into the void behind him. With a piercing sound, it seemed he had struck something, and dark green blood poured forth from the spear's tip. However, the serpent's body was nowhere to be found, suggesting it had been gravely injured but had yet to succumb. You dare seek death, boy? It has been years since I suffered such a heavy wound. I shall devour you. Luxiang's voice echoed from all directions, making it impossible to discern his exact location. Ao Tian chuckled lightly. Luxiang, it has been years since you sustained a serious injury. This indicates you have only engaged with the weak. upon encountering someone of my caliber. Injury is inevitable. What a jest. Why do villains always feel the need to proclaim such things, as if to distinguish themselves? Yet, their fate remains unchanged. They must still perish. Ao Tian continued to strike towards a position to his left rear, the spears solidly impacting something. Lu Xiang let out a cry and fell from the void. How did you know where I was? He gazed at Ao Tian in terror. This was the innate divine ability of his Lu Xiang clan, yet in the eyes of his opponent, it seemed utterly worthless, as he effortlessly uncovered his hiding place. The prospect of being killed was of little consequence, but if this technique were to spread throughout the primordial chaos, what would remain for the Lu Xiang clan to combat with? All these years of warfare without injury had been reliant on cunning strategies. Death. Lu Xiang had to eliminate Ao Tian, for this technique was too formidable, specifically designed to counter his lineage, thus the adversary must perish. Ao Tian channeled the 36 celestial techniques to their utmost limit. Having struck his opponent twice indicated the efficacy of his skills, not merely an assessment of his power. Therefore, when confronting an opponent entrenched in the great Luo realm, one must exercise utmost caution. Blood sacrifice.